Chapter 1. A throbbing headache, excruciatingly painful, as if something were about to explode within my skull. At this moment, Xiaofei gradually regained consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she wondered if her vision was deceiving her. Were there truly two suns? When had this phenomenon occurred? It was utterly astounding. Alas, the pain in her head was unbearable. In this apocalyptic world, to have two suns was unfathomable. What had this transpired? No, hadn't those two vile creatures just pushed her into a horde of zombies? A flash of recollection struck her amidst the gruesome dismemberment. She had seen a blinding white light, and then she had known nothing more, confirming her current safety. I am safe now, but where am I? Why is it so hot? A glance around revealed that half of her body was submerged in water. What could this mean? She swiftly scrambled ashore. The foremost concern was to ascertain her whereabouts. Where exactly was this place? Hadn't she just died, only to find herself alive again? No, this body was not her own. Why were her hands so small, so dark? What was she wearing? Was that animal hide? Utterly astonished. Back in modern times, Xiaofei had read her fair share of time travel novels, and now she felt as though she might have traversed into one of those tales, clad in animal skins, likely transported to a primitive era. This is a disaster, an utter catastrophe. She was filled with trepidation as she glanced at the sky. She had no idea what time it was. Suddenly, a series of distant roars echoed. Terror gripped her heart. She could only imagine the fearsome beast that might be producing such sounds, which seemed alarmingly close. In this apocalyptic world, Xiaofei's instinct for danger was remarkably acute. She sensed that this place was unsafe and needed to find a secure hiding spot quickly. Ahead, she spotted a grove of trees. But the woods appeared perilous. She dared not venture in. She wanted to seek out a cave or some form of shelter nearby. Yet, there were no mountains in sight, only towering trees. Wow, these trees are enormous. They are so tall and thick. Compared to the trees on Earth, these are like mere saplings. Left with no choice, she ventured into the woods, the only nearby refuge that could provide some cover. The temperature within the grove was somewhat milder, but the roars echoed from the other side. She pondered how to climb these towering trees, searching for hollows. After a lengthy search, she was fortunate enough to discover a tree hollow about 3 meters above her. Unsure if she could ascend, she had no option but to make an effort. After much exertion, she finally climbed into the hollow. Looking inside, it was surprisingly dry, with some scattered grass, perhaps remnants from some animal. She couldn't be certain. For now, she could only hide here as the darkness deepened. A gnawing hunger tugged at her stomach. She felt utterly helpless. She wondered if her spatial ability had followed her here. Upon reflection, yes, it seemed her space had indeed come along. Her spatial ability was a bracelet she had purchased at a market stall, which had transformed into her sanctuary after a drop of her blood had inadvertently fallen upon it during the end times. She had only confided this to her boyfriend. Her boyfriend had developed a covetous interest in her bracelet, and in her naivety, she had foolishly told him about her spatial ability, believing it to be his due as it was his hand that had transformed it. Now, she deeply regretted that moment of folly. During the 5 years of the apocalypse, she had hoarded supplies in her space salt, rice, oil, and flour enough to sustain her for a decade or more. She had also stocked up on clothing and toiletries, discreetly gathering them from various stores while others were distracted. But there was no point in dwelling on that. Her stomach ached for sustenance. In her space, there were a few cooked items, though not many, along with some bread. Searching through her supplies, she found a bottle of water and some small loaves of bread. As she ate, she contemplated how to navigate her future, still unaware of her current circumstances or the nature of this place. She felt a growing frustration. Why had she not accessed the memories of this body? What was the name of this body? Where had it come from? Where was it headed? How had it met its demise? Xiaofei found herself in a state of profound confusion. After eating, she no longer felt as ravenous. Faintly, the sounds of beastly roars echoed in the distance. Accompanying the roars was the trembling of the earth, even within the hollow. She could feel the trees quaking. Heavens, what sort of beast possesses such might? Fortunately, the night was not overly cold. As she felt the bodous lack of flesh, It seemed as though only a layer of skin enveloped the bones. The height of this body was approximately 1.6 meters. If only she could access the memories of this body. She felt an overwhelming fatigue. Her thoughts drifted back to the hardships endured during the past 5 years of the apocalypse. She recalled how, at the onset of the apocalypse, she had been a dutiful daughter, cherished by her parents and brother, living in a modestly comfortable household. It was after her college entrance examinations that the sky began to rain red. That day marked the official onset of the apocalypse. Her parents had not survived. Only she and her brother remained. Her brother had been infected while trying to save her. Subsequently, she had joined forces with classmates to form a small team where she met her boyfriend. Zhao Chong treated her decently, but in a world where a girl lacked any formidable abilities, she could only rely on men. But what was she to do? At the beginning of the apocalypse, many had awakened their powers after 6 months, while she had awakened none. Upon discovering her bracelet was a portal, she discreetly began storing supplies within it, ensuring no one would notice or learn of her secret. In the group, Zhao Chong was genuinely kind. Yes, everyone was kind, and he was handsome and gentlemanly. He took special care of her, and she began to develop feelings for him. Yet, human hearts are fickle. After he learned of her spatial ability, he treated her even better than before. Within the group, she made a close friend from her class, and they became inseparable. Thus, she revealed her secret about the spatial ability to them. Over the past 5 years, she had treated them with sincerity, believing everyone shared a common struggle. We are all human, we are all one family. This is how they grew greedy for her. In the apocalypse, spatial abilities were highly coveted. A team with a spatial ability wielder would attract many strong allies. Yet they were unaware she was not truly a spatial ability wielder. Only Wang Yin and Zhao Chong knew her space was merely a bracelet. At this realization, pain surged anew within her. Oh, how she loathed it! Over these 5 years, she had been blind to their true intentions, only to discover the truth at the moment of her demise. She felt a deep resentment. One was her closest friend, and the other was the man she loved most. But enough, she resolved to start anew. In a daze, she drifted into peculiar dreams. In her dreams, she encountered many unfamiliar sights, as if watching a film. She saw a girl who bore a striking resemblance to her, yet was distinctly different. The girl's name was Fei, 17 years old. She was a female beastman from the Yada tribe. The Yada tribe consisted of various types of beastmen. Fei belonged to the rabbit clan within the tribe. At the age of 8, during the cold season, the tribe faced a devastating snow disaster. In the cold season, the tribe also encountered a beast tide. Fei's frail father and her brother both perished in battle. Amu, heartbroken, succumbed that winter as well. From then on, Fei lived a solitary existence in the tribe, where there were orphan caves designated for such children cared for by the tribe. Thus, Fei trudged through life in this manner for several years. On the day of her comingafage ceremony, Fei was found to be incapable of bearing offspring. The tribe had a rule that females without reproductive capabilities would be exchanged with other tribes as breeding sacrifices for those males lacking female partners. Fei was taken to the neighboring Yashan tribe. During the exchange, an unforeseen incident occurred, and the beastmen escorting her encountered a wild beast. In their frantic escape, they lost their way and fell down a slope. At the bottom of the slope was a rushing current, and she was swept away, falling into unconsciousness, only to awaken as the current he Xiaofei. In a haze, the night passed. When she awoke, the day was bright outside, with the calls of unknown birds disturbing her desire for sleep. Alas, I am now Fei, a female beastman in this land of beasts. Females without the capacity for reproduction endure a tragic existence in the beast realm. Such beastmen, serving as breeding sacrifices, seldom live long. As I traverse this dense jungle, I come across many plants that resemble wild vegetables from Earth, though I cannot be certain they're all quite large. I continue onward, feeling no anxiety about food or drink, as my space contains ample supplies, so survival is not an immediate concern. During the 5 years of the apocalypse, I particularly yearned for fruits, yet found none. The air was thick with smoke, the world shrouded in gray, and the trees had mutated. Where could one find fruit? Some fruits were too perilous to eat, as one could not discern which would prove fatal. Even finding vegetables in the apocalypse was exceedingly difficult. Teams with those possessing abilities would use their wood-related powers to cultivate some green plants. In that world, even a blade of grass was a treasure, and I envied those with wood abilities. Now I ponder that if this body were to awaken powers, it would undoubtedly be of the wood element. As I wander through this vast forest, I encounter a variety of trees, uncertain which might bear fruit, so I keep my gaze lifted as I walk. This body is barefoot, and I hurriedly check my space for suitable footwear. Most orcs do not wear shoes, and alas, these feet look quite unappealing, calloused and dark. Perhaps this body has grown accustomed to walking for so long. I do not feel any pain, as if the nerves in my feet have dulled. From my space, I retrieve a pair of Martin boot size 38, which seems fitting. This body appears to have relatively large feet. After putting them on, I feel satisfied and continue my journey. I hope to find something edible. Ahead, I spot a tree laden with bright yellow fruits, and I notice unfamiliar large birds pecking at them. They should be safe to eat, although this bogus memories do not recognize such fruit. Hasten forth, for the tree stands tall and robust. Devise a means to ascend its lofty branches. After several attempts, success eludes me. What to do? I shall search for withered branches or diminutive trees. Perhaps I can utilize a branch to knock down the fruit. Yet it proves futile. My slender arms lack the strength to wield them effectively. Contemplating my predicament, I retrieve a knife from my space that I also procure an axe to carve a notch into the tree, hoping it will aid my ascent. After exerting considerable effort, I finally succeed in climbing the tree, reaching the first branch that allows me to ascend further, bit by bit. Upon grasping the first fruit, I quickly wipe it and take a bite. The taste, how to describe it? A delightful blend reminiscent of both pear and apple, yet quite delectable. That I continue to gather, plucking one and placing it in my space until I can no longer reach any more fruit. Upon inspection, I find I have amassed around 70 or 80 of them. These fruits are substantial, each roughly the size of 2 of my palms, with some nearly the size of a head. What manner of fruit is this? It is remarkably sweet, with a texture that is pleasing, far sweeter than sour. After consuming 2, I feel satiated and continue my journey. The sun indicates it is afternoon, though I am uncertain if my watch aligns with the current time. The daylight seems interminable here. That on Earth, a day spans 24 hours. Here, it appears to exceed that duration. Alas, I shall not dwell on it. As the sun reaches its zenith, I seek a place to rest, feeling quite fatigued and in need of slumber. That I scan the surroundings for a suitable resting spot. The forest is remarkably quiet, devoid of any growls from wild beasts, save for the calls of unknown birds, which brings me some solace. I find a relatively safe place to sit and ponder what to eat. Sigh, I am weary of bread. I take out a small pot and gather some dry twigs and leaves. That I shall prepare a porridge, cooking it with some pickled vegetables. How I regret not having savored these provisions earlier, having mostly reserved them for the 2 ungrateful wolves. I reminisce. I pull out a package of pickled mustard greens to accompany my porridge once it is ready. This body has consumed far too little. In its memories, it rarely indulges in meat, subsisting mostly on fruits and unidentified roots. This existence is truly lamentable, that I remain unaware of what this body currently resembles. So I retrieve a mirror from my space. This small mirror was obtained from a cosmetics counter in a mall. Gazing into it, I am taken aback by the dark complexion staring back at me. My hair is white, yet my skin is remarkably dark, comparable to that of an African. And oh wonder the denizens of this tribe regard me with disdain. I have shoulder-length white hair, and my pallor speaks of malnutrition, the darkness of my skin a result of sun exposure. Among females, competition exists. This body is meek and introverted, subject to bullying. Its appearance is far from appealing, with no male orcs vying for my affection. Yet upon closer inspection, the features bear a striking resemblance to my previous self, perhaps a connection between my past and present. With some nourishment, I might even be deemed a petite beauty. I wonder if this body is capable of a second growth spurt, of gaining a few more inches. I am quite dissatisfied with its current stature. In my past life, I stood at around 1.7 meters, while this body is rather diminutive, resembling a little potato. After resting sufficiently, I rise, my legs aching and swollen, that I calculate that I have rested for about 2 hours. Although the sun still shines upon me in this forest, the trees shield some of its rays, providing a modicum of relief from the heat, though not a whisper of wind stirs. I continue my journey, uncertain of how long I have walked when I hear the distant sound of rushing water. Following the sound, I discover a small creek within the woods, its waters flowing swiftly, approximately 4 meters wide and over a meter deep. Crystal clear, allowing me to see the bottom. There are unfamiliar aquatic creatures within, as well as some small fish. Let us refer to them as fish for now. How rare it is to find such a stream in this woodland. Sitting by the water's edge, I remove my shoes and dip my feet into the refreshing stream. The coolness provides respite from the heat, and the sensation is delightful. The unknown aquatic creatures swim around my feet. Their touch soft and ticklish. I hastily withdraw my feet, fearing the presence of any mysterious creatures that might bite. I quickly don my shoes once more. I observe these creatures. They resemble a type of shrimp from Earth's oceans, albeit much smaller. How curious that these shrimp find their way into fresh water. I shall dub them the ancestors of the shrimp. They are quite large, longer than a chopstick, that I wonder if they are edible. Just the thought makes my mouth water that I retrieve a basin from my space, then opt for a plastic bucket, which I had collected from a mall. That I chuckle at the memory. I had gathered various useful items for sustenance, including plastic buckets. Now they serve their purpose. These shrimp exhibit no fear of me. I wonder if they will bite if caught. That I examine my small hand, uncertain, and rummage through my space once more. I find a large pair of tongs, used for frying dough sticks at a food stall. Perfect. I shall use these to capture the shrimp. That I grasp them with the tongs, and to my delight, they fit perfectly. Quickly, I deposit them into the bucket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Oh, I cannot add more. The bucket is full. They are remarkably easy to catch. Exhibiting no fear whatsoever, I take another small basin, filling it with water to rinse the shrimp. The flowing water is clear and refreshing. I search for a suitable spot and gather some dry twigs. That I produce a large iron pot, ready to start a fire and boil the shrimp. That I notice some aquatic plants by the water's edge. They resemble ginger, but upon closer inspection, they possess a strong aroma reminiscent of ginger, scallions, and garlic, all mingled together. I pluck some of the larger leaves to add to my cooking vessel is spacious enough. It is amusing to think this large pot was once used in a cafeteria to hold soup. That I had stealthily collected it into my space, and now it is finally being put to use. This period has been quite dull, and I must wait a while for the water to boil. The aroma of seafood wafts through the air, tantalizing my senses. That I lift the lid to reveal a glorious sight. Vividly crimson shrimp. So enticing, I cannot contain myself. I pop one into my mouth. Ouch, it is scalding. After a brief wait of around 5 minutes, I peel one and take a bite. And it is quite good. The flavor was still quite sweet. Delightfully fresh, yet it felt slightly lacking. Thus, I rummaged through my supplies and retrieved a bottle of seafood soy sauce. That I poured some into a small bowl for dipping, and oh, what a delightful indulgence it was. It had been years since I savored such flavors. Tears streamed down my cheeks in sheer ecstasy. It was simply divine. Consequently, this petite frame managed to consume 3, yet I found myself unable to eat more, which left me feeling regretful. I pondered that this delicacy couldn't be kept for long. If left too long, it would spoil and become inedible. Thus, I peeled all of them, drying the meat into jerky that could serve as a snack. I carefully peeled the remaining 7 and placed them under the sun to dry. I then arranged the peeled shrimp in a clean iron basin, believing that under such high temperatures, they would dry quickly. I thought it prudent to find a place to rest for the night. The sky darkened, and I deemed this location quite suitable for habitation. It could serve as a temporary lodging. I rummaged through my belongings. Recalling a hardware store where I once found a camping tent, I unearthed it, perfect for outdoor use. That I dared not light a fire, fearing it might attract wild beasts during the night. With a heart full of trepidation, I slowly drifted into slumber. I awoke to the sound of birds chirping, heralding the dawn of a new day. I prepared some porridge for breakfast, ensuring I was nourished before setting off, also curious to check on the shrimp I had dried yesterday. Upon inspection, they were indeed ready for collection, and I stored them before continuing my journey, following the flow of the water. For several days, I walked, consuming fruits when hungry and sipping hot water to quench my thirst. As I traveled, the trees gradually thinned, revealing a small hill ahead. Not particularly high, but lushly green, in front of the hill lay some plains that I contemplated whether this might be a suitable place to settle. If I could find a dwelling here, it would be perfect. Plains, hills, forests, and a small river, all embodying my ideal living environment. I surveyed the area, noting the absence of large beast tracks and the silence devoid of ominous growls. I ascended the hill, searching for caves. After some time, I discovered a cave facing the sun, neither too large nor too small, and pleasantly dry. Upon entering, I found no unpleasant odors or spiders, nor insects of any kind. I considered that this little hill had potential. That I decided to make it my temporary abode. Thus, I began to tidy up the cave, contemplating the harsh winter temperatures that could plummet to minus 70 or 80 degrees. If I were to survive in this cave during the winter, I realized that shallowness would be a considerable challenge. After some reflection, I resolved to stay for a few days, to rest and reconsider my options. My body felt exceedingly weak and fatigued. I retrieved a large mattress from my supplies, laid it out, and lay down to sleep. When I next awakened, the sun was setting and my stomach growled with hunger. I ventured outside to gather some twigs and leaves, collecting firewood to ignite a blaze at the cave entrance. I brought forth a small pot to cook some rice, preparing porridge to nourish my frail body. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I savored my porridge, contemplating my exploration of the surroundings the following day. Curiously, despite my travels, I had encountered no wildlife. The small river, which I deemed a river, held some edible river delicacies that I resolved to check for other food sources the next day. Yawning, I decided to continue my slumber, relishing the pleasant weather. Neither too warm nor too cold, perfectly agreeable. I gazed at the twinkling stars above, pondering what the morrow would bring. That I fell into a deep sleep, only to be awakened by the howling wind outside. How strange it was to have such wind at this hour. I ventured to the cave entrance, where I was met with fierce gusts, at least a 7 or 8 on the Beaufort scale. The original inhabitant, being so frail, would likely have been swept away by the force of the wind. It seemed the original owner weighed no more than 60 or 70 pounds, far too delicate. Clearly, this weather was unsuitable for venturing outdoors, so I sat at the cave entrance, peering out. I recalled that in the beast world, there were 4 seasons: the warm season, the scorching season, the windy season, and the cold season. According to the original owner's memories, this must be the onset of the windy season, as the wind howled. I realized that such gusts were merely a prelude to what was to come. In the windy season, the winds would be relentless. The strongest gales would deter even the most robust of beastmen from venturing outside. My heart raced with anxiety as I understood the pressing need to find a suitable temporary shelter. This location would not sustain me through the impending winds. I anxiously awaited the winds to subside. I had lunch, and by afternoon, the gusts began to diminish. Noticing the lack of wind outside, I quickly stepped out to search for nearby shelters. I followed the hill, seeking a larger cave further afield. As dusk approached, I discovered a cave and ventured inside. It was dark, so I retrieved a flashlight from my supplies to illuminate the way and assess the cave size. To my delight, I found that the cave led into a vast valley surrounded by mountains. Within the valley lay a small pond with crystal clear green water, and there were no signs of wildlife. The tranquility of the valley was punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds. In my heart, I recognized this as my ideal sanctuary. As night fell, I exited the valley and resolved to stay in this cave for the night, planning to explore further in the morning. Upon waking the next day, I found the weather splendid, with no wind howling. I ventured into the valley to investigate further. The valley was expansive, roughly the size of a football field, surrounded by some modest trees and unknown fruit-bearing plants. With green, unripe fruits hanging from the branches, I sought suitable caves within the valley, and after some searching, I discovered one that was quite spacious. Taking my flashlight, I entered to explore, and I was pleased to find that the cave's entrance was small, but the interior was vast and high, soaring over 7 meters. The width exceeded 60 meters. If I could organize this space, it would indeed make for a delightful home. However, the darkness within was overwhelming. Littered with stones of all sizes, indicating a significant amount of work lay ahead. Thus, I set to work, pondering what tools I might have in my supplies to assist in this endeavor. Speaking of space, it brings to mind certain tasks. First, I shall transfer these stones into the space, and then proceed outside to utilize the space to transport them all outdoors. With that resolved, I diligently worked for over an hour, moving every stone, large and small, from the confines of my space to the outside. The surroundings in Shandong have become significantly more refreshing as a result. Afterward, I ventured outside to gather some dry twigs and collected firewood to kindle a bonfire within the cave. Instantly, the cave was illuminated. That I then contemplated how to transform this cave into a more functional space, partitioning it into two sections, one for sleeping and the other for cooking and food storage. Without hesitation, I set to work, mindful that the cold season was approaching. Warmth is of utmost importance. Thus, I sat down to ponder. Given the frigid temperatures of the cold season, I recalled that in the Beast World continent, warmth largely depended on the males, with some tribes even lacking fire during the cold months. This led me to consider the issue of insulation that I remembered watching a video on a certain website showcasing how people in northeast China constructed heated brick beds. I pondered how the ancestors of the Northeasterners managed to keep warm in such bitter cold. Consequently, I contemplated building a heated bed within the cave. However, I quickly realized that bricks were essential for this endeavor. Yet the question remained, where could I find them? I recalled some fragmented stones outside and wondered if it might suffice that I retrieve tools from my space, shovels, hammers, axes, anything that could be of use. I then leveled a foundation measuring 3 meters long and 4 meters wide within the cave. Once the ground was prepared, I ventured outside to search for suitable stones. To my delight, I discovered an abundance of granite, with adequate hardness, alongside some unknown stones of considerable strength. That I began selecting stones of a similar size and started loading them into the space, arranging them for the bed's construction. However, some stones were not very stable, leaving gaps of various sizes. What to do next? I decided to gather some soil from the riverside, mixing it with water to create a sticky consistency. I then filled an iron bucket with this mud and returned to the cave, applying a layer of mud between the stones. Before long, the bed had reached a height of 1.2 meters. With the main structure of the heated bed established, I still needed to address the surface. Stones alone would not suffice. That I ventured outside once more to assess the quality of the soil and found it quite satisfactory. Inspired, I mixed the soil with some grass. There was an abundance in the valley, and proceeded to create clay bricks as demonstrated in the video. I incorporated the shredded grass into the mixture, shaping the mud into bricks, which I then stood upright to dry under the sun. The temperature was so high that they dried rapidly. I anticipated they would be ready by the next day, filling me with joy. Thus, I continued with my tasks until the day drew to a close. The physical condition of my body was undeniably poor. Even this modest labor left me breathless. I hastily prepared a simple meal and settled down for the night in the cave, falling into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of a bright future. Upon waking the next day, I felt as if my arms were not my OW, and it was no surprise, given that I'd spent the previous day moving stones weighing over 10 kilograms each. The continuous stacking had left my arms feeling utterly exhausted and painful. Resigned, I took a moment to recuperate. Once the pain subsided slightly, I hastened to prepare some food, and I rummaged through my space and discovered a few steamed buns, which I retrieved along with some remaining pickled vegetables. It appeared I would need to procure more food, as the edible resources from the apocalypse had been nearly depleted by those two rascals. I had saved just a little for myself, and I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for leaving them anything at all. After a bittersweet breakfast, I ventured outside to check on the progress of my bricks. To my astonishment, they had dried remarkably well. The temperature had soared to around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, which certainly aided in their rapid drying. I examined them one by one, pleased with the results, and stored them back in my space. That I then gathered more firewood and ignited it, illuminating the cave once again. Despite the sweltering heat outside, it remained refreshingly cool within the cave, making an ideal environment to resume my work. I laid the dried bricks carefully as the surface of the heated bed, a task that was deceptively challenging. Each brick weighed around 7 to 8 kilograms. Once the bricks were in place, I applied another layer of mud over the bed's surface, smoothing it out meticulously. Next, I set about constructing a chimney, extending from the cave to the outside, creating a long flue. After 2 days of labor, I finally erected the chimney, which now stood tall. I then sought out some dry branches to serve as firewood. Eager to test my handiwork, to my delight, the chimney functioned perfectly. Smoke began to billow out, and the temperature in the cave gradually increased. I maintained the fire throughout the day, and the heated bed was soon adequately dried. Reflecting on my progress, I ventured into the valley to gather some wild grass. I discovered some resilient varieties I did not recognize and harvested a handful, laying them out to dry outside the cave. I intended to weave these grasses into a mat to cover the heated bed. Thus, 2 days passed. The mat was completed, the bed sufficiently dried, and I retrieved bedding from my space to prepare my sleeping area. As dawn broke, I resumed my efforts to improve my humble abode. Although I had made considerable progress, the cave still lacked many of the comforts I desired. The partitions needed to be fortified, but stones were scarce and difficult to find. The heights of Shandong loomed above, making the task of sealing the space seem almost insurmountable. Consequently, I decided to transform the section of the cave designated for rest into a bedroom. That I resolved to craft additional mud bricks to erect a wall that would provide insulation through the winter. With that determination, I began collecting more mud and incorporating some grasses into the mixture. I set to work, shaping the bricks and placing them under the sun to dry, confident that the warm weather would expedite the process. I also continued my search for usable timber, selecting suitable pieces from the valley, and my efforts were rewarded when I finally found everything I had been searching for throughout the day. After a busy day of labor, I returned to my space, where I discovered some leftover steamed buns. I paired them with the sun-dried shrimp I had collected along the way, enjoying a modest meal. As night fell, a sense of solitude washed over me, the exhaustion from the day's exertions weighing heavily on my body. Yet the prospect of life in this wondrous environment filled me with hope. The air was refreshingly crisp and invigorating as dusk gradually descends. A sense of unease arises as I reflect on my slow progress. Tomorrow, I shall resume the construction of the kitchen, erecting a welcoming facade. The stove has been positioned near the opening, allowing smoke to escape freely through the exit. I intend to connect the stove to the flue and create a firewall at the partition, linking it to the flue as well. This endeavor is painstakingly slow, yet undeniably exhausting. I am determined to construct the kitchen in accordance with my ideal vision. Brick by brick, I survey the valley. I search for edible plants and discover numerous wild vegetables resembling those found on Earth amidst the weeds, such as shepherd's purse, plantain, and cat's claw. However, these specimens are considerably larger, and I also encounter some leafy greens reminiscent of cabbage, albeit in a striking purple hue. Curious, I pluck one and, upon sniffing it, detect no discernible odor. Yet, an instinctual assurance assures me of its edibility. Trusting my instincts, I take a piece, placing it in my mouth. It is crisp and slightly sweet, yet devoid of any overwhelming flavor. I notice an abundance of these purple cabbages nearby and gather some into my space for safekeeping. Continuing my exploration of the valley, I spot what appears to be fish swimming in a nearby pool. This water source teeming with life. I ponder the possibility of crafting a large fish basket from some vines to catch small fish and shrimp. I wonder whether the rain here might be toxic. The thought of constructing a fish basket brings to mind my childhood memories of watching my father weave one that is a skill I learned from him. Thus, I busily move about the valley, hoping to cultivate some land. I have a few seeds stored in my space and wish to plant them if I could find some substitutes in this beastly world. That would be even better. Not far from the cave, I notice a fairly level patch of ground and begin to uproot the weed. As I clear the area, I feel a surge of determination while gazing at the expansive valley. While pulling up weeds, I stumble upon what appears to be tuberous plants. Could it be that these are the potatoes of this world? I persist in my digging, and to my astonishment, I unearth some impressively large tubers, some as big as a soccer ball, with the smallest still several times larger than those on Earth. Elation washes over me. I have struck a veritable gold mine. Tonight, I shall experiment with their edibility and savor their texture. I collect a few, storing them in my space, knowing they will provide sustenance in this new world. as twilight approaches, I hastily gather some branches for firewood, though the valley offers scant resources that I decide to dry the weeds and potatoes under the sun, preserving them for future use, and carry the firewood back to my kitchen. Contemplating how to prepare the potatoes, I wash 2 large specimens by the water's edge, peeling off their thick skins. With the knife in hand, I slice the potatoes into chunks and place them in a pot with water to boil. The simplest, most primitive method of cooking. After more than half an hour, a delightful aroma wafts through the air. I lift the pot lid, allowing it to cool for a moment before extracting a piece with chopsticks. The taste is incredibly sweet and fragrant, reminiscent of potatoes, but with a texture akin to sweet potatoes. It is truly delectable, providing a satisfying fullness. I managed to consume just 1 piece, as my appetite seems to be rather modest today. Nonetheless, the warmth envelopes my belly, bringing comfort. After dinner, I tidy up and recline on my bed, feeling utterly content. Peering out of the cave entrance, I notice that darkness has fallen, yet the fire at the cave's mouth continues to flicker. The cave itself feels somewhat spacious before the cold season arrives. I must reduce its size to prevent chilly drafts from seeping in. Thus, I find myself diligently occupied in this valley, with the winds of the season drawing nearer each day that I resolve to gather more firewood. As the valley lacks ample dry trees, reluctantly, I must venture back through the cave to seek resources outside. That I scour the surrounding area, collecting whatever I can. Near a small river, the water flows serenely, harboring small shrimp and unfamiliar fish that I realize that this could also serve as a source of meat. I gather more vines to weave additional fish baskets, hoping to catch a good haul before returning to gather my wood. Suddenly, distant roars echo through the air, a reminder of the dangers lurking beyond. I remind myself to remain strong and unafraid, silently encouraging myself. While collecting firewood, I keep an eye out for edible plants or small animals that might provide meat. As my body craves it intensely, I wander deeper into the woods. I spot an unidentified large bird. Perhaps it is a bird, though it dwarfs even the chickens of Earth. They flutter about, and I contemplate how I might capture one following their path. I see them nesting in the underbrush. Upon approaching, they take flight, but I discover nests filled with eggs. Eagerly, I gather all the eggs I can find, counting 11 or 12, and marvel at their size, rivaling that of goose eggs. Continuing my search, I find towering grasses, some over 1 meter tall, that I retrieve my tools and begin to cut them, though they prove quite resilient. After much effort, I collect several bundles to store in my space for future weaving projects. As my wood supply dwindles, I venture deeper into the forest in search of larger dead trees. Eventually, I discover some and retrieve my axe and saw from my space, chopping them down to a more manageable size. As dusk settles in, I hurry back to the valley to tee the stream. I check my fish basket and am thrilled to find it full. I store the catch in my space and make my way back toward the valley. Upon reaching my cave, a sense of security envelopes me. Yet, the cave feels vulnerable, being so close to the valley. If a beast were to venture into the cave, it could easily reach the valley. I must find a large stone to block the entrance, offering some protection. With determination, I search the valley for a suitable rock, recalling that there are several large stones at the far right of the valley. Upon inspection, I determined that a stone measuring approximately 5 meters long and 7 meters high would be ideal to seal the cave completely. I venture to the stone pile and discover one that exceeds my expectations in size. Perfect. I store in my space and position it at the cave entrance, contemplating the need for additional security. What if a beast were to forcefully push it aside? Perhaps this small cave could benefit from further fortification as well. Then he approached the pile of stones to select one for himself, using it as a makeshift door, thereby providing himself with a semblance of security. With the sun still shining, he hastened to choose one from the stone heap. Once he had made his selection, he returned promptly to prepare the evening's meal. That he recalled the fish and meat stored in his space and retrieved the small fish and shrimp he desired to eat. Though referred to as small fish, they were anything but. Each fish exceeded the length of his own arm. The shrimp were also substantial, measuring over 1 foot in length. After preparing them, he placed them in water in a pot, cooking them gently as they simmered. He added some ginger and garlic, which he had prepped in advance. While waiting for the water to boil, he fetched soy sauce from his space, pouring it into a small bowl for dipping. Relishing the delightful meal, he felt a profound sense of contentment. The air was fresh, the food was delectable, and the flavors exquisite. Yet he couldn't shake off a slight pang of loneliness as he found himself speaking to no one. Reflecting on the bustling crowds elsewhere, filled with intrigue and scheming, he realized he lacked the cunning for such games. Ultimately, he concluded that solitude had its merits. At least he was free from the threat of harm. Satiating his own hunger while ensuring his family would not go hungry, as darkness enveloped the world, he placed a pile of firewood at the cave entrance. The flames danced vigorously, and he prepared to wash up and retire for the night. Keeping himself busy in solitude, the wind howled, growing stronger with each passing day, and he recalled the firewood he had gathered, along with an assortment of unfamiliar grasses. He had also collected over 300 bird eggs from his space. Contemplating the duration of the windy season, he estimated it would last 3 months by earthly standards. The first month featured mild winds, around levels 7 or 8, while the second month brought gales of 12 to 13 pounds, occasionally reaching powerful gusts of 17 or 1/8 by the third month. The winds would gradually subside to levels 4 or 5. That today, the wind outside was particularly fierce, dissuading him from venturing out, as it felt as though it would force his eyes shut. He had already prepared his drinking water, retrieving it from his space, and set a bucket beside the stove. After boiling the water, he poured it into a thermos, a treasure he had found at a hardware store. Having gathered several for his own use, he settled on the ground, lighting a campfire and watching the tumultuous winds outside. The thought crossed his mind that the wind could still gust into the cave. Although the weather was not cold, the wind was bothersome. He considered fashioning a curtain and remembered the grasses in his space, deciding to weave a grass curtain to shield the entrance before the apocalypse. He had enjoyed watching videos showcasing various handmade crafts. He distinctly recalled one video demonstrating the weaving of bamboo mats and grass curtains, and he began to recall the techniques. Initially, his attempts at weaving the grass curtain were clumsy, but as he persisted, he found his rhythm. The cave was quite high, at least 4 meters, and he was relieved to have an abundance of grass in his space. He continued weaving until his stomach grumbled, reminding him that he had not eaten in quite a while, and he decided to prepare something to satisfy his hunger. Opting for an egg, he heated oil in a pan and cracked 2 eggs. Frying them to perfection, he also retrieved a large potato from his space, slicing it into rounds for sought ing. Once everything was ready, he joyfully indulged in his meal. The potato slices were sweet, and the bird eggs were delightful, devoid of any fishy taste. After finishing the eggs and potato slices, he felt pleasantly full. He moved about the cave before resuming the weaving of the grass curtain. Assessing its width, 1 curtain would not suffice. As it measured just over 2 meters, he continued weaving until dusk. Finding that his pace had quickened significantly, by the time night fell, he had nearly completed the curtain, finishing ahead of his expectations. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he noticed the wind was particularly strong. He placed stones at the entrance to block some of the wind and searched his space for a ladder. The thought brought him joy. Who would think to store a ladder in their space during an apocalypse? Yet, he had done just that. He set up the ladder, pleased to see it reached adequately. With the grass curtain in hand, he ascended the ladder to the cave's top. Contemplating how to secure the curtain, he realized he would need to drill holes in the cave ceiling, finding no nails. He searched his space and discovered a drill, a remnant from his earlier visits to a hardware store. To his surprise, the battery was charged. He began drilling, and in less than 5 minutes, he had created a deep hole the width of his thumb. Continuing, he drilled several more holes, totaling 18, which he deemed sufficient. He retrieved the grass curtain from his space, but found the nails were too short. Instead, he selected sturdy wooden dowels, using a knife to carve them into pegs over a foot long. One by one, he secured the grass curtain in place. With the task completed, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The large grass curtain could be rolled up and stored when not in use, and unfurled when needed. It was indeed a convenient solution. Then, I gathered the stones at the cave entrance, laid down the grass lilies, and placed some small stones beneath the grass to weigh them down just right. It was perfect, truly ideal. That moment, the sky darkened. I prepared to have some dinner. After dining, I boiled some water to attend to my personal hygiene. Lying on my spacious kong, I felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Listening to the wind outside while drowsily contemplating what I should do the following day with this body I had nurtured over the past few days, that I had managed to add a bit of flesh. And it no longer appeared so dark that in these tedious days of the windy season, I could only find tasks to occupy myself. I rummaged through my space and discovered some undergarments. I organized those that fit me well, setting them aside in a designated place, saving them for this body to wear. That I also found some larger sizes, which I kept, thinking that perhaps I could wear them once this body fully developed. I sorted through some colors I disliked and sizes I could not wear, placing all those unsuitable items in one area, then took out a pen to document them, as they might prove useful someday. I organized some quilts in my space, assessing the bedding I could utilize and preferred, setting them aside in a specific area. These comprised my personal collection of silk quilts, cotton blankets, goose down comforters, and cashmere blankets, all of which I selected based on my taste. After tidying up, I reflected on how solitary it felt to be in this cave. That I located a mirror in my space. Measuring 30 centimeters in width and 40 centimeters in length, I brought it to the cave, finding a flat spot to secure it. Quite well done, I thought. Then I rummaged through my space for some facial masks. It was a trivial endeavor, yet everyone possesses a desire to enhance their beauty, regardless of their appearance. With the sound of the wind outside, I applied the mask to my face in my spare moments. I also exercised this body, which felt heavier by over 10 pounds than when I had arrived. It was a gratifying sensation. Listening to the wind, I occasionally heard the distant roars of unknown beasts. Though far away, their sounds faintly reached my ears, blending with the wind's whispers. Standing at the cave entrance, I gazed outside, where branches, leaves, and even small stones danced in the air. With such weather, venturing out seemed perilous. One could never know what might fall from above. The wind today was particularly fierce, resembling the strength of dozens of gusts. I could only peer out from a cave entrance, as wandering far was out of the question. Even with the strong winds, some wild creatures were about, especially when I occasionally spotted massive wings soaring in the sky, reminiscent of pterosaurs from Earth's ancient past. What kind of beast could they belong to? Let us refer to them collectively as creatures with wings akin to those of pterosaurs. Just imagine the size of wings measuring dozens of meters. Occasionally, I glimpsed such magnificent wings gliding through the sky. Even the mightiest of winds could not hinder their flight. I considered how my diminutive form must appear to them, akin to a mere insect. Returning to the cave, I noticed that the fish and shrimp I had left at the entrance had already dried out. So I collected them. This led me to think of the potatoes in my space. That I retrieved some, intending to make mashed potatoes for myself. I took 2 large potatoes, peeled them, cut them into small pieces, and boiled them, preparing to create a delightful dish. Once the potatoes were ready, I sprinkled some soy sauce over them and wrapped the mashed potatoes and cabbage leaves for a tasty meal. Another day passed with this satisfying repast. This body yearned for meat, yet aside from a bit of cured meat and sausage, there was little else. That I had some fish and shrimp stored, but my appetite craved meat. Alas, this body was too small and frail. To venture out hunting would likely render me the prey. As long as I was satiated, it sufficed. Perhaps this body lacked sufficient nourishment. I resolved to add more oil when cooking, which might quell my cravings for meat. That I pondered the techniques for digging traps in a world inhabited by beasts, considering how immense they were and how large a trap I would need to ensnare a creature. It seemed an unrealistic endeavor. Catching smaller game would still be a challenge, as even they appeared as giants in Xiaofei's eyes. Fortunately, my space contained several hundred eggs. When the winds calmed, I might venture out to discover other types of eggs. Days passed in this manner, filled with monotony, yet accompanied by a sense of ease and security, free from the anxiety and treachery I once faced. That I no longer worried about daily meals. Nor did I endure the hardship of hunger. During the apocalypse, I had to ration my food, often foraging for the 2 wretches while I myself remained emaciated and starved. Now, I could indulge in whatever I desired, and it brought me immense satisfaction. The air here was invigorating. During those 5 years of the apocalypse, I was constantly engulfed by foul odors, and the thought of experiencing something different seemed impossible. I had nearly forgotten what other scents existed. Now, I felt as though I had entered paradise. While exploring my space, I discovered some small videos and hair accessories, such as hair ties and clips, whose origins I could not recall. There were also necklaces I had collected from various jewelry stores. I remembered gathering a significant amount of gold jewelry from a large mall, particularly from the first floor exhibition hall, which showcased numerous gems. During the apocalypse, no one cared for such items. They flocked to higher floors in search of food. I vividly recalled the moment when, finding the first floor deserted, I secretly amassed a considerable stash of jewelry. Now, they lay unused in my space, and I decided it was time to select some pieces I like to wear. That I retrieved some ear studs and adorn my ears. Before the apocalypse, Xiaofei had been a girl fond of beauty. I had 3 piercings in each ear, each stud enhancing my appearance and self-esteem. Before the onset of the apocalypse, I had been persuaded by classmates to get my ears pierced, while they went far beyond my modest 3. I had been hesitant to wear any other earrings, opting only for small studs. Once the apocalypse began, I had no time to think about such frivolities, focusing solely on the struggle to fill my stomach. In this moment, one can freely contemplate what to bring along. Adorning each wrist with 2 bracelets evokes a sense of opulence. Adding a pearl necklace completes the ensemble perfectly. Gazing into the mirror, one notices that the complexion of the face has lightened somewhat, though it remains neither fair nor dark. Possessing a hint of brown, it seems prudent to continue nurturing this appearance, especially since certain areas of the body remain exceedingly pale, prompting a thorough search for all the whitening masks within the space. During this windy season, one can indeed strive to achieve a fairer visage. Thus, amidst the ceaseless hustle of daily life, the windy season gradually draws to a close. Upon awakening one morning to a serene silence outside the cave, curiosity compels one to part the grass curtain to one's delight. The winds have subsided, revealing an exceptionally blue sky, a stark contrast to the dreary grayness typical of the windy season. After tidying up, one prepares a modest breakfast, noting that the stored eggs in the space have dwindled, as have the potatoes. That it is decided that when the cold season arrives, all the outdoor potatoes should be gathered into the space. Observing the valley, it appears promising. The thought of venturing beyond the valley to explore what lies outside arises. Upon displacing a large rock that obstructs the valley's exit, one steps outside to find a landscape rich with greenery. A search ensues for areas abundant with verdant plants, hoping to discover something desirable. While foraging, one encounters numerous wild vegetables reminiscent of those on Earth, recalling the days spent foraging with grandparents in the countryside, where the vegetables were small and tender. The wild vegetables found here are astonishingly larger by 1,000-fold. Thus, one collects those that are recognizable and potentially useful to store in the space. Further exploration reveals towering plants resembling miniature trees, adorned with a few red berries atop their highest branches, yet devoid of anything else. The leaf shape seems strikingly familiar, though certainty eludes one. After some contemplation, one retrieves several books from the space, including a compendium of herbal medicine and an illustrated encyclopedia. Upon perusing the pages, the resemblance of these leaves to ginseng becomes apparent, as the leaves depicted in the book are minuscule compared to the ones found here, which are indeed thousands of times larger. With a sense of wonder, one retrieves some shovels from the space, pondering whether they might yield results. After laboriously digging for nearly 2 hours, it becomes evident that the roots bear a remarkable resemblance to ginseng. Concentrating, one places a hand upon the root, and, through sheer intent, a miracle occurs. The root is drawn into the space. Astonishingly large, this ginseng is nearly the same size as one's own body. One marvels at how many years it must have taken to reach such dimensions. To one's astonishment, numerous similar plants are discovered in the vicinity, prompting a joyful rush to gather them all into the space. Subsequently, one fetches a large knife from the space to sever the leaves, leaving only the precious ginseng behind. Fortunately, the space remains still, otherwise the task of cultivating such ginseng would be daunting. Upon further inspection, smaller roots are found on the ground, and without a second thought, one uproots them, discovering they are as large as carrots. The discovery of such diminutive ginseng is astounding. One meticulously collects all the red berries from the ginseng plants, contemplating whether it might be feasible to cultivate them within the valley. Today has proven to be a bountiful day. After departing from this fruitful area, one continues onward, searching for any other treasures that might be gathered. Regrettably, this region seems to yield little more as the forested area approaches. Reluctantly, and somewhat apprehensive of the dark woods, one hesitates to peer inside, feeling as though a monstrous maw awaits within. Instead, one decides to revisit the location where bird eggs were previously collected, curious if any remain after the winds have passed. Fortune smiles upon this venture, as several hundred bird eggs are gathered, bringing immense joy. After traversing the bird sanctuary, one presses forward, noting the encroaching twilight. With the day waning, one resolves to return to the valley if nothing more is found. A familiar plant catches one's eye. Upon closer inspection, it bears a striking resemblance to the potatoes left unharvested in the valley. With eager anticipation, I rushed over to pull them up, and, to my delight, I found indeed that they were sizable potatoes, even larger than those I had harvested in the valley. Without hesitation, I began to gather them. As I continued my task, I noticed that the sky had darkened. Oh no, it was getting late, and if I didn't return soon, it could prove perilous. Hastily, I collected my belongings and sprinted towards the valley. Just as the sky was being enveloped in twilight, I finally reached the mouth of the valley, where I used stones to seal the entrance. At last, I was home. Upon returning to my abode, my stomach grumbled audibly. I ignited a campfire, preparing to cook dinner. I took out 3 eggs and cracked them into a large bowl. Contemplating making an omelet, I then added flour, mixing it into a batter with the eggs. After completing this dish, I prepared some shredded potatoes, stir-fried them, and rolled them into the omelet for my meal. This was my dinner for the evening. After dining, my stomach felt pleasantly full and round, and I mused that I would no longer have to worry about food, envisioning the vast field of potatoes, astonishingly abundant, that I resolved to harvest every last potato. After washing up for the night, I lay on my bed, contemplating the prospect of reaping all those potatoes along with the ones from the valley, ensuring I would not have to fret over sustenance during the cold season. The windy season had passed, and the cold was swiftly approaching that I could feel the temperature dropping each day, now hovering around 20 degrees. As dawn broke, I eagerly dashed out of the valley towards the potato field. Harvesting the potatoes meticulously, it seemed that this plot of land would take at least another 10 days to fully clear, as it stretched endlessly, an overwhelming sight. I thought to myself that I would gather as many as I could. Thus, I busied myself tirelessly. Though exhausted, the sight of the numerous potatoes I had amassed filled me with immense satisfaction, knowing they would sustain me throughout the winter. While gathering the potatoes, I noticed that some had been nibbled by an unseen creature. Yet I did not catch sight of the animal responsible. I imagined how fortunate it would be if I could capture that creature, for at the very least, it would provide meat. However, I remained oblivious to its identity. Continuing my work, I discovered a section of the field had been ravaged by an unknown beast. With some potatoes overturned, it struck me that this creature must be quite large. I was in a race against time to prevent it from destroying my precious harvest. This labor was indeed strenuous. The potatoes were both large and difficult to uproot, and the plants were rather rudimentary. There was no alternative but to persevere. I retrieved some tools from my storage to sever the plants, subsequently digging beneath to unearth the potatoes. This process was painfully slow and exhausting, but I mused how convenient it would be if harvesting these potatoes were as simple as gathering ginseng. That I placed my hand upon the potatoes, envisioning the expansive area I could cover, perhaps a stretch of 50 square meters. As I continued this repetitive process of harvesting potatoes, I felt no signs of weakness or dizziness. Rather, I found myself collecting over 10 times my usual yield. I anticipated that it would take around 10 to 15 days to finish gathering the potatoes, yet I completed the task in just a week. After searching the vicinity with little to find, I returned to the valley. Observing the potatoes in the valley, I decided to refrain from harvesting them for the moment, opting instead to organize my storage, as it was becoming increasingly crowded and my space had become filled to the brim. Resembling a football field with potatoes and greenery, what is commonly referred to as seedlings, that I then took some tools to diligently cut them down. Once separated from the potatoes, I contemplated how these could serve as firewood or be preserved for winter heating. After stacking them in a clear area near the cave entrance, I envisioned this would become my firewood supply. Upon releasing everything from storage, I was astonished by the considerable pile. about half the size of a football field. I thought about drying it in the sun for future use. During the cold season, I could store these items in my ample space. After a few days of this industrious routine, the temperature continued to plummet. Nearing freezing, I resolved to gather all the unharvested potatoes from the valley and store them, though I had yet to organize them. Contemplating a venture outside the valley, I hoped to procure some meat. Although I could catch a few fish and shrimp from the nearby stream daily, consuming them repeatedly would inevitably lead to monotony, and my body craved meat. How wonderful it would be to acquire some. However, this seemed unrealistic, as my outings merely provided vegetables. Once outside the valley, I recalled that I had never ventured beyond the mountains. Curiosity compelled me to explore what lay ahead. After walking for approximately 4 to 5 hours, I discovered that the terrain beyond the mountains was also flat, and while there were more potatoes, they were unripe. Given the abundance in my storage, I thought it best to leave these be. My urgency to find meat grew stronger. I noticed some plants resembling large radishes, their leaves akin to those of radishes. Observing small animals feeding nearby, I discerned that these creatures were relatively tall. They appeared to be herbivorous. How could I capture these herbivores? I approached slowly, only to find it peculiar that they did not flee. Perhaps to them, I seemed to be one of their kind. Posing no threat, I inched closer to these small animals. I realized they bore a striking resemblance to rabbits, albeit larger in size. Despite being called rabbits, their ears sported 2 curved extensions reminiscent of horns, leaving me puzzled about their true identity. Their fur was entirely white, and there were about a dozen of these creatures nearby that I decided to refer to them as white rabbits, though their name eluded me. Carefully, I approached, and it seemed as though the rabbits were oblivious to my presence. Gently placing my hand upon one, I successfully drew it into my storage. Once inside, the large rabbit became still and breathless. Motionless, the other rabbits appeared unfazed by the loss of one of their companions. Utilizing this method, I stealthily captured 3 rabbits. While some stood up, looking around as if searching for something, he was contemplating drawing nearer to the rabbits. They suddenly bounced away in a flurry. He then pondered the notion that if the rabbits could consume certain plants, surely he could partake in them as well. Thus, he began to examine the flora, which remarkably resembled large carrots point one by one. He uprooted them, and one particularly sizable specimen was nearly as large as a small frame. Standing at about 50 to 60 centimeters tall, he meticulously gathered them into his space, feeling compelled to slice off a piece to sample. Upon tasting, he found it pleasantly sweet, with a faint hint of carrot flavor, yet utterly delightful. It appeared that this area was abundant with such vegetation. Spanning across 60 to 70 acres, as dusk approached, he hastily made his way back, running swiftly until he reached the cave's entrance, where he secured it with a large stone before returning to his humble abode in Shandong. He ignited a campfire in preparation for dinner, yearning for meat. Entering his space, he grasped a long, sharp knife and deftly slit the rabbit's throat, allowing the blood to drain before extracting it into his realm. Although inexperienced, he endeavored to skin it, and after considerable effort, he managed to remove the fur, which, though not flawless, felt remarkably smooth to the touch. He envisioned laying it upon his Kong during winter. It would surely bring comfort. Eagerly, he began to dissect the rabbit, and upon completing the task, he prepared the hind legs. Once the legs were meticulously chopped, he could hardly contain his excitement as he commenced cooking braised rabbit meat. When the aroma wafted through the air, tears of joy welled at the corners of his mouth. He had prepared a large pot of rice, and as he savored the stewed rabbit, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He had finally tasted meat. He contemplated returning to catch more rabbits the following day. As dawn broke the next morning, his body stirred with newfound vitality, potentially a result of consuming meat. He sensed a surge of energy coursing through him. Warming his being, he rose to stretch, feeling utterly refreshed, wondering if the rabbit meat possessed some form of restorative property. After attending to his personal hygiene, he set about preparing breakfast, finishing the leftover rabbit meat from the previous day. He boiled several large bird eggs, storing them in his space for lunch later. Venturing outside the cave, he placed his fish traps in a small pool within the valley, then proceeded to the ancient cave entrance. Moving aside the large stone to step outside, Approaching the riverbank, he set down 5 or 6 fish traps, ready to embark on another expedition to the north, akin to the previous day, in search of more rabbit-like creatures. He traveled swiftly, arriving at his destination half an hour sooner than the day prior, only to find that the number of rabbits had diminished significantly. His spirits lifted as he stealthily approached a group of larger rabbits. Though unbeknownst to him, they had already sensed his presence, merely dismissing him as a negligible threat. In the beast world, all creatures, no matter how small, remained vigilant, a fact that eluded him and Xiaofei as he drew near to one rabbit. He seized the opportunity to store it in his space, repeating the action several times until he noticed that the rabbits had vanished. Had they detected his actions? Undeterred, he continued to gather the large carrot-like plants, which he had whimsically named the beast world's giant carrots. While in the midst of this task, he heard a distant roar of a wild beast. Though it seemed far off, it resonated clearly. He speculated whether the rabbits had fled due to the presence of a predator, which proved to be a sound assessment. Resolute, he decided to collect more of the giant carrots, knowing they would remain unspoiled in his space indefinitely. At that moment, he felt a shadow pass overhead. Turning, he gasped in awe at the sight of a creature soaring through the sky. It was enormous, reminiscent of the pterosaurs he had seen previously. He felt minuscule beneath its shadow, yet fortunate that it had overlooked him. Dismissing the encounter, he resumed his harvest of giant carrots, feeling that it was time to return, hopeful for another chance to capture a large rabbit the next day. The thought of its tender meat made his mouth water, and he anticipated returning home to indulge, pondering how he would store 100 or so in his space. As he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from some unidentified large birds, only the rabbit-like beasts remained. He wished for the discovery of something new. Observing the sky, he revisited a previous location where he had gathered grass for weaving mats. Collecting a substantial amount, envisioning crafting various items for the coming winter. After stowing away several large bundles in his space, he proceeded to check his fish traps by the creek. Upon reaching the creek, he retrieved the traps from the western side, and his bounty was plentiful. He began to head back, drying his catch when he suddenly detected a strong scent of blood nearby. Instinctively, he heightened his alertness. Following the scent, he spotted a figure lying prone on the ground. The person had black hair and was clad in a tattered leather skirt, a pool of blood forming beneath them, and numerous wounds marred their legs. Estimating their height to be over 2 meters, approximately 2 meters and 23 centimeters, he approached cautiously, calling out, "Hello, is there anything I can do to assist you?" Receiving no response, he pondered briefly before giving their calf a gentle kick. Yet still, there was no reaction. Muttering to himself, he declared, "If you're dead, I'll bury you. If you're alive, just remember not to repay kindness with malice." The solitude of his recent days had left him yearning for conversation. Carefully, he turned the person over, curious to behold their face. One might describe it as a visage that embodies both an angel and a devil. Behold the angelic face, strikingly handsome, with chiseled features. The prominent nose gazes upon the demonic counterpart. The devilish visage bears a deep crimson hue, marred by a substantial scar, a testament to wounds inflicted long ago. A gentle probing of the nostrils reveals a faint hint of breath, suggesting salvation may still be possible. Upon glancing at the individual's abdomen, one is confronted by a grievous wound, approximately 10 centimeters in depth, continuing to bleed profusely. A firm pinch yields no response from the person. The realization dawns that the return to the valley is imminent. Yet the burden of this body proves insurmountable. A cursory attempt to cleanse the wound is made, accompanied by a sprinkling of hemostatic powder, salvaged from the pharmacy during the apocalyptic days, now put to practical use. Searching through the confines of the space, a sizable stretcher is discovered. Gradually, the individual is maneuvered onto the stretcher, though it remains insufficiently large, leaving half of their body protruding. That a further search yields another stretcher, barely adequate to accommodate the entirety of the person. The arduous journey toward the cave continues, the uneven terrain presenting challenges. Yet eventually, the destination is reached. As night descends, the cave entrance is finally approached. The orc is laid outside the cave. A mat woven from grass is spread beneath at that moment. The orc declared himself a member of the fish tribe, identifying himself as Yuan Dong. The winged tiger ORC.IT was then that he noticed the small creature, who appeared entirely unafraid, devoid of panic or malice in his gaze. Instead, there was an aura of tranquility, as if he were treating Yuan Dong as a normal individual, which warmed his heart with an indescribable sense of emotion that he recalled how, within the tribe, the other females would scream and flee at the mere sight of his face, some even hurling accusations of him being a demon and demanding he leave the tribe. Even those who refrained from openly casting him out still regarded him with disdain, disgust, and loathing. He remembered his face had not always been so marred in the past. He had been quite popular among the younger females of the tribe. But at that time, his sole ambition was to enhance his abilities. During a hunting expedition, he encountered a monstrous scorpion, and in the ensuing battle, he was inadvertently struck in the face by its venomous tail. The poison left a deep scar, yet he managed to slay the colossal beast before succumbing to unconsciousness. His companions carried him back to the tribe, where the chief shaman assessed his injuries and declared that his face could not be healed further. But at least his life was spared. Consequently, he was unable to advance in his abilities. Once this news spread, many of the younger females began to distance themselves from him, with some even screaming and running away upon seeing him. From that day forth, he seldom showed his face in the tribe. Thus, he lived in solitude within the tribe for 2 to 3 years, still failing to gain acceptance that he often found himself living alone outside, rarely returning to the tribe. Today, however, he experienced a long-lost sensation as he noticed the small creature gazing at him without disdain or disgust. It was then that he heard the female inquire about his wound, offering to examine it and apply some medicine. She mentioned that her dinner would soon be ready, encouraging him to eat heartily. His heart swelled with astonishment at her words. Was it possible for a female to share food with a male? As he watched the small creature approach, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance, one he could scarcely recall ever encountering before. He observed as she gently tended to his wound, applying a white powder with care. He remained quietly captivated by her actions. Once she finished dressing his injury, she rose silently and walked to a place where water was collected. After washing her hands, she entered the cave. Yuan Dong refrained from peering inside, feeling it was inappropriate to intrude upon the female's domain. The alluring aroma of food wafted through the air, causing his stomach to grumble unexpectedly. Before long, he watched as the small creature emerged with an unfamiliar vessel in her hands. Within it lay the meat of a rabbit-horned beast and some spiny aquatic creature, the scent of which was tantalizing and unlike anything he had ever tasted. She placed the food before him, saying, "You should eat this first." Afterward, she returned to the cave. He gazed at the food vessel for a moment, touching it with his hand, puzzled by its material. It was an extraordinary sight. This small creature had managed to harness fire, a skill forbidden to females in the tribe due to its dangers. Only those with male orcs in their households could possess fire, as some male orcs bore fire attributes, which were highly esteemed by the younger females, each of whom aspired to have a fire attribute orc as a mate. Yet he detected no other orc scent within this cave. Overcome by hunger and unable to ponder further, he grasped the food and began to eat voraciously. It was exquisitely delicious, the flavor enhanced with salt, a rare commodity in the tribe. Many acquaintances lacked access to such seasoning. He devoured the tender meat, devoid of any thorns, marveling at how the small creature had achieved this. Filled with questions, he finished his meal, though not entirely satisfied, his stomach no longer grumbling. Afterward, he joined the small creature outside the cave, wishing to learn more about the orc continent, standing at the eastern entrance. He noticed how thoroughly she had cleaned the vessel, contemplating that it hardly required washing at all. He took it to the water's edge, rinsed it, and returned it to the cave, all the while observing the small creature with curiosity. In the tribe, females did not wash such items or handle them at all. He noted how different this small creature was compared to the others. Her attire was unlike anything he had seen before. Made of a sleek hide that left her skin completely covered on her feet, she wore something he could not identify. But yes, he continued to watch the cave. The small creature emerged again, prompting him to ask a question that left Xiaofei momentarily speechless. "What is that on your feet?" Xiaofei looked down at her own feet, puzzled, and replied casually, "They're shoes. In the world of orcs, the concept of shoes was entirely foreign, making it an astonishing term." Yuan Dong repeated shoes to himself, struggling to comprehend why one would cover their feet in such a manner. Xiaofei recalled that indeed, in the orc world, shoes did not exist, nor did such a word. And after some thought, she explained, wearing them can protect your feet from injury. Yuan Dong nodded, unsure if he truly understood. They fell into silence, neither speaking. After a while, Xiaofei inquired, how long until your wound heals? Yuan Dong lowered his gaze to his abdomen, pondering before responding, perhaps around 7 days, roughly. Upon hearing this, Xiaofei felt a wave of concern. 7 days meant he would be residing outside her cave every night, leaving her feeling utterly unsafe as the weather grew colder. With winter fast approaching, she needed to devise a plan to ensure this orc would leave, all while keeping her secrets hidden, should word of her situation escape. It could lead to peril, akin to the tales spun in novels. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, how far is your home from here? In truth, she yearned to ask when he intended to depart. The orc met her gaze, seemingly reading her thoughts. I have no home, he replied simply. Xiaofei pressed on, but you belong to the Yu tribe. Do you not? Will you not return to your tribe? He answered succinctly, I will not return. Her mind raced with concern. Could it be that he intended to linger here indefinitely? She barely knew him, uncertain of his character, resolving to address the matter directly. She inquired, when do you plan to leave? He glanced around before responding. May I establish a cave near yours? Indeed. Xiaofei gaped in astonishment, at a loss for words. He then heard Yuan Dong mention that he had not detected the scent of any other male beastmen in this valley. If a ferocious beast were to arrive, it would pose a significant danger. Thus, he contemplated spending the winter in this valley. He pondered that this valley was not rightfully his, and he could never overpower Yuan Dong in a display of strength. However, if no harm were to befall him, residing in the valley was not out of the question. Concluding his thoughts, he consented to that moment. The beastman cast a silent glance in his direction and fell into a contemplative silence. Leaving Xiaofei feeling rather unamused, it appeared that the beastman was not particularly loquacious and had no intention of asking further questions. After a brief moment, he returned to the cave, blocking the entrance with a massive stone, and prepared to rest. Suddenly, the cave was enveloped in darkness. Lying on his bed, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of the beastman outside, sleeping fitfully, apprehensive that he might unexpectedly intrude and inflict harm. Thus, he drifted into a restless slumber. Upon awakening, Xiaofei found the cave shrouded in pitch darkness. He quickly sat up, allowing his eyes to adjust to the gloom before moving to the cave entrance to remove the stones, which instantly brightened the surroundings. Stepping outside, he gauged the temperature. Noting it was even colder than the previous day, he cast a glance at the beastman, who was awake and looking back at him. Yet neither spoke a word. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having been caught staring, Xiaofei managed to utter a greeting before hastily retreating to the cave. Yuan Dong observed the flustered departure of the small beastman with a knowing smile. Unbeknownst to him, he heard sounds emanating from the cave as Xiaofei busied himself with preparations. Soon, he ignited a campfire, boiled some water for washing, and began to prepare breakfast. Contemplating what to serve the beastman, he decided on potatoes. That he skillfully peeled 4 large potatoes, chopping them into smaller pieces before placing them in a pot to boil. That he then retrieved 2 larger fish from his supplies, which he referred to as duashu, and after cleaning them, he set them to stew in another pot, creating a fragrant fish soup. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Yuan Dong to swallow in anticipation. The food prepared by the small beastman was truly delectable. After a while, Xiaofei emerged from the cave with 2 bowls, one filled with the boiled potatoes, conveniently cut for easy eating, and he placed a spoon in the bowl. Yuan Dong peered inside to find the fish soup, which in his eyes resembled the stew from duasu. The small female informed him that breakfast consisted of these dishes. Observing the beastman's silence, she returned to her cave to enjoy her meal. Yuan Dong examined the unfamiliar potatoes, glancing at the stew made from duasu, and curiously took the spoon to sample the soup without hesitation. To his delight, it was exquisite, refreshing, and utterly delicious. After finishing the soup, he noticed some remaining duasu meat in the bowl, and, without a second thought, scooped it into his mouth. That it was equally delightful. He then turned his attention to the bowl of potatoes, taking a spoonful and savoring the sweet, powdery taste. Devoid of any other flavors, he was fascinated by the spoon itself, as such utensils were absent in his tribe where food was typically consumed by hand, but he marveled at how convenient it was to eat with this tool. Once finished, he placed the bowls aside without further ado. Shortly thereafter, the small beast-man re-emerged from the cave, only to find that the beast-man had devoured everything. Without uttering a word, she carried the bowls to the water source to wash them before returning to the cave. Xiaofei mused that having a familiar face around was rather inconvenient. Approaching the mountain's edge, he expressed his intention to venture outside the valley in search of food, assuring that he would not return until noon. He advised that if she grew hungry, she could find sustenance in the pot at the cave's entrance. Noticing the beastman's silence, he added that he would check her wounds and apply some medicine. Seeing that the lean beastman remained quiet, he approached to unwrap the bandage, revealing that the swelling had subsided. Surprised at the rapid healing, he pondered when the medicine had become so effective. After treating the wound and re-wrapping it, he assured the familiar face that he would return before nightfall. With no response from her, Yuandong regarded the small female bustling about and, after speaking, departed towards the cave's exit without a backward glance. He contemplated that if he were to remain in this valley, he would need to excavate a cave of his own. Stretching his limbs, he gradually stood up, noting that most of his minor wounds had begun to heal and scab over, save for the larger abdominal wound, which still throbbed slightly. Surveying the valley, he realized he had not encountered any other creatures and pondered how fortuitous it was for the small beast-man to discover this secluded area. If other wandering beast-men were to stumble upon it, the outcome could be dire. He speculated on the small beastman's origins, as he had not observed any signs of male marking nor detected any female scents on him. Finding a discreet location, he attended to his physiological needs before cautiously approaching Xiaofei's cave entrance for a peek. Beastmen possessed exceptional eyesight, and what he beheld inside left him both astonished and intrigued. A wall obstructed his view, concealing many exquisite items he had never encountered before. He proceeded to inspect the mountain structure, contemplating the suitability of the terrain for excavation. Considering the distance from the small female's cave, he determined that a separation of over 20 meters would suffice. Given his current injuries, he estimated it would take 3 to 5 days before he could begin digging a cave of his own. Reflecting on the contents of his own supplies, he pondered what he might possess. Observing the dwindling supply of meat in his space, he resolved to resume hunting once his wounds had healed. Aspiring to fill his entire domain with carnivorous creatures, indeed, it was true that Yuandong had awakened fire and spatial abilities in the beast realm. The attributes awakened in male beastmen varied widely. Some were multifaceted, while others displayed magnetic qualities, albeit the latter were exceedingly rare. The phrase 1 in 1,000 was not an exaggeration. In fact, Yuandong had long suspected that this female might possess awakened abilities, though he was uncertain of their nature. Today, he glanced into the cave and noted the scarcity of food, which led him to believe that the little magnetic creature might have encountered some unfamiliar sustenance. He had awakened a spatial ability, a most peculiar and rare phenomenon. Meanwhile, Xiaofei was outside, continuing her pursuit of unicorns, mistakenly believing them to be mutated rabbits. Little did she know that her secret was no longer a secret in the eyes of the beastman. Thus, amidst the hustle and bustle of the day, as the sun descended, he returned with Xiaofei to find a familiar figure leisurely wandering in the valley. He mused about the beastman's remarkable physical prowess, despite his grievous injuries. He was now able to move about freely, which was indeed astonishing. Xiaofei cast a glance at the beastman, but said nothing. She then exited the valley to the riverside, where she collected various fish and stored them in her space. Elated by her bountiful catch, she returned to the valley, retrieving 2 fish traps from the water's edge. While Yuandong noticed that the little female had returned and was about to greet her, only to see her turn away in puzzlement. However, it wasn't long before she came back. He watched as she poured water into the shallow pool, producing 2 strange items that contained a plethora of meaty morsels. His curiosity piqued. Could this be the means by which the little female captured such an abundance of meat? As the sun had yet to set, he and Xiaofei began to clean the spiny fish by the pond. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted from the cave, reminiscent of the flavors he had savored the previous day. His gaze remained fixed on the cave entrance, his mouth watering at the thought of food. Lean beings were known for their prodigious appetites. The meager amount he consumed daily hardly sufficed. Yet, the thought of the little female's generous spirit reassured him. Her ability to provide for him indicated her magnanimity and wisdom. He glanced back at the fish trap in the pond, marveling at her dexterity as she wielded an unfamiliar, elongated, sharp weapon, perhaps a reproductive tool, for such items were non-existent in the beastman world. With remarkable skill, she scraped away the flesh from the spiny beast, eviscerating it and extracting its entrails, which he placed alongside the captured creature. But he found her ingenuity astounding, especially as she contemplated how this tool could ensnare spiny beasts. As he pondered these thoughts, he noticed the little female returning with 2 bowls, each containing a spoon, which she presented to him. "Please wait a moment. I must first examine your wounds," she instructed. The Waiyu Wandong sat silently on the ground. Allowing her to inspect his injuries, he observed her small yet nimble hands tending to his wounds, which stirred deep emotions within him. "You may have your dinner now," she finally said, turning away without a backward glance. Seated in the cave with Xiaofei, he reflected on the beastman's rapid recovery. His wound had already begun to scab over, suggesting they would heal within a few days. After their meal, he cleaned the bowls and pots, then boiled a large pot of water, yearning for a bath. Casting a glance at the cave entrance, he noted the beastman's commendable courtesy. He had not intruded upon their sanctuary. Still feeling uneasy, he lit the cave's fire and placed a large stone to block the entrance before indulging in a long-awaited soak. The Waiyu Wandong watched as the little female peeked outside, then lowered the barrier. Sealing the cave with the stone, which he found quite marvelous, he remained silent, lost in thought, contemplating the impending cold season and his need to stockpile substantial provisions. Observing the little female, he noted her lack of pelts and pondered how he would keep warm during the harsh winter. Resolving to gather quality hides for her once his wounds had healed, he was suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance wafting from her, one he had never encountered in his lifetime. After a considerable time, the cave's entrance opened, and the little female emerged. He yearned to converse with her, though Yuandong was not particularly loquacious. Yet for reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming desire to engage her in dialogue. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaofei was also quite reserved, rarely speaking in the presence of unfamiliar individuals. It was evident that the encounter between these two would yield intriguing consequences. Xiaofei exchanged a glance with the beastman, but offered no response. Returning quietly to the cave to prepare for sleep. During the day, Yuandong had gathered some straw and placed it near the cave entrance before lying down on the pile, noting that the temperature had indeed dropped compared to the previous day. He resolved to assess the situation in the morning. Should all appear well, he would commence digging the cave deeper. As he lay in contemplation, he mused over the beastman outside the cave. He deduced that this beastman did not possess a volatile temperament or a self-centered disposition. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he gradually drifted into slumber. That moment, Yu Wandong's ears perked up, discerning the absence of any movement from the little female or any other sounds. Only the rhythmic cadence of her breath. He knew she had succumbed to sleep, that a smile graced his lips as he gazed at the stars above, pondering her thoughts. Upon awakening in the early morning, Xiaofei felt a touch of drowsiness, having enjoyed a restful slumber the previous night. Today promised to be another invigorating day. He rose and approached the cave entrance to gaze outside, but saw no sign of the orc. He then made his way to the stream to fetch some water, pouring it into a pot to boil. After freshening up, he began to prepare breakfast. He reeved several bird eggs and contemplated the precious flour he had, ultimately deciding to use half a basin of it. This morning, he opted to make egg pancakes for convenience, and took out 2 large potatoes to wash, intending to create a potato shreds filling for the pancakes. Thus, while busily tending to his morning meal, he noted the absence of the orc named Yu Wandong. Pondering his rudeness and leaving without a word of farewell, he silently began to enjoy his breakfast. After finishing his meal, he stepped outside to survey the weather. Noting a slight chill in the air, albeit not overly pronounced, he thought of his large rabbit and proceeded toward the valley's edge. Upon reaching the valley's exterior, he found no trace of the orc. Leaving him with an inexplicable feeling of emptiness, he continued on his path towards his destination. Meanwhile, Yu Wandong, upon awakening, inspected his wound, marveling at its rapid healing. He mused about the small healer's unknown remedy, noting that he could now hunt, as the wound had scabbed over. Casting a glance at the healer's cave, he surmised that she was still asleep, and quietly exited the valley alone. Upon leaving the valley, he transformed into his slimmer form. He beheld a massive tiger, over 3 meters in height and 5 meters in length, soaring westward on its wings. Had Xiaofei been present, he would surely have been taken aback. Regrettably, he was unaware of this spectacle at that moment. Yuan Dong was in the west, capturing bleeding creatures. He devoured these creatures voraciously, noting that there were about a dozen nearby, each measuring 3 to 4 meters in length and over 2 meters in height. In no time, the enormous tiger had consumed 7 or 8 of the creatures. After finishing his meal, the tiger collected the remains, leaving no trace of the carcasses behind. Indeed, this great tiger was the orc Yuan Dong, whom Xiaofei had rescued. He continued to pursue the scent of the bleeding beasts, wishing to bring back sustenance for the frail female, believing that the meat would bolster her health during the harsh winter. Meanwhile, Xiaofei was stealthily collecting unicorns on the side of the rabbit-horned beasts, experiencing good fortune as he gathered over 20 of them. Unaware that these creatures were referred to as rabbit-horned beasts in the orc world, he likened them to the rabbits of Earth, deeming them simply rabbits with an additional pair of horns. Realizing he still had several hours to return, he resolved to head back early. On Yuan Dong's end, having collected dozens of the fluffy beasts, he felt satisfied and made his way back to the valley of the frail female. Upon arrival, he sensed her absence. Surmising she might have ventured out again, he proceeded to a spot he had marked and transformed his hands into claws to begin excavating his cave. The task proved relatively easy, for the orc's claws were remarkably sharp and resilient. Furthermore, his enhanced physique, due to his extraordinary abilities, surpassed that of ordinary orcs. In a short while, he had carved out a cave spanning over 80 square meters. He fashioned a large stone bed within and cleared the cave, laying down some animal skins atop the stone. Satisfied with his cave, he couldn't help but compare it to the female's dwelling, which he deemed far more exquisite. He found it peculiar that her cave bore no signs of excavation. As he cleared away the stones and debris from the entrance, Xiaofei returned, utterly astounded to find that the orc had excavated another cave not far from his own. After a moment's contemplation, he approached and peered inside. Hearing the orc invite him in, Xiaofei hesitated, aware that in the orc world, an invitation from a male to a female to enter his cave signified a deep respect and lack of defensiveness. Conversely, if a female invited a male into her cave, it indicated her interest in him. This knowledge lingered in Xiaofei's mind. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Dong revealed several corpses of creatures resembling sheep, stating, "These are the bleeding beasts I caught today. They are yours as a token of gratitude for saving me." Xiaofei pondered the abundance of offerings, feeling it excessive. His primary concern was how to store them without revealing the secret of his spatial abilities. The weather was not particularly cold, and leaving them outside would risk spoilage. In the midst of his internal conflict, Yuan Dong, noticing the female's dilemma, suggested, "You can store them in your space. The current temperature is too warm for preservation." Xiaofei's heart raced at the revelation, questioning how the orc had discerned his secret. His memories of females' awakening abilities were scant. If a female possessed such powers, she would be highly sought after by the major tribes. His expression darkened as Yuan Dong, sensing his unease, reassured him. "I won't speak of this." Xiaofei considered the orc's words carefully and, without uttering a sound, stored the sheep-like creatures in his spatial realm before hastily retreating to his cave. His anxiety mounting. What if this secret were to be divulged? He contemplated drastic measures, pondering if he possessed the means to eliminate the orc without knowing the extent of his abilities. Searching his space for poison or lethal weapons yielded no results. All he found were knives, axes, and saws. Regret washed over him as he thought about not acquiring firearms during the apocalypse. It is indeed a matter of regret. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Dong harbored a profound desire to protect him. Upon discovering that the little female possessed a rare spatial ability, he resolved to keep this knowledge to himself. Aware that the food had its own extraordinary powers, he lamented the tragic fates of such females, who, if revealed to the larger tribe, would be relegated to mere breeding vessels, forced to bear offspring for the higher-ranked beastmen. Tragically, many of these females perished during childbirth. The higher the level of a beastman's abilities, the more challenging it became for them to have their own offspring. Conversely, if a female possessed abilities, the chances of successful reproduction increased significantly, yet the awakening of such powers in females was exceedingly rare. Typically, these females were stripped of their autonomy, spending their days either mating or giving birth. In his memories with Xiaofei, he remained largely unaware of these grim realities, having only a vague understanding of the rarity of females' awakening magnetic abilities. Seated within the cave, he pondered these thoughts. Feeling little inclination to prepare dinner, he sat in silence as night fell, oblivious to the absence of aromas wafting from the little female's cooking. Finally, he retrieved a cleaned mutton beast from his spatial realm and skewered it over the fire. Once he had made up his mind, he took a leg of the beast and approached the entrance of the little female's cave, standing quietly and gazing within. There she sat, lost in thought. Upon catching a whiff of the roasted meat, Xiaofei stirred from her stupor, involuntarily swallowing. Yu Wandong noticed a reaction and spoke. "This is the mutton beast I roasted," extending his hand towards her. Xiaofei glanced at the beastman and, without uttering a word, accepted the leg of lamb, which felt substantial, weighing at least 30 to 40 jin. She expressed her gratitude and retreated into the cave, where the delightful aroma filled the air. Eagerly, she sliced off a piece and tasted it, exclaiming, "Delicious!" Although it lacked salt, the flavor was delightful. She devoured nearly half of it in ravenous haste, marveling at the realization that this leg must weigh over 30 jin. Yet she had consumed more than 10 jin herself. A warm fullness settled in her belly, and a yawn escaped her, revealing her exhaustion. Unbeknownst to her, the mutton beast itself was infused with energy. Her body, having been significantly depleted, craved the nourishment, hence her overwhelming drowsiness. Without taking the time to clean herself, she climbed onto the bed, removed her shoes, covered herself with a blanket, and fell asleep. Outside the cave, Yu Wandong listened to the steady rhythm of the little female's breathing, a smile gracing his lips as he returned to his own cave to savor his roasted mutton in the early morning. He and Xiaofei rose and ventured to the cave entrance. Feeling the chill in the air had intensified. The valley lay silent, devoid of the usual birdsong. They stepped outside and approached the water's edge, where he fetched a bucket of water, noting that the neighboring cave was eerily quiet. Paying it no mind, he returned to his own cave to begin boiling water. After tending to his personal hygiene, he set about preparing breakfast. Not feeling particularly hungry, he discovered a chunk of mutton leg from the previous night still in his spatial realm. It was delectable, not greasy, and quite filling. He had yet to feel the pangs of hunger. Thus, he decided to cook some rice porridge. Contemplating the sizable radishes stored in his space, he planned to make pickled radishes when he had a few days to spare without venturing out. During the porridge's cooking time, he wandered to the water's edge. Retrieving the 2 fish baskets to inspect their contents, he found a meager number of fish but a fair amount of shrimp. After emptying the contents into a bucket, he continued to clean them and considered cooking them before drying them in a shrimp jerky. By the time the porridge was ready, he had a satisfying meal and contemplated venturing out again, perhaps to explore further afield. Meanwhile, Yu Wandong, upon waking that morning, noted the absence of Xiaofei's stirring sounds. Silently, he exited the valley and went hunting in the early market. Beastmen typically feasted outdoors due to their large appetites, often consuming raw food, unlike the females who needed to build fires to cook. Today, he managed to capture a number of hippo-like beasts that roamed in large herds, numbering around 300 to 400. He swiftly gathered 70 to 80, consuming a dozen himself. Were Xiaofei to witness such a spectacle, she would be incredulous, wondering where all that massive meat had vanished. Unbeknownst to her, beastmen consumed food while simultaneously digesting the energy within, allowing them to eat in copious amounts and absorb energy rapidly. The hippo-like beasts bore resemblance to wild boars on Earth, albeit with an extra leg. Each beast measured over 4 meters in length and 3 meters in height, with weights exceeding 1,800 jin, some even reaching over 3,000 jin. After finishing his morning hunting, Yu Wandong contemplated capturing some fur-bearing animals and set off into the distance. Meanwhile, Xiaofei passed through a region abundant with rabbits. Continuing onward for over an hour, she did not encounter any animals but recognized some familiar plants, their leaves astonishingly large. Curious, she plucked one to examine it more closely, only to discover beneath it a cluster of sizable objects resembling peanuts, much larger than any she had ever seen. Approximately 3 to 4 times the size of ordinary peanuts. As she peeled one open, she found it truly was a peanut, sweet and delightful. Gazing across the expanse of this field, she was awestruck. Unable to see its end, without hesitation, she placed her hands upon the seedlings, utilizing her spatial abilities to gather them. Unbeknownst to her, she had amassed a considerable amount, feeling as though she had barely scratched the surface of the harvest. A glance into her spatial realm revealed she had collected at least 30,000 gene of peanuts, an impressive bounty that would suffice for her needs, especially during the cold season when she desired snacks. As dusk approached, she realized she had little time left to return. With no time to waste, she glanced at her spatial realm and recalled the electric scooter and bicycle. After a moment's thought, she retrieved the electric scooter. Although the path was uneven and difficult, riding would be swifter than walking, so she mounted the scooter and hurried back to her valley without looking back. Meanwhile, Yuandong had returned from a successful hunt, carrying various prey, including some herbivorous unicorns, known for their sleek fur that was particularly favored by the little females. Upon arriving back at the valley, he discovered Xiaofei had yet to return, igniting a sense of urgency within him. She was usually back by this time, but he decided to wait a little longer. If she did not return soon, he would venture out to find her. He was aware that this area harbored few large carnivorous creatures, primarily the unicorns, with other herbivores being exceedingly rare. Thus, he set about preparing dinner, taking out a deer-horned beast, processing it, and roasting it over the fire. As Xiaofei neared the valley, he stored the electric scooter back into his spatial realm and approached the creek to check on the peculiar fish he had caught. I gazed upon the fish within. They appeared to be quite well. All were gathered in the spatial confines. Upon returning to the valley, I was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, which caused my lips to involuntarily curl upwards, instilling a sense of familiarity as though someone awaited my arrival at home. The moment I and Xiaofei stepped back into the valley, Yuandong's keen ears perked up instantly, sensing the return of the small tattooed figure. A slight sense of tranquility enveloped my heart. Approaching the cave entrance, I found myself locking eyes with the small female that I then uttered, "You're back," to Xiaofei. Unable to suppress her joy, gently nodded in affirmation. The beast man then proclaimed, "I've roasted the stag antelope for dinner. You needn't cook anything further tonight." Reflecting on the matter, Xiaofei thought it unwise to only consume meat, suggesting, "I shall prepare some porridge and stir-fry a vegetable dish. It will be ready shortly." She then retreated into her cave to continue boiling the porridge. Uncertain if the familiar figure would partake, she nonetheless prepared a portion for him. In the spatial realm. She retrieved a head of cabbage, named it herself, and chopped it finely to stir-fry a large platter. Once she had completed her task and served it, the beast man approached with a roasted leg. Offering it to her, she graciously accepted, saying, "Thank you," and then instructed, "Please wait here for a moment," that Wai Yuandong, puzzled by Xiaofei's intent, lingered at the cave entrance for a while, only to witness her emerging with a basin filled with porridge. Xiaofei remarked, "Eating meat can become monotonous. Here is some porridge for you to take back." Noticing the absence of a spoon in the basin, Yuandong pondered why Xiaofei had not included one. Where are the utensils for consuming this delicacy? In truth, he had no idea what it was called. He had not received any explanation from Xiaofei. Xiaofei merely noticed the orc casting a silent glance in his direction before his secretary carried away a basin. Xiaofei found the orc to be rather peculiar, and then returned to the cave. As he savored the meat of the deer antler beast's leg, he found it truly delectable. The orc's barbecuing skills were exceptional, and as he sipped a bowl of porridge, he relished the stir-fried cabbage, which was sweet, crisp, and delightful. Thus, he filled himself to satisfaction. After finishing his meal, he felt a slight drowsiness, though it was not yet overwhelming. He then attended to his personal hygiene, took a bath, and lay down on his bed, reflecting on the day's fruitful endeavors, before drifting off into a contented slumber. Meanwhile, Yu Wandong was enjoying the roasted meat of the deer antler beast. He drank directly from the basin of porridge, finding it quite convenient to do so. However, he was not particularly hungry, as he could go days without eating after a single meal. The reason he had been eating more frequently in the past 2 days was due to his injuries. His body required substantial energy to recover. During this time, he had been consuming food almost daily, and for someone of his lean physique, a single workout could sustain him for 3 or 4 days without needing additional nourishment. Listening to the rhythmic sound of breathing in the cave, he quietly returned to his own dwelling. He considered processing some animal skins in his space to save for the female orc. Upon awakening the next morning, he stepped outside the cave and noticed the weather had turned decidedly cooler, feeling as if it were around 10 degrees. He Xiaofei sensed an unusual chill and hurried back into the cave. He rummaged through his space for some warmer clothing and donned them, feeling the outside air's briskness, that he then heated some water and freshened up before preparing breakfast. Upon stepping outside, he saw no familiar faces and paid it little mind. Reflecting that today was yet another day, he resolved to retrieve some more peanuts. After having breakfast, he set off. He noticed that the fish and shrimp in the pond were rather scarce, so he did not concern himself with them. Instead, he went to the nearby stream and placed some fish meat in the water. After observing that there were no further issues, he felt that the temperature outside the valley seemed to be even lower than within. It was as though, overnight, all the vegetation outside had turned a shade of yellow, reminiscent of late autumn. Riding his small electric scooter, he continued on his journey that he realized that since arriving in this valley, he had scarcely seen any carnivorous animals. Herbivores were also quite rare. He had only spotted a few rabbit-like creatures in the fields, which appeared docile and posed no threat. After some time, he finally arrived at the peanut field, which he had dubbed the peanut patch, as it was filled exclusively with peanuts. He hurriedly began to harvest the peanuts, working diligently until he had collected a substantial amount. When hunger struck, he retrieved a few boiled bird eggs from his space, consuming 3 large ones without concern for quantity. Afterward, he continued to gather peanuts, noting that their appearance had turned yellow, perfect for storing to use as fuel during winter. He glanced at the ample firewood he had stored in his space and deemed it insufficient. Pondering the need to gather additional firewood for winter, lost in thought, he managed to collect an impressive 30 to 40,000 pounds of peanuts. Surveying the remaining unharvested area, he decided it was enough. Realizing he had about 70 to 80,000 pounds of peanuts stored, convinced that this was sufficient for his needs, he mounted his scooter and headed toward the wooded area, seeking dry wood to use for winter fuel. Upon arriving, he discovered several dead trees, some fallen and some standing. He touched the fallen ones to store them in his space and sought out some standing dead trees, which were plentiful. Retrieving a chainsaw from his space, he began to cut down the dry trees, ultimately storing 3 large ones in his space. Feeling it was time to return to the valley, he rode his scooter back home. When he reached the vicinity of the valley, he tucked his scooter away in his space and approached the stream. He gathered some jade dragonfish and stored them in his space before releasing them back into the water. Noticing that the stream's flow seemed stronger than before and that the water level had risen, he found it curious. Observing the large fish in his space, he felt a sense of joy. Realizing he had collected around 7,000 to 8,000 pounds of fish during this time, he also noted that he had several hundred pounds of sun-dried fish and shrimp. Contemplating his return to the valley, he entered and found no familiar faces, which he dismissed as unimportant. Upon entering the valley, he set about preparing dinner, selecting some shrimp to cook and subsequently drying them. He removed all the shrimp from his space to boil and dry. As the weather continued to grow colder, he felt that drying the shrimp was still feasible. He reasoned that in the future, he would refrain from drying shrimp, saving them for fresh consumption during winter, since his space was a still one that would not spoil. After finishing dinner, he noted the silence at the cave entrance, realizing that the orc had not yet returned. After tending to his personal hygiene, he blocked the cave entrance with a large stone. Lying on the bed, he felt a chill and got up to retrieve some dry grass from his space, igniting it to warm the room. After a while, the cave became cozy, and he lay back down, contemplating the situation. Listening to the wind whistling through the entrance, he thought to himself that it would be unwise to dwell in such a large cave without a proper door during the cold season. He could freeze to death if he needed to devise a way to create a door. But considering the size of the cave, such a task seemed impractical. He had already hung a grass curtain. Yet it did little to block the wind. Reflecting on the abundance of rabbit pelts in his space, he contemplated skinning some rabbits and stitching their hides together to make a large curtain, deeming it a viable solution. Thus, he drifted off to sleep, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yuandong spent his afternoon pursuing a herd of bleeding beasts. He found himself in a forest where he harvested over 100 of these creatures. He recalled that this forest was home to some animals with exceptionally fine fur. Though they were carnivorous, the pelts of these animals were remarkably smooth and warm. He ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees were peculiar, hollow, and towering, appearing to reach the sky. If Xiaofei were to see this, he would recognize it as a giant version of bamboo found on Earth. However, to the orc, it was merely referred to as hollow wood. Within this hollow wood forest dwelled many animals, all boasting warm and soft fur. It was here that he encountered a formidable carnivorous beast, nearly sustaining injuries himself. Ultimately, he defeated the creature, skillfully skinning it and storing the pelts in his space, though he left the meat behind, as it was unpalatable. When Yuandong returned to the valley and approached the female orc's cave, he heard her steady breathing, indicating she was asleep. That he then returned to his own cave, lying on his bed with his eyes closed, utterly exhausted from the day's labors and pleased with the harvest. Upon waking the next morning, he stepped outside and noted that the temperature had dropped even further, nearing freezing. He observed that the landscape had lost most of its greenery. Could it be that Han Jie had already arrived? A sense of urgency enveloped me as I entered the cave and rummaged for some warm clothing to change into. After breakfast, we set off once more, planning to continue gathering firewood. That I hoped that by the time winter break arrived, the wood would suffice for my needs. In my memory, it seemed as though it had been an eternity, yet to those familiar, it felt as if time had scarcely passed. Roughly 5 months had elapsed. Upon arriving outside the cave, I noticed the neighboring orc was absent, but I thought little of it and continued my quest for timber. As I reached the valley, I observed that much of the landscape had turned a golden hue, the vibrant greens having vanished as if the world had transformed overnight. That I collected a few twigs for kindling, but soon realized this was a futile endeavor that wasted precious time. That I resolved to gather more substantial logs instead. Casting my gaze toward the distant forest, towering trees stood in abundance, yet no other orcs or creatures were in sight. I mounted my small electric scooter and ventured toward the wooded area. After approximately 20 minutes, I arrived at a grove. That I gathered some firewood and a few shrubs, busily accumulating a wealth of dry timber. Over the next few days, the temperature seemed to drop steadily, each day bringing a noticeable change. When I stepped outside today, my hands felt nearly frozen, the biting wind causing them to ache. Approaching a pond, I discovered a layer of ice forming atop its surface, about the thickness of a finger. After some consideration, I decided to store more water in my space, as retrieving it from the freezing outside would be cumbersome. That I reasoned that the wood I had collected would be sufficient. And so, I filled various buckets and basins with water for my storage. I pondered how convenient it would be if my space could directly contain water. Without further thought, I dipped my hand into the pond and, with the passage of a year, managed to collect water. To my amazement, the water floated above the space, separated from other items and refusing to settle. This phenomenon struck me as wondrous, and I continued collecting until I deemed I had enough to last the entire winter season. When I withdrew my hand from the pond, I realized it had lost sensation, feeling icy to the touch. Returning to the cave, I felt I had much to accomplish this winter. First, I intended to prepare more straw mats and curtains to hang at the cave entrance for warmth. I also planned to sew some animal skins, retrieving several from my storage, including pelts from rabbits. Around 40 to 50 in total. I selected the less appealing colors to set aside for the cave's curtains. During these many days, I had not exchanged a word with the neighboring orc, as we hardly crossed paths, and he seemed indifferent. The bonfire blazed brightly, and I had ignited the fire wall I had constructed earlier. A wise choice indeed. The flames warmed my sleeping area, and I added more firewood to the hearth. That I was uncertain of the type of tree the wood came from, but it burned exceptionally well, its density proving difficult to chop with a regular axe. Thankfully, I possessed an electric saw. Otherwise, I would have struggled to split such sturdy timber. Although the sun shone brightly outside, the wind was frigid. I retrieved some solar chargers from my space to soak up the sunlight and recharge my various small appliances that I sat within the cave, weaving 7 or 8 straw mats, which I deemed might be useful in the future. As night fell, I stored all the charging devices back in my space, feeling the temperature drop further, prompting me to finally complete the animal skin curtain for the cave entrance, as the current single-layer curtain offered little protection against the cold gusts. That evening, I once again blocked the cave entrance with stones. As I lay on my sleeping platform, I contemplated the idea of crafting a large door. However, considering my small stature, I felt such a task would be too complex. Gazing at the abundant timber in my space, resembling a small hill, I acknowledged the labor ahead of me in cutting it into firewood. It seemed a daunting task, but I reassured myself that this winter, I had little else to occupy my time, and I would not find myself bored like in a Korean drama in the days that followed. Yuan-dong rarely returned to the valley, finally coming back late one evening. Feeling the intense cold that had settled it was time for him to gather firewood. He had collected a considerable amount in the mountains, but his space was limited, so he had been diligently working to bring in as much as possible, arranging it neatly in the cave. Unlike the females, he was not overly concerned about the cold. He believed he could venture out to find firewood when necessary, as he was a fire element orc. Upon returning, he glanced into the neighboring cave, feeling a pang of regret at not having seen the little female in quite some time. His own space was brimming with winter provisions, meat and pelts, and he hoped to deliver some of these to her when the moment arose. He wished for the little female's comfort during the cold season, hoping she would avoid meeting the beast god, as many females suffered from the lack of warmth and proper furs during winter. The next morning, Xiaofei awoke to find the air he exhaled turning into white mist, the cold temperature striking him. He retrieved a thermometer from his space and hung it in the cave. Moments later, he checked the reading, 23 degrees, and no wonder it felt so frigid. Although wrapped in thick blankets, his face remained perpetually cool. After some contemplation, he donned thermal underwear and layered on a thick down jacket. Completing his attire with sturdy winter boots, stepping outside, he was greeted by a winter wonderland. The snow fell heavily, each flake resembling a leaf as it drifted downwards. He surveyed the entrance of his cave. Relieved that its elevation kept it relatively dry, he found a large broom in his space and began clearing the snow from the entrance. After sweeping, he turned to find the area still blanketed in white, rendering his efforts seemingly futile. Returning inside, he rekindled the bonfire and lit the firewall, igniting both cooking stoves to warm the cave. It wasn't long before the temperature began to rise. He contemplated whether to leave the large stones at the cave entrance or store them in his space. Lost in thought, he wondered about constructing a door for the cave, an idea that seemed increasingly viable. Measuring the cave entrance, he noted it stood over 4 meters high, nearly 5. The prospect of a door appeared promising. After a simple breakfast of steamed buns and roasted meat from his space, he realized there was much work still to be done this winter. The wind whipped fiercely, making the cave's interior feel uncomfortably cold. After lowering the straw curtain, the wind eased slightly. He decided to retrieve some animal skins from his space and, seated by the fire, began sewing. However, he realized that his supplies of thread and needles were insufficient, and the leather he might not hold up well. He rummaged for smaller, less desirable pieces of skin and meticulously cut them into fine strips with scissors. As midday approached, he was still hard at work on the animal skin door curtain, which needed to be a single piece for practicality. However, he reconsidered this design, deciding instead to create a curtain that could open from both sides, folding in the middle. During lunch, he prepared noodles, reflecting on the dwindling supplies in his space. After this winter break, he hoped to find more in the storage room. Similar to flour or rice, one cannot solely subsist on meat and potatoes. It is indeed a challenge. Yet contemplating the difficulties reminds me that they pale in comparison to the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, where finding sustenance is a near impossibility, sometimes even resorting to consuming one's own kind. After enjoying a midday meal, I continued to stoke the fire by adding more firewood, glancing at the flames before adding a few more matches. I worked to preserve my fur cloak. I finally completed the task just in time for dinner. With dinner no longer my priority, I focused on enlarging the bonfire within the cave, that I positioned a few flashlights at the cave entrance. For outside, Darkness had descended, accompanied by a relentless snowfall. The night was dim, and the cave entrance felt particularly foreboding, especially with the grass curtain obscuring any view of the external environment. I then retrieved a folding ladder from my space, placing it at the entrance to hang the fur cloak bit by bit. After a Herculean effort, I managed to secure it tightly. Folding the two sides and placing a stone at the bottom ensured it remained snug against the wind. Instantly, the cave felt warm, devoid of the biting cold that had previously seeped in. Satisfied, I eagerly prepared for dinner. Post-dinner, I recalled my ongoing tasks and ventured into my space to survey the pile of timber. Remembering the door I intended to construct, the possibility seemed promising that in my space, I utilized an electric saw to gradually transform the large logs into planks, though they were not uniform in thickness. Yet for Xiaofei, this mattered little, and I proceeded with my experiments. After processing several logs, I finally deemed I had enough planks for a door, and I noted some sizable logs in my space that could be useful. However, their considerable size and weight left me uncertain if I could manage them with my slight frame. Exhausted from my efforts in the space, I emerged to lie on the warm bedding, appreciating the comfort of my cocoon. Observing how the fire in the cave had nearly burned down, I added more firewood and gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Yuandong had spent the past few days preparing the furs within his cave. He longed for an opportunity to visit the small female's cave, but had yet to see her despite several attempts, especially with the heavy snowfall today. Approaching the narrow entrance, he peered in and noted that the entrance was securely blocked, leaving him unable to hear any sounds from within. Thus he refrained from calling out to her. Returning to his own cave, he lay on his bed, content with his current circumstances, which he found preferable to life in the tribe. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that while the place was tranquil, hunting was indeed poor, with game being scarce. Few ventured to this area, as the locals were disinclined to visit due to the difficulty in finding enough food. To satiate their appetites, they would need to travel far. In contrast, this location felt relatively safe for the small female. Gradually transforming into a beastly form, he settled onto the fur bed and fell asleep. Upon awakening, he and Xiaofei felt a chill, realizing the bedding had grown cool. Opening his eyes revealed the cave, shrouded in darkness. Alas, it was the cold season. With a swift motion, he entered his space, which remained brightly lit. There, he found ready-made food to eat. Deciding against preparing a meal in the cave that morning, he resumed his work in the space, utilizing the electric saw to create wooden planks. Given the thickness of the logs, he produced a substantial number of large boards. Contemplating the impracticality of constructing a door within the cave, he recognized the sheer size and weight of each plank would be unmanageable for his slender limbs. Pondering his options, he noted the heavy snowfall outside, uncertain if it would ever cease. After considering, he donned his full gear and retrieved a lamp from his space, illuminating the cave instantly. However, he realized that the frequent smoke from the fire lingered within the cave. Creating a hazy atmosphere, he proceeded to the stove, setting firewood inside, and ignited kindling in the fireplace, ensuring the smoke escaped through the flue. Despite this, a smoky ambience persisted in the cave. It seemed lighting a fire was no longer viable. He also heated the bedding and engaged in some exercise. Quietly, he approached the entrance, gradually parting the fur to let in the fresh air, which brought a sharp chill that penetrated his clothing. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a vast expanse of snow still falling relentlessly. Fortunately, the cave had a projection, and he retrieved a broom from his space, attempting to clear the thick layer of snow, which was nearly a meter deep. Next, he took a shovel from his space, gradually tossing the snow down the slope. Observing the heavy snowfall, he recalled that it had scarcely ceased throughout the cold season, accompanied by biting winds that made the temperature feel as if it were below -30 degrees. The thermometer in the cave registered at around -27 to 28 degrees, and with the external temperature, he felt the cold deeply. He retrieved 6 heavy planks from his space and positioned them at the sides of the cave entrance, angled to deflect the cold winds and allow snow to slide off. After completing this task, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Noting that the strong winds had not toppled the heavy planks, he left enough space for himself to exit, feeling quite clever in his preparations. At that moment, he noticed a figure at the entrance of the neighboring cave, a beast man gazing in his direction, that Wai Yuandong was taken aback to see the small female braving the harsh weather. Curiously blocking the entrance, she appeared to have carefully arranged pieces of firewood, an extraordinary sight that he had never encountered before. He had been observing her for quite some time, captivated by her every movement upon hearing sounds outside. With a few leaps, he approached her, startling Xiaofei, who wondered what the beast man intended to do. Summoning his courage, she asked, "Do you need something?" Yu Wandong regarded her for a lengthy moment before gesturing, revealing a pile of furs at her feet. "These are for you to use during the cold season," he said, turning away without another word. As Xiaofei watched him retreat, she glanced down at the furs, marveling at the snowflakes that continued to fall upon them. With no option left, she stored them in her space, contemplating the beast man's intentions. She recalled hearing from other females in the tribe about how male beast men pursued females by offering meat and furs. Was he attempting to woo her? However, I have never contemplated finding another man to share my life with, especially not one who is an orc. After some reflection, I realized that I must seize an opportunity to clarify this matter. Although I do not find his appearance off-putting, I am nonetheless apprehensive about the possibility of experiencing further emotional harm. I am unable to overcome the psychological barriers that hinder me. Thus, while Xiaofei and I gazed at the snowflakes falling from the sky, I found myself lost in thought until a sudden chill caused me to shiver, prompting me to hastily retreat to the cave. Upon entering the cave, I perceived the darkness enveloping me. Yet, with the assistance of the light, I gradually acclimated to my surroundings that I methodically secured the grass curtain at the entrance and pressed the animal hides beneath with stones to prevent the wind from seeping in. This arrangement proved effective, as the wooden boards outside, combined with the animal hides, successfully obstructed the cold breeze. Approaching the fireplace, I added some firewood and noted that the water had begun to boil. That I retrieved 2 large thermoses from my storage space, filled them with hot water, and placed them back inside. That I contemplated the prospect of foregoing a bonfire in the cave henceforth, but acknowledged that it would be necessary to maintain warmth by attempting to produce some charcoal in the stove. After several attempts, I discovered that some of the firewood had not completely burned and retained a bright red glow, which I suspected indicated charcoal. That I then positioned a large iron bucket nearby, using tongs to transfer the charcoal into it before sealing it with a lid, atop which I placed a large basin filled with water. This arrangement would allow me to have hot water readily available at any time. I resolved to keep some charcoal for the night, believing that the warmth would make my sleeping quarters more comfortable. In a sense, it resembled the traditional practice of roasting by the fire. I placed several large potatoes beside the fire, intending to enjoy roasted potatoes later. Thus, I busied myself alone in the cave, relying on my solar lamps for illumination. Although I possessed a good number of them, I was mindful that they would eventually run out, especially given that the entire region outside was blanketed in snow, with the sun obscured. That I feared depleting my power supply, which would be disastrous. As I pondered potential sources of light, I recalled that candles could be made from fat. I began to think carefully about the materials I had at my disposal. Unfortunately, many details eluded my memory. I considered that the fat from the long-eared beasts and the prey provided by the neighboring orc might be suitable for crafting candles. Feeling fatigued, I tended to the firewood and lay down on my bed, covered myself with a blanket, and drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I noticed that the cave was not as cold as it had been the previous day, and I quickly returned to my storage space to don some warmer clothing. Venturing to the area where I stored animal carcasses, I was greeted by a sight reminiscent of a small mountain of bodies, instilling a sense of accomplishment within me. After adjusting to the darkness of the cave, I took a flashlight to the bathhouse, ignited a fire, added some water, and lit the fireplace. The air filled with the scent of smoke and warmth. Glancing at the thermometer on the wall, I noted with satisfaction that the temperature in the cave hovered around -11 to 12 degrees Celsius, which I found acceptable. As the temperature rose alongside the flames, the thermometer soon indicated a comfortable range of 7 to 8 degrees Celsius. Satisfied with this, I prepared to make breakfast, retrieving some rice to cook porridge. I boiled 2 bird eggs and thought about how porridge would pair well with pickled vegetables. Recalling the pile of large radishes in my storage, I promptly set to work. After breakfast, I returned to my storage space and busied myself pickling approximately 70 to 80 large radishes, each comparable in size to my own legs, that I washed them thoroughly with the water stored in my space. Chopped them into appropriately sized pieces, sprinkled salt over them, and allowed them to drain for at least 2 hours. As I observed the radishes, I also remembered the round cabbages I had. Although their color differed from those on Earth, their flavor was delightful that I felt that this entire winter break would serve as my primary source of vitamins. While I had some fruit in my space, it was limited, and I was reluctant to consume it since I had not encountered many fruit-bearing trees. I stepped outside my storage space to gather more firewood. At the entrance of the cave, I picked up stones one by one, lifting the animal hide to peer outside. The air felt as though it were crystallizing into ice as I exhaled. I quickly donned a mask from my storage and looked out through the cracks between the wooden boards. The snow continued to fall heavily, seemingly without pause. That I retrieved a shovel from my space and cleared the snow from the entrance, swiftly removing the accumulation at the cave's mouth. Upon stepping outside, I noticed that the wooden boards were not heavily coated in snow, as any excess would slide off. That I felt a surge of pride in my resourcefulness. The cold outside was unbearable, and I had no desire to linger for even a minute. I hurried back into the cave, meticulously securing the animal hides with ropes and ensuring that the grass curtains were tightly fastened. I pressed stones into place to shield myself from the cold wind. After warming myself by the fireplace for a while, I felt my hands and feet begin to thaw. That I stepped into my storage space and found that the radishes had adequately released their moisture. I drained them and then retrieved some ginger and garlic that I had collected from an unknown forest. After washing them thoroughly, I placed them in a bucket alongside the radishes and sprinkled sugar and white vinegar over them. This would provide me with delicious pickled vegetables in the future. I longed for something spicy, but I had not encountered any chili plants during my time in the orc realm. Perhaps there were varieties I did not recognize, and I resolved to keep an eye out for them after the cold season, intending to bring some back to cultivate near my cave. Once the radishes were adequately pickled, I felt confident that this large bucket would sustain me for a considerable time. Though it appeared small, it contained around 70 to 80 pounds of food. I anticipated enjoying these radishes the following day. That I then made my way to the area where I stored meat and began to skin a rabbit. I carefully removed its hide, and after preparing it, I separated the entrails and fat from the body, placing the rabbit carcass in another section. Next, I took a mutton beast and repeated the process of skinning and gutting it, separating the entrails and fat once more. Eagerly, I carried the gathered fat back to my cave, where I ignited the bathhouse. That I placed oil paper in a pot, added some water, and intended to use the fat to evaporate the water, leaving only the oil behind. That I had seen this method demonstrated in a video before I emerged from the cave. I hoped to catch a glimpse of the female orc. Unfortunately, by the time I ventured out, she had already returned. That I could still detect her scent in the air, but she stood outside the cave, next to a large. Yuan Dong was utterly unaware of what a chimney was, nor did he comprehend the meaning of a stove. There was also a term known as a flue. Furthermore, as he savored the enticing aroma of the grease wafting from the pot alongside Xiaofei, he suspiciously swallowed his saliva, finding the scent utterly delectable. Despite the abundance of plants in his space, sufficient for his sustenance, the alluring fragrance of the meat oil still tempted him. After some contemplation, he decided to prepare something to fry. When the oil was ready, he thought it would be quite delightful and resolved to act upon his whim. He retrieved a large potato, peeled it, and sliced it into thin strips, envisioning crispy French fries. Then he gathered some flour from his space and added baking powder, concluding that he could also fry some dough. As time passed, the sizzling sound from the pot diminished gradually until it was barely audible. He gently coaxed the fire from the hearth and placed it in the fireplace, then carefully opened the pot. The aroma intensified, and using large tongs, he meticulously retrieved the fried food into a large container. Astonishingly, he had extracted an impressive amount of greasy residue. Without hesitation, he poured the diced potato into the pot, retreating to a safe distance as he listened to the vibrant sounds of the frying oil. After waiting for about 10 minutes, convinced the fries were ready, he delicately lifted them out and placed them into a large basin. Feeling that the oil's temperature had diminished, he fetched 2 large logs from the fireplace, their flames still flickering, and placed them into the stove, gradually raising the oil's temperature again. He then proceeded to fry the prepared dough pieces In the midst of frying, he became flustered. Some turned too dark while others remained unturned. Yet amidst the chaos, he successfully produced 2 large basins of fried dough. Noticing the oil cooling down, he paid it little mind and instead indulged in the fries and dough he had created, relishing their exquisite taste. After a hearty meal, he stored the leftovers in his space, allowing the grease to solidify gradually. He hurriedly sought out a large iron barrel from his space and filled it with the collected grease. Then, he rummaged through his space for various ceramic jars, some wider than a bowl's rim and others smaller, even a few larger ones. Selecting a dozen of the smaller oil jars, he placed them by the entrance to solidify the oil, contemplating that while he had some, he still needed to update his supplies. Reflecting on the grasses in his space, he recalled the term bull rush, yet he had none in his possession and did not recognize it. So he disregarded it. Instead, he took out several stalks of grass, inserting them into the center of the small ceramic jars. Some of the grasses appeared hollow, which intrigued him, leading him to insert a few hollow ones alongside some solid ones. As dusk descended, he sensed the impending darkness and lit 2 of the oil lamps he had crafted. Watching the hollow grass ignite beautifully, he felt a sense of accomplishment. However, upon lighting a non-hollow piece, he quickly realized it extinguished shortly after. Concluding that the hollow grass was indeed superior, he set aside the non-hollow pieces and stored them in his space, deciding to revisit the task later. He lit 1 lamp by the stove and another by his sleeping area. The cave instantly glimmered with light. He mused that illuminating the entire cavern would require a dozen or even 20 such lamps. As night approached and he prepared for slumber, he felt a wave of satisfaction for having crafted such a solution. The plant oil, while fragrant and edible, also served as lamp oil, a revelation that struck him as remarkable. Thus, the days unfolded in a monotonous rhythm. In the Korean drama, the orcs predominantly slept, conserving energy and engaging in minimal physical activity, perhaps a trait inherent to their kind. During the frigid season, they seemed to revel in slumber. Wandong and Xiaofei felt perpetually drowsy, only roused by hunger. Today, the outside temperature felt particularly frigid, as it was now the 3rd month of winter, a time he surmised to be the coldest. He imagined it must be around -60 to 70 degrees outside, and his cave felt quite chilly. Fortunately, he had the heated bed and the warmth of the firewall. If it became unbearable, he could retreat to his space. With great effort, he finally rose from his bed. His cave was relatively comfortable, equipped with heating facilities, contrasting sharply with the tribal caves where survival relied solely on fate. Many frail females or elderly acquaintances would silently succumb during the winter months. Grateful for his heated bed, he felt a surge of happiness. The wood he had was remarkably resilient, and glancing at the thermometer, it indicated a temperature of -20 degrees in the cave. Upon stepping outside, he found it manageable, but he realized that if this continued, he might not survive in the cave much longer. He pondered whether to fashion a tent from animal skins to encircle his bed and create a cozy little abode. Resolute, he rose early to prepare some warm porridge and consumed 2 large bird eggs. Contemplating the many tasks ahead that would surely demand considerable energy, he approached the stove, added water, and placed some thin lamb meat inside. Deciding that today he would enjoy lamb soup. The tender meat resembled that of sheep on earth, with a mild flavor that warmed his body. The decision was made as the lamb soup simmered. He inspected the perimeter of his heated bed, noting that it had been constructed several meters wide. He then checked the wooden planks in his space, deciding to use them to enclose the bed's perimeter before adding a roof resembling a small house. This way, when the bed heated up, the warmth would be retained, and wrapping it in animal skins would enhance its insulation. Gradually, he began selecting appropriately sized wooden planks from his space. The labor was exhausting, yet he pressed on despite feeling fatigued. Over the past few months, he had built up his strength, gaining a few dozen pounds since his arrival, when he had been as frail as a skeleton. Now he felt invigorated. After a hearty lunch, he appreciated the warmth enveloping him and the energy coursing through his body. He had successfully raised the perimeter of his bed and even installed a small door, which proved exceedingly convenient. All that remained was to finalize the roof, which would need to be about 3 meters high. Once the roof was secured, he would have a completely enclosed private space. Using a ladder, he climbed to the top, laying the wooden planks piece by piece. Fortunately, he possessed numerous long nails, some exceeding 2 meters in length, though he couldn't recall where he had sourced them. After securing several planks firmly, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Without the nails, he would have had to devise a mortise and tenon structure, but thankfully his space provided ample nails, with the roof completed using just 3 large planks. He felt satisfied. Although there were slight gaps, he returned inside to clean up any wood shavings. The interior felt significantly warmer than outside, yet it still fell short of his ideal temperature. He retrieved some animal skins from his base, recalling that most had been gifted to him by the neighboring orc. Selecting a few in colors he favored, he observed the robust size of the skins. Using small nails, he set up a small ladder to reach the top and began to secure the skins above. Checking the time according to his watch, he felt the pangs of hunger. After enjoying dinner, he felt content, having finally secured the skins above. Now, only the perimeter remained. He continued working diligently until he could no longer withstand fatigue. He stoked the fire, adding more firewood to the hearth, and then ventured to the cave entrance, listening to the outside world, which felt eerily quiet, realizing that the temperature would likely drop even further near the Orcs' Alliance entrance. He retreated closer to the fire to warm himself. Reflecting on the Orcish world, he mused that winter was indeed a season for fattening up, consuming and sleeping were the primary activities. Luckily, he still managed to find tasks to occupy himself. In his memories, the tribal females would huddle together, embracing their young for warmth. Yet many would succumb to hunger during the winter months. With an abundance of food in his space, he felt a sense of stability. He entered his small lookout, intending to cover the door with a large animal skin for added warmth. Seizing the moment before sleep overtook him, he set to work. The sound of hammering filled the air as he crafted his vision into reality. After laying down the bedding, he marveled at how warm the little bedchamber felt. He hung a thermometer from the animal's skin, and upon checking, he was astonished to see it read 19 degrees above zero. This small refuge was indeed a marvel, maintaining such warmth while outside temperatures dipped below freezing. Lying beneath the covers, he drifted into a blissful sleep. In the midst of his slumber, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the bed were gently swaying. Confused, he pondered how a bed could rock when he had clearly made a heated bed for comfort. Then there was a soft, rustling sound. Never mind, perhaps I had simply overexerted myself during the day, and was now too fatigued, lost in a dream. Yet, why was there a thunderous sound echoing in my ears? It was astonishing. The dream felt so vivid, and my eyelids were heavy that I longed to open them. Yet I hesitated to awaken, as the warmth of my bedding enveloped me, offering such comfort. In a state of drowsiness, I sensed a rhythmic thumping beneath me that I drifted back into slumber, only to be stirred again by the pulsating sensation. Reminiscent of being rocked in a cradle, that I felt as though I had strayed far from reality in this dream. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar shattered the silence, jolting me awake. I opened my eyes. I was met with an abyss of darkness. A disorienting sensation enveloped me. What was happening? Another deafening roar pierced the air, fully rousing me. What was this terrifying beast that roared so close? I felt that I had barely slept before being disturbed. The sound of the beast's growl was chilling. How fearsome could it be? And how far was it from my secluded valley? The clarity of its roar resonated in my ears. I hastily donned my thickest snow boots, arming myself with an axe, and ignited every possible light source within the cave. Slowly, I approached the cave entrance, peeling back the skin of the opening, revealing the wooden barrier that had kept the snow at bay. I took a shovel and quietly fashioned a small hole to peer through. The sky was shrouded in gray, and snow continued to fall incessantly. I created a modest opening and gazed outside, sensing the ground tremble beneath me. Initially, I wondered if it was an earthquake, but in my memory, I could not recall any mention of such a phenomenon. The vibrations intensified, accompanied by the sound of footsteps and various roars. Seemingly very close, I considered the size of my little valley. If a beast were to invade, my demise would be inevitable. With no place to hide, that I pondered if the entrance to this valley had been concealed by the lurking beasts. Reflecting on it now, I regretted not having inspected it myself before the harsh season arrived. My heart filled with remorse. The ground continued to tremble, The outside air felt bitterly cold, as if the temperature had plummeted to minus 60 or 70 degrees. In just a short while, I felt myself stiffening in the frigid air that I rushed back into the cave and settled beside the fire. After warming myself for a while, I started to reheat the bone broth. Taking advantage of the moment, I consumed more meat to keep my body warm. Small stones tumbled down from the cave ceiling, a reminder of the frequent tremors that I feared the cave might collapse under such relentless shaking. In my memory, I recalled elderly females speaking of the dangers of being caught in a storm. However, such events did not occur every harsh season. Experiencing a storm was terrifying, as it often drove ferocious beasts in search of food. The beasts would flee in panic, disregarding everything in their path: mountains, rivers, or tribes, resulting in devastation for those tribes left in their wake. Yet some powerful tribes would thrive during such upheavals, replenishing their supplies in the aftermath. I considered that perhaps this year, we were facing a storm of beasts, sated and warm. I donned all my winter gear, including a heavy mask, scarf, and hat, leaving only my eyes exposed. Even then, I took the precaution of putting on wind goggles. Inching my way to the cave entrance, I peered out through the snow hole I had created. Snow continued to fall, seemingly never to cease. Meanwhile, Wandong sensed something amiss outside the cave. Not having slept that night, he glanced into the cave of the small female, noting the stillness. Transforming into his beast form, he unfurled his wings and soared out of the valley. Had he exited through the cave entrance, he would have taken much less time. However, he had no intention of foraging during the storm and had sealed off both sides of the valley with massive stones. The thick layer of snow covering everything provided excellent concealment. With a powerful flap of his wings, he finally broke free from the valley. Gazing into the distance that a blanket of white mist lay ahead, growing closer, he spotted a herd of large herbivores, though their exact nature was obscured from view. He could, however, hear the unmistakable roars of carnivorous creatures, massive and formidable predators. Drawing near, as they approached, he remained hidden. For half the day, the herd of herbivores passed by, oblivious to his presence, as the valley's seclusion kept it safe from most animals. Once the herd drew near, he recognized them as large antelopes. Seizing the opportunity, he targeted a few smaller ones, swiftly storing them in his spatial pocket. Capturing herbivores during a storm was indeed a rare feat. As this mighty herd passed, he had already secured over 30 antelope carcasses. Amidst the thunderous footsteps, he caught sight of a colossal beast in the distance. Good heavens, this was beyond anything I could contend with. He fled as far as he could, not looking back, returning to the valley in haste. Had Xiaofei been there, he would have witnessed the sheer enormity of the beast, resembling a tyrannosaurus from Earth's ancient past. Its immense size belied an incredible agility, a sight to behold as it pursued the herd of antelopes. The ground trembled as the creature passed through the valley. Meanwhile, Xiaofei continued to peer outside the cave. Catching sight of a massive white tiger soaring through the sky, gracefully descending near the entrance of his cave, their eyes met, and he quickly shifted back into human form, asking, "Are you all right?" I wondered if the beast man next door had heard my voice and would respond. "I'm fine. Do you know what is happening now?" Upon hearing Yuandong mention that outside there was a minor beast tide passing through the canyon, both he and Xiaofei glanced upward to behold a colossal head slowly moving across the sky. Fortunately, the creature's head did not turn in their direction, but continued on its own path of curiosity. Xiaofei marveled at the head, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a gigantic dinosaur from Earth. Yuandong, without uttering a word, turned to witness the spectacle, remaining transfixed until the imposing head vanished from view. The tremors beneath their feet gradually diminished until they became imperceptible at this moment. The familiar figure turned around and mentioned to Xiaofei that everything was fine now. Before hastily retreating to his own cave, Xiaofei wished to express his lack of need for help, but was not afforded the opportunity to speak. After contemplating, he and Xiaofei decided to gather the remains into their space and swiftly return to their own cave. They hurried to the fire, adding more firewood to roast the ice clinging to their bodies. Gradually warming their hands, they removed their hats, scarves, masks, and goggles, finally feeling much more comfortable. Xiaofei realized it had been many days since he had seen the small female. And today, upon glimpsing her at the cave entrance, he was struck by her odd appearance. She was wrapped tightly in unfamiliar beast skins, prompting him to wonder if she had not utilized the skins he had provided her. The small female's face was obscured, her eyes hidden beneath something, and even her hands were covered, leaving him curious about what material enveloped them. She appeared to be taking excellent care of herself. Meanwhile, Xiaofei and Xiaofei collected and organized some rubble inside their cave. Forming a small pile, they stoked the fireplace with ample firewood and extracted some charcoal, which they had diligently gathered over time. Placing it in an iron bucket, today was no different. They added the freshly burned charcoal to the bucket, sealing it tightly to transform it into charcoal over time. Observing the pot of simmering lamb bone soup, Xiaofei felt a strong desire for hot pot, though his stock of vegetables in the space was limited to just cabbage. After some thought, he retrieved the cabbage, laying out a few large leaves sufficient for his meal. He also procured a small piece of lean meat from his space and placed it by the cave entrance, anticipating that it would soon thaw. During this time, he rummaged through his space and took out 2 smaller potatoes, which, despite their size, were still larger than the biggest potatoes on Earth. After peeling them, he sliced them into thick rounds. That would suffice for the moment, as there were no other ingredients readily available. He noticed some shrimp and fish remaining in his space, and promptly retrieved a few fresh fish. Preparing them to make fish balls, he crafted a large bowl of fish balls from the small fish and cleaned 3 large shrimp. Fortunately, his water supply in the space had not been significantly damaged. Otherwise, gathering water during the frigid season would have posed a formidable challenge. Even in the tribe, it was difficult for female orcs to obtain water in winter, with some tribes resorting to having them consume snow. Once everything was prepared, he and Xiaofei inspected the frozen meat of the bleeding beast at the cave entrance, finding it still in good condition. They retrieved a kitchen knife and began slicing it, yielding a generous platter of meat slices. They set the meat aside on the stove, initiating their hot pot cooking. The meat slices were placed into the pot while the bones were set aside in a bowl for today's feast. The cabbage leaves were added to the pot, along with the potato slices, fish balls, and shrimp, all simmering together. He was grateful for the hot pot dipping sauce he had painstakingly salvaged from his space, which, though limited, was sufficient to satisfy his cravings. Thus, he began to indulge, sweat beading on his brow as he relished the delectable feast. Eventually, he found himself pleasantly stuffed, glancing at the remaining food and, with a wave of his hand, stored the uneaten meat slices back into his space. After finishing his meal, a sense of drowsiness washed over him. He boiled some hot water for a quick wash and replenished the firewood in the fireplace, warming the bed as well. After adding more wood, he opened the small heated room. Stepping inside to be enveloped by a wave of warmth, he shed his clothing piece by piece and nestled into his bedding. Closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber, Xiaofei awoke to the sound of his stomach growling. Feeling quite empty and hungry, he had no idea how long he had slept, but found himself naturally awake, the bedding still warm and inviting. Reluctantly, he realized he needed to rise, donning all the warm clothing he could find before stepping out through the small door. The chill hit him immediately, and he made his way to the bathing area. Checking the fireplace to find that the fire had gone out, that he gathered some firewood and reignited the flames, which soon warmed the cave. Once more, as the fire crackled, he contemplated what to eat today and retrieved 3 potatoes. Deciding to make mashed potatoes, that he also grabbed some large cabbage leaves, intending to wrap the mashed potatoes in them. Additionally, he prepared a portion of bone broth that, as the flames danced, the temperature within the cave steadily increased. After finishing breakfast, or whatever meal it might be at this hour, he lost track of time, simply enjoying the rhythm of his day. After eating, he donned his warm clothing again and approached the cave entrance, cautiously peeling back the hide covering and lifting the grass curtain. Stepping outside, he noticed that the entrance had been partially obscured by large wooden planks. Now blanketed in snow, he retrieved a shovel from his space and gently prodded the last spot he had cleared. After several attempts, he finally managed to break through. Peering outside, he found the sky overcast, the sun hidden from view, and the world outside eerily quiet. As he continued to shovel away the snow, he was suddenly aware of being watched. Glancing over, he spotted a neighboring orc observing him from a distance. They exchanged no words, and he returned to his task, feeling the chill of the outdoors seep into his bones as he worked. The ground trembled beneath him once more, sending a shiver of apprehension through his spine. Goodness, the snow on the slope descended swiftly, cascading downwards. The snow atop the wooden planks of the cave entrance crumbled and fell down the incline as well. Fortunately, the wooden boards on the slope remained quite stable, undisturbed by vibrations. The scene was a twisted spectacle. Suddenly, an orc approached and urged me to return to the cave, warning that another wave of dampness had arrived and that it was best not to venture outside, lest we attract the attention of beasts with our scent of confidence that in the distance. The genuine sounds of the wilderness could be heard. I exchanged a knowing glance with the familiar orc and assured him that I would heed his advice, reminding him to be cautious as well before retreating to my cave. Typically, I observed the small female, who was obedient and returned to the cave. Without further ado, I transformed into my beastly form and soared out of the valley. Upon reaching the exterior, I beheld numerous dark figures racing swiftly toward me from afar. Yuandong, whose auspicious spirit was embodied in a white giant tiger. I had seamlessly integrated science into my being. Adeptly concealing myself from potential threats, that I paused at the edge of a mountainside, quietly biding my time until the colossal creatures drew closer, at which point I recognized them as horned porcupines. Indeed, they were splendid creatures, their thick layers of fat making them particularly appealing to the smaller females. Trailing behind the porcupines were 5 formidable carnivorous beasts in pursuit. Ignoring all else, Yuandong joined the ranks of the ambushers, blending seamlessly into the throng of horned porcupines, where my presence went unnoticed. Gradually, the space became crowded with dozens of these creatures. Swiftly, amidst the stampede, the beasts exited the valley's confines. Watching them retreat, I lingered for a moment, ensuring no other threats were present before returning to the valley. Upon reaching the small female's cave, I called out loudly several times at the entrance. When she emerged, I informed her that I had hunted numerous horned porcupines. Having just seen the herd pass through the gorge, that I had secured quite a bounty. Together, we gazed at the enormous wild boar at our feet, incredulous at its size, reflecting on the notion that no reward comes without effort. I proposed to treat her to a meal, acknowledging the delightful dishes she had prepared previously. Eagerly, I expressed my approval, while she hesitated, feeling uncertain about bringing someone unfamiliar into her space, concerned for her safety. Despite her inner conflict, she felt it inappropriate to retract her invitation. Noticing her unease, I reassured her, promising I meant no harm. Thus, she guided the orc back to her cave. Upon entering, I was struck by the cave's brightness. Illuminated by some unknown source that radiated warmth, unlike a campfire, there was an absence of smoke, and the cave was remarkably tidy, adorned with various forms of lighting that did not appear to be fueled by firewood. Curious about the source, I discreetly licked my lips, enticed by the aroma wafting through the air. Settling near the hearth, I took a seat on a large stump to warm myself, while Yuandong observed. Utterly astonished, he felt the gentle warmth enveloping him from behind as he watched the small female busily preparing a meal. He had never anticipated that her cave would be so inviting, and the sight of her cooking station intrigued him immensely. A pot of boiling water sat atop the stove, simmering meat within. Seizing an opportune moment, he gently placed his hand against the warm stone wall, his shock evident as he discovered it was indeed heated. The warmth of the cave was a revelation, contrasting sharply with the frigid conditions endured by many females in the tribe, who were often confined to their nests during the cold season. How had this small female managed to thrive without such constraints? The delightful aroma of cooking oil filled the air as she prepared a hot pot meal, skillfully crafting fish balls from freshly caught fish. Recognizing that one fish might not suffice, she retrieved another, ultimately preparing 2 large bowls of fish balls alongside an array of vegetables and shrimp. The rich, milky broth of the bones soup bubbled away, signaling that it was ready. She gathered charcoal from the furnace and ignited it in a bucket, arranging everything meticulously before bringing the sizable pot closer to the hearth. With great care, she placed the prepared fish balls and vegetables into the pot, followed by slices of meat which sizzled in the heat, creating a fragrant steam. She presented a plate of dipping sauce to me. I found myself at a loss, bewildered by the unfamiliar utensils in my hands. Observing her deft movements, I patiently learned from her, discovering her remarkable intelligence as she adeptly used 2 wooden sticks to retrieve the meat from the pot and dip it into the sauce before enjoying her meal. I mimicked her actions, initially struggling but quickly grasping the technique, soon relishing the delicious flavors. I had never encountered such delectable cuisine before. When I tasted the fish balls, I could hardly contain my delight. As we feasted together, I savored every morsel until nothing remained. Realizing we had consumed all the food, I set my chopsticks down and expressed my heartfelt gratitude, conveying how truly appreciative I was for the splendid meal, which was the most exquisite I had ever tasted. Embarrassed, I offered my assistance for any future needs she might have, feeling somewhat self-conscious due to the stigma surrounding the consumption of female-prepared meals in the orc tribe. Unbeknownst to her, I sensed the ongoing dampness of the cold season and advised her to refrain from lingering at the cave entrance, as the scent of a female could attract unwanted attention from beasts. She acknowledged my counsel, and with a tinge of reluctance, I departed from her warm and fragrant haven, returning to my own cave, which felt cold and uninviting in comparison. After bidding farewell to the orc, she tidied up her space, clearing away debris that had fallen from the cave ceiling, and attended to her personal hygiene. Then she entered her sleeping quarters, adding firewood to the stove before settling down by the hearth, where she meticulously removed the ashes from the burnt charcoal and prepared for a comfortable night's rest, succumbing to a deep slumber. Thus, the days passed in a rhythm of eating and sleeping, each day punctuated by the echoes of distant roars and tremors that roused us from our slumber. Yet, as the cold season progressed, we grew accustomed to these sounds, feeling a sense of security in our secluded valley, where the beasts struggled to discover our presence. However, a sense of ennui lingered, prompting me to ponder what activities I might engage in to alleviate the monotony. Apart from preparing delectable dishes, my days are largely consumed by slumber. This body, nurtured by him, has become plump and fair, tipping the scales at approximately 110 gene. I feel as though I have grown taller and no longer resemble the gaunt and dark figure I was upon my arrival. My complexion has lightened somewhat. Yet, no matter how pale I become, I cannot rival the fairness of the women on this planet, as this body possesses a hue akin to brown. Nevertheless, I remain indifferent to it. In the confines of my space, he discovered an assortment of animal hides, including several unicorns I'd stored, along with a generous supply of pelts gifted by the neighboring orcs, while crafting a cozy little dwelling. I utilized many of these hides, yet there remains an abundance of beautifully colored skins, 2 in pure red and several in white. Contemplating, I resolved to fashion garments from the red and white hides, recalling the tribal attire worn by the females, which I found rather unappealing. Thus, I sought to merge my current ideas with those of the bestial world to create my ideal animal skin clothing. I pondered that should I encounter other orcs in the future, it would be difficult to explain why I was not clad in animal skins. With that thought, I seized the large scissors from my space and commenced the tailoring of my animal hides. In this bustling endeavor, I crafted a knee-length skirt and a shorter one above the knee, and designed a vest-like top. In the realm of orcs, the upper garments are merely bandeaus, yet I deemed this insufficiently secure. A vest seemed far more appealing. Lacking buttons, I employed a few strips of hide to fasten it snugly. The result was truly splendid, a vest adorned in alternating red and white tones, exquisitely crafted. I even fashioned cutouts along the sides, creating an attractive design, and styled the collar into a ruffled pattern. The small white vest boasted a red ruffled collar, complemented by 2 petite red pockets, and I found it quite charming. For the skirts, I produced a red snakeskin variant and a white slimskin one. Each was enhanced with 2 pockets at the front and back, yielding a visually pleasing effect. I imagined these garments would be suitable for spring outings. Ultimately, I stumbled upon a unique black and white hide, which inspired me to create a diagonal crossbody vest. With a creative spark, I envisioned red trim and 2 small red embellishments, while also designing a knee-length skirt that exuded personality. Further, I discovered a gray and white leopard print hide, which struck me as quite distinctive. I envisioned an ensemble crafted from it, suitable for gathering excursions. Reflecting upon my designs, I noted they were all sleeveless. Perhaps I should attempt some with sleeves. Thus, I rummaged through my space, searching diligently until I procured a suitable collection of garments, carefully comparing sizes, and ultimately tailoring a gray outfit comprising a long-sleeve top and a matching skirt that I concluded that pants were impractical, as skirts offered greater ease of movement. The skirts I previously crafted were rather straight-cut, limiting my stride. Thus, for the gray ensemble, I designed a long-sleeve top adorned with several pockets and a small stand-up collar, and envisioned adding pleats to the skirt. This would create a voluminous effect that appeared orderly when stationary yet remained unencumbered during movement, which I found quite favorable. Continuing to refine my designs, I believe this collection would be perfect for me once the cold season had passed, while I immerse myself in the exploration of these animal hides. My companion diligently hunted, as orcs have substantial appetites, requiring substantial quantities of prey, often exceeding a dozen beasts per meal. Thus, this winter season has been quite bountiful, with ample provisions. Each time I heard the sound of a herd passing by, I would stealthily venture out, ever watchful. As the days slipped away, the winter gradually drew to a close that, in roughly a month, the season would transition, with outside temperatures hovering around -20 to 30 degrees, while the cave remained near freezing. Each day, we stoked the fire with ample firewood, keeping the hearth ablaze around the clock. Consequently, neither I nor my companion felt the chill, and I sensed that the biting cold would soon dissipate. During this period, I received several visits from the neighboring orcs bearing meat, and we shared meals together, gradually becoming acquainted. Today, I invited a familiar neighbor for dinner, preparing 7 or 8 large potatoes, boiling them before stir-frying 2 large pans worth. I roasted a whole lean lamb, and presented 2 substantial platters of my homemade pickled radishes, along with 2 large fish served in bowls. Uncertain whether this would suffice for the orcs, I felt quite full myself, observing their satisfaction as they ate, though they seemed to crave more. Had I known the orc appetite or witnessed their dining habits, I might have felt somewhat stingy, as many females in various tribes remain oblivious to the orcs' consumption, for they seldom witness it. Many orcs feast thoroughly while hunting, only to return and nourish their young. Females naturally consume less, yet they harbor a deep fear of illness. Consequently, many acquaintances who hunt successfully often save the blood of their catches to ensure the health of their children. My companion and I have never encountered such practices, leaving us unaware. While some females occasionally consume raw meat, I discovered that my companion had never partaken in it. The tender cuts and fatty portions are often devoured raw by many. Yet this particular female had never been observed indulging in such delicacies. Once the orcs departed, I tidied our cave, contemplating what my future would hold once winter had passed, contemplating the expanse of the valley. He envisioned a vast stretch of land where he could cultivate potatoes, alongside an abundance of peanuts. The peanuts, which he had only harvested during the frigid season, were primarily reserved for his own consumption, though he had only sampled a modest portion and retained the remainder in his storage. Initially, he intended to extract oil from them, but upon realizing he lacked the requisite skills, he opted to stir-fry a few batches for enjoyment, never returning to them thereafter. He mused that planting some potatoes and peanuts in the valley would alleviate the need to venture far for sustenance in the future. Lost in his thoughts of this arrangement, he drifted into slumber. During the final month of the cold season, he and Xiaofei focused on nurturing their bodies, resulting in a robust yet monotonous month. He crafted several garments from animal hides and indulged in hearty meals. Relishing the variety of dishes he prepared, with an abundance of cabbage stored away, he felt he had scarcely made a dent in his supplies. Additionally, he had a substantial quantity of large radishes. But the most plentiful were still the peanuts and potatoes. The peanut rolls had scarcely been touched, and he resolved to save them for future oil extraction, as their delightful flavor was irresistible. Each peanut comparable in size to a small fruit. The potatoes were equally delectable, sweet, sticky, and remarkably starchy. Leaving him with an insatiable appetite, there remained some meat in his storage, courtesy of the neighboring orcs from Shandong, who had generously delivered several batches, with each serving sufficient to last him for quite some time, in the tribal community. However, the last month of the cold season was particularly challenging for both orcs and females, as food supplies dwindled perilously low, leading to dire circumstances. Many females succumbed to starvation during this period, and a significant number of young females or orc offspring failed to survive the month. Those who did manage to endure were truly favored by fate. As he lay in the cave, gazing outward, he sensed the cold season was nearing its end, ushering in the most arduous times. Aware that many in his community would falter during this final month, he had spent the previous 2 months diligently providing gifts to the young female, Cixing. Upon visiting her several times, he noted her health had improved considerably. No longer resembling the frail figure he had first encountered, nor did she appear to be suffering from hunger. This indicated she had access to ample food supplies. He recalled that he had nearly 100 head of livestock in storage. Contemplating how many meals he could still enjoy, that it was certainly feasible to share some with the young female. Moreover, he could easily abstain from eating for several days after a single meal. Allowing him to set aside provisions for her if needed, he organized the animal hides meticulously, planning to present them to the young female once the cold season had passed. Unbeknownst to Xiaofei, he was concerned about her potential hunger. If she were to find out, she would likely scoff at his worries, asserting that her storage was ample enough to last her an entire year. Currently, the outside temperature had plummeted to around -10 degrees, and it appeared that snowfall had considerably diminished, with signs of melting becoming apparent. The winds had also calmed significantly as he approached the cave entrance. He removed the wooden barriers that had shielded it, observing the snow on the slope, which seemed to have receded noticeably since the previous day, revealing patches of rock beneath. The accumulation of snow from the cold season was formidable, nearly 3 meters deep, and it was evident that the snowfall had tapered off, with some even beginning to melt. He speculated that if the temperatures continued to rise, it would not be long before the snow completely disappeared. He felt confident that his cave would remain secure, as the melting snow would not encroach upon the entrance. The sky remained overcast, casting a gray pallor over everything, and he reflected on how, in his memories, the end of the cold season often heralded illness among many females and young ones, with some tragically succumbing to starvation. In his limited recollections, the period before the cold season's conclusion was the most harrowing. He pondered the lack of food, as many gaunt individuals would become emaciated during the final month, particularly the young ones. Humans and orcs alike are inherently selfish. In times of scarcity, who would not prioritize their own survival? Gazing at the weather outside, he resolved to tend to his cave, ensuring the grass was arranged properly and the animal hide curtains were securely fastened. Despite the frigid temperatures, he remained undeterred. Upon opening the entrance to the cave, I stepped inside, where the temperature had risen to that of the ridge above. I warmed myself by the fireplace, shedding my heavy cotton coat, and stretched my limbs, craving a delightful fish ball soup. I retrieved a sizable fish to prepare my very own fish balls, adding some cabbage to the broth. The taste was exquisite and delectable. I mused that once the cold season concludes, I must endeavor to cultivate more vegetables or seek out edible plants available now. My entire space held little beyond cabbage and large radishes, leaving me with scant options for sustenance. The fruits I had painstakingly stored in my space were consumed by the second month of winter. I resolved to continue to store suitable fruits in my space, knowing they would remain unspoiled as per the space's restrictions. Observing the oil lamps I had crafted, I noted that 7 or 8 illuminated the cave quite brightly. Outside, the weather had been steadily warming, and today the temperature had risen above freezing. Standing at the cave entrance with Xiaofei, we gazed downwards, where the snow had mostly melted into gentle streams. The water, 2 to 3 meters deep, prompted a thought. Had the slope been any lower, I would surely have found myself submerged. Fortunately, the slope I chose was inclined, leaving a 4 to 5 meter height above the ground below. Each day, I watched as the snow melted gradually into water that on some slopes and within the crevices of the rocks, I noticed patches of green emerging, signaling the imminent arrival of spring. Oh, my astonishment. As the snow melted, I discovered green plants sprouting forth. Xiaofei and I would daily peer out from our cave entrance to observe the changes below. The blood from the previous encounters had lessened gradually. Occasionally, I would cast a glance towards the neighboring cave, but sightings of the orc were rare. In recent days, Yuandong was aware that the snow season was nearing its end. He occasionally ventured outside to assess the situation. For this was a time when many tribes faced dire circumstances. Our tribe lacked provisions and might resort to raiding others. Even some wandering orcs and wild beasts could pose threats to the tribe. This period was particularly perilous, as many orcs, having endured a winter of hunger, could be as ferocious as wild beasts, which too had suffered from lack of food throughout the winter. Fortunately, this secluded area I had chosen harbored few large carnivorous beasts, and orcs seldom ventured here, knowing it was barren and desolate, unfit for sustenance. Who would have imagined that within such an environment, a small female could thrive so well, appearing well-fed and content, indicating she had ample provisions? Outside, the snow was melting swiftly, and upon reaching the valley, I observed that the small river had swelled significantly, with much greenery now unveiled. Gazing towards the distant mountains, I noticed trees slowly budding with green shoots. After ensuring there were no dangers or beast packs, I returned to the valley. Passing by the small female's cave, I felt a pang of discomfort at her absence, despite the snow continuing to melt and temperatures exceeding freezing. Xiaofei and I still sensed the chill. The cave entrance remained uninvitingly cold, compelling me to postpone further ventures and instead settle beside the warmth of the fire. Though the cave was quite warm and firewood consumption was less than during the harsh winter months, I returned inside after breakfast and delved into my space, rummaging through it. I recalled having collected numerous seeds from the seed merchant in the past. I continued my search, unearthing seeds for water radishes, cabbages, green onions, cilantro, and lettuce. Even discovering some celery seeds, I was pleasantly surprised to find seeds for vegetables I had never tasted before, including beans and eggplants. This discovery was fortuitous, for once the snow melted away and the water receded, I planned to cultivate a patch of land in the valley, planting an array of my favorite vegetables and meticulously organizing the entire area. After selecting a few seeds and placing them in a small basket for convenience, I rummaged through the seed collection, uncovering glutinous rice and corn seeds, which piqued my curiosity. While I did not find any regular rice seeds, I did locate 2 bags of glutinous rice seeds and several bags of corn seeds, all of which were glutinous corn. This was splendid, for I could cultivate them and enjoy sticky corn later. Now, gazing at the seeds in my space, I found myself drooling at the thought of corn. However, I reassured myself that once planted, I would have a new source of food to sustain me. Upon inspecting the space, a considerable collection of farming tools lay scattered about: hoes, sickles, and a large rake, the latter of which he could not recall when he had last put away. It seemed prudent to gather them all together, as he felt certain that he would eventually find use for them. Days passed with Xiaofei eagerly awaiting the gradual retreat of the river waters below. As the verdant hues enveloped the entire gorge, the occasional call of an unknown bird could be heard. Xiaofei knew that spring had indeed commenced. Although it was evident that the snowmelt of spring had run its course, the sensation of spring rains was curiously absent. It was a peculiar phenomenon, as rain was seldom witnessed in spring. Following the winter's thaw, the earth had been nourished, seemingly devoid of the need for rainfall. Xiaofei had shed his heavy winter coat, opting instead for lighter, insulating garments. The external temperature felt pleasantly above 10 degrees Celsius. However, he feared that his attire might be too scant, risking a chill or illness. Thus, he rummaged through his belongings, determining that it was wise to dress warmly for the time being. While he no longer required his quilted jacket or down coat, wearing thermal undergarments remained essential. Once properly attired, he ventured outside to observe the weather. Gradually, the sky had shed its dreary grayness, revealing a burgeoning cerulean hue. He mused that if the sky transitioned fully to a deep blue, it would signify the true arrival of spring. In his recollections, he recalled that the young females of the tribe would venture outside in search of spring fruits or wild vegetables as warmth descended upon the land. Some wild greens he had never encountered in this gorge before. Furthermore, spring posed considerable dangers, as it was the season when many tribes lost some of their warrior beasts. During this time of rejuvenation, the beasts would propagate, and the males would exhibit extreme aggression, vying fiercely for mating rights. This period often saw male beasts acting violently, even against their own kind. Thus, spring was also a time when many single females would seek companions, with some males forcefully claiming them and taking them away for ritualistic purposes. Recently, Yuandong had felt a stirring within himself, though he managed to keep his emotions in check. Occasionally, he caught a whiff of the scent from a neighboring female, which stirred a primal restlessness within him, prompting him to take flight from the gorge. With the arrival of warmer seasons, Xiaofei found himself busier than ever. The weather was just right as he retrieved his small hoe and made his way to the flat land within the gorge, where the earthen surface was now overrun with green plants, most of which he could not identify. Nevertheless, he recalled having harvested numerous large potatoes in this very spot before, so he set to work. Digging up the unfamiliar growths, surveying the expanse before him, he felt a heavy burden of responsibility. Regrettably, there were no farming machines available in his space, and he wished he had thought to acquire some from the agricultural machinery company he had passed by. He began his labor with the hoe, though the task was not without its challenges. The soil was soft, yet littered with small stones and roots, making the cleanup quite arduous. Bit by bit, he toiled away. Recently, he had not spotted the small creatures, but today he remained in the gorge. Rising early to witness the small beings flitting about the land, he noticed a slender figure nearby, busy with some task. Yet he felt too shy to approach. As he worked diligently throughout the morning, he became exhausted, feeling as though he had barely made a dent in the land he was clearing. Returning to his cave, he set about preparing his lunch. He retrieved some large potatoes from his space and contemplated transforming the cleared area into a potato patch. However, the thought of the labor involved felt overwhelming. So he decided to plant a small vegetable garden instead, recalling the satisfaction of harvesting potatoes from this land. After a delightful meal, he indulged in a refreshing nap, with temperatures soaring to around 17 or 18 degrees Celsius. He felt comfortable enough to remove the cave's curtain, allowing fresh air to circulate. The hearth no longer required a fire, as he had extinguished it, and during the night he only needed to burn a little wood in the bed for warmth. Resting in his cozy nook, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, and upon waking, he ventured to the cave entrance to check the weather before resuming his work on the small vegetable plot. After clearing approximately 2 acres, he mused that if he were to cultivate some vegetables from earth, he would have more than enough produced. He retrieved more large potatoes from his space, slicing them into sizable chunks before burying them in the soil. He decided not to clear the area designated for potatoes, recalling that it had previously yielded a good harvest, so he felt no need for extensive preparation. Thus, he planted numerous potatoes, arranging them with surprising precision, creating neat rows that aligned perfectly in all directions. As dusk approached, he had successfully planted over an acre of potatoes, estimating that it would take him 3 or 4 more days to finish cultivating the valley's land. Amidst the flurry of planting, several days passed, and, at last, he had completed the potato planting. The soil remained pleasantly moist. Xiaofei noticed that small fish and shrimp had begun to appear in the stream, prompting him to remember the untouched food in his space, which he resolved to consume promptly, preferring the taste of freshly caught seafood over the preserved variety. He retrieved the fish basket he had stored away during the cold season, casting it into the lively pool, where the fish seemed to come from nowhere. Contemplating the state of the river beyond the gorge, he decided to focus on managing his immediate surroundings, satisfied for the time being with his ample food supply. After completing the potato planting, he turned his attention to his small vegetable plot, where fresh green leaves had emerged amidst the weeds. Armed with his hoe, he resumed the task of clearing the area, meticulously organizing the plot into neat rows. Once the weeds had been removed, he began to plant various seeds, uncertain of their suitability for the season, but determined to follow his instincts. Recently, he had observed the small creature working diligently in that same plot. Curious about what it was up to, he noticed the creature digging in the soil and burying roots. Intrigued by the sight of it wielding a knife to cut potatoes, he wondered what the small creature was holding in its hands. So sharp, she cut a piece of that root and buried it in the soil, leaving her quite perplexed. Then she observed a young female. At the onset of planting vegetables, his confusion deepened. He had no idea what the little tattooed one was up to, what items she was placing in the earth, only to cover them with more soil, which he found utterly astonishing, yet he felt too shy to inquire. Typically, the young females in the tribe would venture outside during this warm season to gather edible wild vegetables and fruits. Yet he noticed that this particular young female had not stepped outside. Although the valley did harbor some wild greens, he had yet to discover any wild fruits within its confines that a week had passed since he and Xiaofei filled their 2 acres of vegetable garden to the brim. Reflecting on his little plot, he recalled having planted tomatoes and beans, both of which required trellises. He contemplated finding materials to construct supports. While the valley offered some dry branches, they did not seem ideal. It felt imperative to venture beyond the valley. The following morning, Xiaofei donned the animal skin garment he had crafted in his space and set off. Upon exiting the valley, he gazed at the outside world, exclaiming in awe at the lush greenery that enveloped the landscape. The earth dawned in a vibrant green cloak, and the trees in the distance dressed in verdant attire. He remembered a vast thicket to the south, recalling that the branches there were remarkably straight and of a suitable thickness. Thus, he retrieved a sickle from his space and made his way toward the brush as he arrived at the thicket. The scene matched his memories perfectly, and he began to selectively cut the branches. After gathering a bundle of approximately 50, he tied them together with rope and stored them in his space. He repeated this process until he had amassed around 300. After pausing, he explored the thicket further and was greeted by the delightful sounds of birdsong, which he found astonishing. Following the melodic calls, he discovered several large birds reminiscent of those from which he had previously found eggs. He approached them cautiously, wishing he had a firearm to bring back some of these large birds for consumption. Alarmed by his presence, a dozen or so took flight. That he then arrived at their nesting area, where he discovered several nests and began collecting eggs, filled with joy as each nest contained 12 to 13 eggs. He carefully stored them in his space, hoping they would lay more eggs for his next visit. Looking at the numerous large bird eggs he had gathered, he felt elated. Yet, he longed to taste the birds themselves, pondering whether their meat would resemble that of a wild chicken, though he was uncertain of the flavor. After leaving the area, he decided to return while also searching for other edible items. He ventured westward, but found nothing of interest. Ultimately, he resolved to return to his valley, realizing he still had much to accomplish. Upon exiting the valley, Yuandong noticed the young female and felt a strong desire to follow and protect her. However, he observed that she had entered the thicket after leaving the valley. He noted the absence of other carnivorous beasts or dangers nearby, prompting him to wander far afield in search of food. Throughout the warm season, both he and Xiaofei were diligently occupied. He watched as the glutinous corn he had planted grew to a height of 1 foot, some even producing double or triple ears. Reluctant to uproot the excess, he decided to let them continue growing, marveling at how beautiful they appeared in the fertile land. He also noticed the potatoes thriving remarkably well, while the eggplants had begun to blossom, and the tomatoes were starting to flower as well. He took out the prepared trellises and began to stake them up, securing them one by one. Thus, he busily tended to his garden daily, knowing it would provide sustenance for the future. Noticing he still had some glutinous corn seeds in his space, he pondered whether he could plant more, considering that he would need to continuously grind corn for food. He retrieved a hoe and began searching for suitable planting spots within the valley, which offered many options. As long as the ground was relatively level, he began to scout for suitable locations to sow. Feeling that even if the arrangement was not perfectly orderly, he should not miss any viable spots, he chose not to tend to these areas meticulously, believing it best to let them grow wild. Thus, he planted an additional 70 to 80 pounds of corn seeds. That he recalled that he still had some rice seeds, specifically glutinous rice, but felt regretful that he did not know how to cultivate it. For now, he decided to leave it in his space. After finishing with the corn, he went to inspect the potato field. Aside from the potato seedlings, he noticed some unfamiliar plants growing tall. He hurriedly pulled them up, discarding them wherever. Fearful they would continue to grow, he painstakingly collected the uprooted plants into his space, some of which resisted his efforts. In frustration, he retrieved his sickle to cut them from their roots. Feeling a sense of compulsion, he reflected on the day's labor. Despite the notion of letting nature take its course, he could not resist uprooting anything he deemed superfluous. It truly is a burdensome endeavor for oneself. Observing his modest vegetable garden, he notices an array of unfamiliar plants surrounding some pepper seedlings, prompting him to wield a hoe and commence weeding. While he dismisses the weeds elsewhere, he insists on eradicating every last weed from his own garden, a repetitive toil that consumes him for several days. This relentless effort exhausts Xiaofei, who has nurtured his physique throughout the winter, visibly altered by the warmth of the heating. His youthful vigor seems to fade, and his skin darkens slightly from the sun. However, such concerns are trivial to him. As long as he survives, appearances matter little, especially as he has no intentions of marrying. Unbeknownst to him, the nearby orc has developed feelings for him. As the days grow increasingly warmer, he perceives the temperature nearing 27 or 8 degrees, approaching 30 within the cave. The heating is hardly needed anymore. Residing in the cave is genuinely comfortable, warm in winter and cool in summer. Each day, he simply lifts the grass curtain during daylight and lowers it at night. At this juncture, he has forsaken the thin leather attire, opting instead for a base layer paired with a self-crafted leather vest. A combination that is both aesthetically pleasing and breathable, neither too hot nor too cold. He dons this outfit daily, while a male orc observes him discreetly from a distance, captivated by the beauty of his leather attire. One day, while Xiaofei is weeding in his garden, he notices the orc approaching. It has been days since they last crossed paths. The orc greets him, stating that he ventured to a distant mountain to gather a bounty of horned porcupines, bringing several as a gift. He fears the small female might decline his offering, hastily adding that he has more than he can consume, hoping to ease her apprehension. He also mentions his longing for the meal she prepares. Reminiscing fondly, Xiaofei ponders this and concludes that it would be delightful to share a meal, suggesting he can trade his cooking for the porcupines. The orc beams with delight, agreeing to return that evening for dinner. With a wave of his hand, he stores the porcupines in his space and departs for his own cave. After completing his weeding, Xiaofei hurries back to his cave and lights a fire to prepare dinner. He boils several large potatoes and retrieves cleaned feet, tails, and hands from his space, selecting the fattest portions to render the fat. He then prepares a generous pot of braised meat, realizing that such a dish is best paired with rice. Though his supply is dwindling, he also retrieves 2 cabbages and fries a large bowl of them. Thinking of the nearby pond, he fetches his fish basket. Discovering some large shrimp and fish, he cleans them by the water's edge, discarding entrails and innards back into the basket before rinsing them in the pond. Returning to his stove, he prepares a braised fish weighing nearly 8 pounds and steams the shrimp, each measuring over a foot in length. The enticing aroma wafts through the cave just as the orc arrives at the entrance. That Xiaofei announces that dinner is ready. The orc enters, admiring the cleanliness and order of Xiaofei's cave, noting the table they crafted together during the colder months. After arranging the food, he gestures for the orc to sit as they begin to eat. The orc praises Xiaofei's culinary prowess, remarking on the delightful flavors of the dishes. That Xiaofei, savoring the meal, reciprocates the compliment, and they both indulge heartily as they finish. Both feel satisfied, though the orc's appetite far exceeds Xiaofei's. The orc, merely seeking to be close to the small female, praises Xiaofei's skill in preparing the meat and even enjoys the stir-fried cabbage. That Xiaofei, in turn, explains the origin of the potatoes, which he has cultivated and stored for sustenance during the harsh winter. The orc finds this notion astonishing, contemplating the potential for their tribe's survival should they be able to cultivate such crops. Throughout the warm season, Xiaofei remains diligently engaged in tending to his garden, relishing the fresh vegetables he has grown. As the days pass, he grows increasingly aware of the heat, with temperatures consistently exceeding 30 degrees, and the land appears parched. A memory stirs within him, recalling the impending rainy season. He realizes that the recent heat may signal its approach, and he fears the potential flooding that could ensue. Preparing for the rainy season, he harvests all the vegetables from his garden, storing them in his space to prevent spoilage. He carefully gathers beans, eggplants, and greens, ensuring nothing is left behind. Observing the corn, he notes its remarkable height. Having grown over 5 meters, yet it is yet to bear ears, he dismisses the need to worry about it. Confident in its resilience, surveying the area around his cave, he contemplates the creation of drainage channels to mitigate flooding, but recognizes the enormity of such a task. Instead, he gathers large stones to form barriers around his cave, hoping to shield it from any incoming rainwater. As I explore this small cave, I find it to be quite elevated day by day. As I await the passage of time, the weather gradually becomes stifling, and the clouds in the sky multiply, casting a veil over the future. Recently, I accompanied Xiaofei to the edge of the pond, where despite the significant drop in water levels, an abundance of fish and shrimp still thrived. Albeit in somewhat murky water, I collected a considerable amount of fish and shrimp, yet it seemed insufficient for my needs throughout the month. Although many had been dried, I still yearn for the freshness of the catch. Thus, I ventured outside the valley today, placing numerous fish baskets in hopes of amassing a greater collection to sustain myself during this rainy season that I sense that I might remain confined throughout the entire rainy period. I contemplated examining the space I possessed, noting that my stock of plant oil was dwindling. Though I hesitated to consume my provisions, who wouldn't desire an abundance of food? More is always better. Together with Xiaofei, we surveyed the area outside the valley for any further opportunities. Upon discovering several bird eggs in my inventory, I decided to head towards a gathering of larger birds. Upon arrival, I observed numerous large birds incubating their eggs. Realizing that this season was likely a time for reproduction, it would be splendid if I could capture a few of these larger birds. My appetite was piqued. After leaving the site without any reward, I felt somewhat disheartened but resolved to return later, perhaps after the rainy season, when conditions might be more favorable. I recalled that I had over 300 bird eggs in my possession. Ample sustenance for myself. I then considered gathering some dry firewood. Although I had some large logs in my inventory, the damp conditions of the rainy season necessitated a supply of firewood. Thus, I made my way towards the forest of large trees, where I cut down several dead logs. Throughout the day, neither Xiaofei nor I returned to the valley. We spent hours in the forest gathering a dozen or so substantial pieces of dead wood, which I swiftly stored in my inventory with the aid of a chainsaw. By the time I returned, it was already quite late. Exhausted, Xiaofei and I had little desire for a meal, so I rummaged through my stock for some ready-made porridge and took out a portion of pickled radish. Consuming a few bites. After hastily attending to my personal hygiene, I laid down on the Kong, contemplating how to navigate this rainy season. In a state of drowsiness, I soon drifted into slumber, pondering the whereabouts of the neighboring beast man, who had seemingly disappeared. I surmised that he might have left, and my thoughts strayed no further. Late into the night, the moon and stars shone brightly, despite being obscured by thick clouds. The large moon hung low on the horizon, its light filtering through the clouds, illuminating the valley with a gentle glow. Yuandong returned to the valley, glancing into the small female cave, but finding nothing, as it was concealed by a thick expanse of grass. He then retreated to his own cave. Aware that the rainy season was fast approaching, he needed to prepare a substantial amount of meat in the coming days, for no other sources of meat appeared to exist in the valley. If he were to recklessly present an offering to the small female, she would undoubtedly decline it. Thus, he resolved to gather more provisions and propose to the small female that they share meals during the rainy season. If she were to refuse, he would simply accept that she might only visit him occasionally, taking his thoughts for granted. He did not contemplate whether Xiaofei would agree or disagree. In truth, he remained oblivious to the considerable quantity of meat stored within the confines of Xiaofei's space. A surplus accumulated from his frequent visits where he indulged in copious amounts. The provisions consisted primarily of potatoes, fish, and shrimp, all of which sufficiently nourished his body. Consequently, he was not particularly deficient in meat. As he had dealt with the remains of numerous enormous beasts, with dozens preserved in Xiaofei's space. Amidst the daily bustle, the rainy season commenced. This morning, upon rising, he accompanied Xiaofei to the cave entrance. Observing the overcast sky that hinted at imminent rain, he swiftly made his way to the pond, methodically clearing out several fish. In haste, he exited the valley, gathering the fish and shrimp from the stream into his space. Feeling the oppressive humidity in the air, he returned to the valley and inspected the vegetable patch, which remained damp and sticky. He hoped that during this rainy season, they would exhibit more vitality. Although some young greens had already withered, reflecting on the mainland, he considered the dire conditions there, where temperatures soared even higher, leading to the demise of certain plants. Xiaofei sat at the cave entrance, gazing at the raindrops falling steadily, reminiscent of moderate rainfall. Yet in the context of the rainy season, it was rather insignificant. Watching the rain pour outside was quite vexing, and he genuinely detested it. He then noticed a neighboring beast man returning from sky, heading towards his territory. Feeling disheartened by the oppressive weather, he chose not to greet this familiar figure and retreated into his cave, drawing the grass curtain to obscure the outside world. Listening to the rhythmic sound of rain outside, he approached the stove, deciding to prepare fish soup for the day. he retrieved a fresh large fish and was grateful for the ample water still stored in his space. After cleaning the fish, he concocted a substantial batch of fish soup, reserving enough for himself while storing the remainder in his space. However, after eating, he found it rather unremarkable and opted to lie down for a midday nap. As he reclined on the bed, he felt the oppressive warmth of the small room, which he had constructed to be quite airtight. Contemplating the summer heat, he realized that enduring it in this cramped space would be unbearable. He thought of constructing a wooden bed nearby. Thus, after awakening from his stupor, he wiped his body with water and resolved that crafting a wooden bed was imperative. He ventured into a space to select suitable timber for this purpose. Choosing pieces that were thoroughly dried and ready for use, he began to fashion the wood with his electric saw, skillfully cutting the timber into planks and testing various heights for the bed. Repeating the process countless times, eventually he produced a rather unsightly but satisfactory bed that felt sturdy enough. Yet he still sensed the need for improvement, spotting an enormous log, too hefty for 4 people to lift. He and Xiaofei worked together to trim it to a length of 2.5 meters, shaping the excess into a massive rectangular block. Upon bouncing atop it, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This would serve as his grand wooden bed. The width of the log exceeded 4 meters, nearly 5, which was perfect, superior to his previous makeshift bed. He placed it adjacent to the small room, just right for his needs. During the cold season, he would sleep inside, while in the warm and rainy seasons, he would rest upon this robust wooden structure without fear of it collapsing. After cleaning the wood shavings, he adorned it with animal skins. However, feeling uncomfortably warm, he quickly returned to his space, where he recalled a small stash of dried grass he had saved before the windy season, that he swiftly retrieved a bundle and, seated outside, began weaving a mat. His fingers moved deftly, having honed this skill over time. Before long, he had crafted a grass mat, which he proudly placed atop his large wooden bed. He envisioned a summer of comfort on his creation, relishing the pleasant, subtle fragrance of the wood. Peering out from the cave entrance, he observed the curtain of rain cascading down, realizing that venturing outside was futile due to the downpour as dusk approached. His stomach growled in hunger, prompting him to decide on making potato pancakes for dinner. After washing the potatoes, he shredded them and cracked 2 large bird eggs, reluctantly using half a basin of flour to create a batter. Once the pan was heated, he poured the mixture in, producing 2 large bowls full of pancakes. After enjoying 4 pancakes, he stored the rest in his space, still feeling rather unamused. He then retrieved some peanuts from his space and began to shell them, only to find his hands aching after a short while. Despite the bag being quite full, he felt disheartened by the long, laborious process. Dismissing such thoughts, he set the peanuts aside and lay on his wooden bed, enveloped in comfort beneath a thin blanket, inhaling the gentle aroma. Occasionally, he heard the buzzing of mosquitoes within the cave, which serve as a reminder of their formidable presence in this area. Yet, as they approached his bed, they would quickly retreat. Contemplating the absence of a mosquito net in his space, he pondered whether he could fashion one. Yet, astonishingly, these mosquitoes, upon approaching the vicinity of the bed, hastily departed. He had heard that certain types of wood possess mosquito-repelling properties and pondered whether his bed was truly exceptional. Filled with joy at the thought, reflecting further, he considered that within the wood used to craft the bed, there was ample fragrant timber, and he resolved to fashion some decorative items from them the following day. He envisioned placing several of these pieces in the nearby cave, believing that their presence would create a natural mosquito repellent. He had several more such pieces of wood in his space. Though he could not identify their types, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Thus, lost in these whimsical thoughts, he drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening the next day, he and Xiaofei had already contemplated the matter. For such thoughts could easily attract mosquitoes. The space within his cave was quite expansive. One could never know where a multitude of bothersome insects might emerge. After breakfast, Xiaofei began to extract the desired timber from his space, starting with the construction of a chair. Although it was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, it was completed nonetheless. There remained a considerable amount of wooden planks, strips, and blocks that he decided to create a cabinet for kitchen utensils and dishes. And amidst the clatter of tools, a simple cupboard took shape, Positioned near the kitchen and in close proximity to the stove, it served well, providing a refuge from pesky insects while cooking. Next to the fireplace, he placed the chair he had crafted himself. Contemplating the large table in the cave, he decided it was unsuitable, yet still usable. Previously, he had employed a few large wooden stumps as tables or stools, which he found unappealing. Thus, he began to make gradual repairs, tirelessly transforming them into his ideal table and chairs. Though their appearance was not particularly elegant, each piece was robustly constructed. The day passed swiftly in this flurry of activity. He placed all the wooden items he had created in the intended spots, convinced that his cave would be free of further pests. As the rainy season progressed, he and Xiaofei found themselves increasingly bored. After several days of shelling peanuts, his wrist ached, prompting him to delve into his memories to recall the process of peeling peanuts. Though it seemed elusive, he then turned to explore his collection of electronic devices and videos in search of any documentation on peanut peeling techniques. But after sifting through numerous materials, he found nothing relevant. Days blurred together as he continued to search, his head spinning from the effort. He yearned to discover the simplest and most effective traditional method. Yet the resources he encountered predominantly involved machinery, which felt impractical. During this monotonous time, he stumbled upon a book that offered a brief introduction to the practices of peanut harvesting during the Reform era. It described a method involving two wooden sticks fixed together, leaving a gap in the middle wherein the sticks would rotate, pressing the peanuts apart from their shells. Inspired, he rummaged through his space for two suitable sticks to experiment with. After several attempts, he finally crafted a nearly satisfactory tool and decided to test it on his pile of peanuts. While many imperfections remained, he persevered through iterations of improvement until he produced a functional version. With excitement, he and Xiaofei ventured outside the cave, where they observed the heavy rain cascading down. They settled at the stove, watching a pot of steaming fish soup simmer, eagerly serving themselves bowls to enjoy after days of relentless research. After devouring an entire fish and savoring the broth, they felt content and began preparing to peel the peanuts in earnest. The process proved far quicker and more convenient than before. Throughout the afternoon, they shelled hundreds of pounds of peanuts, separating the nuts from their shells, with intentions of producing peanut oil. Curious about the oil extraction process, he revisited electronic resources, seeking traditional methods, yet found himself at a loss. He decided to roast the peanuts, preparing a large batch while pondering how to extract the oil. After crushing the peanuts in a grinder, he turned back to the book that had previously guided him. He combined the peanut powder with water, gradually separating the oil from the mixture. As the rainy season continued, he and Xiaofei engaged in this exploration of peanut oil production, discovering remarkably high oil yields. With an abundance of peanuts at their disposal, they could experiment freely. After producing over 200 pounds of peanut oil, they grew weary of the process. The incessant rain felt stifling and oppressive, inducing a sense of lethargy. Thus, they ceased their oil production and succumbed to slumber on their bed. Xiaofei noted the absence of the female's presence for several days and the lack of her scent, worrying that she might be without food or unwell during the rainy season. Yet he reassured himself that she likely had ample food, though the thought of her possibly suffering from illness troubled him. Occasionally, he spotted smoke rising from her cave, indicating she was preparing food. As the rainy season approached its peak, the downpours intensified, rendering the sky dark and foreboding. Each day seemed to grow darker, with daylight hours shrinking, and the persistent rain promised to last for 30 to 40 days. He pondered whether she would be frightened by the relentless storms in their tribe. Many females fell ill during the rainy season, particularly during the darkest days, as prolonged lack of sunlight led to mold and viruses developing in the caves. He feared that the female might not endure the season's challenges. If Xiaofei were aware of his concerns, he would likely dismiss them as unwarranted worries. Thus, the days slipped by in a haze of eating, sleeping, and lethargy. Each day felt as though he were trapped in an unending slumber with an insatiable appetite. Soon, the dreaded dark rain arrived, and one day, Xiaofei awoke to an unsettling realization. The sky was shrouded in darkness. Had he slept for an entire day? Confused, he ventured to the entrance of the cave. Observing the torrential rain outside, which dwarfed any previous downpour, the sky resembled a raging river, rendering the landscape invisible in its opaque blackness. After securing the cave's grass curtain against the chill, he noted a slight drop in temperature. Despite the thermometer reading a comfortable 29 degrees Celsius, he marveled at the inconsistency between the temperature and his sensation of cold. Then, lying on the bed under the covers, I felt the chill still linger. I rose and approached the stove to ignite a fire for cooking fish soup. Envisioning the warmth that a bowl of soup would provide, I added some ginger chunks to the pot and tossed in a few shrimp balls. After devouring the entire fish and a generous plate of shrimp balls in the afternoon, my belly felt satisfyingly full, yet the coldness persisted. Thus, I retrieved some long-sleeved warm clothing to combat the chill that enveloped the cave. I contemplated opening the vent of the fireplace, perhaps to ignite some firewood. Allowing the cave to expel the dampness, I opened the flue of the firewall, connecting it to the chimney, and soon the cave would be warmed. Driving out all the moisture, Xiaofei felt as if his hair was dripping with water, aware of the dampness surrounding him. The bedding, fortunately made of grass, felt rather uncomfortable as it too was not dry. I sensed an omnipresent dampness, exacerbated by the relentless rain outside. Thus, I sat by the fire with Xiaofei. Gradually feeling warmth return to my body, I adjusted the space around my bed, moving it closer to the firewall, and retrieved a dry grass mat from my belongings to lay on the bed. This mat felt refreshing, and I fetched a new cup, which was also dry. Observing the firewood, I noted its abundance and vitality, and I succumbed to drowsiness, unaware that I was running a fever. In this half-dream state, Xiaofei felt as though he were wandering in the clouds, soaring through a realm of comfort. Before him lay a vast expanse of green ocean, and as he approached, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Impulsively, he leapt into the water, gulping down the refreshing liquid, quenching an insatiable thirst. Even as he drank deeply, a lingering thirst remained. He swam within the ocean, delighting in the sensation, reluctant to awaken from a dream, enchanted by the beauty of the green sea. If anyone were to witness him in this moment, they would find it utterly astonishing, for Xiaofei radiated a green glow. His face flushed. He sensed he had experienced a remarkably lengthy dream. Upon awakening, an intense hunger gripped him, his stomach aching as if it could devour an entire sheep. He felt weak and lightheaded, with a gnawing hunger persisting. The cave was illuminated solely by the burning lamp. Feeling the fireplace behind him, he noted it had grown cold. What could this mean? How long had he been asleep? He recalled that in the cold season, the firewood would burn through the night. How many days had passed? He staggered out of bed and approached the fireplace, discovering it devoid of flames, the fire extinguished for an indeterminate time. From his supplies, he retrieved some firewood and rekindled the fire. Watching it ignite left him breathless and fatigued. Questioning his state, he hastily rummaged through his stored provisions, finding fish, roasted meat, and some steamed buns with porridge. He eagerly drank the fish soup and the porridge, consuming 4 buns, feeling slightly better. Yet his head remained foggy, and upon touching it, he suspected he might be feverish. He searched his supplies for antipyretics, taking 20 milliliters of the remedy. He continued to eat until satisfied, and after enjoying some roasted potatoes, he returned to bed. Noticing the dampness of his bedding, he stored it away and replaced it with a fresh mat, lying beneath the cover he had retrieved. He felt a lingering sense of forgetfulness, pondering if he had overlooked something. Dismissing the thought, he succumbed to sleep once more. This time, Xiaofei slept deeply and comfortably, awakening to a warm sensation coursing through his body, a mysterious energy flowing within him. Perplexed, he wondered about this phenomenon. Feeling the energy traverse his form, he attempted to concentrate it in his palms, and miraculously, it complied, revealing his hands aglow with a gentle green light. Though not blinding, the hue was distinctly green. He recognized this shade. It resembled the vibrant green of the ocean he had dreamt of. This green was unlike that of leaves or grass. It was a soft, harmonious blend, deeper than yellow yet lighter than green, a color he found pleasing. Could it be that after a single slumber, he had awakened with extraordinary abilities? He contemplated this enchanting green, suspecting it to be related to wood-based powers. Xiaofei was astounded by this sudden revelation, left in awe of his own hand. Based on his understanding and memories, he surmised there might be additional effects yet to be discovered, and he resolved to explore them gradually. Stepping to the cave entrance, he gazed outside. The rain continued to fall, and the sky remained dark and oppressive. Recalling the firewood in his supplies, he added more to the fireplace and the firewall. Contemplating a trip to the Cave market, considering the hardships of such an endeavor in this weather. Feeling hunger pangs, he prepared a simple meal, uncertain when this rainy season would subside, in the limited recesses of his memory. He could not determine the number of days passed in the Beastmen continent. Few cared about such weather. Typically, only the leaders and technicians paid attention, while the rest simply followed orders and completed their tasks. The fragrant aroma of the rare wood within his cave was undeniably comforting, a scent few beastmen could identify or appreciate. What hidden benefits did this uniquely fragrant wood possess? Had it not been for the occasional discovery of mosquitoes in the cave that did not swarm around him, he would have never realized who had placed him upon the bed, nor would he have noticed that these insects flitted about him. This revelation brought him joy. He felt fortunate that there were several pieces of timber in his space. He contemplated that in the future, should he encounter such a situation again, he must remember to keep his phone in the space, for he could never tell when he might need it. Reflecting on the dreary rain that left him with little to do, he found himself constrained to either sleep or eat within the cave, which quickly became monotonous. He then thought of the abundance of potatoes in his space and how, as autumn approached, he would soon collect even more. Inspired, he decided to take the potatoes from his space and experiment with them. He imagined making vermicelli, so he resolved to turn the potatoes into flour for that purpose. Commencing his endeavor by placing the potatoes in a bucket, chopping them finely, and soaking them in water. Thus, he tirelessly repeated this process for over a dozen buckets. Thankfully, his space was well stocked with water and empty buckets. After several days of toil, he began to fashion the vermicelli, gradually refining his technique until he finally achieved the desired result. Gazing at the substantial amount of potato starch he had collected, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This was indeed a type of flour that he could use for his own meals, and he set aside several bags. He successfully produced over 100 pounds of vermicelli, feeling elated that he could prepare it at any time he pleased. Subsequently, he pondered making crystal dumplings, so he utilized the starch to craft the dough and combined it with the multi-horned beast meat from his space to create the filling. Remembering that he also had cabbage stored, he retrieved it to incorporate into the filling. Gradually, he crafted the crystal dumplings, which turned out to be exceptionally delicious, preparing several batches that he stored the steamed dumplings within his space. And during this rainy season, when he and Xiaofei found themselves with little to occupy their time, they busily prepared an abundance of provisions to store. Yes, he noted that the multi-horned beast meat was nearly depleted. He decided to try other types of meat for filling, realizing that the minced chili pork was particularly delectable. However, he thought it wise to vary the flavors occasionally, acknowledging that not all beast meats were suitable for filling. Then, he considered using the mutton, taking out the meaty beast meat, and utilizing the large radishes he had stored for the filling, continuing the cycle of making crystal dumplings with 2 different fillings. Observing the plethora of ready-made food in his space filled him with immense joy. He then noticed the abundance of shrimp, both dried and fresh, and eagerly commenced another culinary venture, chopping the shrimp into filling. He experimented repeatedly until he achieved satisfactory results. Just as he and Xiaofei were feeling bored after dinner, while tending to the animal skins in his hands, he suddenly heard voices from the neighboring cave. Yuandong stood at the entrance of the young female's cave, drawn by the enticing aroma of food. Concerned for her well-being, he had come to check on her, primarily fearing she might be unwell. Standing at the entrance, he called out, "Little female, are you there? May I come in?" After a moment's thought, Xiaofei approached the entrance, lifted the curtain, and inquired what he needed, inviting him in. Upon entering, Yuandong was greeted by the brightness of the cave and relieved to see the young female in good health. Her arms and legs unmarked by scratches, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a brief exchange with Xiaofei, he invited this familiar figure to sit at the table. He then went to the cupboard, drew back the curtain, and retrieved a basin of steamed dumplings, placing them beside Yuandong. "These are my latest creation. Please sample them and let me know how they taste." Yuandong, glancing at Xiaofei, was touched by her generosity in sharing food with others during this rainy season, marveling at her kind-heartedness. Embarrassed, he expressed his gratitude, echoing the lessons he had learned from her, and eagerly took up his chopsticks to indulge. The flavor was extraordinary, Each bite sent delightful sensations across his palate. He found it astonishing that he could consume one dumpling in a single mouthful. While he would typically require several attempts to finish one, he silently observed as she effortlessly polished off over 20 dumplings that Yu Wandong hesitated before complimenting her. "The food you make is truly exceptional." Feeling quite bashful in a gesture of appreciation, he produced a dozen pieces of multi-horned beast meat and several handfuls of the needed meat, stating, "Consider this my reward for your kindness." Xiaofei felt reluctant to accept such a generous offering, exclaiming, "I cannot accept so much. It is truly excessive, which he replied, "For us beastmen, it makes little difference. You are a female, and during this rainy season, it is prudent for you to stock up on provisions." As he took in the dry and warm atmosphere of her cave, he realized how clever she was to use fire to dispel the moisture, creating a comfortable environment. After reflecting for a moment, Yu Wandong bade her farewell, and as Xiaofei watched him depart into the night, she pondered upon the cave's inviting entrance. Upon entering the cave, I observed the flickering flames in the hearth and added some firewood. Feeling quite full yet with no intention of sleeping, I ventured into my space and stored away the harvested beast carcasses after skinning and processing them. Exhausted after tending to these tasks, I hastily washed myself with some water and lay on the bed, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the wood, and drifted into a deep slumber. Thus, amidst the dark rain, Xiaofei and I continued our culinary endeavors. We processed the chopped chili lean meat and the mutton, transforming it all into minced meat. Once the meat filling was well prepared, I placed it in the space, admiring the provisions that had been stored. The potato starch was nearly depleted, prompting me to retrieve several large barrels to continue soaking potatoes in water. Thus, I busied myself with the task at hand, preparing a larger quantity of potatoes this time. I also managed to store some potato starch in the space, repeating this cycle diligently. The space was now filled with an abundance of crystal dumplings, and Xiaofei had nearly used up all the meat filling and flour. That morning, upon waking, Xiaofei found the cave unusually bright. He approached the entrance and peered outside through the grassland's crevices. The sky was illuminated. Upon lifting the curtain, he noticed the rain had significantly lightened, and the brightness of the sky indicated the end of the dark rainy season, suggesting that the entire rainy period was drawing to a close. Following this trend, it seemed that the next month would also bring an end to the rains. Looking down from the cave, I saw torrents of water flowing into the unknown below, suggesting that the entire gorge had a drainage outlet. Alleviating my concerns for my fields, I pondered the fate of my cornfield and potato patch, realizing they were indigenous plants, likely capable of surviving without my oversight. Yet, I couldn't help but wonder about the condition of my cornfield, reflecting on the other vegetable patches that might have been submerged or even perished due to the prolonged absence of sunlight. Hiding at the cave's entrance, I watched as the rain continued to pour from the sky, reminiscent of a deluge, though the brightness of the day lifted my spirits considerably. When I heard my stomach grumble, I contemplated what to prepare. Having consumed an abundance of crystal dumplings, I decided to venture into the space to procure some rice. Yearning for a meal of steamed rice, a glance at my dwindling rice supply revealed only a few bags left, making me hesitant to indulge. Occasionally, I would cook a little porridge when temptation struck, but today I resolved to have a hearty meal of plain rice. I retrieved 2 large fish from the space, cleaned them thoroughly, and planned to prepare a braised fish dish to accompany the rice. After a busy hour and a half, the rice was ready, and the fish was cooked, placed on the table where I eagerly began my meal. The fish was delectable, both fresh and tender. I mused about the possibility of finding a suitable substitute for rice in this land, while considering the condition of the corn outside. If it fared well, it would be ideal. If not, I would have to accept my fate and venture out to seek alternatives once the rainy season concluded. After finishing my meal, I lay beside the bed, contemplating my thoughts. Relishing the contentment that filled my belly, I soon drifted into a light nap. Meanwhile, in the neighboring cave, Yu Wandong gazed outside, observing the brightening sky. Realizing the rainy season was nearing its end, he noted the presence of several prey items stored in his space and felt assured that he would not go hungry once the rain subsided. Yet, he wondered about the well-being of the small female. Having not seen her for many days, he missed her, reminiscing about the last visit to her cave and the delightful meals they shared. Her complexion appeared significantly healthier than before, indicating she was well-fed and thriving, free from illness or the grim conditions suffered by many females in the tribe during the rainy season. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, he lowered his head, stroking his face, deciding to cast aside his thoughts and merely protect her. After Xiaofei awoke, he glanced at the sky, dismissing the need to check despite the persistent rain. Sleeping through such weather was surprisingly comfortable. Upon waking, he stretched and assessed his surroundings, tidying up the cave and seeking tasks to occupy his time, combating the lingering boredom and solitude. Reflecting on the animal hides he had yet to properly manage, he decided to take some out and wash them clean of blood using the rainwater. He busied himself moving between the entrance of the cave and the interior, ensuring the hides were well cleansed. Once satisfied, he retrieved a sharp knife to scrape away any excess flesh and fat, meticulously cleaning them. This activity provided him with a much-needed distraction from the solitude. As he worked, Yuandong noticed the small female at the entrance of her cave, and, upon seeing her, swiftly approached. Xiaofei, engrossed in his task, looked up to find the beast man standing there, inquiring if he needed anything. Having glanced at the gleaming blade clutched by the petite female, with remnants of flesh still adhering to it, one could easily surmise her activities. He then remarked, "Allow me to assist you in cleaning it." Before Xiaofei could utter a word of refusal, the orc interjected, "I can dine at your place tonight." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaofei acquiesced. Observing the orc as he began to tidy up the animal hides, Xiaofei noted that this familiar figure was far more adept than he was. After all, he had been handling such tasks from a young age, unlike Xiaofei, who was merely a novice. Thus, he approached the cave entrance and gestured, conjuring forth several hundred animal hides from his space. He then stood by, watching the orc at work. Once the hides were cleaned of the remnants of flesh and fat, he intended to hang them out to dry once the rainy season came to an end, transforming them into pristine animal skins. As dusk began to settle, Xiaofei informed his companion, "I shall prepare dinner," and hurried back into the cave to commence his culinary endeavors, drawing upon the knowledge stored in his space. He prepared 7 or 8 large potatoes, chopping them into chunks before retrieving some unicorn ribs. After meticulously chopping everything, he placed it all into a large pot to continue simmering, knowing that the orc would relish it, especially since he had an abundance of ribs in his space. As Yuandong inhaled the enticing aroma wafting from a cave, he swallowed hard, curious about the petite female's culinary creations. The scent was simply irresistible. Xiaofei continued his preparations, extracting 3 sizable fish, the largest weighing over 10 pounds, intending to make fishball soup. Once he began, Yuandong finished cleaning up the hides at the entrance, just as he heard a voice call, "Come in for dinner." He promptly entered the cave. Noticing the unfamiliar figure's hands were clean, Xiaofei deduced he must have washed them, perhaps with rainwater. It mattered little, as long as they weren't grimy. On the table sat 2 large bowls, one filled with the potato rib stew and the other with rice. Xiaofei, feeling generous today, served a large bowl of fishball soup, observing that there was still plenty left in the pot. He told the orc, "Help yourself to the remaining fishball soup." Xiaofei savored the fishball soup in his bowl, each bite a delightful burst of flavor and tenderness, occasionally adding a piece of rib or potato, accompanied by rice. Truly a feast. Witnessing the petite female enjoying her meal, Yuandong joined in, thoroughly relishing the exquisite flavors. He found it astonishing how delectable the petite female's cooking was. It felt surreal, as if he had encountered this experience before, yet he could not place it. He marveled at how something so simple could be so enjoyable. After their meal, Xiaofei thanked the orc, feeling a bit shy as he expressed his gratitude for the assistance in processing so many animal hides. Yuandong said nothing further, departing from the cave, while Xiaofei gathered the remaining scraps into his space. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Xiaofei lowered the grass curtain to shield the cave entrance and tidied up the interior. Once satisfied with the cleanliness, he returned to his space. Gazing at the large pile of damp animal hides, he mused that once the rainy season concluded, each would transform into a perfect hide. Although their colors were not particularly appealing, they could still serve various purposes. After a refreshing bath, he lay down on his bed and drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Days passed, and the rain gradually diminished. On this particular day, a light drizzle fell as Xiaofei stood at the cave's entrance. Gazing into the distance, he observed the creek within the canyon had significantly receded, and the ground was now devoid of water. It struck him as peculiar, for he recalled times when the water was abundant. Now, it had completely vanished, leaving him in awe. The following morning, Xiaofei awoke to the long-awaited sunlight, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Standing at the cave entrance, he basked in the sun's rays, while the sky transformed into a brilliant azure, reminiscent of a freshly polished mirror. It was breathtaking that he noticed remnants of mud on the ground. Yet he refrained from stepping out of the cave, instead directing his gaze toward his small vegetable plot. It appeared to be in decent condition, with scattered hints of greenery still visible. The corn plants seemed to be thriving as well. Eager to inspect them up close, Xiaofei contemplated venturing out, but given the recent rainfall and muddy terrain, he decided to wait a day or two before leaving the cave. As he anxiously awaited the opportune moment, Xiaofei finally stepped outside. Soon discovering that the ground was no longer as muddy, he made his way to his vegetable garden, and upon arrival, he exclaimed in disbelief. The eggplants had perished, leaving scarcely any seedlings, while the peppers had also succumbed to the elements. Fortunately, the beans were still clinging on, as were the cucumbers. These seemed to have survived the tempest. The shorter vegetables had been largely obliterated, having endured the relentless downpour for months without sunlight. It was hardly surprising. The cucumbers appeared somewhat viable, though many of their leaves had turned a sickly yellow, and the beans bore spots indicative of disease due to prolonged exposure to darkness. However, the cornfield looked promising. Flourishing well, it seemed that the corn was on the verge of producing ears. Next, Xiaofei ventured to the potato patch, where the tubers seemed to be thriving despite the heavy rains. He found it curious that these relatively short crops had weathered the storm without issue. Clearly, different species thrive under varying environmental conditions. Xiaofei wandered through the canyon, admiring the pristine waters of the pool nearby. Where rain-drenched fish frolicked, he swiftly retrieved several fish baskets from his space, filling them with the remnants he had collected. Afterward, he returned to the vegetable garden, recalling some seeds he had stashed away in his space. He promptly planted a variety of leafy greens, resowed some eggplants, and added more beans. He envisioned that if these thrived, he could harvest seeds for future planting. He also took some garlic from his space, grateful he hadn't discarded it earlier. Xiaofei busied himself in the valley. He tended to the weeds in one area while pruning the seedlings in another, ensuring each young plant was well cared for. He noticed that the tomatoes were faring decently, so he picked the ripe ones that were on the verge of spoiling, reserving them for seeds. For about a week, he diligently worked in the valley. The weather began to warm, reaching temperatures around 34 to 35 degrees Celsius. Although Xiaofei could tolerate this heat, he wondered how oppressive the coming dry season would be. It seemed imminent, as the rainy season's end was closely followed by the arrival of heat. During these hot days, Xiaofei felt increasingly reluctant to wear his usual clothing and longed to don short sleeves. He rummaged through his space, finally finding some short-sleeved shirts and shorts to wear. He was aware that the dry season was notorious for its lack of water, and he resolved to stockpile as much as he could before its arrival. The dry season in this land was prolonged, but fortunately, his space could generate a plethora of resources. With water stored in his space, it floated effortlessly above, proving to be incredibly convenient. After months of rain, the natural world around him appeared rejuvenated and vibrant. Yesterday, Xiaofei left the valley and ventured outdoors, where he was greeted by towering shrubs and unfamiliar greenery. Just like the previous year, he planned to gather as much as he could during the windy season, preserving the grasses for weaving and other uses. Determined, Xiaofei aimed to collect some bird eggs. As his supply was dwindling, he approached the birds' nesting grounds, listening to their melodious calls, accompanied by the chirps of intelligent birds. As he drew closer, many fledglings scattered in all directions upon noticing him. Undeterred, he observed numerous eggs scattered about. Without hesitation, he began collecting them, ultimately gathering 600 to 700 bird eggs. He resolved to return in a few days for more. With a cheerful heart, Xiaofei made his way back to his valley, exhilarated by the sight of the creek, which had swelled after the recent downpours. In his space, he retrieved some fish, quickly stuffing the collected fish entrails into baskets and tossing them into the creek to secure the fish meat, hopeful for a bountiful catch the following day. Upon returning to his cave, he removed some bird eggs from his space, uncertain whether any contained unhatched, spoiled eggs that, if so, it would be unfortunate. He took out a strong flashlight to inspect each egg, scrutinizing their contents, but could not discern their condition. Contemplating his options, he decided to resort to the simplest method. Cracking open the eggs, he selected a few and pondered that if any among them were bad, it would indicate that not all were edible. Conversely, if none were spoiled, they should be safe to consume. That he took a large bowl and began cracking the first egg, finding it satisfactory one by one. He continued to crack the eggs open, relieved to find none had any foul odors. However, some yolks had merged with the egg whites, yet there was no unpleasant scent. He surmised these were merely failed hatchlings. Nevertheless, he deemed them safe for consumption. Thus, he mixed the eggs into a batter, planning to enjoy bird egg pancakes for his meal. After a bustling day, Xiaofei felt invigorated, though the heat was becoming oppressive. Inside the cave, the ambient temperature remained refreshing and comfortable. Lying on his bed, he inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting about, gradually succumbing to slumber. In this manner, Xiaofei and his companion diligently sought new crops in the familiar woodland. Each day, they ventured out early and returned late, yielding some measure of success. Yesterday, Xiaofei strayed beyond his known territory, heading toward the dense forest, venturing far from his valley without much thought, riding his electric bike. As he pressed forward, he discovered the path ahead was obstructed by towering plants. Straining his neck to peer upward, he gasped, "What on earth is this?" After disembarking, he proceeded to stow away the vehicle. Approaching the plants, he meticulously examined them. Observing the upper part of the plants, he noticed clusters of peculiar growths and subsequently retrieved a knife from his spatial pocket. He sliced one off and scrutinized what was adorning its apex. Gently, he began to tear it apart, discovering that the clusters were encased in green foliage, revealing a soft, green interior. Bringing it closer to his nose, he inhaled, detecting no other discernible scent. After a moment of contemplation, he felt assured of its non-toxic nature, which he attributed to the rise of his extraordinary abilities. He then sampled the soft flesh, reminiscent of sweet potatoes, and pondered how it bore a striking resemblance to the grains of rice soaked in water. Could this possibly be the rice harvested from the thoroughfare? He surmised that it might still be premature for the harvest season, given the recent months of rainfall, which was likely the optimal time for grain filling. Uncertain of when it might reach maturity, he speculated that perhaps it would be ready for cooking by then. As he rode his electric scooter around the expansive terrain, he estimated that this area must span dozens of acres. He mused that if this land were unclaimed, it could rightfully belong to him. Resolutely, he harvested more with his knife and stored it in his spatial pocket, thinking it would serve well for making porridge. What would the rice he collected taste like? Continuing on his electric scooter, he ventured to the right side of the land to investigate the origin of the peculiar knife marks. Suddenly, he spotted a large creature lying ahead. Obscured from view, he carefully stowed his scooter and approached it cautiously to test its state. He picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it at the creature, fearful of its potential to awaken and attack. Noticing it remained unresponsive, he concluded it was not a wild beast. There existed a connection among beastmen, and he sensed he was one of them. Gradually, he drew closer, observing the creature's abdomen rise and fall, a sign of life. Upon reaching it, he gasped at the severity of its injuries. Its forelimbs were gruesomely bloodied, with exposed bone visible. Its hind legs bore significant wounds as well, though no bones were apparent. Yet the gashes were substantial. The blood flow had diminished, likely having coagulated, yet the sight was still quite alarming. Approaching its head, Hisugi did not ask anything, and after securing his arms with Xiaofei, he applied his green abilities to the wounds. Remarkably, the injuries healed miraculously. The wound on his leg also mended, and the orc, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt down, his hands remaining at his sides, as he profusely expressed gratitude to Xiaofei, repeatedly thanking the healer. Xiaofei said nothing, merely indicating that he would return the following day to check on them. Observing the fading daylight, he hurriedly mounted his electric bike and swiftly set off towards his destination. As dusk approached, he returned to his valley, where he boiled some hot water in the cave to wash himself thoroughly, feeling that he had done little that day other than help someone with their child. Oddly enough, despite never having done such a thing before, he felt it was entirely natural. He took out the rice he had gathered, carefully peeling each grain as they were very tender and easily damaged. After some effort, he produced a large bowl filled with grains, each as big as a grape, and placed them in a pot to cook. Soon, a delightful sweetness wafted from the pot, and unable to contain his eagerness, he scooped a grain into his mouth that it was soft, sweet, fragrant with rice, and carried a hint of fruit flavor. Truly delicious. This was merely unripe rice. One could only imagine how exquisite it would be when fully matured. Thus, he and Xiaofei resolved to protect this precious resource, for it was undeniably theirs. As night fell, he lay in bed pondering the circumstances of the orcs, sensing that they had stories to tell. Their eyes conveyed a certain sincerity, prompting him to consider visiting them again the next day. Although he had revealed his abilities in their presence, they had not commented on it, nor had they taken back what he had offered, leaving him curious about their situation. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he drifted into a muddled sleep. The next morning, he and Xiaofei hastily consumed breakfast. Afterward, he attended to his personal hygiene and donned the leather jacket he had recently crafted. Observing the snug fit of the vest and the comfort of his animal skin shorts, he felt content. Recalling the effort it had taken to create the pants, he had ruined several pairs in the process before achieving a satisfactory result. He and Xiaofei generously applied mosquito repellent and adorned their wrists and ankles with protective bands before setting off on his electric bike with a small backpack, heading towards the familiar location he had discovered the day before. After a series of stops and starts, they arrived at the area where the bird eggs were located. Upon entering, they were delighted to find a substantial quantity, and he gathered nearly 200 eggs, most of which appeared to be fresh. With a few carefully placed in his backpack, he continued on his way. Eventually, they reached a field of plants that resembled rice paddies. Unsure what to name it, he settled on harvested rice and proceeded to the orcs' location from the previous day. As noon approached, they finally arrived near Shandong, where he secured his bike in a safe spot. As he approached the cave entrance, before he could call out to Xiaofei, he heard faint voices emanating from within. The cave's mouth was small, and soon, an orc emerged. Upon seeing him, the orc exclaimed loudly, "Healer, welcome," before he and Xiaofei could respond. The orc continued speaking, leaving them momentarily speechless. Xiaofei, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Please do not call me healer. I am not one, you may call me Xiaofei." The orc introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Lei, an orc from the Wolf clan." Now, a wandering orc. Xiaofei was taken aback by the term wandering orc, yet chose not to comment further. The orc mentioned, "Inside is my mate, Shuer." Without saying much, Xiaofei decided to check on her condition, and the familiar orc stepped aside to allow them entry. Inside the cave, they were greeted by the sight of the small female orc, who, upon recognizing Xiaofei as the one who assisted her yesterday, joyfully exclaimed, "Healer, you have come." Xiaofei replied, "You need not call me healer. Just Xiaofei will suffice." The female orc smiled shyly and approached, inquiring, "How do you feel today?" "I am well," Shuer responded. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from her stomach, prompting Xiaofei to realize it might be time for a meal. Initially, he thought it was his own stomach growling, but upon checking, he found he was not hungry. Noticing Shuer awkwardly covering her belly, Xiaofei chuckled in understanding. He quickly moved to the two pots where he had previously made a fire, reigniting it to boil the bird eggs while preparing a soup in the other pot. Shuer watched in amazement, her eyes wide, as Xiaofei worked with incredible skill, leaving Lei equally astonished. Although he had witnessed such abilities before, seeing it again was still a marvel. Lei understood that most orcs developed their own space abilities by the third tier, with the capacity varying according to individual strength. While his own abilities were rated at level 4, he never expected to encounter a small female with spatial abilities. Such a trait was remarkable. If the tribe were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly covet her. He pondered the unscrupulous matters prevalent in the tribe and remained silent, recognizing the kind-heartedness of this small female who possessed healing skills. If she were to join the tribe, her innocence would likely be exploited, reducing her to a mere breeding female, a fate that was lamentably grim. breeding females were subjected to relentless mating in hopes of producing offspring with abilities, ensuring a steady supply of awakened female orcs, though the likelihood was slim, which tribe was not greedy. Furthermore, both he and Schwer had narrowly escaped becoming breeding females, having been misled by other orcs, which ultimately led to their decision to flee the tribe and become wandering orcs. Schwer had been a delightful female in the tribe, yet one envious female had spread rumors about her potential to awaken abilities. Such whispers circulated, causing many to take them seriously. That be why the time these tales reached the chieftain, they had escalated to claims that Schwer would undoubtedly awaken her powers, leading many males to congregate incessantly outside her cave, disrupting her life and foraging efforts. Terrified, Schwer had scarcely dared to emerge from the cave. Eventually, during the coming-of-age ceremony, when her abilities did not manifest, she was cast aside by the tribe, with whispers suggesting she should be sent to the breeding cave, a horrifying place where orcs were treated as mere instruments for gratification. Disdainfully, they engaged in a brawl with the orcs one by one. Although they emerged battered and bruised, the tribe leader intervened to halt their actions. However, what truly incensed them was the knowledge that some individuals secretly wished for Schwerer to be treated as a mere object of desire. In a fit of rage, Lei took Schwerer and fled from the tribe. Their escape coincided with the impending rainy season, and as they evaded the tribe's pursuit, they found themselves in an area seldom visited by orcs, primarily due to the scarcity of food and lack of other prey. Here, only the rabbit-horned beasts roamed, and even they were few in number, unable to sustain the orcs, especially with Lei now burdened by a small female companion. No one anticipated that they would seek refuge in this desolate place. Their arrival was hasty, and it appeared they had not lingered to search for alternatives. Thus they fortuitously evaded a calamity. Unexpectedly, during their few months here, Schwer became pregnant. They managed to endure the rainy season, but Lei, emaciated and gaunt, sacrificed all the food for the pregnant female. Starving himself, he eventually ventured out to hunt once the rain subsided, returning with a meager catch, only to be startled by Schwer going into labor. Fortunately, he encountered Xiaofei, or else he feared for Schwer's fate, as he might have perished outside. Thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Xiaofei. After preparing all the food, Xiaofei served it to the small female, who appeared to be recovering well, her health seemingly robust. Once she finished her meal, Xiaofei produced some bird eggs. The small female looked puzzled, as did Lei, but they remained silent. Xiaofei gently cracked open the boiled eggs before them, explaining to the small female how delicious they were. Observing her curiosity, she obediently took a bite, her eyes squinting in delight as she nodded enthusiastically at the orc, eagerly devouring the delicacy. They all understood that while this was indeed a bird egg, it was not particularly palatable in its raw state. However, now they discovered it could be prepared in a delightful manner. After spending some time with them, Xiaofei announced his intention to return home. As his dwelling was quite distant, he expressed his willingness to visit them again when time permitted, leaving them a pot for their use. Suggesting that Lei could prepare meals for Schwer, that he assured him that he had observed his methods and believed he could replicate them. Lei, feeling a surge of gratitude, thanked Xiaofei profusely. Xiaofei examined Lei's wounds. Assuring him of his excellent recovery, he remarked that if there were no further complications, Lei would likely be fully healed in about 10 days. The orc nodded in agreement, acknowledging his remarkable resilience, particularly after receiving treatment from Xiaofei. Thus, Xiaofei took his leave, while Schwer gazed longingly at him, expressing her hope that he would visit them again. If he permitted, they could come to his cave as guests. To which Xiaofei consented, providing them with the approximate location of his home before departing. Standing at the cave entrance, Lei inhaled deeply, memorizing the scent of the small female, before retreating to his own cave to check on Schwer and their offspring. As Xiaofei made his way back, he reflected on how this was his first encounter with another small female since arriving on this continent, pondering whether this could be considered a budding friendship. He longed for companionship, hoping that this small female would prove to possess a pure heart, devoid of deceitful intentions, as he was not fond of individuals who were overly cunning or scheming. Such people, burdened with excessive thoughts, were not suited for his company. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he returned to his grand valley, gathering fish traps from the stream and drying their contents in the sun. The weather was perfect for preservation, and he busied himself for several days, primarily collecting fish and shrimp, crafting fish balls to store in his space, alongside some shrimp balls, while drying the rest into jerky. He remained focused on his tasks, having found what he desired. One day, while collecting his traps by the stream outside the valley, he spotted a large gray wolf approaching, accompanied by a person. After waiting patiently, he recognized that it was Xiaofei, seated atop the massive wolf, cradling a moving bundle in a hide pouch, clearly their offspring. Once Xiaofei dismounted, the wolf transformed back into human form. Xiaofei approached them with a warm smile, inquiring about their visit and how the little ones fared. Xiaofei cheerfully assured him of their vitality. Xiaofei turned to Lei, commenting on his remarkable recovery. Lei, closing his hand, displayed his healed wounds to Xiaofei, who noted the impressive healing progress. Lei's gratitude was evident in his gaze. Xiaofei joyfully welcomed them to his home, leading them toward a cave entrance. As they walked, they traversed a lengthy path until they reached an opening, revealing a breathtaking scene, a small gorge lush with greenery. Following Xiaofei, they entered his cave, where the decor left them utterly speechless, overwhelmed by its beauty and splendor. With curious eyes, Xiaofei explored the surroundings, while Xiaofei, unperturbed, invited them to sit. They exchanged glances, marveling at their surroundings. After they had thoroughly admired the cave, Xiaofei began preparing a meal, eager to treat them to a feast, given the sweltering heat. He boiled some potatoes and stir-fried an assortment of meats from his storage, including cuts of horned pig and lamb. He also prepared steamed dumplings and noodles with cabbage and fatty horned pig meat. Filling a large bowl that nearly overflowed onto the table, Xiaofei then cheerfully presented them with chopsticks and soup spoons, inviting them to enjoy the meal he had prepared. They stared in awe at the abundance of food, astounded by how much Xiaofei had managed to create in such a short time. Xiaofei demonstrated how to eat, guiding them through the process. When they savored the culinary delights prepared by Xiaofei, it was simply beyond belief, particularly for Xiaofei, who was utterly astonished. He had never realized that food could be so delectable. In his tribe, the meat was merely roasted over a fire, often still containing traces of blood, consumed in that rudimentary manner. Such methods were the norm in his tribe. He had never experienced the art of stir-frying or boiling like this. It was truly astonishing. Moreover, Xiaofei felt that after indulging in Xiaofei's creations, his milk supply was exceptionally abundant. In recent days, he had not consumed anything except for Xiaofei's food, and his milk had been rather insufficient for his 3 cubs. Yet now, as he savored Xiaofei's dishes, he felt a fullness in his milk, reassuring him that his cubs would not suffer from starvation. Thus, time passed as he and Xiaofei learned how to use chopsticks together. After their meal, once everything was cleaned meticulously, Xiaofei turned to Xiaofei and exclaimed, "This place is truly wonderful. Your food is exquisite." He then shared his discoveries with Xiaofei, who responded, "Indeed, drinking fishball soup or fish broth can quickly enhance milk production." Xiaofei had never considered what fishball soup was, and his curiosity led him to inquire. "This soup is delicious, and I like it very much. However, I am unsure how it is made. I feel as though I have never tasted such a dish. What kind of lean meat is it made from?" Xiaofei pondered for a moment, recalling what it was referred to, and said to Xiaofei, "This is made from the lean flesh of aquatic creatures." Upon hearing this, Xiaofei gasped in astonishment. "Is this truly edible? Many beastmen have choked on such things." Xiaofei reassured him, "If properly prepared, there are no bones left, just the meat. And it is truly delicious." Xiaofei added, "If you wish to learn, I can teach you how to prepare it." Xiaofei, filled with excitement, eagerly responded, "Yes, yes." Lei, observing nearby, was equally amazed, for in dire situations, few would dare venture into the water to forage for food, as the creatures within could be perilous for beastmen. Thus, Xiaofei swiftly led them to the water source, where they discovered fish and shrimp. Xiaofei quickly retrieved a nearby fish trap. Xiaofei, curious, asked, "What is that?" Not understanding its construction, he watched as Xiaofei emptied the trap, revealing several fish within. He then witnessed Xiaofei deftly gutting and cleaning the fish, discarding the innards and heads. ensuring they were thoroughly prepared. After cleaning 3 sizable fish, Xiaofei brought them back to the cave, demonstrating the process of separating the fish from the bones and finally chopping the flesh. Schwerer grasped how to make fish balls in an instant. Finding the process remarkably simple, and Lei shared his sentiments. Xiaofei then prepared a bowl of freshly made fishball soup for him to taste. As Schwerer relished the soup, he exclaimed, "This is wonderful. This place is truly delightful." Feeling a bit bashful, he hesitantly asked, "Xiaofei, may I become your neighbor? I wish to move here with Lei." He explained that he had not found a better place nearby. Expressing a desire to leave their familiar surroundings for a more stable and secluded location, believing that this place was ideal, they sought Xiaofei's approval. Xiaofei observed their amiable natures and, after hearing their stories, felt a great sympathy for them. He replied, "Of course, you may. You see that cave over there? It belongs to a familiar face named Yuandong. You can make a home there." The two exchanged glances, filled with joy, and set off to choose their new dwelling. Xiaofei accompanied Schwerer as they strolled through the valley, sharing insights about the area and informing her that there were similar potatoes outside the valley. Pointing out a large patch, he retrieved a potato from his space and introduced it to Schwerer, explaining that it was what she had eaten for lunch that day. Schwerer exclaimed with delight, "I recognize this. It grows abundantly in many places, including near our tribe, but I have never seen anyone eat it." She shared that when she and Lei arrived, they had encountered many such plants. Xiaofei nodded appreciatively, saying, "This plant can be stored, ensuring you will never go hungry. This one in my hand was collected last year. I gathered plenty during the cold season, yet I have not finished it all." Schwerer joyfully leaped, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Wang Xiaofei, do you know? The winter season is the time I dread the most, for it is when hunger strikes." Xiaofei reassured her, "During the enclosed season, we can gather enough provisions before winter to sustain us." Schwerer was elated at the thought of Xiaofei's cave and asked, "Can we make a cave like yours?" Xiaofei replied, "Of course." Their conversation continued, and Schwerer later inquired, "Why do I not detect the scent of other beastmen on you? Have you not found a mate?" Xiaofei pondered for a moment before responding, "No, I have no intention of seeking a mate." Schwerer gasped in surprise. "How do you manage to live?" Xiaofei smiled and replied, "As you can see, I live quite well. I have traversed this journey alone, much like the characters in the Korean dramas. Until now, I have fared exceedingly well in my earlier days within the tribe. I resided in a small cave, and upon reaching adulthood, I faced exclusion from the community. Suddenly, I found myself compelled to venture to other tribes for trade, only to be swept away by a deluge to this vicinity, which led me to settle here. Life here has proven to be quite satisfactory, as I am capable of sustaining myself." The young female holds him in high regard, gazing at Xiaofei with starry eyes, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. You're the first young female to live independently in the beast world, and you have successfully endured an entire winter and rainy season. It's simply astounding." With a chuckle, Xiaofei responded, "It's nothing extraordinary. Once that orc named Yuan Dong returns, we shall all get acquainted and share a meal together. He is quite amiable, and he too is solitary. His beast form is that of a magnificent flying tiger." Upon hearing this, Schwerer nodded, expressing her eagerness to meet him. Thus, Lei and Xue settled in the valley alongside Xiaofei. They busied themselves constructing their cave, while Xiaofei occasionally guided Schwerer through the valley to admire the vegetables they had cultivated. Xiaofei also took Schwerer into the gorge to search for vines, gradually teaching her the art of weaving baskets. That on occasion, Lei would approach Xiaofei to inquire about building a fire pit, and he soon learned to construct a cooking stove and firewall. Xiaofei marveled at how efficiently and effectively an orc could work. With Xiaofei's assistance, Lei quickly fashioned their cave to resemble Xiaofei's nearly identically, complete with a small sleeping area, a large bed, and a cooking stove with a smoke vent. The replication was flawless. Encouraged by Xiaofei, the orc continued to work, eventually closing the cave's entrance. Under Xiaofei's tutelage, he meticulously crafted a door, and once completed, he aided in constructing a similar entrance for their cave. Xiaofei rejoiced, knowing that during the winter, they would no longer fear the cold, especially once they hung animal skin curtains for added warmth. In this manner, Schwerer learned to cook, preparing soups and mastering the art of making fishball soup, her favorite dish. She also acquired the skills to weave fish baskets and followed Xiaofei to the river outside the valley, where they harvested a bounty of fish and shrimp, subsequently drying them to create fish and shrimp jerky. Together, Xiaofei and Shui'er identified numerous wild vegetables, gathering and drying them to ensure they had sustenance during the winter. Shui'er admired Xiaofei immensely, believing her to be exceptionally capable. Thus, after a fortnight of diligent effort, Shui'er's cave was finally completed. One day, she invited Xiaofei over for a meal, exclaiming, "Our cave now mirrors yours perfectly. I am absolutely elated," as she watched her 3 young cubs frolicking within the cave. Her face radiated pure happiness, and Xiaofei felt equally delighted for them. Meanwhile, Lei had yet to return, having ventured far to hunt, for there was scarce prey in the vicinity. Xiaofei noted that it had been nearly a month since she last saw her neighbor, the orc with the great tiger form, and found it peculiar not knowing his whereabouts. Yet she felt assured that he would return. As Xiaofei contemplated these thoughts, she spotted a large tiger soaring through the sky, approaching rapidly until it landed in the valley. The creature swiftly transformed back into its human form, gazing at Xiaofei with an expression of astonishment, and their eyes locked from a distance. After a moment, Xiaofei turned her face away, while Yuan Dong observed the unfamiliar scent in the valley. His senses heightened. Upon noticing the young female at the cave's entrance and another within, he felt a surge of tension. The nervous young female smiled at Xiaofei, who introduced her, saying, "Allow me to present our new neighbor, Shui'er." Her companion, Lei, has gone hunting and has yet to return. He is a wolf orc that if you don't mind. Perhaps we could all get acquainted? Yuan Dong listened silently, not responding, but Shui'er mustered her courage to say, "Hello, I am Shui'er from the wolf tribe. I have recently left my tribe to become a wandering orc. And by chance, I have come to this place." Yuan Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Just as they were conversing at the cave's entrance, a giant wolf dashed into view, fixating its gaze on Yuan Dong. Not sensing any hostile intent, he quickly reverted to his human form. Xiaofei remained bewildered, feeling the wind-like speed of the large wolf nearby, and upon witnessing the swift transformation, she was left in awe, pondering how orcs and humans could interchange forms. This concept eluded her understanding. After a brief introduction and explanation of their circumstances, Lei smiled at Yuan Dong, stating, "I am Lei from the wolf tribe. Now, a wandering orc, having left my tribe. I am currently a level 3 4-star orc." Yuan Dong nodded in response, "I am from the tiger tribe. Although I have departed from my tribe, I have not severed all ties. I seldom return to the tribe, and am now a level 5 7-star orc." Lei felt a sense of urgency, recognizing that Yuan Dong's level was significantly higher. Shui'er gazed at Yuan Dong's face, feeling a tinge of fear, as one side appeared fearsome while the other was exceedingly handsome. If one would disregard their initial impressions, they would find him intimidating. However, Xiaofei had grown accustomed to his presence and felt unfazed. This distinction revealed how Yuan Dong was perceived differently by Xiaofei. She regarded him as a normal individual, unlike others who viewed him with ulterior motives. Lei then retrieved several horned pigs from his storage, suggesting, "Let us gather and get to know one another. From now on, we shall be companions. This valley is our home, and we shall protect it." Yuan Dong remarked that the original occupants of the valley were under Xiaofei's guidance, expressing his belief that the valley rightfully belonged to her and that they should heed her leadership. Lei and Shui'er nodded in agreement. Shui'er declared, "Xiaofei is a shaman. We must certainly follow her lead. In our tribe, we always obeyed the chieftains and shamans. Although we come from different tribes now, we must unconditionally adhere to the shaman's guidance." Yuan Dong was perplexed, questioning the nature of the shaman. How could this young female be a shaman without his knowledge? Xiaofei clarified, "I am not truly a shaman. I merely possess some knowledge of healing." Which Shui'er exclaimed, "How could you possibly not be a shaman? As you possess the healing abilities of a shaman, along with boundless gifts." This is what Wu Yi and Xiaofei contemplated. Subsequently, they extended their hands, as if the power of healing radiated from their palms, shimmering with a vibrant green light. The onlookers gazed at Yuan Dong in astonishment, and in a gesture of reverence, they knelt on one knee, placing their left hands over their hearts to express their respect to the shaman. Xiaofei, feeling somewhat flustered, remarked, "Oh dear, We've been neighbors for so long. There is no need for such formality. They suggested returning to their usual demeanor, asserting that they were merely individuals with knowledge of healing arts. Yuan Dong responded, "In my presence, a shaman commands unconditional obedience from any tribe. It is our duty to do so." Thus, amidst laughter and lively chatter, the gathering transformed into a delightful soiree, where all matters that needed discussing were amicably addressed. Xiaofei addressed everyone, saying, "Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. If you're injured or in need of aid, simply let me know." The gathering unanimously agreed, believing that it was only natural for the shaman to provide them with healing. Each time they returned from a hunt, they would unconditionally bring back 10 game animals for the shaman, as was their obligation. Within the tribe, the shaman was undoubtedly the wealthiest and most esteemed. For after every hunt, the finest game was presented to the shaman. The very least, each tribe would contribute 10 animals, with some even offering 20, all selected for their tenderness and nutritional value, thus making it a matter of course for these two orcs to bring back game after their outings. Consequently, Xiaofei and the others need not worry about their hunting. They merely needed to gather some edible plants. After several busy days in the vicinity outside the canyon, Xiaofei led Shui to revisit all the places he had previously explored, collecting some cabbage and carrots. Finding some of the carrots still small and immature, he selected the larger ones. Then, Xiaofei took Shui to the location where he gathered bird eggs, and together they collected several hundred. Xiaofei told Shui, "Let us split them evenly." But Shui felt embarrassed, as she had only brought a large basket, while Xiaofei could store anything he found in his space. This made Shui quite envious of him. As they continued, they stumbled upon a multitude of low-growing fruit trees, and the fruits tasted quite sweet, so they collected some to store in the space. In recent days, Shui's family had also harvested a significant amount of dried fish and shrimp, alongside some fruits. Xiaofei then took Shui to the place he had previously discovered, and upon arriving near her former dwelling, Shui expressed her sentiments, saying, "If you hadn't saved Lei back then, I might have met the beast god instead. I am truly grateful to you." Xiaofei replied, "Our meeting is fated. There's no need for such formality. Let us check if the plants I discovered have matured. If they have, we shall enjoy a bountiful winter." Shui, puzzled by Xiaofei's excitement over the towering strawberries, watched as he joyfully harvested some with a sickle. She then began to gather fruits that had fallen to the ground. Peeling one open with her hands, taking a bite, she found it delightfully crisp and exclaimed, "We can harvest this." Xiaofei laughed heartily, saying, "Indeed, we can reap the rewards." That he then explained to Shui how to consume this fruit, which thrilled her immensely. Eagerly, she inquired how they would transport it back. Xiaofei contemplated, "Yes, such a large area. Where shall we store it? Let us harvest some to eat today, and if Lei returns tomorrow, we can gather the rest together and share evenly." Shui insisted, "That one do. This patch was discovered by you, so it rightfully belongs to you." Glancing at Shui, Xiaofei cheerfully replied, "No worries. This is enough for us. After all, we both love meat, and with just the two of us females here, it will suffice for our entire family." Shui pondered aloud. "There are plenty in this area, but I recall seeing many similar grass-like plants while we were escaping. If that's the case, after we collect this patch, we can search elsewhere." Xiaofei agreed. "Yes, let us do that." Eagerly, they began to harvest. And after gathering approximately an acre's worth, Xiaofei declared, "Let us take a break. We need to head back now. We should reach our cave before sunset." The two of them swiftly made their way back to the valley, and Xiaofei waved his hand, revealing an abundant heap of what they had collected. Using a knife, he sliced through the rice stalks, and together with Shui, they began to plant the large rice grains, which were easy to peel. In no time, they had filled a large basin with rice grains, marveling at the sheer quantity. Xiaofei retrieved a large pot, and they started cooking the rice. He also took some preserved meat from the space and asked Shui to fetch a fish basket from the pond for fresh fish. Shui quickly returned with 6 or 7 large fish, cleaned them, and brought them back. Xiaofei then began preparing a stew and braising the fish, filling the air with an irresistible aroma that drew 3 little orcs around the stove. Recently, the 2 orcs had been absent from the valley, likely hunting far afield. Knowing they were safe with their own spaces, the two females enjoyed their hearty rice and braised meat, while they also shared some braised fish with the little males. As the fish had no bones once the large ones were removed, observing the three little bears, they were astonished at how much they could eat, considering they were only a little over a month old and had appetites rivaling two adults. As the weather grew warmer, Xiaofei remarked, "Our primary focus now must be on harvesting the rice. Everything else can wait. I fear that if we delay too long, the rice will burst and become lost in the soil." Shui nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, we've seen such occurrences in the tribe. Once they turn yellow, they burst open and fall to the ground, only to sprout again swiftly when the warm season returns." With a blissful smile, Shui patted her belly and said, "Ever since I met you, I have felt such happiness. I have never been so full in the tribe. Now I feel satisfied every day." Thus, as the sun set, the two returned to their respective caves, securing the doors behind them to rest. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiaofei and Shui settled the three cubs in the valley, as they were too small to venture outside and at risk of danger. Then, they returned to the rice fields to continue harvesting. As they worked tirelessly, Xiaofei stored the fallen stalks in a space. And after a week of diligent effort, they noted that only half remained. They estimated that within 10 days, they would complete the harvest. Upon returning to the valley one day, they were greeted by the cheerful presence of Lei, who exclaimed, "Where have you two been? Upon my return today, I found nothing. A search in the vicinity yielded no results." In her eagerness, Shui excitedly recounted to Lei how Xiaofei had taken him to a place where rice was discovered. Shui, filled with anticipation, hurried to the stove, contemplating whom to prepare this dish for, wishing to convey to Lei that this sustenance would prevent his family from facing starvation during the frigid season. Thus, he joyously savored rice for the first time, accompanied by a generous serving of beast meat, his eyes narrowing in delight. The meal, though not consumed out of hunger, was nevertheless exceptionally enjoyable. He then approached the entrance of the cave, where Xiaofei resided. Addressing Xiaofei, "Shaman, this is a gift I brought back from my recent hunt," as he gestured, revealing a collection of stone-mimicking creatures. Each of these creatures weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, and Xiaofei was equally pleased to accept them, believing that the more meat he stored, the happier he would be, ensuring sustenance throughout the cold season. Consequently, Lei expressed his desire to join them in gathering rice the following day, to which Xiaofei readily agreed. Thus, with Lei's involvement, the trio managed to harvest all the rice within 3 days. In the valley, Lei reflected and mentioned to Xiaofei that he had also discovered similar plants not far from their hunting grounds. He requested that if Xiaofei ventured out again, he hoped to receive some of those plants for examination, and Lei readily consented. While Xiaofei remained in the valley, Shui frolicked around, collecting nearly 1,000 bird eggs. Contemplating their bounty, Xiaofei considered not only to consume them fresh, but also to prepare some salted eggs. He inquired with Shui about the process, and with great eagerness, they proceeded to wash over 300 eggs, retrieving several large plastic buckets. After cleaning the eggs, they began boiling water and adding salt. Shui marveled at Xiaofei's collection of resources, noting the substantial quantities of salt he had amassed, recalling that he had no memory of where it was sourced. After dissolving the salt in boiling water and allowing it to cool, he meticulously poured it into the buckets. Xiaofei informed Shui that during the cold season, rice porridge paired with salted eggs would be a delightful meal. Envious of Xiaofei's ample supply of salt, Shui felt grateful as Xiaofei gifted him 10 pounds of fine salt and 20 pounds of coarse salt, eliciting great joy from Shui, determined to reciprocate. He suggested a trade, pondering what he could offer in exchange. He proposed to Lei that they barter their game for these valuable resources, asking how many creatures would be necessary. Xiaofei suggested a figure, estimating that at least 100 creatures would be required for such an exchange. He candidly expressed that he would accept 80 heads of either the stone-mimicking creatures or the horned pig. After some deliberation, Lei agreed to provide 1 head of the horned pig, but Xiaofei remained steadfast at 80 heads. Ultimately, Lei consented to the arrangement. The following day, they departed from the valley, and with collective effort, they successfully stored all the harvested rice. As the hottest season approached, the nights in the cave remained quite pleasant, offering a refreshing respite from the sweltering heat outside, which had soared above 50 degrees Celsius, even reaching 60 during midday. The river outside the canyon had shrunk considerably, once measuring at least 6 meters in width, now reduced to approximately 2 meters, with some areas nearly dry. The fish and shrimp populations had dwindled significantly, often making it unnecessary to use fishing baskets, as one could easily catch them by hand. Together, Xiaofei and Xiaofei basked in the sun, gathering the remaining fish and shrimp during the cooler mornings and evenings. Xiaofei expressed her concern, lamenting the lack of water, grateful for the deep pool in the valley that provided some solace during this dry season. The scarcity of water had dire consequences for small tribes, sometimes leading to their complete annihilation due to the absence of a water source. Xiaofei reflected on his own experience of being exchanged for survival during the scorching season, a thought that cast a shadow over his spirits. Fortunately, he had ample water stored in his space, along with a deep pool in the valley. Meanwhile, the river outside had nearly run dry, and the fish and shrimp had begun to rot, prompting Xiaofei and his companions to cease their collection efforts. During this sweltering season, they had amassed a significant supply of fishing rods and dried shrimp, with Xiaofei's storage also containing some fresh, undried catch. As fires raged in various regions, including the grasslands and forests. The occurrence of wildfires in the Beastman tribes was a terrifying prospect. Xiaofei gazed at the several tons of rice stored in his space, feeling elated. Following the harvest, he had retained a considerable amount of straw, which he planned to weave into various items, ensuring it remained safeguarded from the external heat. He recalled how, in the past, tribes would preserve straw for winter, stuffing it into caves for warmth, where beastmen and young females would use it for bedding. Xiaofei reminisced about his own childhood in the tribe, recalling the caves filled with straw where he and his peers would nestle together. Recently, Xiaofei had been teaching Xiaofei how to weave straw mats, and she approached the task with utmost seriousness. Confined to the cave due to the oppressive heat outside, watching her 3 young ones frolicking around the cave brought him immense warmth and satisfaction. Even Xiaofei, witnessing the lively family interactions, couldn't help but smile. As night fell, he pondered how much cooler it would be. The nights are rather cool, yet they harbor significant dangers. Many slender individuals venture out at dusk to hunt, bringing back sustenance for the females and the young of their tribe. However, the darkness is fraught with peril, as numerous ferocious beasts become agitated during this time, fiercely guarding their young. Consequently, it is not uncommon for familiar faces to suffer injuries or even meet their demise during these treacherous evenings. The sweltering weather fosters rapid bacterial growth, leading to frequent infections of wounds, which are often insurmountable. The scarcity of clean water exacerbates the situation, with many sources being contaminated. Furthermore, many tribes suffer from a debilitating ailment, diarrhea, which can lead to severe weakness due to dehydration. Some even reach the brink of collapse from their desperate thirst. The water they manage to store is often teeming with mosquitoes, yet they drink it without a second thought. Xiaofei recounted these terrifying tales. Her memories intertwined with Xiaofei's. They found solace upon arriving in this valley, where water was abundant and they could drink boiled water, ensuring their safety from illness. Xiaofei was very attentive to every word spoken by Xiaofei, knowing that drinking cooled boiled water would keep them healthy. Thus, Xiaofei was diligent in preparing copious amounts of cooled boiled water at home. Each evening, she and Xiaofei would collect water from the pond and tend to their small vegetable garden before retiring for the night. Their crops thrived with remarkable resilience, having survived the harsh sun. Daily, they relished refreshing dishes of cold cucumber and eggplant, which were delightful and complemented their meals splendidly. Xiaofei particularly adored cucumbers, as Xiaofei's space was stocked with plenty of them, and they collected all of a similar size to let them continue to grow. Curiously, the cucumbers had mutated upon their arrival in the beast world, growing significantly larger than those on Earth and thriving vigorously, even surviving the entire rainy season unscathed. The eggplants, planted later, also bore abundant fruit, with Xiaofei intentionally leaving 2 to harvest seeds for the next planting season. She had promised Xiaofei some seeds, which made her exceedingly happy, and they eagerly planned to cultivate together in the coming year, side by side, as the vastness of the valley made solo endeavors impractical. Thus, each night, the beastmen typically ventured out, hastily returning before the sun reached its peak heat. During this time, Yuandong and Lei were astonished to find that the two beastmen had taken excellent care of the two females, who remained healthy and even gained weight, a source of pride amidst a tribe where the females were often frail and emaciated. The two females occupied their time in the cave, occasionally preparing meals or weaving mats. As the days grew increasingly hot, the outside world remained harsh, while Xiaofei and Schwerer enjoyed a life resembling paradise within the valley. They engaged in culinary experiments, exploring combinations of animal hides to create garments. Schwerer was elated, diligently crafting her own pieces alongside Xiaofei, and their days felt fulfilling that Xiaofei excitedly informed Schwerer that once the season passed, he would take her to gather potatoes. Knowing there was an abundant supply of them and peanuts nearby, as he still had several thousand pounds of potatoes stored from the previous year's harvest in his space, Schwerer was thrilled. Realizing how much food she had consumed from Xiaofei's provisions, feeling a bit guilty upon hearing he intended to share even more with her. This made her strive to be even kinder to Xiaofei. Outside, many tribes faced dire water shortages and perilous conditions, making it exceedingly dangerous for lone beastmen to venture out. Xiaofei had not experienced this firsthand, but he listened intently as Schwerer recounted the tale of Lei's recent venture, during which he encountered a dire situation. One day, Yuandong returned to the valley covered in blood, startling Schwerer and Xiaofei, who immediately sensed he might be in trouble and rushed to his side. Yuandong collapsed, and the two of them struggled to move him back to his cave. Xiaofei examined his numerous wounds, a fractured leg, severely injured arms, deep claw marks on his back, and bite marks on his neck. Xiaofei swiftly applied pressure to stop the bleeding and began to set his bones, while Schwerer fetched water, using many basins in the process. As they observed Yuandong's steady breathing, Xiaofei contemplated his face, unsure if his powers could restore its color. It was evident that he had been poisoned. While Yuandong lay unconscious, Xiaofei gently placed his hand on his cheek. As his abilities enveloped Yuandong's face, the pallor began to fade, gradually returning to normalcy. When Xiaofei exhausted all his energy, Yuandong's complexion resembled that of a healthy individual. And Xiaofei gazed in awe at the handsome visage before him, marred only by a single scar, which was not detrimental to Schwerer. Taken aback, exclaimed, "Wow, this beast man is quite handsome." Xiaofei chuckled, warning her that if Lei heard her, he would surely become jealous. Schwerer playfully stuck out her tongue and insisted he keep it a secret. Once satisfied that Yuandong was stable, they returned to their respective caves. That night, Xiaofei prepared rice porridge and a hearty bone broth. After finishing his meal, he contemplated bringing a bowl of porridge and broth to Yuandong's cave. Upon arrival, he found Yuandong still asleep, so he gently fed him a spoonful of broth, relieved to see him swallow. After feeding him a full bowl, he decided to take the porridge back with him. After Xiaofei left, Yuandong slowly opened his eyes, having not been entirely unconscious. He retained some awareness. Though his arms were injured and movement was ill-advised, he felt considerably better, lost in thought as he recalled the conversation between the two females, a smile creeping onto his lips. It dawned on him that the little female had an affinity for attractive males. Time passed swiftly, and the scorching season was nearing its end. The two females had spent considerable time outdoors. Yesterday, Yuandong stepped out of his cave, surveying the pleasant weather. Affirming that the season was coming to a close, he approached Xiaofei's cave to express his gratitude, waving his hand to summon over 30 sheep-like creatures as a token of appreciation. Xiaofei graciously accepted the offering. As the hot season waned, the water in the valley remained ample, with the pond seemingly unchanged, much to everyone's delight. Once the hot season concluded, the scenic season would soon arrive, prompting Xiaofei to tell Schwerer that in a few days they would prepare to harvest potatoes, as he had been waiting for the potatoes he planted in the valley to mature. Schwerer enthusiastically nodded in agreement. After making their preparations, a few days later, Xiaofei suggested they explore outside the valley, noting that they hadn't ventured out in quite a while. They planned to look for bird eggs. As their supply in the space was dwindling, Schwerer was thrilled, for she adored the salted bird eggs that Xiaofei pickled. She enjoyed them in all forms, fried, boiled, scrambled, or in soup. with a large basket slung over their shoulders. They set off to collect bird eggs. Upon arrival, they encountered many large birds, which seemed indifferent to their presence. The two of them approached the birds, who acted as though they were invisible. They quickly began gathering the visible bird eggs. And when Shui's basket was full, she called for Xiaofei to take it while she continued collecting. The Xiaofei's space contained numerous large baskets that Shui had woven herself. They successfully harvested nearly all the eggs from the birds' nesting area, the creatures seemingly oblivious to their actions. They later discovered that most of the eggs were unfertilized, as the birds were merely ovulating, allowing them to consume the eggs without consequence, much like chickens on Earth. After the birds laid their eggs, they remained viable until the hatching time, rendering the eggs meaningless to them. Joyfully, they returned to the valley, where Xiaofei delivered 7 baskets of bird eggs to his cave. Back in his own dwelling, Xiaofei gazed at the hundreds of bird eggs collected in his space. Feeling immense happiness and already planning to return for more in a few days, in the meantime, they had not seen Yuandong, who was out seeking vengeance for his previous injuries inflicted by fellow tribe members. As he prepared to return after his meal, he was ambushed by a group of over 10 beastmen from his tribe. Aware of Yuandong's formidable hunting skills and the abundance of meat in his space, they aimed to take his L. After harvesting the potatoes, they continued to dig in the same spot, managing to unearth a few more. Xiaofei, leaning against the space, collected potatoes, and Shui learned from him. He taught her his methods. They spent several days gathering without finishing, as the potato patch was simply vast. During this time, 2 familiar faces had not returned, likely preoccupied with hunting, as this was the season when all animals grew plump and robust. The two of them busied themselves, reflecting on the bountiful harvest they had witnessed that day. Their joy was immeasurable. Upon returning to the valley, they recalled encountering 2 orcs who approached Xiaofei. One of them presented over 30 pieces of game for Xiaofei to store. And without uttering a word, Xiaofei complied. He then informed Shui and Lei that they would need more time to finish collecting the potatoes. Given the sheer abundance, he suggested digging a storage cave for the surplus potatoes, making it convenient for everyone to access them. Storing them in the space would take up too much room. Although Xiaofei refrained from disclosing the vastness of the space, he noted that the orc spaces were not as expansive. Most of the familiar faces primarily stored meat in their spaces. The 2 orcs agreed, each digging their own storage cave. Xiaofei advised them to make it larger, and they complied, resulting in a deep cave with a small entrance, but ample internal space. After 3 or 4 days of labor, Xiaofei and his companions diligently filled their storage cave with potatoes. Each potato was enormous, comparable to a soccer ball, while the smallest were as large as a bowl. Xiaofei distributed some potatoes to them without hesitation, and thus they continued their bustling harvest. Observing the abundance still left to collect, the 2 orcs decided to lend a hand. Upon arriving at the potato field, they were astounded and immediately began digging. Unlike Xiaofei, who could use his mind to surround the potatoes and store them effortlessly, they had to rely on the most primitive method, akin to Shui's approach. The orcs enjoyed the potatoes, particularly when stewed with meat, as it was both delicious and filling. Days passed, and after approximately 20 days, the potato harvest was complete. Xiaofei joyfully announced, "We have finished collecting the potatoes." He glanced at the orc storage caves, then at his own space, estimating they had accumulated several 100,000 pounds. Splitting the harvest, he realized that half would suffice for his own needs for 2 years, especially since his space still contained a substantial amount from the previous year, alongside a vast area in the valley yet to be harvested. Just then, Yuandong mentioned he had discovered a patch resembling theirs about a day's journey away. He expressed uncertainty, but Xiaofei exclaimed, "If it is indeed similar, it should yield edible produce." Yuandong agreed to collect samples on his next visit. Xiaofei was thrilled at the prospect of discovering unfamiliar plants, hoping they would be edible. Recognizing the urgency of their tasks, he proposed a communal feast, and everyone eagerly accepted. Knowing Xiaofei's culinary skills were exceptional. 3 small orcs busily scurried about, joyfully calling out. That evening's meal featured potatoes and rice, along with braised fish, steamed prawns, a soup made from the bones of a horned beast, and a cucumber salad, all served in generous portions. Everyone delighted in the feast, even those who typically took the knowledge of such meals for granted. The orcs, when in their beast forms, required sustenance less frequently, as they were not particularly hungry. In human form, their appetites were moderate, sufficient for maintaining their energy levels. As they dined and conversed, the topic shifted to the impending winds. Xiaofei reminded them to gather more hay and wood before the season arrived, emphasizing the need for ample firewood to keep warm during the harsh winter months. Shui and Lei expressed unwavering trust in Xiaofei, recognizing his resilience in adapting to their environment, and they were eager to emulate his actions. This collective understanding led the two bear orcs to frequent the nearby forests, gathering dry wood while hunting. During this time, Xiaofei accompanied Shui in acquiring knowledge. Collecting cabbages and large radishes, they encountered many rabbit-horned beasts, which Xiaofei remarked were tender and favored by many female orcs. Xiaofei confidently asserted they were easy to catch, and encouraged Shui to observe. With wide eyes and hushed excitement, Shui stealthily approached a rabbit-horned beast, gently prodding it with a large stick, causing it to vanish into Xiaofei's space. Over the following days, Xiaofei continued to gather 100 or more rabbit-horned beasts in his space that he then took Shui to the peanut patch, pulling up seedlings and showing her the peanuts. After tasting a few, Shui's eyes lit up in delight, exclaiming how sweet and crunchy they were. Xiaofei suggested they would be excellent in porridge or stir-fried on their own, given their high nutritional value. They soon began the monumental task of harvesting peanuts. As the patch was even larger than the potato field, they merely needed to uproot the seedlings, storing them in the space, while some roots were left behind to serve as seeds for future harvests. They selectively gathered only the largest peanuts. After much toil, they successfully collected the peanuts before the windy season arrived, filling Xiaofei's space to the brim with peanuts, although they had brought back all the seedlings. They also noted the potential for firewood. Xiaofei generously gifted Shui over 20,000 pounds of peanuts, despite her initial request for just 5,000, that when she saw the massive pile, she lamented her lack of storage space. Xiaofei advised her to pick them one by one, explaining that this way, they wouldn't take up much room. Additionally, she needed to dry them before the windy season for easier storage, as items remained unchanged in his space. In the days leading up to the season, Xiaofei feverishly stocked his space with supplies, collecting fish and shrimp from rivers and ponds, occasionally storing some water as well. Each day was filled with the bustle of gathering bird eggs, cabbages, and radishes, which he shared with Shui. However, Shui was feeling unwell, having only taken medicine and occasionally venturing out to gather wood and edible items, including fruits resembling oranges, pears, and even tomatoes, some astonishingly large like giant grapes. One day, while foraging for fruits in the forest, she stumbled upon what appeared to be ginseng. Xiaofei eagerly collected it, discovering massive roots resembling large radishes but shaped like humans. Delighted, he searched nearby and found more. Gathering seeds to plant in the valley, he happily collected over a dozen ginseng roots. The weather had begun to shift, with winds stirring, yet remained manageable. Consequently, he laid out a bounty of dried fish and shrimp in the valley. Recently, he and Xiaofei gathered all the garlic, ginger, and scallions they had grown, particularly the ginger, which would be valuable for making ginger soup during the cold season. After collecting hundreds of pounds, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Keeping the ginger for future planting, having gathered these supplies, he turned his attention to the corn, which was now ripe. Excitedly, he dashed to the cornfield to harvest, amazed at the colossal size of each ear of corn, some longer than his arm, with multiple ears growing from a single stalk. Overjoyed, he marveled at the bountiful harvest, pondering whether this was the result of the land's nurturing embrace, allowing nature to flourish without restraint. Has it mutated again? Upon gathering his corn, he was astonished to find over 10,000 pounds of it, all of which had already dried by the time he collected it. There was no need for further drying. He believed it would be wise to store it in his space, as he had little to occupy his time during the winter break. Thus, he busied himself for 7 or 8 days collecting it all. He also cut down the corn stalks, gathering them to store in his space, determined to utilize everything and waste nothing. Subsequently, he harvested the potatoes from the valley. The potatoes here grew even better than those outside, as he had personally cultivated them and cleared the weeds himself. During these busy days, Two acquaintances alternated in bringing a substantial amount of meat for him and Xiaofei. Xiaofei graciously accepted it all. Yesterday, Yuandong returned with some unexpectedly large sweet potatoes from Shengshi Dalu in Jinan. These sweet potatoes were enormous, each weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, delightfully sweet and starchy, and utterly crisp and sweet when eaten raw. Yuandong brought over 1,000 pounds, and Xiaofei was overjoyed, asking if he could go to the place you mentioned to collect some himself. Yuandong replied that the location was too far, and it would take him a day to reach it flying. After some contemplation, Xiaofei agreed it was indeed quite distant. Observing Xiaofei's evident desire, Yuandong said, "I want to go hunting tomorrow. I'll exclusively gather some for you." Xiaofei considered this and replied, "That sounds good. I will prepare a week's worth of meals for you in gratitude." After reaching this agreement, Yuandong happily took off. Xiaofei then thought about preparing a meal, sitting upright, and planned to collect some of these sweet potatoes to keep as seed for planting a large crop in the valley next year. This crop was particularly delectable, especially when roasted in the fireplace during the cold season, reminiscent of the deliciousness of candied sweet potatoes and baked sweet potatoes. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. After a week of Yuandong's comings and goings, he and Xiaofei had also collected over 20,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. Xiaofei's space was nearly filled with 2,000 pounds of meat. And he had also gathered some rabbit-like creatures. He felt quite pleased. Believing this was sufficient sustenance for the cold season, he glanced at the fish, shrimp, and dried seafood stored in his space, alongside rice and potatoes, and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Outside, the temperature lingered around 40 degrees, which was blissful for the beastmen. For all creatures in the beast world continent, it was a time of contentment. The gentle breeze invigorated them, allowing them to store energy. Herbivores were particularly joyous, preparing for their survival during this season, which was favorable for all animals across the beast world continent. On this day, Shuai arrived at Xiaofei's cave, complaining that Lei's space was already filled with beast meat, and despite her hunting, she could only bring back 1 or 2 at a time due to the weather, which made storage impossible. Xiaofei suggested, "You can make jerky from the meat." Shuai perked up at this idea. "How do you make jerky? Is it similar to drying fish and shrimp?" Xiaofei then taught Shuai the process of making jerky, slicing the beast meat into strips or chunks and roasting it over charcoal. They could produce jerky from one prey in a single day, and Shuai was thrilled, marveling at how such a large chunk of beast meat could yield so little jerky, yet it was undeniably delicious. She eagerly awaited Lei's return to share the good news. When Lei returned, as usual with a catch, Shuai presented him with a piece of jerky, eager for him to taste it. Lei found the jerky imbued with a faint smoky flavor and deemed it acceptable. He then listened intently as Shuai explained how to make the jerky and its storage longevity. Elated, Lei hurried to Xiaofei's cave to express his gratitude and presented Xiaofei with over a dozen horned porcupine beasts. Xiaofei graciously accepted them into his space. Thus, Shuai busied herself daily with storing jerky, while Lei furiously hunted, filling every available space with their catches. Shuai could swiftly produce jerky from 3 horned porcupine beasts in a single day. When Yuandong discovered this, he was also delighted and brought over more than 30 sheep beasts for Xiaofei, who accepted them gladly. Yuandong, being alone, could not store the meat himself. But he inquired if Xiaofei could assist in making some jerky in exchange for lean meat. Xiaofei happily agreed to the trade of 100 pounds of jerky for 20 pounds of beast meat. Thus, the 2 beastmen embarked on a fervent hunt outside, while the 2 females busily prepared jerky in the cave. Before the onset of the wind season, they had stored hundreds of pounds of jerky. Xiaofei's space was also filled with meat, and he felt content. Jerky could be made at any time, yet he preferred fresh beast meat, as others did not possess spaces as vast and stationary as his. As the wind grew increasingly fierce, one day it howled through the air, sending branches and grass swirling in the sky. Xiaofei, observing the tumultuous sky, realized the wind season was upon them, a perilous time for a small female like himself to be outdoors. He piled large stones with a strong Shandong accent around the cave entrance to make it smaller, thus somewhat blocking the wind, and closed the cave door. This effectively kept the wind outside. providing a safe haven within the cave where not a whisper of the wind could be sensed. Inside, it was dark, and should the door be opened, the wind would rush in with a roar. Therefore, during the wind season, the cave remained securely closed. Xiaofei, akin to the previous wind season, busied himself within his cave. In preparation for the impending wind season, they stored all they could, including firewood. While the wind was still manageable in these days, they worked tirelessly to collect water, even attempting to store as much as possible from the stream. As the fierce wind began to blow, the vegetation visibly started to wither. Xiaofei taught Shui how to collect water. They fashioned over 20 large wooden barrels from massive logs, hollowing them out to store considerable amounts of water. This water would be invaluable during the intense winds, as they lacked a space as expansive as Xiaofei's for storing more water. They also stored some water in their own spaces using large barrels, but with limited room, they had to prioritize storing meat. Xiaofei advised them to focus on preserving cooked food. During these days, he diligently steamed rice and prepared boiled potatoes for storage, ensuring they would not spoil and could be consumed throughout the wind season. Shui diligently followed his instructions, storing ample cooked food, including boiled potatoes, and prepared dried fish and shrimp, putting them away neatly in rice balls. As the winds intensified day by day, Xiaofei ceased his outdoor foraging, for the gales made it nearly impossible to venture out. Days passed without sight of the neighboring beastmen, but Xiaofei pondered, remembering the last time he saw one, feeling a flush at the thought of that handsome face. Quickly, he shook off the distraction and focused on other matters. Just as he was lost in thought, Yuandong swiftly arrived at his cave entrance. Bowing respectfully, I heard a rumor outside that there is a beast man in the Tuya tribe who is not well suited for childbirth. But the details are unclear. The current situation remains uncertain. Various tribes are gathering around the Tuya tribe to seek information, and numerous wandering beastmen are eager to join the Tuya tribe as well. However, this news has not been disseminated, raising questions about the timing of Wu Yi's awakening. The specifics regarding Wu Yi's gender remain elusive. Upon hearing this, Xiaofei felt a slight tremor and nodded silently, lost in thought alongside Xiaofei. Once a member of the Duyi tribe, he now finds himself without any kin in the tribe. The decision to offer himself to a neighboring tribe in exchange for a breeding female had already repaid the tribe's nurturing grace. Reflecting on the tribulations endured, he firmly believes he shall never return to the Marco tribe. Yu Wandong observed the young female, seemingly entranced and lost in contemplation, and he recognized her undeniable potential. With her spatial abilities, should other tribes become aware of her existence, unimaginable events could unfold, and she currently lacks a tribe of her own. He resolved to protect her at all costs. This matter must remain confidential. Regaining her focus, Xiaofei expressed her gratitude to Yuandong for bringing back such vital news, suggesting that if he wished to join the Yada tribe, he should do so. Yuandong promptly declared, I could never join another tribe. My absence these past few days was merely to return to my own tribe and formally announce my departure. Xiaofei glanced at him, sensing his deep contemplation, and remarked, without a home, you shall become a wandering beastman. Yuandong nodded silently and departed. In truth, he had not severed ties with his tribe. Rather, he had secretly returned to the vicinity of the tribe to observe the recent happenings and ascertain whether any such news had circulated. After several days of surveillance without hearing anything, he felt reassured. With no further information forthcoming, he continued his quest to locate the sweet potatoes he had mentioned, storing them in his spatial realm, and ensuring he had enough provisions for the upcoming dry season. Shortly after departing, he returned to find Xiaofei, who inquired about his endeavors. Yu Wandong replied, I encountered what you spoke of, the edible kind, and with a flourish of his hand, revealed over 10,000 pounds of plump, vibrant sweet potatoes. Grinning, Xiaofei thanked him as she gathered them. She then gestured within the cave, producing several large containers filled with water, stating, This is some water I collected. I hope you have stored some as well, for the torrential rains are imminent. Lei and Shui had amassed a considerable amount of water as well. Yu Wandong felt immense joy. Though he concealed it, carefully storing the water while calming his racing heart, he expressed sincere gratitude to Xiaofei, stating, I had not yet considered how to store this water. Xiaofei advised, since you are aware, if you can venture out in this weather, I hope you can gather more. Yu Wandong nodded in acknowledgement. saying nothing more, and took his leave. The emergence of a being of undeniable potential within a tribe heralds a new era for that tribe. In the eyes of the beastmen, such a being is omnipotent. With their existence, the fear of losing one's life dissipates. The shaman's mystical powers, rooted in healing abilities, awaken with a low probability. The appearance of such a being in a tribe can yield unexpected advantages, with many formidable beastmen becoming loyal guardians or followers in tribes that are open-minded. The shaman enjoys considerable freedom, while those in less accommodating tribes may find themselves restricted and coerced into mating with several male beastmen, thus producing isolated female offspring. Many shamans are born of bloodlines, yet numerous others are chance occurrences, and it is unlikely they will bear a female offspring in their lifetime. There are even many warriors who lack reproductive capabilities. Why is this so? During the rite of passage in the tribe, it was discovered that he and Xiaofei were devoid of fertility and had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities, which led to their selection for exchange with the neighboring tribe. Lacking any direct kin within the tribe, if his brother and deputy were still present, he would not have faced the grim fate of being offered as a mate. Contemplating this predicament, he and Xiaofei found no viable solutions. Thus, he pondered if Yuan Dong might know of any wandering beasts with commendable character that could be recruited. This notion lingered in his mind, for he was surrounded by formidable beastmen for protection. However, he and Xiaofei were reluctant to make such a dire decision. It was the season of winds, a time when conditions were relatively safer. From that day forth, the gusts howled fiercely. The wind was so strong that it rendered their eyes nearly helpless, making it impossible to venture outside. Consequently, he and Xiaofei secured the entrance of their cave tightly. Henceforth, the cave's entrance would remain shut, plunging their abode into darkness, prompting them to light the oil lamp they had crafted. Instantly, the cave was illuminated. Despite the howling winds outside, the cave remained warm and comfortable, maintaining a temperature of at least 27 or 28 degrees. Outside, the temperature soared to around 40 degrees, accompanied by a tempest that sent leaves, branches, and various unknown plants swirling through the air, even small trees being uprooted. Dust billowed outside. He busied himself within the cave, occupied with numerous tasks. He retrieved peanuts from his storage, meticulously preparing them day after day. Tiring of the peanuts, he decided to indulge in some delicious fried peanuts. Relishing their flavor once cooked, he then recalled the delight of boiled peanuts and prepared them as 5-spice peanuts, storing them for snacking later on. Regrettably, he had forgotten to inform Schwerer that peanuts could be boiled and enjoyed. A convenient piece of knowledge that slipped his mind that he resolved to share this information when next they met. He believed he would not venture out during this windy season, as Lei was particularly concerned for his safety and would not permit him to exit the cave. After sufficiently preparing peanuts, he grew weary of the task and turned to rice, taking out a knife to husk it. Once the outer layer was removed, he filled a large container with the grains. Thus, he continued his daily activities in the cave, and as time passed, they reached the harshest phase of the wind season, the black wind period. The weather was so severe that even the beastmen dared not step outside, for being caught in such gales could result in dire consequences. Inside the cave, he and Xiaofei relished their favorite dishes, engaged in crafts, and stored food in their space. Occasionally, they would take out some fish to prepare delectable shredded fish jerky, which was particularly chewy and delicious. As days passed, he found himself becoming more nourished, as he would not see the sun for several months. His skin, once darkened by sun exposure, was gradually returning to its fair state. Within his storage, there were still plenty of animal hides, which he deemed unnecessary for the time being, as he had ample clothing made previously. Courtesy of Schwer, he collected some animal skins, inspected them, and returned them to storage. Busy and preoccupied, he had not taken the time to rest adequately, so he decided to indulge in a long, relaxing bath today. He heated a large quantity of water, filled a sizable wooden tub with some collected flowers, and sank into the warm embrace of the water. Feeling utterly content, he listened to the howling winds outside, occasionally punctuated by the sound of unidentified stones striking against the cave entrance. After thoroughly cleansing himself, he emerged fragrant and refreshed, his hair smooth and silky. He applied some body lotion. Admiring his fair skin, which was a pleasant sight, He knew that once the wind season concluded, his exposed skin would regain its health. Meanwhile, Xiaofei was enjoying a comfortable and leisurely existence in his cave, while Shuer next door endured a harsher reality. Her cave was dark, and although she occasionally lit a fire for warmth, it filled the space with acrid smoke. Each time she wept, it pained him to witness her distress. Consequently, he approached the cave entrance, cracking it open to allow the smoke to escape. Yes, he did. A powerful gust of wind rushed in. Had it not been for Lei's strength, the door might have been flung wide open, as the wind outside was exceedingly fierce. Thus, they made every effort to avoid igniting a fire. Indeed, they refrained from doing so, that Wei Wandong found comfort in his cave, as he did not need to light a fire, thus avoiding smoke. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume raw beast meat from his storage or simply lounge on his bed. Indulging in deep slumber, Wei Wandong believed this valley was the epitome of happiness, far preferable to the hardships endured in the tribe, that he observed the daily suffering of the weak, elderly, and ailing beastmen. Witnessing the despicable acts of some who hoarded food that was meant for others, watching helplessly as others starved. Although Shuer and Lei lived amidst the smoke-filled days, they felt a profound sense of happiness. For it was a far cry from the treachery of tribal life, where there was no need for deceit or constant vigilance against betrayal. His thumb had become entangled. Looking at himself, he saw the three little ones beside him, brimming with happiness. This joyful existence was made possible through the assistance of the shaman. Without the shaman, they would not enjoy their current life, so they felt deep gratitude toward Xiaofei. Nevertheless, Xiaofei had also neglected to teach Shuer how to make lamp oil, and he resolved to do so once the tempest had passed. He was curious about the situation in Shandong, wondering what it was like, and he noted that the cave lacked any written materials. The peculiar wood emitted a distinct fragrance, leaving him uncertain about the conditions in their cave. In truth, his cave was tolerable. Although there were some mosquitoes, it was far better than life in the tribe. Since arriving here, she had diligently followed Xiaofei's example, learning daily, bathing regularly, and maintaining cleanliness by disposing of trash, which kept their cave relatively clean and fresh, thereby reducing the mosquito population. During this season, with water scarce, she had only bathed once in many days, leading to some lingering odors, and her arms and legs bore numerous itchy welts from mosquito bites. Fearing to scratch, lest she break the skin, she recalled how some young females in the tribe would suffer fevers and cease to eat after scratching, ultimately succumbing to their injuries. Thus, she refrained from scratching. Lei, witnessing her discomfort, extended his long tongue, applying his saliva to her skin in hopes of alleviating the itch. Days passed in this manner until they finally endured the black wind season. Gradually, the winds began to subside, and he cautiously opened the cave entrance. Peering outside at the still blustering winds, he felt a surge of hope at the prospect of venturing outside to witness Shandong. He approached the entrance, observing the weather, watching leaves and branches swirling in the air, interspersed with small stones. Lei hurriedly arrived at Xiaofei's cave, using all his strength to pound on the door while calling out. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaofei approached the entrance and, upon opening it, was greeted by Lei, who quickly informed him about Shuer's condition. That he explained that Shuer had developed numerous mosquito bites that were showing signs of infection and extreme itching, although she had not yet developed a fever. Xiaofei contemplated the situation and retrieved some floral water from his storage. Pouring it into a small bowl, he then produced some anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medications from his supplies, inquiring how to properly administer them. After some contemplation, I retrieved 2 oil lamps from the space. I happily instructed Lei on their usage and expressed my gratitude to him and Xiaofei. I mentioned that when the time comes for hunting, I could exchange the game for more oil, and Xiaofei assented without specifying a particular quantity. Thus, I returned in high spirits, peering outside with Xiaofei through the crack of the door. It seemed that the season would shift in a little over a month. After closing the cave door, I settled onto my bed, lost in my thoughts. Not having returned to the cave, I approached Shuer, asking her to cleanse herself thoroughly before drying off. That I applied some floral water to her, and she was delighted, exclaiming that it was no surprise the healer possessed such wonderful items, which were not only effective but also exquisitely fragrant. I also administered some anti-inflammatory medicine to her, Then, I lit the oil lamp, following the process I'd shared with Xiaofei, and the cave was instantly illuminated. Xiaofei was overjoyed, having felt quite stifled in the pitch-black cave over the past few months. The young beasts gathered around, curiously inspecting their surroundings, and instead of the acrid smoke, they were greeted by a pleasant aroma that made them feel quite appetizing. Xiaofei was ecstatic, wondering how the healer managed to create such a delightful atmosphere. Days passed in this manner, and the wind season was nearing its end. The beastmen could venture out for hunting during calmer winds, as many animals would emerge to forage during such times. Currently, the wind outside was blowing at a speed of 7 or 8, yet the weather had begun to brighten, no longer shrouded in darkness. Standing at the cave entrance, Xiaofei and I gazed at the sky, marveling at the swirling grass, leaves, and branches, finding such weather truly enchanting. Upon returning to my cave, Xiaofei and I busied ourselves, diligently crafting and organizing the crops we had cultivated in our space. We peeled and harvested everything that was due, managing to gather several thousand pounds of rice and peanuts, all achieved through painstaking manual labor. Thankfully, my healing abilities alleviated the discomfort in my hands, which would have been rendered nearly useless without such powers. As the wind season drew to a close, with the gust diminishing to 2 or 3 levels, we ventured outside one day with Xiaofei and Xiaofei to explore the valley. We discovered that the pond's water had become somewhat murky, littered with fallen leaves and branches, so we worked together to clear it. We then inspected the remaining crops in the valley, noting that much of what had been thrown about by the strong winds had been lost. However, we were pleased to find some intact cabbages, which we gathered to take back to the cave for lunch. Xiaofei suggested that with the wind season winding down, we had about 40 days before the cold season arrived, during which we should stockpile more food, especially firewood. Observing the 3 young cubs frolicking, we realized they had been cooped up for far too long over the past few months. After leaving the valley with Xiaofei, we set off to search for other food sources to store. Our first stop was a thicket where we hoped to find bird eggs. Although we did not see many birds, we divided our efforts and each managed to gather several hundred eggs. Once we had collected them all, we headed back, and as we spotted a grove of trees to the southeast, Xiaofei suggested that there might be fruit there. She proposed that if we had no other plans the next day, we should gather some fruit for storage. She recalled how much she had saved during the last harvest and how much she would appreciate a change in flavor. Xiaofei agreed, noting that she too had some fruit stored, albeit not much. We decided to set off for the grove the following day. As we walked and chatted about the oil lamp, Xiaofei expressed her gratitude again, and I mentioned how convenient it would be to make the lamp oil. I offered to teach Xiaofei how to do it, ensuring that the cave could remain illuminated throughout the cold season. Xiaofei nodded enthusiastically, eagerly listening to the instructions on lamp making as we returned. While Xiaofei and I discussed the need for wick materials, perhaps finding some suitable plants along the way, that we collected a large bundle to store in our space. Upon returning to the cave, we divided the bird eggs we had gathered and resumed our respective tasks. Meanwhile, on Wandong's side, he had not seen the female in many days. However, with Fengji and Xiaofei rarely venturing out, he had no choice but to go hunting as the winds calmed. He spent his days frantically hunting and gathering, filling his space with provisions. Yesterday, Wandong returned to the valley and, upon reaching Xiaofei's cave, released over 30 wild beasts. He also retrieved several massive dead trees from his space. Telling Xiaofei that he had collected them from a distant location, he remarked that the lean meat might be beneficial. Each carcass was impressively large, weighing at least 1,000 to 2,000 pounds, with enormous curved horns that Xiaofei had never seen before. Curious, she inquired about the nature of these beasts, to which Wandong explained they were Bigfoot, known for their hefty, curved feet and immense strength. Xiaofei accepted the offering but stipulated that if he wanted to eat, he was welcome to join them for meals. Wandong pondered before replying that he would likely be out hunting throughout the cold season, but if he stored enough in his space, he would return. Xiaofei inquired if he wouldn't be staying overnight in the valley, to which Wandong explained he would depart in the morning but would join them for dinner that evening. As it had been months since they had all gathered together, Yuan Wandong silently nodded in agreement. He and Xiaofei hurried to Xiaofei's home, where they informed her of the dinner gathering plan for the evening. Upon receiving her consent, the 3 of them busied themselves together. Xiaofei produced a colossal creature resembling a Sasquatch, requesting Yuan Wandong's assistance in cleaning it by the water's edge. They then proceeded to prepare other dishes, including braised fish, fishball soup, and steamed prawns. They also took out the ribs of a horned beast, cooking them with potatoes in a large pot. Meanwhile, they steamed an ample quantity of rice, filling a gigantic basin with 3 pots worth. After helping Yuan Wandong retrieve the meat, Xiaofei remarked that the taste and the space felt remarkably similar. The beef indeed resembled the real thing. They then sat down to grill steaks, preparing 2 large bowls, eager to discern the difference in flavor. During the meal, Yuan Wandong kept his head down, voraciously stuffing his mouth. Though not particularly hungry, he found the food prepared by the female to be undeniably delicious. Shuer also ate with great enthusiasm. While several young ones joined Ian at it was a pity that Lei had not returned. Shuer lamented his absence, expressing regret that he had missed such a feast. Unsure of where he had gone hunting, N01 responded to her words, as everyone was engrossed in their meal. After finishing the beef, which bore a resemblance to water buffalo, Yuan Wandong felt a warm sensation enveloping him, accompanied by an extraordinary sense of comfort, as if his abilities were gradually enhancing. That it was truly remarkable. For this lean meat provided substantial nourishment, beneficial to both those with and without special abilities. He mused that if he continued to eat this way, he would undoubtedly see improvements. Currently, his abilities were at level 3, allowing him to heal wounds instantaneously, though he could not restore bones to their original state. For larger injuries, his powers fell short of complete healing, merely reducing the bleeding and indicating a healing trend. Multiple treatments would be required, at least 2 or 3, to achieve significant results if he could elevate to level 5. He would be capable of regenerating broken bones and healing severe wounds instantly, indicating considerable room for advancement in his Xiaofei as progressed. He had not disclosed this to anyone, as many in the Orc continent lacked knowledge on the matter. This understanding stemmed from what his Xiaofei had heard within the system. As there had been individuals with such skills in his past life during the apocalypse, he had listened to them in secret. The veracity of their claims unknown to him. Yet he sensed a gradual enhancement in his own abilities. He believed that with time, he could evolve into a formidable shaman, gaining a voice and a better life in this Orc continent. For now, he remained vulnerable and cautious. Amidst their bustling activities, he Xiaofei and Shuer began to stockpile food fervently. They were unconcerned about the meat, so Shuer accompanied his Xiaofei in gathering edible plants. The previous day, they had ventured into the woods to forage for fruits that bore a striking resemblance to apples, large, crisp, and sweet-tart. They eagerly picked them, with Xiaofei effortlessly storing them in his space. While Shuer required a basket to collect her bounty, his Xiaofei's space became filled with Shuer's empty baskets as they collected and chatted. Occasionally, they gathered dead trees as well. By the evening, they had joyfully amassed a considerable amount of desired fruit and returned to the valley, preparing for their evening meal. As they arrived, Xiaofei observed Yuan Wandong beside his cave entrance, casually tossing a few dozen logs and a dozen unfamiliar creatures that resembled a larger antelope, with long, upright horns. Without asking any questions, Xiaofei listened as Yuan Wandong explained that these were known as jumping rice beasts, creatures that shared a flavor similar to the mimes, but could leap several meters high at astonishing speeds. After hearing this explanation, Xiaofei and Xiaofei stored the creatures in their respective spaces. Yuan Wandong, noticing Xiaofei's hesitation, urged him to speak if he needed assistance. Yuan Wandong then revealed, upon returning from this hunt, "I received rather unsettling news that Xiaofei and Xiaofei urged him to continue." Yuan Wandong disclosed that many orcs were discussing the Tuya tribe, which had been divided among several larger tribes nearby. Many had perished, while others had fled, and those unable to escape had been absorbed by various tribes. Xiaofei pondered this, recognizing that the Tuya tribe had originally been a conglomerate of several major tribes, united without a sense of kinship, but rather for mutual benefit. When faced with differing ideologies, conflicts, and interests, such groups were prone to disintegration. Yuan Wandong continued, "The source of this chaos appears to stem from a priest of an unknown tribe who spread word that the Tuya tribe was experiencing a surge of powerful individuals. Many tribes sought to join, but upon arrival, they found no one of significance. Consequently, their frustrations were unleashed upon the Tuya tribe, As they reached the Tuya territory, they realized the storm season was approaching and had lingered for months, waiting for a manifestation of shamanic abilities that never occurred. Their discontent grew heavy. One tribe even went so far as to kill several females and younglings, igniting a bloody conflict among the orcs. Numerous tribes were caught up in this turmoil, with at least 12 to 20 individuals involved in the skirmishes that erupted daily. Among them were orcs of poor character, resorting to forceful mating with females of their tribes. Reports emerged of a particularly brutal male from Serpent Tribe who had assaulted underage females, resulting in one such young female dying from severe hemorrhaging, which precipitated the widespread chaos among the larger tribes. Some tribes have welcomed the fleeing females, while others have accepted certain orcs or escaped family members. It is rumored that the former leader of the Pro clan, accompanied by his female and female offspring, along with several lone females and their young from the tribe, has joined a nearby larger tribe known for its acceptance of wayward orcs. Xiaofei reflected that the previous leader was seemingly a stone being, a wandering entity who had seized a female, later integrating into such an inclusive orc tribe, eventually rising to the highest position within it through his own capabilities. Now, there is concern regarding the tribe's vulnerable members, fearing they might be gathered together, as those who did not flee could serve as bargaining chips for his entry into this welcoming tribe. It is likely that the frail and elderly would be cast aside, as he intends to bring only a few females into this thriving tribe, marking a significant achievement. Hearing from old acquaintances about the once inclusive atmosphere of the tribe, where everyone discussed matters collectively without a single authoritative voice, Xiaofei noted that the emergence of a single-voiced leadership began with the election of a new leader, leading to the incident of her being ousted. Such occurrences were unheard of before, as the tribe had always been harmonious and accepting. But now it has become fragmented. Xiaofei felt no sorrow about this. Yu Wandong observed Xiaofei in contemplation for a moment, then shared his thoughts with her, suggesting that if she knew any acquaintances or friends of good character, they could join their valley. Yu Wandong considered his close brothers and remarked that if they were to join the valley, he would ensure their discretion. Xiaofei nodded in agreement, stating that although this matter should remain secret until they had informed the beast god, no one should be allowed to harm her or coerce her into unwanted actions. Yu Wandong, filled with joy, eagerly agreed with Xiaofei, expressing his relief that he had a friend who had been injured during a hunt. Days had passed, and his condition had worsened, now suffering from fever and unconsciousness. Yet he was renowned for his exceptional hunting skills and impeccable character. If he were to bring this friend to the valley, it would undoubtedly enhance the valley's safety. Xiaofei nodded, indicating that if Yu Wandong's injured orc friend could be delivered, she would tend to him. She suggested that he could rest in his cave, and if he had other matters to attend to, he should prioritize those. Yu Wandong, overjoyed, bowed deeply to Xiaofei, thanking her profusely before taking flight to share the good news with his brothers. He recalled the last time he saw his brother in such dire condition and had refrained from mentioning his acquaintance with Wui to them. Now, he hoped to explain everything and wished they would not hold it against him. In truth, the orcs he knew were all wanderers, characterized by their solitary and independent natures, with commendable integrity and devoid of the vices that plagued many other wandering orcs. They sought a tranquil existence, shunning deceit and rivalry, which was why Yu Wandong had never felt at home in the tribe. Occasionally gathering with these like-minded friends was a welcome reprieve. This time, it was due to an orc named Biao who had sustained severe injuries that they had come together, aware that Biao might not have much time left, wishing to accompany him in his final moments. Thus, Yu Wandong flew for nearly a day before arriving at the gathering place of these orcs, who sensed his presence. Upon his arrival, they noted an unfamiliar scent on him, but said nothing, assuming it belonged to the orcs of his tribe. Approaching Biao, Yu Wandong saw that he was still feverish and in critical condition. He addressed the others gravely, stating that he had something of utmost importance to discuss. He requested that they vow to the beast god not to disclose the matters he was about to share with any other orc. The group silently regarded him, and upon hearing Yu Wandong's words, they exchanged glances before swearing that if they revealed what he had told them to anyone else present, they would return to the embrace of the beast god. Yu Wandong then revealed that he knew a shaman, causing everyone to spring to their feet in excitement. he explained that he currently resided in the same valley as Wui, alongside 2 companions and 3 injured individuals. He intended to invite them to the valley to live together, united in purpose to protect the shaman. The only condition was that the shaman would heal them whenever they were injured. The group expressed their astonishment at Yu Wandong's remarkable fortune in knowing a shaman. He reassured them that the shaman had a kind disposition and preferred not to be troubled. Living independently without a partner, the shaman had once saved Yu Wandong and healed his wounds. And he had noted the absence of any familiar sense or markings on the shaman, that why Yu Wandong encouraged his brothers, saying that if any of them could win the shaman's favor and serve as his protector, he would not mind, but they should not force or pressure him. The others looked at him incredulously, questioning who would dare to impose upon the shaman. They quickly resolved to act without delay. Yu Wandong cautioned that there were no additional caves available, and they should first return Biao to his cave, allowing him to recuperate there while hoping the shaman could heal him. They also needed to leave a couple of individuals to excavate a cave, as the cold season was fast approaching, necessitating that they gather ample provisions beforehand, distributing some to the esteemed shaman as well. The group nodded in understanding, affirming that they were well aware of this necessity. As they heard Yu Wandong's instructions, they urged one another to move swiftly. One of the companions hoisted the unconscious Biao onto his back, and they transformed into their beast forms, following Yu Wandong onward. Among the group, aside from Yu Wandong, who was a tiger orc, were a bear orc, a panther orc, a white wolf orc, a fox orc, and a crocodile orc. If Xiaofei were to see these orcs, she would find it utterly astonishing how they had come together. Following Yu Wandong, they pressed on toward their desired destination with remarkable speed. Occasionally, they encountered herds of beasts along the way, capturing prey with the hope of presenting gifts to the esteemed shaman upon their arrival. Ensuring they did not approach empty-handed, they continued their swift journey, fully aware of the impending cold season. With Yu Wandong possessing wings, flying faster than his companions, he would occasionally pause to allow them to catch up, remaining vigilant for any herds, joining in the hunt when necessary. As the cold season drew near, everyone was keen to stockpile food. Xiaofei learned that new orcs would soon be joining their small valley and returned to share this news with Schwerer. Informing her that there would be new orcs joining their community, Schwerer's expression shifted, a hint of fear in her voice as she questioned the reliability of these newcomers, discussing with Xiaofei. It depends on the situation, as he is acquainted with Yu Wandong. When the time comes, we shall assess our interactions. I have faith in his character, and after all this time together, trust is warranted. This was conveyed to Schwerer by Xiaofei. Why Yu Wandong mentioned that a friend of his is severely injured and requires my treatment. This moment. The extent of the injury remains unknown, thus I must gather some herbs and prepare accordingly. After contemplating, Schwerer proposed, I'll accompany you, and together they ventured out of the canyon in search of useful medicinal materials, simultaneously observing what else might be available. The day was bustling, and they managed to collect a significant amount. Upon their return, they were unexpectedly greeted by Lei, who had been absent for many days but had returned today. Schwerer joyfully rushed to Lei's side, embracing him and bouncing with delight. Lei, equally pleased to see his little female, greeted Xiaofei warmly, saying, Greetings, shaman. I appreciate your assistance over these past days. Xiaofei waved his hand dismissively, stating it was nothing. Schwerer is quite capable on her own. Lei casually gestured, offering Xiaofei some game, which Xiaofei accepted without concern for quantity, fearing guilt would arise if he refused this generous couple. Then, Lei retrieved several large, round fruits from his space to show Xiaofei, explaining, I discovered these on the other side. There are many trees bearing such fruits. I am uncertain if they are edible, but upon inspection, the interior contains a powdery substance, and I thought it prudent to present it to you, esteemed shaman. Xiaofei examined the fruit, astonished to find it larger than a basketball. With one weighing over 20 pounds, he requested Lei to assist him in opening it. Lei transformed his hand into a claw and swiftly punctured a hole, then opened it further. Upon seeing the contents, Xiaofei paused, observing, this flour? The texture was so fine that he could not fathom how it could be achieved through traditional grinding methods. He extended his hand to test for toxins and found no adverse reactions. Deeming it safe to consume, he pinched a small amount and tasted it, discovering a subtle sweetness and a delightful fruity aroma. Without hesitation, Xiaofei returned to the cave to retrieve a large basin, requesting Lei's help to open 2 of the large fruits. Once opened, he poured out the powder and asked Schwerer to heat some water. After the water boiled, Xiaofei began to knead the dough, allowing it to ferment naturally for a while. After more than 4 hours, he took the dough to steam buns that, to his surprise, the steamed buns emerged sweet and fragrant, proving to be exceptionally delicious. Xiaofei felt relieved, knowing he had resolved his flour shortage in the beast world. The small amount he had brought from his space was nearly depleted, and he had finally found a substitute for flour. Turning to Lei, he inquired, "Where did you discover this? Is it abundant?" Having savored the buns, he recognized it was a valuable find. Lei replied, "There are indeed many of these fruits over there, not far from here, roughly a day's journey." Xiaofei pondered, "I wish to accompany you to this location to gather some." Lei responded, "If you desire them, I can make multiple trips to collect more for you. There is no need for you to travel so far, especially since there are many wild beasts in that area." Xiaofei conceded, realizing he lacked the ability to protect himself against large predators. Lei, having filled his space with only a few dozen fruits, was uncertain of their uses, so he decided to present them all to Xiaofei. He stated, "Tomorrow, I will go out to gather these. I will focus solely on collecting this." Xiaofei remarked, "There's no need to gather excessively. Enough for sustenance is sufficient. Collecting a bit more before the cold season arrives would be beneficial." Xiaofei was elated and planned to prepare some game, instructing Schwerer to make jerky for storage before the cold season. Ensuring they would have no fears during that time, Schwerer deftly began her preparations. Meanwhile, Xiaofei returned to his cave to explore other uses for the flower-like fruit, aptly naming it flower fruit. He inquired of Lei what it was called. But Lei admitted, "I do not know. I've never heard the beastmen mention it. They only know it is inedible and not a fruit, and thus paid it no further mind in the beast world." Such inedible items were rarely studied. The beastmen were solely focused on daily sustenance, how to fill their bellies. Consequently, Xiaofei benefited from this oversight, eagerly studying these new findings and officially dubbing them flower fruit. In another realm, Yuandong, accompanied by several beastman brothers, hurried back through the night, arriving near the canyon just as dawn was breaking. All appeared weary from their journey, and Yuandong paused to say, "If anyone is hungry, please eat now. As the females in the canyon prepare their food thoroughly, I would prefer not to have you all eating messily in front of the esteemed shaman. Would you agree?" Everyone nodded in agreement as they enjoyed their breakfast. After finishing their meal, they proceeded to the stream to wash up. With a leisurely pace, they made their way towards the lengthy cave nestled within the canyon. Walking through the cave felt akin to traversing a grand tunnel. After about half an hour, they caught sight of light and soon beheld a magnificent gorge. Lei detected the unfamiliar scent of beastmen and swiftly dashed out of the cave. He had learned yesterday that new beastmen were set to join the valley. Approaching the cave's entrance, he spotted Yuandong accompanied by several unfamiliar beastmen gradually revealing themselves before him. The group fell silent, exchanging glances at the strange male beastman in front of them. Yuandong stepped forward to introduce them. Upon seeing Lei, Yuandong remarked, "These individuals are the new beastmen who will be joining our valley. I intend to take them to the shaman." Lei, without uttering a word, guided them to the cave entrance of Xiaofei. Yuandong knocked on the door. The first knock yielded no response, nor did the second. However, upon the third knock, a reply was heard, prompting Yuandong to cease his knocking. At that moment, Xiaofei, who had been in a different space, fortuitously emerged as he knocked for the third time. Promptly responding, checking her attire and finding no issues, Xiaofei opened the cave door to find Yuandong standing there, followed by several beastmen. Spotting a beastman being carried on another's back, she realized he was the one requiring her healing. Without a word, she gestured to Yuandong to examine the injured one. "Thank you, shaman," Yuandong said. Bowing slightly, he led them into his own cave, where the newcomers gazed in awe at the neatness and arrangement, which closely resembled Xiaofei's cave. They were impressed by the spacious hall, well-ordered tables and chairs, and a large wooden bed. Yuandong gently placed the injured beastman, named Biao, onto the bed. Xiaofei interrupted, urging, "Let me examine his wounds first." Upon inspection, she noted the severity of his injuries, particularly the abdominal puncture that exposed his innards. That it was miraculous that he was still breathing, albeit with a high fever that she estimated to be above 41 degrees Celsius. If this continued, his condition could worsen. She instructed everyone to give space and asked Yuandong to boil some water to clean the wounds. Numerous injuries marred his body, and they meticulously removed the decayed flesh before Xiaofei employed her abilities to heal the wounds. Before their eyes, the injuries began to mend, although the severe abdominal wound remained only partially healed. The other beastmen exchanged glances, filled with joy, recognizing the shaman's formidable healing powers. Some had never witnessed such abilities firsthand. It was merely hearsay to them. As Xiaofei depleted her energy, she assessed that while the wounds were not entirely healed, with some time and care, the injured beastman would recover. I can only treat him to this extent for now. He will need a few more days to heal completely. Fortunately, the fever has subsided, but he requires nourishment, she advised, noting that he hadn't eaten in several days, especially after the hunting accident. Xiaofei proposed to prepare some soft food for him, and the others nodded in agreement. That I will make something suitable, she said, turning to Yuandong. You can feed it to him when it's ready. Why Yuandong acknowledged this with an ot this juncture. Yuandong introduced his companions, stating, "This is Tony, the brown bear beastman. This is Shao Qi, the black panther beastman. This is Hong Li, the fox beastman. And this is Kai, the water crocodile beastman." The newcomers bowed respectfully. Addressing her as shaman, Xiaofei, feeling somewhat bashful, welcomed them. "Hello everyone, and welcome to our valley." They exchanged glances, expressing their honor at joining. "Have you all had breakfast?" she inquired, to which they nodded, except for Biao. "I will prepare something for him," she reassured, emphasizing the need for the others to focus on setting up their caves before the cold season arrived. With a sense of purpose, the group, except Yuandong, ventured forth to scout locations for their caves, planning to align them sequentially near Yuandong as they aim to create caves as well organized as his. Beastmen possess a strong sense of territory and prefer their own spaces. They generally avoid allowing other beastmen, even their closest companions, into their caves. Xiaofei returned to her cave and began cooking porridge, grateful for the ample rice stored in her space. She prepared a large pot, worried it might not suffice, and thus made another. Once it was ready, she brought it back to the others. Meanwhile, the other beastmen began excavating their caves, with Lei assisting and explaining how to construct stoves, firewalls, and beds, fostering a spirit of collaboration among them. Everyone was learning swiftly. Within a single day, Shandong had managed to accomplish 3 tasks. Throughout that day, no one left the valley, as everyone was eager to familiarize themselves with one another. Schwer, however, did not dare to emerge from the confines of the tribe. Gripped by fear of the unfamiliar male orcs, this apprehension was well understood by the others, given that many tribes harbored malevolent orcs. After Xiaofei had finished his breakfast, he found himself utterly drained of energy due to his abilities being depleted, and thus he lay down upon his bed, desperately needing rest, feeling as though his body lacked strength and was enveloped in a haze. When he finally regained his spirits and rose, it was already past noon. He approached Yuandong and glanced at the orc named Biao, noticing that he appeared stable and was not feverish, suggesting he was on the mend. Returning to the cave, he continued to prepare food, this time making a large pot of porridge alongside some additional dishes. Yuandong retrieved fish soup to offer to the unconscious orc, Biao. Occasionally, other orcs would come to check on Biao's condition and were taken aback upon encountering Yuandong feeding him. Their curiosity piqued. They observed how he used a spoon to deliver food to Biao's mouth. One orc, unable to contain his intrigue, snatched the spoon from Yuandong and took a taste, smacking his lips and exclaiming that it lacked flavor. Yuandong explained, "This is called kanji, a delicacy favored by most females that was devised by the esteemed shaman." The orc then inspected the soup beside him, recognizing the meat but unable to place it. After sniffing the aroma, which he found quite pleasant, he took another spoonful and savored it, exclaiming, "This is simply divine, an exquisite flavor unlike anything we have ever tasted." As he swallowed, he found himself increasingly enchanted by its taste. Observing the orcs' expressions as they relished the soup, Yu Wandong knew they had succumbed to its allure, he remarked. Do you not know? This is a culinary masterpiece crafted by the shaman herself, known as fish soup. You might find it hard to believe, but it is made from the dreaded spiny beasts. The orcs exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief that something so delectable could originate from a creature they feared. After sampling the exquisite taste of the spiny beast, they found themselves enamored, especially Orc Kai, who, being amphibious, had a particular fondness for aquatic prey. Yu Wandong chuckled at their expressions, reminiscent of those who had never savored fine cuisine. He informed them, I'm not entirely sure how the spiny beast is prepared. I have only tasted it a few times. But the shaman-esque creations are always delightful. Kai eagerly inquired, May I seek the shaman's guidance on how to prepare it? I could offer my catch in exchange for her teachings. Yu Wandong hesitated, uncertain if she would agree, but promised to inquire. The orc's eyes sparkled with anticipation as Yu Wandong assured them, I will speak with the shaman at an opportune moment, should she be unwilling to share her culinary secrets. You must not press her, to which they nodded in agreement, affirming they would not. The orcs busied themselves with their tasks, diligently working on their caves while also assisting with Biao's shelter. Lei occasionally came to lend a hand, offering guidance on any missteps, and the orcs graciously accepted his help. After washing the used utensils, Yu Wandong delivered them to Xiaofei, who inquired about Biao's condition. Yu Wandong shook his head, stating that everything was normal, but he had yet to awaken. That he explained that Biao's state was a form of self-protection, assuring Xiaofei that his abilities would soon recover. Xiaofei, puzzled by Yu Wandong's contemplative gaze, asked if there was something else on his mind. After a moment of reflection, Yu Wandong relayed the orc's request to learn cooking, particularly regarding the spiny beast. Xiaofei chuckled, I am willing to teach them if they wish to learn. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked Yu Wandong how they managed to prepare the spiny beast. He replied, Most orcs have never consumed it, as its spines can injure the throat, leading to death, and no one dares to attempt eating it, as its flesh is often considered foul and unpalatable. Save for the aquatic tribes. Xiaofei nodded in understanding. Choosing not to pursue the matter further, Yu Wandong prepared to depart the valley. He promised to return before sunset, requesting that the shaman keep a close watch over Biao. Xiaofei agreed. And soon Yu Wandong took flight while the other orcs continued with their tasks. Xiaofei then visited Shui's cave, finding her quietly engrossed in her work, roasting jerky. He sat beside her and asked, Why haven't you ventured out to witness the festivities? Shui replied, I do not enjoy such commotion. Understanding her reservations, Xiaofei reassured her, I believe they are behaving quite well. Does not your companion Lei often mingle among them? If they exhibit any undesirable behavior, I trust you will notice it. Shui smiled and said, Once I become accustomed to it over time, I may feel somewhat better. Speaking to Xiaofei, she remarked that time is of the essence, as the cold season is approaching, and we must all become industrious, striving to stockpile as much prey as possible. Someone anxiously interjected, Indeed, I'm quite anxious as well. However, Lei did not venture out for hunting today. I've already prepared nearly 3 portions of dried meat in the cave. Xiaofei suggested that if there are no pressing matters tomorrow, it would be best for you to go hunting. Shui pondered for a moment and replied, Sure, but he is actually quite fearful of your departure. He harbors concerns about these unfamiliar beastmen having ill intentions toward him. Memories of his own experiences in the tribe flooded back, instilling fear within him. Xiaofei reassured him that there was nothing to worry about. Yu Wandong would not stray far from the valley in the coming days. He just left the valley, and it is likely he has gone hunting, claiming he would return before sunset. These beastmen were brought back by him, and I believe their character cannot be too flawed. During this time, Shui had grown accustomed to Yu Wandong and found him to be a reliable beastman without any bad habits. The other beastmen were also engaged in their tasks, discussing matters related to the shaman. They exchanged sentiments about their fortune in arriving at this valley, blessed with such a powerful shaman that a few acquaintances began playfully teasing one another. Hastening their efforts, the fox beastman homely remarked, I haven't detected any male scent on the esteemed shaman. The group began to chatter, acknowledging that it seemed the shaman had not chosen a male to be his companion. Some expressed a desire to become his followers, speculating that perhaps the shaman lacked reproductive capabilities and thus had no intention of selecting a partner. Several nodded in agreement, saying, "Even so, I would still wish to be his follower." They all acknowledged the beauty of such aspirations, but understood that to become the shaman's follower, one must excel in various abilities. They glanced at one another, each unwilling to concede, arguing that their abilities were not lacking. The group continued to bicker while accelerating their tasks, when suddenly Kai cautioned, "Let us not let this conversation reach the shaman's ears. I doubt he would appreciate hearing discussions about his affairs." They agreed to continue observing and getting to know one another before making any further decisions. In unison, they remained silent, believing that by tomorrow morning they would have ample time to complete all the construction of their shelters. Since Lei had taught them the process during his initial visit, they had all risen to the occasion. Lei described the shape of the heating room, and after some contemplation, they decided that as beastmen, they were not particularly fearful of the cold. Merely having a heating area would suffice. In truth, beastmen transformed during the cold season would face minimal issues in caves. However, it was different for the females, who required constant warmth and must survive within the protection of males. Many females and cubs perished during the cold season. Thus, they worked swiftly to construct their caves. They also fashioned doors for their cave entrances. Learning how to do so from Lei, they split into two groups, with some searching for large dry timber to build beds that, in a flurry of activity, they completed the doors for several caves. Efficiently assembling them due to their considerable size, they crafted the wooden doors with ease, given the reasonable layout of their caves, all dug by their own hands, unlike Xiaofei's cave, which was naturally formed and irregular. As the sun began to set, Yuandong returned to Xiaofei's cave entrance. He called out to the esteemed shaman, and Xiaofei responded, coming to the entrance to find Yuandong had returned with over a dozen horned beasts. Yuandong stated, "These are your rewards, compensation for the food prepared for the injured beastman." Xiaofei understood that this referred to the meal he had provided for the injured beastman. With a raised eyebrow and without a word, he accepted the offering. With the cold season approaching, it was prudent to stockpile more meat, especially since it was particularly fatty, reminiscent of an enormous wild boar from Earth. He added, "Now that the sun is about to set, I will check on your cave to see how the injured beastman is recovering, and later, I will prepare the spiny creature. If your other beastman friends wish to learn, they can come to the pond." Yu Wandong nodded in agreement, and the two made their way to Yu Wandong's cave. Inside, Xiaofei examined the injured beastman, noting his condition was stable, with a good temperature and no fever. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. After applying some healing energy to the most severe wound, he estimated the beastman might awaken tomorrow, or perhaps even tonight, advising Yu Wandong to keep a close watch. Why Yu Wandong nodded gratefully. Xiaofei remarked, "There's no need for thanks. This is mutual. It is entirely normal for me to receive compensation for healing him." With that, Xiaofei departed toward the pond, while Yu Wandong silently observed his retreating figure. He returned to the other busy beastmen in the cave, announcing, "The esteemed shaman will prepare the spiny creature tonight. If anyone wishes to learn, hurry to the pond. The shaman is currently there." Immediately, the group rushed out, with Kai leading the charge. Upon reaching the pond, they found the shaman observing the water. The group approached Xiaofei, offering a respectful greeting. "Greetings, esteemed shaman." Xiaofei nodded and then forcefully pulled on a vine, slowly extracting a massive fish basket. The group watched in awe as Xiaofei tilted the basket, pouring out the spiny creature. Then he began to clean the scales and gut it, removing all the internal organs and discarding them into the fish basket, meticulously tearing away the black membrane from the inner walls of the belly and chopping off the head, discarding everything into the water. After cleaning two creatures, Xiaofei paused and turned to them, asking, "Did you understand how to clean them?" The group nodded in unison and reached out to take their turn, diligently cleaning the remaining spiny creatures. The spherical dumplings were crafted with meticulous care by each participant, and Xiaofei encouraged them to engage hands-on, resulting in their rapid learning. Thus, the simple yet delectable fish balls were completed. 2 fish were braised, and after their preparation, Xiaofei and the others transformed the remaining 3 spiny fish into fish balls as well. Before commencing the soup preparation, with each step executed with remarkable precision, clearly understood by all involved. Upon witnessing Xiaofei adding oil, she candidly revealed that it was derived from the fat of the porcupine fish. which melted in the pot. She then added a plant she named ginger garlic, finely chopped, and sauteed it in the pot before adding some water. Once it began to simmer, the fish balls were gently introduced one by one. The procedure was indeed quite straightforward. After completing these tasks, as they prepared to venture out, Xiaofei retrieved some cilantro she had cultivated, chopped it finely, and added it to the mixture as the aroma wafted. The sound of their eager swallowing could be heard. Xiaofei paid them no mind, and soon 2 large pots of rice were prepared, followed by a substantial pot of rice porridge. After reserving some for herself, Xiaofei left the remainder for the orcs, not bothering with them further. The orcs eagerly devoured the food, and Yuandong, having taken away Biao's portion, also disregarded them, fully aware that the orcs were not truly starving. They possessed formidable appetites. Thus, amid the frenzy of their voracious consumption, they finished everything, still yearning for more, and contemplated replicating the process once they settled in their cave. After finishing their meal, as they prepared to wash the dishes, they found that clean utensils had already been arranged at the cave entrance. Appreciating the resourcefulness of the orcs, Xiaofei then returned to her own cave as night had fallen, closing the entrance to rest. Yuandong, back in the cave, fed Biao the porridge and engaged in conversation with the other orcs. They inquired if they had grown accustomed to life in the valley, and all expressed their happiness, stating they felt quite well. They sensed that their days of wandering were over, finally finding a place to call home. The group discussed plans for hunting and stockpiling firewood in anticipation of the coming cold season. Knowing that maintaining the warmth of the cave would require ample wood, they unanimously agreed on their course of action. While they were conversing, a soft groaning interrupted them. Chi-Chi turned to see Biao lying on the bed, and they quickly gathered around him. Biao opened his eyes, appearing dazed as he regarded them. Tony joyfully exclaimed, "Biao, you're finally awake. This is wonderful." Feeling as though he needed to relieve himself, he noted a sensation of fullness in his stomach, as if he had consumed a great deal of water, yet he still felt hungry. After a moment of confusion, he asked, "I'm not dead." The others chimed in, "How could you possibly be dead? You were saved by the great shaman, and you scared us half to death." Biao, still bewildered, questioned, "Great shaman? What great shaman?" They then recounted the events following his injury and how they had arrived in this valley, piecing together the narrative until he understood what had transpired. Joyfully, he realized they had encountered a remarkably skilled shaman. He recalled the severity of his own injuries, aware that he had stated he wouldn't survive long and had hoped his brothers would find a suitable burial place for him. However, they had all wished for his survival. As he processed this, he remained unaware of his miraculous recovery. Observing the wound on his abdomen healing rapidly, he sensed that within 3 to 5 days, he would be able to move about again. Unable to contain himself any longer, he asked, "Can anyone take me outside?" The others understood his request, and Kai carried him outside. Shortly thereafter, he returned, expressing his hunger. With little food left in his own space, the group shared what they had, presenting him with large portions of wild game. They watched as he transformed into his beast form, revealing a massive lion-tiger hybrid, with a wound on his abdomen that, while not bleeding, was also on the verge of healing. They were all delighted for him, and Biao devoured several prey items ravenously, filling himself before reverting to his human form. As he had been injured, he understood that rapid healing necessitated abundant nourishment, requiring more energy to recover from his wounds. That night, his awakening brought great joy to everyone, and they shared stories of their experiences in the valley. With Biao listening intently to the events that had transpired during his unconsciousness, they expressed their gratitude to Yu Wandong, acknowledging that without his discovery of the shaman, they would not be celebrating his recovery today. The orcs then deliberated on their hunting strategies before the onset of winter. Biao noted his injury would likely heal within a few days. His level was still quite high, comparable to Yu Wandong's, both being 5th level orcs, while Kai was a level lower at 4th. The remaining orcs were all at 3rd level. Together, they strategized on how to store more food and where to hunt for prey. Upon arriving, they had noticed a scarcity of game nearby. Since Yuandong had lived there through a winter and was now approaching another, he confidently stated he knew where to find a herd of beasts and suggested they set out together the next day. Kai raised a concern, asking if they should leave 2 orcs behind in the valley for the shaman's sake, to which Yuandong reassured him, saying, "Do not worry. There are hardly any beasts nearby, and no orc would venture this way. This side remains quite safe. Furthermore, with Biao still in the valley, he believed that Lei, who had a family to protect, would likely refrain from hunting for the time being. The others were puzzled, questioning how he could remain idle with a mate and offspring. Lei explained that he was still unfamiliar with their ways and likely wished to observe them more closely. Thus, he would probably stay close for the next few days. As the night deepened, they all retired to their respective caves. Biao slowly made his way to the cave that had been excavated for him by his friends. They all understood one another, sharing a bond that explained how Biao had become a wandering beast. It is indeed a rather cliché detail, but Biao's father was a formidable lion, a creature of high rank, who fell victim to the machinations of a female within the tribe. Under the influence of a lust-inducing fruit, he fled the tribe while still in his right mind, inadvertently encountering an injured tiger beast man accompanied by his own female. Their paths crossed, and due to his superior rank, Biao's father accidentally killed the tiger beast man. Under the sway of the lust-inducing fruit, he then consorted with Biao's mother, resulting in the birth of Biao. Subsequently, Biao's father returned to the tribe with Biao's mother, only to find that the other females who admired him resented her deeply. One day, while Biao's father was out hunting, his mother was bullied by the other females in the tribe, ultimately giving birth to Biao amidst heavy bleeding, which led to her demise. Upon returning to the tribe, Biao's father sought vengeance against those females, injuring several male beastmen in his wrath before departing with Biao. Thus began a tumultuous journey as Biao grew up under his father's care, albeit fraught with difficulties that on another occasion. While Biao was playing, his father went hunting and never returned, left to wander alone. Biao spent years searching for his father, convinced that he had merely lost his way and not abandoned him, but he believed that his playful nature had caused him to stray from his father's sight, leading to his father's inability to find him. Unbeknownst to Biao, his father had already departed from this world. The following morning, as Biao and Xiaofei awakened, they noticed Yuandong at the cave entrance. Nodding in acknowledgement as he greeted them with a good morning, Master Wu Yi, while Xiaofei smiled and reciprocated the greeting. Inquiring about Biao's condition, Yuandong expressed his delight that Biao had awakened the previous night. Remarking that he seemed well, without fever, Xiaofei nodded, assuring him that this was indeed a positive sign, suggesting that after 2 or 3 days, Biao would likely be fine. With no further conversation, they began preparing breakfast, during which Yuandong also made some porridge, placing it on the stone table at the entrance of the cave. After finishing breakfast, both he and Xiaofei busied themselves with their respective tasks. Yuandong had to gather some vegetables in the coming days. Once he completed his tasks, he noted that the other vegetables in the valley were not yet ready for harvest. He intended to wait until 2 days prior to Han Chie's arrival. As the weather was growing colder by the day, currently around 11 to 12 degrees, with only a few days left, both he and Xiaofei donned long-sleeved bee-skin garments, complemented by wide, pleated skirts and sturdy marten boots, with their hair styled into high ponytails as they exited the valley. Knowing that Schwerer would be accompanied by her mate, Lei, he chose not to call for her today, opting to venture out alone. Several other beastmen were preparing for a hunt that day, planning to journey a considerable distance. As they emerged, they encountered Xiaofei leaving the valley, and they marveled at the unique bee-skin dress she wore, particularly the boots, which they had never seen before. They were astonished by her high ponytail, as the females of the beast world typically neglected their hair, leaving it in disarray. Observing her departure alone, Tony remarked to Yuandong, "The master healer has ventured out on her own without any protection." Yuandong replied, "The master healer has her own matters to attend to. We too must set forth. The cold season approaches, and we must stockpile provisions before it arrives." Nods of agreement were shared among the group. Returning to the cave, Yuandong exchanged greetings with his kin before leading the others out of the valley alongside Xiaofei. By the riverbank, they collected their large fish baskets, gathering various fish and shrimp before continuing to stow them away. They then set off towards the area rich in bird eggs, aiming to gather as many as possible before the cold season when the birds would lay fewer eggs. The day's primary focus for Yuandong and Xiaofei was to collect some cabbages and large root vegetables. Although they had harvested some before the rainy season, the rapid growth of the crops necessitated further collection. Yuandong planned to pickle some for consumption during the cold season, Considering also sharing with Schwer, he pondered the peanuts in his storage space, uncertain about their current state, but primarily aimed to gather some rabbit-horned beasts. As he found them particularly delicious, he believed the blend of oil from the horned beasts and the rabbit-horned beasts could be used for lamp fuel, a crucial resource for the upcoming cold. Recognizing the distance to his destination, he retrieved his electric bike from storage and rode towards it. Thus, he and Xiaofei arrived at their intended location, a favored haunt of the rabbit-horned beasts. A region abundant with cabbages. There, he began to meticulously gather the cabbages and rabbit-horned beasts, stealthily collecting them. However, a larger rabbit soon noticed him, causing a commotion as it fled. Xiaofei speculated about the rabbit's sudden departure, pondering whether it sensed something amiss. Silently and alone, he gathered a few cabbages, meticulously selecting only those that caught his eye, large, vibrant, untouched by pests. Once he deemed his collection sufficient, considering there were still some in his space, he set off to inspect the area where his radishes grew. Upon arriving at the radish patch, he also spotted a few rabbit-horned beasts. Stealthily, he gathered a dozen unicorns and some sizable radishes. Busy with his tasks, he noticed the sky darkening. Venturing to the peanut field would be too far, so he decided to return, gradually making his way to a wooded area, hoping to collect some deadwood. Thus, he continued to gather a variety of timber. After all, his space already contained ample firewood, especially corn stalks and peanut seedlings for burning, vital sources of warmth during winter. Moreover, he had a significant amount of unprocessed lumber in his space, with over 150 large logs. Lately, he felt that seeking meat was unnecessary. He should focus on stockpiling more wood. He contemplated clearing the entrance of the cave, which he had sealed with wooden boards last year, thinking it would be wise to create a sloped ramp to prevent snow accumulation. This would shield him from the wind, ensuring that upon exiting the cave, he wouldn't be completely buried by snow, a rather splendid plan. While lost in thought, he gradually returned to the cave entrance. Traversing the long tunnel back to the valley, he glanced at the sky and approached the pond, where the water was crystal clear. He collected some water from the pond, marveling as the level rose significantly in a short span of time. Picking up the fish basket, he extracted some large fish and shrimp to store in his space. Recently, he hadn't dried any fish or shrimp. They were all fresh. Arriving at the cave entrance, he noticed a bowl of porridge left on the desk. Raising an eyebrow, apparently, the orc hadn't eaten it. He remembered preparing in the morning, but had forgotten, as he could now eat his own food without needing to prepare porridge or soup for anyone else. He brought it back to the cave to heat it up. From his space, he retrieved some potatoes and began boiling them. He found himself craving buns, having finished all the flour products in his space and park. Fortunately, Lei had brought back some flour, but even those few dozen wouldn't suffice, and he was reluctant to consume them, but he longed to gather more flour products. But no, he thought, he should discuss this with Lei. After a simple meal of porridge and a large potato, he stored the remaining potatoes in his space, planning to make some vermicelli and potato flour for himself during winter. The thought of steaming dumplings made his mouth water. Realizing the night was still young, he headed to Schwer's cave, where he found Lei and Schwer busy drying meat. It was clear they had worked hard that day. As they stood up, Lei and Schwer addressed Xiaofei, asking, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Xiaofei replied, "Nothing much. Just came to check on you." He then observed as the duo continued their work. He inquired about their catch for the day, to which they replied that they had processed 9 beasts. Impressive, he thought, as he grabbed a basket from the refrigerator and noted that they had stored over a dozen baskets today. Xiaofei agreed, stating that it was wise to stockpile fresh meat during the cold season. He nodded, acknowledging that they did this every year, but he and Schwer didn't have enough food in their space, especially with 3 cubs to feed. Thus, he felt elated to know that the juvenile class could be preserved for the winter. This meant he could stockpile food and prevent them from going hungry during the cold months. Xiaofei continued, "I came here today to discuss the flour you brought back the other day. I want to gather more. It would be immensely useful for us. During winter, we could make a variety of delicious dishes, and you know how satisfying that could be for the female orcs and cubs." Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? But it's quite far, and the journey could be perilous." Xiaofei reassured him. "No worries. We can set off early tomorrow together. I have faith in us." After a moment's thought, Lei suggested, Should we inform Yu Wendong and the others? Perhaps they'd like to join in gathering the flower? Xiaofei agreed, noting that the sun was about to set. Just then, Yu Wendong returned to the valley with several orcs, all in high spirits. Lei greeted them, and Xiaofei approached to share the plan regarding the flower gathering. Yu Wendong and the others presented 10 beasts to Xiaofei, some sheep, a few young ones, and others he hadn't seen before, large horned beasts. They encouraged the healer to collect them, and Xiaofei graciously accepted. After gathering the meat, he announced, "Today, I'll teach you all about a certain dish." He revealed that the orcs had feasted well and stored plenty of prey in their spaces. Hearing that the healer was preparing something delicious filled everyone with joy. Xiaofei retrieved a horned boar from his space, the Earth's equivalent of a massive wild boar, and instructed the orcs to process it. They chopped it into minced meat, fulfilling his request for 2 large bowls of filling. While they worked, Xiaofei pulled out several large cabbages from his space, asking them to chop those as well. And they busily continued their tasks. Once the filling was ready, Xiaofei presented the flower and asked, "Do you recognize this?" The group exchanged glances, each aware of their familiarity with the item at hand. Together with Xiaofei, they assisted in opening it, and once it was unsealed, they poured the powder into a large basin. That moment, the water in the pot was already bubbling, so they poured the hot water over the flour. Xiaofei began kneading the dough, demonstrating the process for everyone to observe, and all eyes were fixated on their actions. After the flour was thoroughly kneaded, they commenced teaching everyone how to wrap the steamed dumplings, filled with meat. The main concern was that the filling might not be cooked properly, thus they decided to steam them. He began instructing everyone on the wrapping technique. Initially, there was a flurry of confusion, but it soon became apparent that the orcs possessed quite dexterous hands, merely lacking guidance. Their thinking was straightforward, and the intricacies of making this dough-based dish seemed daunting to them. However, with Xiaofei's assistance, they all managed to learn how to wrap the dumplings. Following that, Xiaofei prepared some filled pancakes. Once finished, he placed them in the pot. While they were busy wrapping the dumplings, he took the opportunity to fry the pancakes. When the pancakes were ready, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, a delightful blend of sweet fruit and savory meat, truly delectable. Xiaofei served each person a pancake, and they eagerly devoured it upon returning home, finding it exceedingly delicious. Observing the dumplings that had already been steamed in another pot, he began to retrieve them one by one, placing them in the large basin for further steaming. Thus, they completed the entire batch of dumplings filled with lean meat. A considerable number of dumplings and pancakes were steamed, and everyone had their fill, leaving them in high spirits. When everyone finished eating, Xiaofei remarked, "What I want to convey is that everything was delicious. Wasn't it?" The group nodded in unison, and Xiaofei added, "It is the flower fruit." This was something Lei had brought back for him to see, and only then did he realize it was edible. However, during the cold season, they typically refrained from venturing out to gather such items, especially now that they had prepared something so filling. The orcs exchanged glances, and Xiaofei stated that he and Lei planned to visit the flower fruit grove he had discovered the following day. As there seemed to be none nearby, a few individuals nodded eagerly, warning that the vicinity of the flower fruit grove could be perilous, with many authorized creatures present. Xiaofei acknowledged this, recounting that Lei had expressed similar concerns. Yet he was truly eager to collect more flower fruit that a few agreed, promising to protect the shaman, and they would also hunt in that area while gathering flower fruit. Xiaofei concurred, stating that they would strive to collect as much as possible. And since the fruit remained intact within its shell, they need not worry about storage. The group nodded in agreement, realizing that they could simply store the excess in the cave. Thus, everyone was filled with joy and dispersed to their respective caves. Xiaofei called out to Yu Wendong, instructing him to deliver the food to the injured orcs. Yu Wendong cast a deep glance at Xiaofei, saying nothing, but lifted a large basin containing over 30 pancakes and more than 20 dumplings, then departed. The group reconvened in the cave, gazing at Biao as they savored the delicacies prepared by the shaman. They were utterly tempted, still yearning for more, as it was genuinely delightful. They recalled how today they had observed the shaman cooking with various utensils, particularly the pot and basin, which they had never encountered before. They noted, "We lacked the tools used by the shaman for cooking." It was then that Yu Wendong suggested they could find substitutes. mentioning that he had seen Lei's family using stone pots, which seemed quite practical. They had never considered that Xiaofei might possess some peculiar items they had never seen, nor had they ever been curious enough to inquire, which brought a sense of comfort to Xiaofei. Regardless of what he produced, they never questioned it, sparing him the burden of concocting responses. Upon hearing Yu Wandong's suggestion, the others agreed that they should indeed make more stone pots. The food is simply too delicious. When the cold season arrives, I shall study the cooking process daily. I have meticulously memorized every step the shaman took in preparing the meals today. In the Orc continent. It was predominantly the males who cooked, so witnessing Xiaofei in the kitchen was astonishing to them. Shuer also followed Xiaofei, learning how to prepare food, having previously been unable to do so. Yes, they each contemplated their individual thoughts. They prepared to rest, readying themselves for the following day's excursion to gather flower fruit. When morning arrived, the sky was still dark, yet everyone was aware of the long journey ahead to collect the flower fruit. So they aimed to leave early and return promptly, each tending to their own preparations. The orcs had substantial appetites. Although they possessed space, the size varied among individuals. Not to mention, the females were a rarity. Xiaofei was an exception, having brought his space from the apocalypse. In the Orc continent, the awakening of female abilities was exceedingly rare, almost 1 in 10,000. Moreover, no one understood how Xiaofei had acquired his space, believing instead that he had awakened some spatial ability. Simultaneously, he also possessed the ability to purify, which was remarkable for a female, as there had been no historical accounts of such occurrences on the continent. Typically, it was the male orcs who awakened their abilities, naturally bringing their storage spaces with them. As they prepared to depart, Schwerer would remain in the valley to watch over her 3 cubs, as her injuries had not yet healed, and she had not ventured far. Therefore, as the group set out, Lei felt quite uneasy. However, in anticipation of the cold season, they had no choice but to gather sufficient food for the harsh winter. After the group exited the valley, Yu Wandong ensured that the entrance to the gorge was entirely sealed, crafting disguises to prevent any unwitting orcs from discovering their presence. When the orcs swiftly transformed back into their beast forms, Xiaofei was treated to a splendid sight: a colossal brown bear, a glossy black panther, a fiery red fox, and a massive Kevin crocodile. He marveled at the enormous white tiger soaring through the air, alongside a gigantic gray wolf, feeling as though he had stepped into a world of animals, his heart racing. Observing his own diminutive stature, he felt inadequate in comparison, causing him to shudder. Then, he heard Yu Wandong's thunderous voice emerge from the massive tiger's head. "Shaman, would you like to ride with us, or shall we carry you?" He and Xiaofei did not wish for any of them to bear the weight of their past, nor did he want to become a burden on any male orc. With a swift gesture, he summoned his small electric scooter from the spatial realm and declared for them to lead the way. Thus, they set off in haste. The speed at which they traveled was astonishing. And even at full throttle, Xiaofei's scooter struggled to keep pace as they navigated through the intermittent stops. Nightfall approached, signaling their impending arrival at the destination. Exhausted, Xiaofei realized that the scooter's battery was nearly depleted, prompting him to stow it away and retrieve another one. That they soon found a resting spot, which included a cave. Without much deliberation, they huddled together to eat. For dinner, the orcs were not particularly hungry. They felt indifferent since a single meal could sustain them for 7 to 8 days, unlike the female orcs who required sustenance several times a day. Xiaofei was accustomed to 3 meals a day. Upon entering the cave, he observed other orcs resting, while he took out the meat buns he had made. Relishing the porridge and meat buns, he noticed others eyeing him with hunger. Tony stared intently as well. Wandong felt a bit embarrassed by this display, but Xiaofei pondered for a moment and, with a wave of his hand, produced a large basin of buns before everyone, without uttering a word. He simply presented them as a taste for all to enjoy. Gratitude filled the air as they collectively thanked the esteemed healer, even Lei joining in to eagerly partake, sharing the delightful meal. They all recognized that this delectable treat was the very essence of what they had sought on this journey. After the meal, they decided to form pairs for the night watch, as they had arrived at the hunting grounds, teeming with fierce prey and the potential threat of rogue orcs. Thus, they paired off. Xiaofei, however, paid little heed to their watch duties and rested soundly. The night passed peacefully, and they all awoke refreshed to continue their journey. A few hours later, they encountered a large herd of game. With a coordinated effort, they executed a successful ambush. Xiaofei, observing from a distance, witnessed the bloodshed of the hunt, and in the end, only a few managed to escape. While the orcs rounded up the rest, each securing over 30 heads in their spatial realms. Once they had divided the spoils, they resumed their journey and soon came upon a vast forest. Raising his hand to shield his eyes, Xiaofei marveled at the sight of trees soaring to heights of 40 to 50 meters. Truly astonishing. These colossal trees were at least as thick as 7 or 8 men, making one ponder how such sturdy trunks could withstand the fiercest winds of the season. The orcs, with a few running leaps, ascended the giant trees, beginning to harvest the flower fruits. Xiaofei felt anxious, unable to join them, as those who could fly or climb swiftly gathered the fruits. They worked in perfect harmony. After every 5 trees, they would come to Xiaofei, dropping a pile at his feet before continuing their task. Over time, Xiaofei's space had accumulated thousands of flower fruits, each enormous tree bearing between 10 to 80 fruits, leading them to prioritize the larger trees laden with bountiful harvests while neglecting the smaller ones. As they spotted a herd of beasts passing by at a distance, they coordinated their efforts for the hunt. Thus, a day passed in fervent gathering of flower fruits. Each orc stored a portion in their spatial realms, which were linked to their levels, leaving them unaware of the vastness of Xiaofei's space. They simply ensured they had enough for themselves before offering the remainder to him without a word. Afterward, they sought a place to rest for the night. Knowing they would continue their gathering the next day, as dawn broke, they busied themselves with their tasks, noticing the temperature had dropped slightly, hovering around 10 degrees. The trees shed their leaves, turning a dull yellow, signaling the arrival of the cold season. They intensified their gathering of flower fruits, working at a pace far superior to the previous day. During this time, they also captured numerous prey. Tony mentioned that his space was nearly full. Xiaofei suggested that if he wanted to store more meat, he should empty his space of flower fruits, and he would assist in accommodating them. Accordingly, they unanimously agreed to clear their spaces of all flower fruits, depositing them with Xiaofei before resuming their harvest. They continued to gather flower fruits, filling their spaces with meat by the end of the day. They had nearly exhausted the supply of flower fruits in the area, and their spaces were nearly full. They decided to stay for another night, planning to return the following day as night approached. A herd of various sized beasts resembling giant mountain creatures passed through. Fortunately, these giants were herbivores, and the orcs felt no fear that a few orcs collaborated to hunt down an elderly giant beast as it fell. The ground trembled, causing the other giants to flee. Xiaofei watched as the orcs swiftly began to dissect the fallen creature, offering him the tenderest portions of meat without uttering a word. The orcs then devoured the meat with fervor. Witnessing their voracious consumption, Xiaofei could not help but recall scenes from wildlife documentaries, where lion prides feasted on their prey. Observing the orcs, he felt a wave of nausea as he witnessed their massive jaws tearing into the flesh. Realizing this was simply the survival method of this continent, he resigned himself to the reality. The orcs continued to ravenously consume the giant's carcass until only the massive skeleton remained. After finishing their meal, they sprawled in various corners, motionless. Xiaofei was left bewildered, unsure of how to process the scene he had just witnessed. Never mind, regardless of their discomfort from the emptiness in their stomachs, feeling quite unwell. He searched the space for a while and discovered some rice porridge, which he took out and drank a bit, although he felt uneasy about not wanting to eat the steamed buns. The porridge left him unsatisfied. He then rummaged through the space for some fruit, hoping that a light snack would alleviate his discomfort. Thus, he endured the night, waiting for the sun to rise, at which point everyone prepared to make their way back. Alongside Xiaofei, he noticed some plants in the vicinity, although not abundant, and only a few were familiar to him. He collected samples of each, particularly a plant resembling chives, which appeared lush and succulent, possessing a somewhat similar flavor. Sensing no toxins, he harvested several 100 pounds of it into the space, and also dug up some roots to store, contemplating the possibility of planting them in the canyon later if they proved edible. Gradually, the beastmen began to awaken. There was an unspoken understanding among them. The energy from the colossal beasts they consumed would enhance their powers if they ate more. Consequently, they readied themselves to set off on their return journey. With Xiaofei riding her electric bike, trailing behind them, they sprinted ahead. Wandong occasionally returned to accompany Xiaofei. When the time for lunch arrived, the lean ones didn't require a meal. They could continue running without issue. However, for Xiaofei, it was a considerable strain, as her hands trembled from exhaustion. Thus, when Wandong came back again, she requested him to find a suitable place to rest, stating her fatigue. They soon found a spacious slope, whereupon several tricycles descended. Xiaofei laid out a beast hide and reclined upon it, feeling unwilling to move any further. After resting for a while, they retrieved food from the space and began to eat. She held a gigantic potato, nibbling on it while enjoying her pickles. Having consumed the large potato, Xiaofei felt satiated and decided to stretch her legs, seeking a hidden spot to relieve herself. Upon returning, she reclined comfortably for over 30 minutes. Eventually, they all rose to continue their journey. As night fell, they discovered a cave to rest in, estimating that by midday tomorrow, they would return to the valley. The issue at hand was still for the beastmen to resolve, with Xiaofei not participating in such discussions. After preparing their dinner and eating, she laid out the beast hide, but found it uncomfortable. So she took out several grass mats from the space to spread out before layering the beast hide on top, making it more tolerable, covering herself with a 10-pound thick quilt from the space. She soon fell asleep. The other beastmen observed the shaman resting and ceased their conversations, taking turns to keep watch through the night. In the midst of her drowsy slumber, Xiaofei was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of roars. Upon peering outside the cave, she saw several beastmen engaged in battle with a colossal beast. As she approached the entrance, the scene was somewhat unclear, but she watched as they alternated using their powers to strike at the creature. Amidst the chaos, Hongli was injured, struck by a massive tail that sent him flying. Xiaofei noticed blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he lay still, causing her great alarm. Meanwhile, Wandong and Lei coordinated their efforts against the beast. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, they managed to subdue the enormous creature, which collapsed in a cloud of dust. Lei attempted to attack the beast again with his powers, but it showed no reaction, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Xiaofei then retrieved some firewood from the space and ignited a large pile, illuminating the dark surroundings. The beastmen gathered around, bringing Hong Li to Xiaofei's side. Tony called out, "Shaman, please check on Hong Li." Kai chimed in anxiously, "Yes, see how he is that he took a blow from me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so severely injured." Xiaofei instructed them to place him on her bedding, and once she cleared the beast hide, she laid Hong Li on the grass mats. Observing 3 broken ribs, she noted that the rest seemed fine, though he might have internal injuries that required further examination. His organs had shifted, and she advised everyone to refrain from allowing him to exert himself. Utilizing her powers, she began to heal his injuries. The fractures would mend well, but the internal damage would take longer to recover. Xiaofei navigated her powers through his body, though her own energy was nearly depleted. "Let us leave it at this for tonight," she concluded, feeling quite exhausted herself, as they all looked at Hong Li with concern. She then inquired, "What exactly transpired? What kind of beast was that?" During the night watch, Yu Wandong mentioned that they had spotted a suspicious figure in the distance. Upon approaching, he and Kai discovered a rogue beastman, a notorious and brutal serpent beastman known for preying upon his own kind. In the beast world, it is a known rule that slender beings do not consume one another. They feast solely on wild creatures. Therefore, a being that resorts to cannibalism can only be deemed as savage, akin to the concept of humans consuming humans. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaofei understood, recalling that even on Earth, there exist tribes that practice cannibalism. And these were merely beasts that it is unreasonable to compare these beastmen with humans, for they belong to entirely different species, yet it is comprehensible that they might exhibit similar behaviors. This rogue beastman had evidently set his sights on them. Yu Wandong reassured them that it was possible that the martial healer was nearby, urging them not to fear, as they had already dispatched the beastman. He then suggested finding a suitable place to dispose of the creature. After ensuring that the serpent beastman's blood was entirely drained, they cast the body far away. Everyone understood that resting was not an option at this moment. They consumed some food before setting off again. Despite having feasted on a significant amount of giant slender meat the previous day, the energy from the battle had nearly depleted their reserves. Thus, they each indulged in their own stored game. Having finished their meal, they prepared to depart. Although dawn had yet to break, it was imminent. They continued their journey, and within 30 minutes of their departure, other smaller prey arrived, swiftly dismantling and consuming the serpent beastman's massive form. Meanwhile, in the valley, Xiaofei tended to her 3 young cubs, occasionally peering out of the cave entrance. Aware of the injured beastman still lingering within the valley, she felt a sense of calm. Preoccupied with her chores, she noted that with the current weather, drying fish and shrimp was unnecessary. She kept track of time, anticipating Xiaofei and the others' return. As for Biao, his wounds had nearly healed. Upon touching his recovered injury, he felt reassured that he was ready to venture out for hunting without any concerns. However, he hesitated to leave the cave, knowing that there was a young female beastman with her cubs nearby. Unfamiliar to him, and he feared his presence might startle her. Thus, he chose to wait for the return of the other beastmen to accompany them on their hunting expedition. His stored provisions were primarily shared by his close companions, and he was eager to join them for a hunt, feeling a sense of discomfort from relying solely on their generosity. Furthermore, he wished to express his gratitude to the martial healer. In anticipation, Yuan Dong and the other beastmen returned to the valley. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they pushed aside the boulder and confirmed that the valley remained safe. They re-entered, where the 3 young cubs from the previous day were playing at the cave's mouth and excitedly rushed towards Lei. He extended his massive tongue to affectionately lick his young. After greeting Xiaofei, he exclaimed, "We are finally back," suggesting they rest well today and discuss matters tomorrow, before eagerly returning to his cave to prepare a large pot of hot water. Fearful it might not suffice, he even boiled another pot. He felt utterly filthy and itchy after days without proper cleansing. Lei cradled his young female as he returned to the valley, expressing his longing and concerns. Yuan Dong greeted Biao and the others, sharing tales of their recent endeavors. After a restful night, everyone rose quite late. When Xiaofei awoke, he realized it was nearing noon, and no one had disturbed him. He surmised that everyone was fatigued from recent events, which was indeed the case. After washing up, he pondered what to prepare for breakfast. He opted for a simple porridge, but as noon approached, he decided to whip up something more delectable. Stepping out of the cave, he surveyed the remaining vegetables in the canyon, finding little left, as they had wilted and yellowed. Given the current climate, he estimated that snow would likely arrive within the next 8 to 10 days. Observing the ample firewood he had stored, he resolved to take a day of rest today, focusing on stockpiling wood tomorrow, as his food supplies were sufficient. While meandering through the valley, he spotted Yuan Dong and several beastmen emerging. They exchanged greetings, and Xiaofei recalled the flour he had stored, suggesting he could share it with them. The group looked at each other, uncertain about when they would use it. After some thought, Xiaofei decided to prepare a few flour-based dishes and invited anyone interested to learn, as they would be delicious during the cold season. Those who had tasted his buns knew they were exceptionally tasty. Tony eagerly inquired if they were referring to the dish he had enjoyed previously, exclaiming it was utterly delightful. Xiaofei then set up a cooking station outdoors, with the beastmen gathering around excitedly. Even Biao joined, feeling well enough to move about the valley. Lei, hearing the commotion, emerged from the cave, briefly conversing with Xiaofei before she too ventured out. Though slightly timid and shy, the presence of Lei provided her with a sense of security. Xiaofei produced a large quantity of flour. The beastmen, with their razor-sharp claws, deftly extracted the flour from its shell, and Xiaofei instructed them on each step of the process. After kneading the dough, they allowed it to rest in a bowl, demonstrating the transformation it would undergo. The beastmen, with great enthusiasm, began to mimic the process. However, their considerable strength soon wreaked havoc on several of Xiaofei's plastic bowls, shattering them. Xiaofei, bemused, wondered how much force they had exerted over mere dough. The beastmen exchanged guilty glances, silently acknowledging their blunder. Determined to remedy the situation, Xiaofei resolved to craft wooden bowls for them. He contemplated researching wooden bowls in the coming days. He then retrieved several stainless steel bowls from his storage, grateful for the abundance of such items, and distributed them for use, which proved to be a better alternative. Finally, they achieved uniform dough consistency, and Xiaofei inquired whether they preferred to make stuffed pancakes, buns, or dumplings. The beastmen looked at each other, seemingly eager to try all three. Thus, Xiaofei instructed them to proceed one by one, starting with a plain pancake made solely from the flour. Each of them sampled it, and finding it delectable, they eagerly awaited the next dish. Xiaofei then prepared a stuffed pancake, using meat from the known for its perfect balance of fat and lean meat that he sought some of the fatty meat and mixed it with cabbage to create the filling. Additionally, he retrieved several large bird eggs from his storage, cracking them open to make a bird egg and chive filling. They diligently worked together to steam buns and dumplings, and the meal was thoroughly enjoyed by all. Xiaofei, having learned each step, resolved to prepare these dishes daily during the cold season. Xiaofei felt incredibly satisfied with the flour. Realizing its practicality, he found that he could not consume an entire fruit's worth of flour himself. So he decided to gift Lei's family 5,000 flour fruits, while distributing 10,000 to each of his other acquaintances, with the remainder stored in his space, totaling nearly 50,000. Why did Lei only receive slightly more than 5,000? Due to the presence of certain items in his own space, and unlike other orcs who have essentially emptied their spaces, he has given all the fruits he gathered to Xiaofei. His space already contained some of these items that were later stored in Xiaofei's space, but he eventually ran out of room. This fact is generally known among everyone. After distributing the fruits, there was little significance left for anyone. Xiaofei then remarked that she would teach them how to make noodles, and proceeded to prepare several types of steamed buns and flour rolls. The scene during the noodle meal was particularly amusing. He had prepared a copious amount of meat, which he chopped into small pieces and placed atop the noodles. The thin orcs were overjoyed, struggling to use chopsticks, resorting to 2 wooden sticks resembling chopsticks to awkwardly feed themselves. This spectacle left Xiaofei in fits of laughter. Observing Yu Wandong's adeptness with chopsticks revealed that he had certainly practiced in private. Having dined frequently with Xiaofei, he was far more skilled than others. Even Xiaofei, who also used chopsticks, did so slowly, yet her eagerness to learn from Xiaofei was commendable. Xiaofei addressed the group, indicating that there were myriad ways to enjoy the noodle dishes, encouraging them to explore and create their own methods of preparation, whether by boiling, frying, or steaming. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the versatility of flour, especially when used for dumplings filled with meat, a notion that resonated deeply with all the orcs. Even Xiaofei developed a fondness for these dumplings. Subsequently, Xiaofei crafted additional dumplings with various meat fillings, and everyone agreed that the meat from the horned porcupine beast was the most delectable. Thus, the orcs resolved to spend the next few days either gathering timber or hunting horned porcupine beasts. Xiaofei anticipated the toll this would take on their bodies. Thus, the group decided to rest today and set out tomorrow. Xiaofei felt elated, knowing that Xiaofei would not accompany them. Luo Xiaofei suggested they gather some large bird eggs nearby and check for any timber, which he intended to collect. Several orcs listened silently, as if in tacit understanding. That evening, Xiaofei visited the pond. Finding the water still as clear as ever, with a wave of his hand, a significant portion of the water receded, and then he departed, confident that it would soon return back in the cave. He prepared to rest, knowing a busy day awaited him. The following morning, the orcs rose early, exchanging greetings as they left the valley. Upon waking, Xiaofei noticed Xiaofei busying herself outside. Recently, neither he nor Xiaofei had gathered fish from the valley, as Xiaofei had borrowed the fish basket to stockpile more fish, primarily turning them into dried fish and shrimp. Xiaofei's space was overflowing with fresh fish, shrimp, and abundant alcohol, far more than he could consume in a year. Meanwhile, the 3 younglings played in the canyon, while Xiaofei and Xiaofei set off toward the area known for its bird eggs, eager to replicate the delightful dumplings they had enjoyed the day before. Xiaofei was particularly enamored with the taste. Despite its peculiar flavor, Xiaofei had also informed her that egg and cabbage could serve as delicious fillings. Upon arriving at the bird egg site, they were pleased to find a good number of eggs after several days. They thoroughly searched the area, but found no more eggs, and then returned to the valley at tea lunchtime. Xiaofei cleaned the fish and shrimp she had set aside for later preparation. After enjoying their meal, Xiaofei and Schwer greeted each other before he ventured into the forest to gather timber and search for familiar guides. He scoured the valley for herbs, but found none. Reminiscing about the impressive ginseng in his space that I in the woods, he collected several pieces of timber, hearing the resonant sound of his chainsaw as it cut through the massive trees that he swiftly gathered over 30 substantial logs. Storing them in his space, pleased with his haul, he decided to return and craft wooden bowls. Upon arriving at his cave, he greeted Schwerer and then set to work. He cut the large logs into sections approximately 40 centimeters in height, each log requiring at least 4 individuals to encircle. After assembling the sections, he began hollowing them out and smoothing the interiors. By the time he completed 3 wooden bowls, twilight had descended, and several orcs returned to the valley, their faces alight with joy, indicating a fruitful day as they approached the cave entrance. Each orc presented Xiaofei with 10 pieces of dry wood they had collected, neatly stacked beside Xiaofei's cave. He expressed his gratitude, noting that he had ample wood for his projects and encouraged everyone to gather more. He then retrieved several broken planks from his space, demonstrating how to create a structure that would prevent snow from blocking the cave entrance. The orcs listened intently, intrigued by the design. Xiaofei explained that the slanted board would allow snow to slide off, garnering their appreciation. He understood that each cave entrance was not too large, and 4 boards would suffice. The orcs expressed their gratitude profusely, and after they departed, Xiaofei closed the cave entrance, boiled water, and enjoyed a hot bath, feeling immensely relaxed. Returning to his space, he eagerly began crafting, transforming sturdy wood into planks. By the end, he had produced over 40 wooden boards. After assessing the dust on his clothes, he had no choice but to boil water again for a quick wash, then lay down on his warm bedding. With the temperature dropping, he lit his small stove, ensuring warmth in the cave. Before sleep, he added a few logs to the fire, knowing they would last through the night. He contemplated preparing some lamp oil to share with his companions, feeling it was only fair to reciprocate for their generosity. The next day, as dawn broke, Xiaofei and Xiaohe extracted a large quantity of fat from his space to begin the rendering process. The enticing aroma wafted through the cave, tantalizing the orcs' senses, making them salivate. Xiaofei, after preparing the lamp oil, retrieved some already solidified oil, sharing it with them and instructing them on its use. After demonstrating, he returned to his cave, where the orcs received the oil with astonishment. Once the cave door was closed, it was enveloped in darkness, which did not bother the orcs, who were accustomed to the dimness. However, the illumination provided by the lamps brought joy to their hearts, as they admired Xiaofei's kindness and resourcefulness, particularly Schwerer's family, who understood the significance of the lamp oil. Xiaofei informed them that they could collect the oil later for their own storage, ensuring they would have light during the harsh winter months. The orcs eagerly anticipated this, and as they left, Xiaofei revealed the wooden bowls he had crafted, demonstrating their use. Many listened attentively, returning to their own caves to replicate the creation. The orcs cherished the wooden bowls, realizing their practicality. As they crafted their own, it became apparent that Tony, despite his seemingly clumsy demeanor, possessed remarkable dexterity and was even able to construct a dining table for his family. He fashioned sturdy wooden stumps for seating and equipped his kitchen with 2 large stone pots, catering to his substantial appetite, typical of his bear-like orc heritage. Meanwhile, Xiaofei reflected on the absence of such wooden bowls in other tribes, pondering the lack of knowledge regarding their utility. The morning brought a chill, and upon opening the cave door, Xiaofei noticed the overcast sky, which he found displeasing. After his morning routine, he prepared potato pancakes by shredding potatoes, mixing them with flour and an egg, and frying them into over 20 delicious cakes. After their meal, he busied himself readying the cave for the impending cold season, securing layers of grass and animal hides to insulate the entrance. With a massive wooden door and a dual-layered curtain of grass and hides, his cave would be well insulated. He had already stoked the fireplace, which blazed warmly, bringing the cave temperature to a comfortable 24 degrees. However, the darkness created by the curtains prompted him to light 3 oil lamps, placing one on the dining table, one by the fireplace, and one on the stove, illuminating the space adequately, with ample lamp oil. Each lamp could last 7 to 8 days. Though warm inside, Xiaofei knew he needed to dress warmly for the outside. He recalled the beautiful white animal hides gifted by the orcs. Envisioning a grand cloak, though time did not permit its creation, he also had down jackets and cotton coats in his space, alleviating any urgency. Outside, he visited Xiaofei's cave, where she and Lei were busy preparing jerky. Knowing Lei would be hunting in the coming days, he encouraged her to render some lamp oil for their own use during the winter. Xiaofei nodded happily. Grateful for the suggestion, Xiaofei warned her that lighting the lamps during the cold would brighten their caves. But if they used a fire pit, it would fill the cave with smoke, causing discomfort. Xiaofei understood this and thanked him repeatedly. Xiaofei reminded her that the cold season was approaching and hunting would become more challenging. He predicted they would not need to prepare jerky upon their return, as the weather would preserve their catches. Lei recalled that in their tribe, before the cold season, they were always busy capturing prey to store in designated caves. Ensuring the meat could withstand freezing temperatures, that Xiaofei recognized this pattern across tribes. Frantic hunting occurred before the cold season, though it was perilous as many orcs suffered injuries or fatalities during this time. With fewer prey available, many herbivores had migrated, leaving behind only fierce beasts. After parting from Xiaofei's cave, Xiaofei observed the valley. Noting the pond's water remained clear but would soon freeze, he collected some water for his space. Then wandered through the canyon. Reflecting on the desolate surroundings, he anticipated the vibrant greenery that would return with warmer weather. As he strolled, he encountered Yuan Dong and other orcs, exchanging greetings. They discussed plans to hunt in the coming days. With Xiaofei advising them to prioritize their safety, he realized that several orcs had not prepared jerky. Only Lei's family had been working on it, prompting him to inquire if they had stored any. A few individuals exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, before accompanying Xiaofei into my cave, where I welcomed them inside, that I instructed them on how to prepare jerky and meat strips, and soon, the sight of the sizzling morsels over the fire left everyone in awe. Before long, the jerky was ready, and they savored it with delight, realizing it would spare them from the pangs of hunger. Typically, male orcs from each tribe emerged from the winter season emaciated, having devoured whatever food was available. The higher-ranking orcs possessed ample space to store a greater quantity of prey. However, the lower-ranking orcs struggled, often lacking enough provisions to last the entire winter. After witnessing the preparation method, the group hastily apologized to Xiaofei and returned to their own caves to make jerky. Aiming to produce as much as possible today to free up space for the storage of their game. Given the current weather, they were still wary of exposing their catches, fearing the elements. As the air outside remained above freezing, several orcs busied themselves with the task of making jerky. In this valley, aside from Xiaofei, the home of Xiaofei, who boasted the most food reserves, as Xiaofei, and Lei tirelessly stocked up. Fully aware of their responsibility to care for their 3 cubs, Xiaofei's family had the largest supply of jerky. Whenever there was a moment to spare, she would diligently prepare more alongside Lei. Their efforts seemingly unceasing. The exact quantity of jerky they possessed and their consumption habits remained unclear. Xiaofei was not particularly fond of meat, believing it lacked flavor and was unpalatable. He preferred fresh provisions. Thus his storage was primarily filled with fresh beast meat. After lunch, Xiaofei, feeling idle, decided to take out some tree bark to craft clothing. He retrieved a large piece and started practicing with a black hide, which was soft and smooth, exuding a glossy sheen. He truly admired this black material and began to fashion a grand cloak reminiscent of his memories, that he created an enormous black hood seamlessly attached to it. The endeavor proved successful, and by the time he finished, night had fallen. Clad in the voluminous black cloak, he felt an immense warmth envelop him. For him, this task was essentially a means to nurture his body. As night had descended and dinner had been consumed, he then secured the cave entrance, lowered the grass curtain, and arranged 10 strips of hide to seal the bottom neatly. Subsequently, he placed a second layer of beast hide over it. Once every crevice was tightly packed, he lit an oil lamp, illuminating the fire wall that burned brightly. Lying on the bed during such a frigid season was incredibly comforting, reminiscent of the memory of all the cubs huddled together in a large pile of grass inside a cave, rarely emerging unless absolutely necessary. The mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Had there been resistance within the tribe at that time, he believed many cubs, and even some females, would have survived. Including elderly orcs, most perished from the cold during the winter. It was a wonder that anyone could endure the harsh conditions without food. Thus, on the following morning, Xiaofei emerged from the cave to find Shuer outside. He greeted her eagerly, and she cheerfully remarked on his early rising, mentioning that Lei and the others had departed before dawn. Did they leave together? Xiaofei inquired. Indeed, replied Shuer. They might be gone for several days. Xiaofei then mentioned to Shuer that after breakfast he intended to search for bird eggs. Would she join him? After a moment of contemplation, Shuer agreed, stating, "Let us go together. I'll return by noon, but want to accompany you in the afternoon, as I still have 3 prey to prepare." With a smile, she added, "This time, Lei has nearly emptied our storage space, leaving only a few beasts to fill our bellies. Most have been converted into jerky. Our storage cave is already brimming. This is sufficient for me and the cubs. We can hardly consume it all." She flashed a beaming smile at Xiaofei, adding, "If it weren't for encountering you, the esteemed healer, our happiness would not be as abundant." Lei has reserved the catch for his own winter provisions, occasionally retrieving some fresh meat when he craves it. Essentially, this hunt has primarily been to stock up for his own winter sustenance. With that, the two set off to gather bird eggs. Upon arrival, they noticed the number of eggs had dwindled compared to previous seasons, yet each managed to collect several hundred as the morning passed. Another group of orcs set out to hunt and encountered a band of wandering orcs, with whom they were somewhat acquainted, though a few shared mutual disdain. During the hunt, tensions escalated, resulting in a confrontation. Among them, Biao and Lei injured several adversaries, and one was even killed, thus intensifying the conflict. Eventually, Hongli and Bao Xiaoqi sustained injuries, along with Kai. The opposing group included several high-ranking orcs, while the deceased were instigators of lesser rank with sharp tongues. Among the wandering orcs was a banished member from the Chai Dog tribe, known for his malicious words, which incited discord between the two factions. Ultimately, Yuan Dong's group emerged victorious, while the others retreated in defeat, leaving their injured behind and neglecting the deceased. Consequently, Yuan Dong and his companions secured the majority of the prey. They filled their storage spaces to the brim, followed by a hearty meal. Yuan Dong expressed concern for the injured, suggesting they should return the following day for an inspection by the healer. They spoke cautiously, wary of being overheard by other wandering orcs. They never dared to refer to the healer directly, instead using the term the esteemed one. After deliberation, they agreed it prudent to return and check on their supplies. As their storage was nearly full, primarily consisting of bleeding beasts, and the location was not far from their previous camp, they decided to remain in the vicinity for the day. Thus, they made do for the night. The following morning, Yuan Dong patrolled the area for some time, anxious about the possibility of being followed, feeling an unsettling sensation in his gut. Eventually, he led his group away from their current location, taking a long, winding route before returning to their valley. Thankfully, Yuan Dong's vigilance prevented them from being tracked by the wandering orcs, who were left frustrated. Among them was the brother of the slain orc. Upon their return to the valley, spirits were high as the temperature had risen to 0, making storage feasible. They greeted one another before retreating to rest, agreeing to set out again the next day. Optimistic about capturing more prey in the favorable weather, familiar faces cleared their spaces of excess, as the game would no longer spoil. Yuan Dong arrived at the entrance of Xiaofei's cave. Addressing him, "Esteemed healer, my 2 friends are injured." Without hesitation, Xiaofei followed him to their cave, where they found Hongli with a leg injury. Xiaofei applied his healing abilities, visibly mending the wound and stopping the bleeding. He then inquired, "Who else is in need?" In gratitude for the bounty received, they arrived at the cave of Leopard Xiaoqi. Leopard Xiaoqi had sustained an injury to his foreleg, akin to an arm. He and Xiaofei utilized their abilities to tend to the injury, as it was not a fracture, and thus healed swiftly. After examining Kai's wound and using their powers to mend all their injuries, they returned to their own cave, feeling quite fatigued. While Yuan Dong observed as Xiaofei entered the cave and closed the entrance behind him, he too returned to his own dwelling, where he updated Shuer on the replenishment situation and brought in some of their game. He inquired of Shuer how many times they had resupplied, exclaiming that he could not possibly consume all the Han chicken they had. upon seeing the 50-odd pieces of game he had brought. Xiaofei was astonished. Wow, you received so much. Lei remarked that everyone contributed equally, resulting in a fair distribution. He also recounted the conflict they had with some rogue beastmen, even mentioning the unfortunate demise of one among them. Xiaofei was well aware of the dangers inherent in their hunting expeditions, especially since they were not part of the same tribe, where unity prevails. Rogue beastmen often harbor ulterior motives and remain on guard against one another. Some specifically prey on solitary beastmen or small groups like theirs. Unexpectedly, they encountered formidable opponents. Despite their small numbers, they were quite ferocious. The following day, when they set out, Xiaofei had yet to appear, as he had risen close to noon and returned just in time for breakfast. With the cold weather rendering outdoor activities unappealing, he busied himself within his space. Peeling peanuts, he prepared a large pot of porridge, boiled 2 salted bird eggs, and steamed several buns, relishing a hearty meal. Upon opening the cave's entrance, a gust of frigid wind swept in. The temperature had plummeted to below -4 or 5 degrees. With the outside world now encased in ice, Xiaofei donned his snow boots, observing the ominous clouds signaling impending snowfall, which felt rather oppressive. He sensed that if it did not snow today, it would surely commence within a couple of days, leading to months of relentless winter. Finding little of interest outside, he opted not to visit Xiaofei and instead returned to his cave. Securing the door behind him and ensuring all warmth-retaining measures were in place, he turned his attention to culinary pursuits, feeling a strong craving for sour and spicy noodles. He retrieved some potato flour he had prepared last year and began the laborious process of making potato vermicelli, exhausting himself in the endeavor. Ultimately, he produced over 300 pounds of potato flour and more than 200 pounds of vermicelli. Thus, he was preoccupied for several days. Suddenly, he heard the returning beastmen, their raucous chatter echoing from outside. He paid little mind, assuming they were simply celebrating their successful hunt, and did not venture out to investigate. However, the commotion grew nearer, culminating in a series of knocks at his cave. A beastman shouted, "Great shaman, are you there?" The voice was familiar to Xiaofei. Though he could not place it, he replied, "Yes, just a moment," and tidied himself before parting the animal skin curtain and opening the heavy door. To his surprise, a group of beastmen stood outside, with the spokesperson, Biao, bowing respectfully. "Great shaman, we encountered an injured female during our hunt. Could you please come and see if you can help her?" Without uttering a word, Xiaofei took the lead as they proceeded to a nearby clearing where a female lay unconscious on a beast's skin. From a distance, she appeared bloodied and in dire condition. Xiaofei remarked, "Given the cold, we cannot leave her here. She must be taken into a cave." A few beastmen exchanged glances before agreeing to carry her to his cave. He instructed them to fetch hot water while everyone busied themselves. Biao's cave was frigid, and he hastily stoked the fire, warming the space. The cave was simple, with a heated platform instead of a bed, a large table, and sturdy wooden stools, all uniformly adorned. Tony and Hong Li were together heating water, while Xiaofei tended to the injured female, cleaning the blood from her face and revealing a youthful, albeit battered, visage. She bore numerous wounds, her attire of beast skin tattered and inadequate. Xiaofei hurriedly informed that the injury was quite severe and urged for assistance. With a wave of his hand, several empty basins appeared on the ground. Xiaofei picked up one of the basins, marveling at its lightness. It was made of plastic and appeared exquisite to him. Beautifully colored, the shaman possessed an array of wondrous items, which left him in awe. Although he could only contemplate this in silence, he thought to himself that if such a basin were in the hands of an orc, it would be crushed in an instant. However, Xiaofei felt reassured holding it. Using the basin, Xiaofei fetched some hot water and, alongside Xiaofei, gently tended to the wounds of the small female. Applying some anti-inflammatory ointment retrieved from his spatial storage, they then employed their abilities to heal the scratches, hoping to mend them entirely. The wounds on the arms and legs had been treated, but the most challenging was the abdominal injury. Cleaning it proved troublesome, as there was a risk of infection, and some dirt had already contaminated the wound, requiring meticulous attention. Ultimately, Xiaofei found some needles and thread from his spatial storage. remnants collected during their time at the hospital. Fortunately, the space contained a plethora of miscellaneous items. He was not adept at suturing wounds like a doctor, so he painstakingly stitched the wound as one would with fabric, then applied his abilities to promote healing. Hoping for a swift recovery, they toiled for 4 to 5 hours, and by afternoon, Xiaofei was famished, having not eaten since morning and expending considerable energy. Shui appeared equally exhausted. Xiaofei retrieved a blanket from his spatial storage to cover the small female, who gazed enviously at the red blanket adorned with patterns of blooming flowers, particularly the large peonies that captivated her gaze. Observing that the blanket alone might not provide sufficient warmth, Xiaofei then produced a heavier quilt, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, which he had collected during his school days from the dormitory, its origin unknown, as he recalled having several similar quilts in his spatial storage. Such items proved invaluable even in the apocalypse. He then suggested to Shui that they should eat something, and once they finished, they could bring some food back for the small female and administer more medicine, to which they both nodded in agreement. Upon exiting, they addressed the orcs outside the cave, stating that they had completed the treatment and would first seek nourishment before returning with food. That a few orcs exchanged glances, and one of them, Biao, volunteered to feed the small female. They proceeded to Xiaofei's cave, where Biao fetched some porridge in a basin. Also handing over a spoon, he deeply bowed to Xiaofei, expressing his gratitude, and then departed. But Xiaofei and Shui enjoyed the porridge they had prepared in the morning, accompanied by some buns retrieved from the spatial storage. They ate in silence, too hungry to converse, and after finishing, Xiaofei remarked that he felt as though he might starve. Shui replied that he was fine, having eaten with the cubs earlier that morning. While Xiaofei admitted he had woken late and missed breakfast, having been called out for work as dusk approached, signaling the imminent arrival of the cold season, they took a brief respite before heading back to Biao's cave. Upon arrival, they found that Biao had already fed the small female the porridge. Xiaofei approached and produced 2 anti-inflammatory pills from his spatial storage, placing them in the small female's mouth and instructing Biao to provide her with water. Biao complied, offering water to the small female. Xiaofei then cautioned Biao that the small female might develop a fever that evening, advising him to administer the pills if such a situation arose. He instructed him to wash her with cold water if she became feverish and place a damp cloth on her forehead, refreshing it as needed. Biao accepted the towel and medicine, bowing deeply to Xiaofei once more. Expressing his thanks, Xiaofei refrained from inquiring about the origins of the small female, choosing instead to await information from others the following day. He had not encountered Yuan Dong and did not ask after him. Returning to his own cave, Biao observed the shaman depart, and then glanced at the small female resting on the bed. He ventured outside to construct a large wooden bed, a simple task of splitting a large log and smoothing it out before placing it in the cave near the fire wall and covering it with animal skins. He then reclined on the bed he had made, gazing at the small female and pondering something unknown, his eyes shining with a light of their own. After a restful night, Xiaofei awoke, stretching and sensing the chill in the air. Although his cave was not particularly cold, he felt a slight chill. Noticing that the warmth of the bed had diminished, he quickly dressed and added more firewood. He approached the fireplace, which was nearly extinguished, and promptly ignited some dry grass, followed by larger logs, rekindling the flames and warming the cave once more. The temperature hovered around 11 or 12 degrees above zero. Explaining the chill he felt, he set about preparing a meal, starting with potato pancakes and a bird egg soup, relishing a hearty feast as he savored a wild fruit. He soon heard Shui's voice outside the cave. Xiaofei hurriedly opened the entrance, allowing Shui to enter. Upon entering, Shui inquired, "Shaman, do you know what the situation is with that small female?" Upon conversing with Xiaofei, I confessed my ignorance, stating that I had not inquired among them. Shui mentioned that she was aware, having overheard Lei at our home narrating that during their recent hunt, they encountered a herd of horned beasts. After successfully capturing the herd, they sought a place to rest, only to hear chilling screams emanating from a vast cave. That a few ventured inside and witnessed a serpent beast man mercilessly torturing a small female, whose identity remained unknown. The serpent beast man, in a fit of rage, engaged them in combat. Realizing the small female was on the brink of death, they instructed Biao and the others to return and present her to you. Lei also relayed that Yuan Dong was battling the Serpent Beastman. These Serpent Beastmen are typically vengeful. It was suspected that this one might be a stray, possibly a fallen beastman, often abandoned by their own females, leading them to lose their sanity and seek vengeance against females. Such creatures are notoriously fearsome. Xiaofei rummaged through her memories regarding fallen beastmen, likening them to madmen on earth, marked by tendencies toward brutality, often due to abandonment by their females. Once forsaken, a beastman struggles to find acceptance within their tribe. In the absence of females, they remain relatively normal, but once they come into contact with a female, they become inseparable. The beastman abandoned by a female experiences a surge of primal instincts, resulting in a loss of reason. It is rare for fallen beastmen to regain normalcy, resembling wild beasts that only roar in rage. Yet they retain some external awareness. Yuan Dong was currently dealing with a fallen beastman, likely to kill him, as such beings frequently resort to stealing females from tribes, driven by instinct. If they manage to mate with a female again, they may regain clarity, but the female usually does not survive. Once these beastmen experience the thrill of such actions, they continue to steal females from the tribe. If a fallen beastman is discovered within the tribe, all efforts are made to eliminate him, for he is a rational madman, brutal and insane. Some beastmen, upon being abandoned by their females, choose suicide, while those who do not take that path will inevitably transform into fallen beastmen within a month. Thus, magnetic beastmen tend to be utterly submissive to their magnetic pull. In many tribes, some beastmen prefer to remain lifelong bachelors. Many stray beastmen have been driven away by the females of their tribes. Yet they often possess gentle temperaments. Females have the option to choose multiple males or a single male, depending on personal preference. For instance, why did Shuer choose Lei? She is a rather timid female. Had she been like the females from other tribes, she would have approached several beastmen to demand they become her mates. If Shuer exhibited such behavior, Biao and his companions would have long since left the valley, as they too had faced harassment from other females and thus maintain a respectful distance. During their time of interaction, they noticed Shuer avoiding them, never appearing before them, which put them at ease. They had gleaned some information about her, fostering goodwill towards her. Listening to Shuer's account, Xiaofei felt a deep sympathy for the small female, suspecting that she might have been abducted from a tribe by the fallen beastman. The injured female remains unaware of her circumstances. Once she awakens, her wounds will reveal the extent of her torment. Subsequently, Shuer and Xiaofei shared a meal together, and in the space, they found a suitable set of animal skin garments for the female. Turning to Shuer, Xiaofei suggested, "Let us proceed to see her condition." The two then made their way to Biao's cave, knocking upon the entrance and calling out to inquire about the small female. With a dull thud, the door swung open, and Biao stepped aside, allowing the healer and Shuer entry. As they peered into the dimly lit cave, Xiaofei pondered and retrieved 2 oil lamps from the space, lighting them and placing them near the bed. Holding the lit lamp in hand, she marveled at its glow. She also handed one to Biao for placement on the dining table, then approached the still sleeping small female. Gently touching her forehead, feeling content, she inquired of Biao, "Did she have a fever last night?" Nodding, he replied, "Indeed, she did." Following the healer's advice, I administered medication and placed a cloth on her forehead. By dawn, I noticed her fever had subsided, so I removed the cloth. Xiaofei commended him, placing her hand upon the small female's abdomen to heal her wounds using her abilities. After approximately 20 minutes, Xiaofei withdrew her hand, observing the healing progress. With a few more treatments, she would be well. Upon noticing the healer lifting the blanket, he promptly exited the cave. Xiaofei and Shuer worked together to dress the small female in animal skin clothing and cover her with a blanket. Satisfied with the warmth of the bed, Shuer's gaze fixated again on the blanket. Xiaofei chided, "Stop staring, or your eyes will fall out. I'll get you one when we return." Shuer's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Xiaofei, who found her gaze irresistible, prompting her to say, "I must take my leave." The two then exited Biao's cave, advising him to prepare some rice porridge for her. They retrieved a few plastic bowls used the previous day and presented Biao with a small wooden bowl. Crafted by Xiaofei herself, exquisitely made for holding the porridge, ensuring it would not easily break. Biao nodded in understanding before returning to the cave to prepare the porridge. Shuer accompanied Xiaofei back to her dwelling, where Xiaofei produced a blanket similar to the one Shuer had admired, much to her delight. Thrilled by its beauty, Shuer dashed back to her cave, eager to share the gift she had received. To Xiaofei, these items seemed trivial, as her space contained an abundance of treasures collected over time, rendering her unaware of the assortment within. Anything that seemed useful was stored away. Meanwhile, Biao, gazing at the slumbering, small female, silently resolved to keep her if he approached his fellow beastmen in their caves to seek their opinions, asking if they supported his decision. The others were perplexed, inquiring about his motives and whether she could survive. I have observed her condition, and the healer assures me her chances are quite favorable. With a couple more treatments, she should recover, he explained. Kai interjected, expressing concern that the trauma from the fallen beastman might leave her with psychological scars, causing her to fear them. For instance, I feel an inexplicable urge to care for her, and my heart aches whenever I see her. I cannot comprehend this feeling, yet I wish to be kind to her. The beastmen exchanged glances, recalling how Biao had been the first to charge into the scene upon initially witnessing it. Biao continued, "If she accepts me, I hope you will all join me. We have known each other for many years, and we understand one another. I wish for us stray beastmen to settle here, safeguarding this small female. We shall be a family, never to part. What are your thoughts? Moreover, there exists a formidable shaman within this realm." In the cavern, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, with none daring to voice their thoughts. Deep down, they all understood that if a female were to be chosen, one would be forever bound to her in this lifetime. Hence, they were all reluctant to make a hasty decision. Uncertainty loomed regarding the female's nature. Would she be amiable or demanding unreasonable requests? It was well known that females were a rarity in the beast world, and thus highly treasured. Yet, many beastmen still hesitated to select a female. Some beastmen remained within their tribes, not opting for a female, yet the tribes provided some as offerings to retain their powerful members. They could refrain from forming a bond with these females, but could still indulge their primal urges. This practice resulted in every tribe having a few barren females, and many beastmen, having numerous kin, could not bear to see their young females reduced to mere offerings. Consequently, exchanges with other tribes occurred, a sort of blissful ignorance of the situation that a few individuals were lost in contemplation when Kai continued. "After he awakens, let us observe him for a while. I hope you can understand." Then Biao remarked, "I believe he will prove to be an excellent female. By evening, Yuan Dong returned to the valley, and several beastmen approached to exchange greetings and inquire about each other's experiences during their absence. Yuan Dong learned that the young female was currently residing in Biao's cave, which raised an eyebrow in suspicion. He speculated on the circumstances but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, it became common knowledge that the fallen beast, whom Yuan Dong had slain, was of equal rank to him, both being 5th-tier beastmen on the brink of advancing to 6th tier. However, the serpent beast had essentially resigned from its position, especially with the onset of the cold season limiting its movements, thus providing Yuan Dong with the opportunity to eliminate it under normal circumstances. Should they have been of comparable strength, Yuan Dong might not have triumphed, as serpent beasts were notoriously cunning and adept at ambush. Everyone rejoiced for Yuan Dong, for he was on the verge of a significant breakthrough. There were no burdens to bear. The young female felt a sense of embarrassment, for not all females in the tribe donned beautiful slim leather garments and fur skirts. Only the strongest males could procure such finery. The attire he was given by Xiaofei was crafted from white and red furs, beautifully stitched together. Xiaofei refrained from allowing the female to dwell on past memories, instead facilitating a simple exchange to gauge each other's well-being. Observing the fatigue etched on the young female's face, he advised, "Your primary focus should be on healing and resting, that you've just awakened and require ample recuperation." The young female appeared to heed his counsel. Xiaofei cautioned him against consuming excessive meat during his recovery, suggesting a diet of porridge for the next few days until he was fit for more substantial fare. The young female nodded. her sparse words betraying her need for time to heal, and it was hoped that the beastmen would care for her well during the winter in the days that followed. Xiaofei instructed Yanzi on the essentials of daily living: cooking, tending the fire, and warming the walls. Thus, Yanzi gradually regained his strength and began to exhibit a brighter demeanor. However, his past remained unspoken, both out of fear that it might conjure distressing memories and a hope that he would eventually find solace. Presently, he appeared to be in a relatively stable condition. Having grown up in the tribe, Yanzi had witnessed the brutality of life, and even though he had encountered a fallen beastman, surviving such an ordeal felt like a stroke of luck. As the weather turned and snow began to fall, albeit lightly, the beastmen who had ventured out for hunting had yet to return, though Xiaofei anticipated their imminent arrival. For Yanzi, residing in this valley felt like a dream, as he experienced foods he had never known and saw items that were entirely foreign to him. Many things fascinated him, especially the soft, warm blankets and quilts that were unlike any furs he had encountered before. During these days, the shaman imparted much knowledge to him, and he eagerly absorbed every lesson. Aware that he was temporarily residing in another beastman's cave, he faced a significant decision ahead. He had yet to meet the other beastmen. But according to the shaman, there were several wandering beasts whose natures appeared amiable. Though he had no prior experience with them, he resolved to assess the situation upon their meeting. With the cold season upon them, he realized that no beastman would care for a female without a profound reason, as they sought to nurture a partner. Thus, when the others returned, he would need to make his choice to end the tribe. A female typically chose multiple males to ensure her sustenance. Yet given the current circumstances, it was unclear how many he could select, or if there would be any males from the shaman's circle. What if one of them harbored feelings for the shaman? Would his choice displease the shaman? This dilemma weighed heavily on him. 2 days later, the snowfall intensified. The beastmen who had been hunting finally returned after an extended absence of 7 or 8 days. Xiaofei, sitting in the cave, heard the commotion outside and donned warm clothing before stepping out to assess the situation. The sight that greeted him was a gathering of beastmen exchanging words as they approached his cave, each bringing forth the spoils they had gathered for the shaman. Before Xiaofei's cave lay a veritable mountain of prey. The group bowed respectfully, greeting, "Good day, shaman." Xiaofei reciprocated, inquiring if they had returned unscathed. Everyone confirmed they were well, appearing to have encountered no issues. Then, in eager anticipation, one of them turned to Xiaofei, asking, "How is the young female?" Xiaofei replied, "She is well. Her name is Yanzi. I did not inquire about her tribe, nor did I press her for details, fearing it might evoke painful memories. She's a kind soul with a pleasant disposition, having learned several essential skills for daily living. She has managed quite well on her own these past few days." Nodding in acknowledgement, the beastmen exchanged glances before returning to their respective caves, their curiosity sated. As they departed, the urgency to rekindle the warmth in their own caves drove them back to their families and young ones, who were nearing the age of transformation after this winter. Once the beastmen had left, Xiaofei collected the bountiful offerings and stored them away. Biao returned to his cave and pushed open the door, only to find the young female tending to the fire. That moment, their eyes met, and Yanzi felt an undeniable connection to this beastman. Uncertain of his character, she observed him with a mix of trepidation and admiration. They took their seats at the dining table, where Yanzi appeared noticeably anxious, unable to finish her meal. Unlike the other females in the tribe who often exuded superiority in the presence of males, she displayed none of that demeanor. Biao, with a gentle tone, introduced himself, saying, "I am Biao, a lion-tiger beastman. Are you finding it comfortable here?" The swallow understood the meaning behind his inquiry. Subsequently, he remarked that he was fortunate to have learned much from a shaman. "My name is Yanzi," he announced. After that, he fell silent, gazing at the simmering rice porridge in the stone pot over the fire. He felt a sense of something missing in his cave. Since he had taken on the responsibility of caring for this young female, it seemed he lacked many edible items. He resolved to visit Lord Wuyu to inquire if he could exchange some vegetables and other consumables suitable for females. He felt too embarrassed to approach the Lei family for an exchange, knowing that they had 3 cubs and another female, making it exceedingly difficult for Lei alone to provide for the family. He sensed that the shaman might possess what he needed. Observing the beast man sitting silently, he mustered his courage and said, "Now that the cold season has arrived, I cannot survive alone, and I cannot find my way back to my tribe. I wish to live here. You saved me. If you do not have a female you favor, would you consider being my male?" Yanzi asked quite directly, a customary approach among many females in the tribe. Biao gazed steadily at the young female as he considered her words, then nodded in agreement. "Yes, I am willing to be your male. I have several brothers, if they wish to be your males as well. I hope you will accept them, for we have lived together for 4 to 5 years and know each other well. Our characters are commendable, and our status is acceptable. Together, we 5 males can adequately provide for you." A single female, upon hearing Biao's words, Yanzi's eyes sparkled with joy, thrilled that this familiar face was proactively introducing him to other acquaintances. This meant he would not have to face hunger and the fear of freezing during the cold season. Biao continued, "If you do not mind, I shall summon them so you may meet, or I could ask them to join us in our cave for a few days to foster acquaintance. What do you think?" Yanzi found Biao's consideration thoughtful, taking her feelings into account. She nodded in agreement with the suggestion. Biao then stepped outside to gather his brothers, sharing with them the conversation he had with the female beastman, expressing his positive impression of her. They all agreed that starting the next day, they would spend time together to strengthen their understanding and familiarity. Thus, for several days, Yanzi and Xiaofei busied themselves with their handiwork within the cave, remaining secluded while the outside world bustled with activity. Occasionally, they could hear the voices of beastmen nearby, as their loud conversations resonated in the IT was evident that the several beastmen were surrounding Yanzi, coexisting harmoniously. In this manner, Yanzi and Biao became partners, sharing their lives together, much to the delight of those around them. Meanwhile, the other beastmen continued to familiarize themselves with one another. The Lei family's home was notably quiet during these days, for it was clear that Lei was preoccupied with his young female. Only Yuan Dong remained solitary, observing the brothers who were all fixated on Yanzi. It was apparent to him that these fellows had indeed grown fond of this young female. However, he felt at peace within himself, harboring no particular desires. In his heart, he regarded the shaman as an exceptionally good female, gentle in speech and courteous, never a burden to others. Perhaps this was due to the prolonged time he had spent with Xiaofei. Last winter, he had not ventured out to seek other resources, having remained in the valley to recuperate. This year, the valley teemed with beastmen, and he felt it was time to gather additional resources from the outside world. He recalled a fruit known as the ice crystal fruit, which was generally favored by females, yet it seemed that the harsh weather had rendered it scarce, without informing the other male beastmen in the valley. He took flight alone. Thus, after nearly 2 days of travel, he arrived at a distant valley he had visited before. He remembered inadvertently stumbling upon it during the last cold season, where an abundance of ice crystal fruits grew. Searching through the snow, he discovered the white fruit hanging from black branches, resembling blood in color. If not for a careful examination, one would easily overlook them. With a vigorous shake of the brown branches, he dislodged a large cluster of ice crystal fruits. Yuan Dong eagerly collected them until his spatial storage was nearly full, at which point he decided to return to the valley. After another 2 days of flight, he arrived back at the valley just before dusk. It seemed his absence had gone unnoticed by the other beastmen. He strode confidently to the entrance of Xiaofei's cave. Upon hearing someone knock, Xiaofei, thinking something was amiss, hurried to respond. She pulled aside the hide and opened the massive door, peering out to see Yuan Dong at the entrance. "What brings you here?" she inquired, Yuan Dong shook his head. "I am uninjured. I merely wish to present something to the shaman." Xiaofei urged him to come inside, remarking on the cold outside, and he stepped into the cave, the door closing behind him. Sitting beside the hearth, he offered, "Come, enjoy a cup of my homemade fruit tea." He poured the tea from a large cup, made from the dried fruits he had gathered, which he now infused in water. It was truly delightful. The fruit resembled a large orange, but was tart. Xiaofei considered drying them for winter use, similar to lemons, though they were not as sour. Yuan Dong took a sip, feeling discomfort in his mouth, yet saying nothing, continuing to drink. Xiaofei awaited what he would present, knowing he would not bring her game, as that was typically shared after hunting trips or as a form of payment. As he gestured, he revealed over 2,000 ice crystal fruits. Xiaofei's eyes widened at the sight of the mountain of fruits in her cave, each about the size of a fist and pristine white. She searched her memory but could not identify this fruit, having never seen or heard of it before. Yu Wandong explained, "This is called the ice crystal fruit, favored by young females. The tea only grows at the onset of winter and will be scarce as the season progresses. By the time winter draws to a close, it will be nowhere to be found." Xiaofei found it fascinating. She washed one fruit and took a bite, discovering a flavor reminiscent of cheese, sweet, with a subtle milky aroma. She nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is quite delicious." Yu Wandong urged, "Please keep these. I have more in my storage." Xiaofei eagerly began to store them, and Yu Wandong continued to produce more until the space was emptied. Xiaofei successfully collected over 10,000 fruits, feeling immense joy. "What would you like in exchange?" she inquired. Yu Wandong hastily waved his hand, stating that there was no need for an exchange, as this was something he willingly offered to the esteemed shaman. He Xiaofei remained in silent contemplation, and Yu Wandong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed, "I wish to become the shaman's male companion." Such a blunt admission prompted an internal monologue from Xiaofei, who thought to herself how exceedingly forthright these orcs were. Could they not be a tad more tactful? It would be so much easier for her to decline if he had expressed himself in a more subtle manner. She feared that if she were too delicate in her refusal, he might misunderstand her intent. When Xiaofei raised her head, a fleeting smile broke across her otherwise serious face as she addressed Yu Wandong, saying, "Thank you for expressing such sentiments, but I must reiterate that I will never choose a partner in this lifetime." Yu Wandong felt a surge of joy when he saw the shaman smile at him, momentarily believing she might consent, but his expression quickly froze upon hearing her words. Deep down, he had already anticipated this outcome. Yet he remained hopeful for confirmation. With the answer now clear, his heart stubbornly clung to the desire to stay by Xiaofei's side. Even if he could not be her partner, he bowed respectfully and declared, "Then please, esteemed shaman, accept me as your follower." A follower, he explained, would serve as a protector, ensuring her safety while addressing any other matters that might arise. Xiaofei pondered for a moment before responding. "As long as you have no regrets, it's acceptable. However, bear in mind that as a male orc serving as a female's follower, you will forfeit your right to pursue other females." Thus, she sought reassurance that he would not harbor any regrets. "Yet," she added, "I will not choose a mate nor seek out male orcs." Upon learning her decision, Yu Wandong felt a sense of elation. Even if he was not her choice, the fact that she would not select any other male orc made it worthwhile for him to remain by her side as a follower. Once matters were settled, as Yu Wandong prepared to take his leave, he informed Xiaofei, "My lady, I shall come by tomorrow morning to prepare breakfast for you." Xiaofei interjected, "Stop right there. I do not require you to come and make breakfast for me. Though you are my follower, I shall not burden you with the tasks expected of followers in other tribes. Your sole duty is to protect my safety. Everything else is unnecessary. Let things proceed as they have in the past. Should I need you for anything, I will inform you." Yu Wandong considered this and agreed, then departed from Xiaofei's presence. Upon returning to his own cave, Yu Wandong observed the chilly surroundings and quickly set a fire to warm the space. The hearth, walls, and fireplace blazed alive. He recalled how warm it had been in the shaman's cave, which was unlike their own. Theirs were hewn by hand, while the shaman's was irregularly shaped and formed by nature itself. Once his cave became comfortably warm, he stepped outside and knocked on the door of another cave. He heard a voice from within saying that Biao was not present. Yu Wandong said nothing further and left, heading to the cave of the Shandong tribe. Upon hearing voices inside, he knocked and confidently entered. The sight of him brought joy to the others, as they had not seen him for several days. They exchanged pleasantries and inquired about his recent activities. Yu Wandong replied, "I noticed you all were preoccupied with the young females, so I thought I might intrude. I ventured into the valley and gathered some ice crystal fruits." The mere mention of the ice crystal fruit caused their eyes to light up, as they knew it was the only fruit available during the cold season and was notoriously difficult to find. This fruit was particularly favored by females during the harsh winter months. In that moment, Tony eagerly grasped Yu Wandong's arm and exclaimed, Donggu, tell me, where did you find the ice fruit? Is there still any left? I want to go tomorrow and gather some. Or do you have any with you now? I can trade with you. Yu Wandong quickly responded, I have already collected nearly all the ice crystal fruits I know of. I delivered them all to the esteemed shaman. The others exchanged skeptical glances, and he added, I have no reason to lie. Feeling somewhat bashful under their scrutiny, Yu Wandong confessed, I expressed my feelings to the shaman. But she rejected me. Their gazes remained fixed on him as he spoke, his head bowed in humility. He continued, however, I have become the shaman's follower. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group. It was then that Hongli broke the quiet, asking, Donggu, do you not regret this? Yu Wandong shook his head, replying, this is my choice and I do not regret it. I feel I cannot be without her. The group fell silent again, and Kai finally said, since this is your choice, we all respect it. The shaman is a good person that if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let us know. They all remained quiet, each contemplating their own thoughts, while the others considered the prospect of gathering ice crystal fruits the following day. They began discussing potential locations where they might find the elusive fruit. Realizing he had no further business to attend to, Yu Wandong decided to return home. Meanwhile, Leopard Xiaoqi said nothing, as he was intent on impressing the young female, determined to collect as many ice crystal fruits as possible to garner her admiration. After night passed and breakfast was consumed, those eager to gather fruits began discussing who would go. Why Yu Wandong magnanimously declared, you all go ahead. I will stay here with Yanzi. The others exchanged suspicious glances, but said nothing, merely sharing knowing looks before leaving the valley. Once they departed, he allowed himself a smile, then resumed his work sewing his leather attire. Afterward, he left his cave and approached Xiaofei's cave, knocking gently on the door. Xiaofei had just finished her breakfast, and, upon hearing the knock, assumed it was Yu Wandong. She opened the door, and as Yu Wandong knocked, he caught a glimpse of Biao rushing to the entrance but said nothing and turned away. Xiaofei opened the door and invited Biao inside, asking, is there something you need? Please do not hesitate to say so. Biao replied, I came primarily to see if the esteemed shaman could exchange a few items with me. I am unsure if it is convenient. If not, please disregard my request. Xiaofei responded, speak up. Let us see what you wish to exchange. Biao continued, for instance, I would like to trade with you Wu for some vegetables. Fruits and salt. He was aware that while humans could manage without salt, it was essential for orcs, particularly females, who required some salty food in their diet. Xiaofei agreed, and she retrieved over 20 cabbages from her space, each cabbage towering over a meter in height, before asking, do you have any potatoes? Do not be taken aback all at once. As for potatoes, I truly do not have any. Then along with Xiaofei, I emerged once more, bearing a substantial quantity of potatoes. Do not regard this item merely as a potato. Xiaofei concurs. While you may be unable to prepare this, Yanzi can. When you were absent, I enlisted Yanzi's assistance, and she was aware of how to consume them. Subsequently, a multitude of radishes emerged from the space, numbering over 30, each large radish nearly a meter long, weighing close to 30 pounds, truly colossal. That I instructed him to collect them, remarking that Yanzi would know how to use these ingredients. Then, alongside Xiaofei, I retrieved some peanuts from the space. I pointed to the table and explained that consuming them is remarkably simple. Just peel the outer skin with your hands and extract the peanuts within. They are delightful when eaten raw, and delightful when roasted or stir-fried upon returning. Thus, without excessive exuberance, we store these items in the space, and then I produced 3 enormous horned beasts. Xiaofei gazed at these 3 grandly, feeling somewhat embarrassed to exchange such trivial items. Then, I brought forth 2 bags of salt, each weighing 10 pounds, along with an assortment of fruits. He refrained from offering the ice crystal fruit. However, there were quite a few other fruits collected from space, so I provided him with 2 large baskets. This particular fruit resembles a pear, is exceptionally large, and contains abundant moisture, perfect for consumption during the dry winter months in the cave. Biao expressed his profound gratitude. After bidding farewell to Biao and Xiaofei, I busied myself with culinary endeavors, experimenting with various delectable dishes in the space, creating dough-based delicacies. Biao returned to the cave in high spirits. lifting Yinzi in his arms and exclaiming, "I just visited the shaman and exchanged some items. Let us see what you like." With a wave of his hand, he presented an array of vegetables, radishes, potatoes, peanuts, and even fruits, along with 2 large bags of salt. The little female beamed with joy, unable to contain her delight, and showered Biao with kisses that I too relished the moment. Yinzi remarked that these were precisely what we needed at present. These were all items Yinzi could consume. While the others among the beasts were indifferent in recent days, Yinzi had indulged in copious amounts of dough-based dishes, mastering the art of eating buns and pancakes, but she was growing weary of the incessant meat soup. Moreover, she craved fish and shrimp. Yet these particular meats were not stored by the other beasts. Thus, to satisfy her cravings, she would have to trade with the shaman. Consequently, she told Biao, "I would also like to have rice porridge." Do not smack your forehead in exasperation. Alas, I forgot to mention that I do not possess any rice. I have not gathered any. Next time, I shall trade with the shaman. Yinzi nodded in agreement, suggesting they would exchange colors next time, for it seemed the shaman had accumulated a wealth of knowledge. For example, the shaman was not a miserly individual. He would absolutely engage in trading. Dashwer also understood that if a tribe had a shaman, it would undoubtedly become the most prosperous tribe, which is why the protection of shamans was of utmost importance to the beasts. Some tribes would even prefer to starve themselves rather than allow their shaman to go hungry. Thus, Yinzi held great respect for Xiaofei and willingly followed his guidance, a behavior she exhibited instinctively. During the cold season, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks, occasionally exchanging vegetables and fruits with Xiaofei, while at other times they remained hidden within the cave, seldom venturing outside. In the protracted cold season, time swiftly passed, and we arrived at the coldest point of winter, with outside temperatures plummeting to around -70 degrees. It was indeed a spectacle where water would freeze upon contact. However, on this day, while Xiaofei had yet to awaken, he felt the ground tremble as if the earth itself was shaking. That he suddenly recalled a scene reminiscent of a previous Korean drama. Suspecting there might be a pack of wild beasts, he hastily donned his attire, wrapping himself securely, and cautiously opened the cave door to peer outside. The tremors persisted, a sensation that felt both distant and near, leaving him uncertain about the nature of the beasts this time. The heavy snowfall obscured visibility, merging the sky and ground into a vast expanse of white. He noticed other beasts standing at the entrances of their caves, exchanging nods of acknowledgement, yet none uttered a word that moment. Yuandong swiftly approached Xiaofei, suggesting, "My lord, perhaps you should return to the cave for safety. We can defend this valley." Xiaofei shook his head, saying nothing. The distant roars of unknown beasts echoed ominously, yet they remained far from their position. The volume of the sounds was indeed formidable, indicating that perhaps only 1 or 2 beasts were present, not a large pack. It was unclear what had driven them through this area. In truth, if the beasts could capture such a powerful energy beast, their abilities would rapidly enhance, improving their physical condition. If a female were to consume such meat, her physique would significantly improve, and it might even awaken latent powers. However, capturing such a magnificent creature was no simple task. Every winter, many tribes longed to hunt 1 or 2 of these mighty energy beasts. Yet often, entire tribes would perish in the attempt, and they might not even succeed in capturing a single beast. Thus, as the tremors continued, the roars of the beasts gradually faded into the distance, suggesting that this pack would not traverse their vicinity after all. They were merely passing nearby. Everyone felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to the cave, Xiaofei surveyed the surroundings for any fallen rocks. Fortunately, a few small diamond-shaped stones had tumbled down, but there were no other issues. During the cold season, life had been rather dull. Occasionally, he engaged in handicrafts, shelling peanuts and husking grains, allowing the days to pass in a monotonous manner. One day, while in the cave preparing crystal dumplings, using potatoes and flour to wrap some meat filling, I noticed the ground trembling once more. I realized that another herd of beasts was passing nearby. I stored all the dumplings I had made in the space and decided to stop making more, packing away the remaining ingredients as well. Dressed appropriately, I intended to exit the cave to assess the situation. The vibrations were particularly intense this time, far more so than before. leading me to believe that the pack of beasts was very close. Just as I opened the door, Yuan Dong was already waiting for me outside, seemingly just having arrived. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, creating a whiteout that strained the eyes. That why Yuan Dong remarked, "My lord, we have conferred and decided that we should venture out of the canyon to scout for potential prey. It would be highly advantageous if we could hunt something and return." Xiaofei cautioned, "This is an exceedingly perilous time. The beasts are exceptionally fierce, and they possess enormous energy. Touching them would likely result in a fatal outcome. Have you all considered this carefully? I still advise against your going. That if your provisions are insufficient, I believe I have some here that I can share with you." Wai Yuan Dong gazed at him affectionately, assuring him that there was no cause for concern. They merely intended to assess the situation and would not act recklessly. Xiaofei, somewhat evading his gaze, remarked, "Then do as you wish." Thus, Yuan Dong cast a lingering look at him before taking flight. Joining several other orcs to discuss matters at this juncture, Lei also participated, and it appeared that all the males in the valley had ventured out. Xiaofei said nothing and returned to the cave. Lost in thought, his mind in disarray, for Yuan Dong's handsome visage was strikingly captivating, a stark contrast to the disfigured face he once bore. Now he had fully regained his former beauty, making it difficult not to develop feelings for him. Yet Xiaofei was still apprehensive of betrayal and harm. He understood that in this land, every orc sought companionship with the intent of bearing offspring, but he seemed to lack the ability to reproduce. His body was in poor condition. Although he had awakened healing abilities, he was still devoid of fertility. Sitting by the fire, he felt a tremor of anxiety. The roars from the beasts echoed ominously, leaving him uncertain whether they would encounter those fearsome creatures. As night fell, the orcs had yet to return, and Xiaofei stood anxiously at the cave entrance, gazing into the distance. That he knew Yuan Dong could return by flight, but the others were unable to do so. He noticed that the entrance obstructed by boulders had opened, yet no orcs had emerged. Amid the vast expanse of white snow, a gaping dark cave loomed, evoking an unsettling surprise. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the orcs remained absent, their roars fading into the distance. That Xiaofei sensed that the beasts had ventured far from the vicinity. Troubled, he found it difficult to sleep and busied himself within the cave, preparing congee, bird egg pancakes, fish soup, and braised fish pieces, along with some prawns. He meticulously stored his culinary creations in a space, when suddenly he heard a knock at the door. Setting aside his tasks, he hurried outside and swung the door open, revealing Yuan Dong standing in the snow, gazing intently at him. "You're back. How did it go? Were there any injuries?" Xiaofei inquired. Wai Yuan Dong replied, "All is well, just minor wounds that will heal with a day or two of rest." He then approached Xiaofei, who suggested, "I have prepared a feast. Why not come in and enjoy some?" After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Dong nodded and entered the cave, closing the massive door behind him to shut out the frigid air. Xiaofei retrieved the various dishes he had prepared from his space and explained, "I've already eaten. These are for storage. Please have a taste and share your thoughts." Upon seeing the delectable spread, Yuan Dong said nothing and began to eat with great relish, savoring every bite, which filled his heart with sweetness. Xiaofei observed him eat, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort. The way Yuan Dong dined was captivating, his demeanor graceful. Despite being an orc, his manner of eating was truly delightful. One might mistake him for a nobleman from Earth. Yet Xiaofei felt an inexplicable void and retrieved a bottle of wine from his space. Uncertain if such a drink even existed in this realm, he had not found any closer to where he had searched. He also produced a fine goblet, though he was unsure if it was meant for wine. He had collected it from several bars during his escapades. After uncorking the bottle, he poured a generous glass, uncertain if Yuan Dong could partake. This wine boasted a potent 55 degrees, a baijiu whose origin he could not recall. Having gathered it from a small marketplace, he had an assortment of spirits in his space, and in that moment, he deemed that a drink would be perfect for the cold. He poured himself a smaller cup, resembling about 2 yang. Wai Yuan Dong watched as Xiaofei produced an unknown transparent substance that appeared to be water. Without uttering a word, he then took out another transparent cup, which was strikingly beautiful and unfamiliar to him. Upon opening the bottle, the scent of the wine wafted through the air, sharp yet pleasant, and he watched as Xiaofei poured a large glass and offered it to him. "This is wine," Xiaofei declared, pouring the larger cup for Yuandong, suggesting that after such a hearty meal, a sip of wine would be delightful. Uncertain of his own motivations that day, Xiaofei felt a desire to indulge. Raising the glass to Yuandong's handsome face, he insisted, "Do taste it. Just a little. Do not overindulge, for I fear you may not handle it well, and I am unsure if orc bodies can tolerate alcohol." Thus, Yuandong lifted the cup to his lips, taking a small sip. The initial burn was sharp, like fire in his throat, yet it transformed into a rich, exquisite flavor that spread warmth throughout him. Xiaofei watched the entire process, finding it a source of enjoyment, and took a sip himself. "This wine is truly dreadful," he exclaimed, feeling the fiery sensation fill his stomach, the taste overwhelming his palate. They continued to drink in silence, and Yuandong emptied his large glass. To Xiaofei's astonishment, it appeared that this orc had quite a tolerance for alcohol, prompting him to pour the remainder of the bottle for him. Yuandong drank every drop, while Xiaofei managed to consume most of his own cup, soon feeling a haze descend upon him. Realizing that this body was ill-suited for alcohol, he found his recollections slipping away. Meanwhile, Yuandong gazed at the enchanting female before him. Her cheeks flushed, a sight so adorable. Her eyes glazed over as she murmured incoherently, "Why Yuandong?" down the last of his drink and moved closer to Xiaofei, asking, "Are you well, my esteemed healer?" Receiving no response, he inquired if she needed rest, yet she merely gazed at him, her eyes reflecting his image. His heart raced at the sight. In truth, Xiaofei was oblivious. Lost in a daze, unable to perceive anything, merely feeling disoriented, as he became increasingly aware of his surroundings, Yuandong, emboldened, reached out to caress her cheek, finding her unresponsive. The cave felt particularly warm, and Yuandong was engulfed in a heat that surpassed even the warmest seasons. Xiaofei, too, sensed the oppressive warmth and realized his garments were perhaps too heavy. As he rose unsteadily, he felt as though someone was shaking him. Once he managed to steady himself, he fervently began to shed his clothing. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It was merely the effects of excessive drinking that rendered him so warm. Why Yuandong, noticing his state, instinctively embraced Xiaofei, who draped his arms around his neck. Gazing at him with hazy eyes, Why Yuandong's heart raced at her adoring gaze. He then opened the door to the small room, intending to place her on the bed before retreating. But as soon as he set her down, Xiaofei grasped his hand. Without uttering a word, they locked eyes, and in that moment, Yuandong sensed that her consciousness was clouded. He dared not contemplate the repercussions of having offended her by holding her so intimately. Lost in his own thoughts, just then, Xiaofei pulled him closer, kissing him fervently. Why Yuandong had never encountered such an experience. He had never experienced anything like this before. The intoxicating scent of alcohol lingered on his lips, which felt sweet and soft. He dared not move, lost in the moment as he shared tender kisses with Xiaofei. That moment, a thunderous realization struck Yuandong's mind, and the two of them became oblivious to everything but each other. Passionately drawing one another closer, Xiaofei's desires surged, and she began to tear at the beast-hide garment adorning Yuandong. After their entanglement, they lay beside each other. Reflecting on their circumstances, he understood that the shaman would not choose a partner. Yet he was hers. Although followers could be selected for mating, the chances were exceedingly slim. Within the tribe, many female beastmen had multiple partners, and if there were followers, the partners would vigilantly protect one another, fearful of their followers mating with their females. Hence, they remained on high alert. Unlike the situation with Xiaofei, who had no mate or beast husband, he was merely her follower, a dispensable presence. If the shaman were to abandon him, he could very well become a fallen beast. To avoid such a fate, he resolved to mate with the shaman at least once within a month. Once a beast man has tasted a female, the desire for such intimacy becomes insatiable. However, he knew he lacked the right to indulge, as it solely depended on the female's will. Holding the one he cherished close, he pondered how to face the shaman the next day and what he might say. He was uncertain of the shaman's choice. Would he abandon him, or would he accept him? All was shrouded in mystery. As Yuandong embraced Xiaofei, he felt a tumult of emotions. excitement mixed with trepidation, reluctant to let go. Xiaofei, in a sleepy haze, felt utterly exhausted, yet her stomach growled, signaling her hunger, as if her very essence had been drained. Hearing the gurgling of her empty belly, Yuandong realized she was starving. He reluctantly dressed, casting one last glance at Xiaofei before rising to ignite a fire and prepare porridge. The cave chill prompted him to add more wood to the hearth, tending to the flames until the porridge simmered to perfection. Yet Xiaofei remained asleep. Checking the temperature, he approached her, gently caressing her delicate face. Her features were small, tender, and smooth, particularly that rosy mouth, which captivated him. He hesitated to rouse her, fearing she might become ravenous, especially after their first mating. Some females might feel feverish, and he was apprehensive that Xiaofei might experience such a state. Thankfully, there seemed to be no issues at present. Eventually, he softly awakened her from her slumber. She stirred, her stomach rumbling loudly. And as she moved, she felt the weight of fatigue envelop her. Pain coursed through her body, her legs feeling weak and sore, making even the slightest motion a struggle. An unspeakable discomfort lingered in certain areas. In her mind was a tumult of confusion. What was happening? Why did her head feel so heavy, as if all memories had vanished? Then a low voice broke through her thoughts, urging her to rise and eat something. At that moment, an untimely growl from her stomach shattered her reverie. Had she fallen ill? Something felt amiss. She realized she was completely unclothed. With wide eyes, she saw Yuandong beside her, concern etched on his face. What was the meaning of this? Yuandong said nothing, merely presenting her with a large bowl of warm porridge. As she attempted to sit up, she found herself lacking the strength to do so. Noticing her struggle, Yuandong placed the bowl on a nearby table and gently lifted her, wrapping her in a blanket. Xiaofei's cheeks flushed, and just as she opened her mouth to insist she could manage, he brought the bowl closer and began to feed her. The aroma of rice filled her senses, and her stomach growled again, urging her to abandon all reservations and eat. She eagerly consumed the porridge, finishing the bowl in no time. Once satisfied, she could finally contemplate other matters. Wai Yuandong, seeing she had finished, inquired if she wanted more, but Xiaofei shook her head, requesting he place her back on the bed so she could dress. Reluctantly, Yuandong laid her down gently, then took the empty bowl to wash it, allowing her some time to herself. Now he had the opportunity to reflect on how he had ended up in her cave. He recalled being invited to dinner the previous day, sharing drinks, and then everything had become a blur. Fragmented memories surfaced, intense pain, followed by ecstatic cries, and vivid images flashed through his mind, revealing the events that had transpired. The realization struck him. He had acted recklessly under the influence of alcohol. How should he tackle this situation? Had he taken advantage of her? Should he claim her as his partner? Yet he had never intended to seek a mate. What did this all mean? She was already his follower, and now this had occurred. He decided to push those thoughts aside, opting to pretend ignorance as a means of escape. He rummaged through his belongings, finally managing to dress in his undergarments. Feeling utterly exhausted, he collapsed back onto the bed, pulling the blanket over himself, too drained to move. After a brief period of dozing, he pondered whether Xiaofei would erupt in anger or scold him. Preparing for the worst-case scenario, perhaps being banished from the valley, never to be near her again. Yet, after a time, no such outburst came. Upon checking, he found her peacefully asleep, realizing he had wearied her. Unable to resist, Yuandong pressed a gentle kiss to her lips before leaving the cave. He stepped outside to survey the surroundings, then returned to his own cave, stoking the fire and adding more wood. Next, he visited his friend Biao's cave, knocking on the door, only to be told that Biao was not there. He then proceeded to Kai's cave, where lively chatter echoed within. Upon entering, everyone noticed Yuandong's radiant demeanor, a smile spreading across his face as they caught a whiff of the shaman's scent lingering on him, instantly understanding what had transpired. They exchanged teasing glances, and Tony, being straightforward, exclaimed, "Yuandong, you mated with the shaman." Yuandong nodded silently and took a seat. The chatter swelled, with comments flying about how quickly things had progressed. They had expected him to wait years, yet here he was, only days later. Yet Yuandong's expression turned somber as he replied, I'm not so optimistic that I still do not know what the shaman's final decision will be, whether I remain his follower or become his mate. The group voiced their opinions, asserting that the shaman would not allow him to become bound, as he was the only male beast man in close proximity, and the shaman did not seem the type to cast him aside. At this point, Yuan Dong felt a flicker of hope. Then Leopard Xiao Qi chimed in. Remember the last few days of each month. Make note of today as your mating day and ensure you perform well. Hongli added, with your face, you should be fine that I've noticed the shaman stealing glances at you. If you still had that terrifying visage, I doubt he would look your way. Now, your appearance is your greatest asset. Among us beastmen, you have the most attractive face. They say our fox tribe boasts the finest looks. Yet somehow, you seem more akin to a fox beastman, that if one were to disregard your beastly form, one might easily mistake you for a member of the Fox clan. In the end, everyone expressed their congratulations to Yuan Dong, showering him with well-wishes that a sense of sweetness filled Yuan Dong's heart. He then inquired of them, what you all gathered here for? Is there a matter at hand? What you deliberating on? I haven't noticed anyone accompanying your little females, Biao replied. We were just discussing our strategy. Should another wave of lesser beasts approach, and if the energy beasts are not numerous, we are contemplating the possibility of hunting one. Yuan Dong furrowed his brow and said, I do not endorse this plan. After all, our numbers in this valley are exceedingly few. Even the lowest-ranked energy beasts pose a significant challenge for us. A silence enveloped the group that moment. Kai spoke up. The main issue is our eagerness to enhance our strength, coupled with our fear that if we remain at a lower level, we may not be able to protect Lord Wuji and our own little females. After some contemplation, Yuan Dong replied, we must deliberate further. If we truly wish to capture an energy beast, we must consider our options wisely. It was clear to everyone that they were no longer the small band of wandering beastmen. Each had their own responsibilities to protect. As dusk fell, Yuan Dong returned to the cave he shared with Xiaofei, eager to see how his little female was faring. In his heart, Xiaofei was indeed his little female. He opened the cave door, allowing a rush of cool air to sweep inside before closing it securely. He warmed himself by the fireplace, shedding the chill that clung to him, and once the cold dissipated, he removed his large cloak. This garment was fashioned according to Xiaofei's design, crafted by his own hands. Though it lacked the refinement of her creations, it served its purpose well. He hung it on the large wooden rack and made his way to the small sleeping chamber. Curious about Xiaofei's condition, he opened the door to the small room. Unlike the other beastmen, who had merely excavated a simple space, this small chamber boasted a well-constructed warm bed. It was not like Xiaofei's natural cave, which had a high and irregular ceiling. Yuan Dong had erected a wooden partition for privacy. As he opened the main cave door, Xiaofei stirred awake, contemplating how to navigate her relationship with Yuan Dong and what actions to take. She rummaged through her memories of the tribe, but could not recall anything quite like this. She only knew that followers could be with their females, but they must be their own. Any follower who engaged with another female would surely be cast out of the tribe, becoming a fallen beast. Yuan Dong, noticing Xiaofei gazing at him wide-eyed, felt his heart race uncontrollably, and he was momentarily at a loss. Xiaofei said nothing, merely lying on the bed and watching him. After a moment, Yuan Dong asked, My lady, are you in need of sustenance? At the sound of his words, Xiaofei's stomach grumbled audibly. She then inquired, Is there any porridge left? Please cook some. Yuan Dong smiled knowingly, realizing that Lord Wuji bore him no ill will, and replied, I shall heat some right away. He then proceeded to the stove to warm the porridge. At that moment, Xiaofei felt the urge to relieve herself and swiftly retreated to the space to attend to her needs. Feeling sore and uncomfortable, she rummaged through the space for some fresh garments. After changing into thermal underwear, she felt an overwhelming fatigue and, upon exiting the space, lay back in her warm bedding. When Yuan Dong returned with the porridge, Xiaofei had also retrieved 2 bird egg pancakes from the space. They began to eat together. After their meal, they lay in silence, lost in thought. Yuan Dong finished cleaning up and returned to watch Xiaofei this moment. She mused silently, feeling exasperated. Why did he just stand there like a wooden post? Could he not join her on the bed and hold her for a while longer? Though she grumbled internally, she kept her eyes shut and soon drifted into a drowsy slumber that Yu Wandong observed that her breathing had become steady, indicating she had fallen asleep. He took a bold step and decided to remove his clothing, slipping under the covers beside Xiaofei, gently wrapping his arms around her. Xiaofei, in her semi-conscious state, felt a warm presence beside her and instinctively snuggled closer, finding a comfortable position to resume her slumber, feeling utterly secure. As Yu Wandong rested his hand on her, she nestled into his embrace, and, with a gentle nuzzle, fell asleep. He felt an intense warmth radiating from her, and he paid no mind to the small details, simply embracing his little female, soft and fragrant, and soon succumbed to sleep himself. When morning arrived, Xiaofei awoke feeling somewhat dazed, relishing the warmth enveloping her. She hesitated to open her eyes, sensing something was amiss, and when she finally did, she found herself nestled in Yu Wandong's arms. Staring at him, his formidable chest muscles sparked a twinge of envy within her. As she lifted her gaze, an extraordinarily handsome face came into view, causing her to freeze in place, too startled to move. Realizing her legs were draped across his abdomen, in that moment, panic surged within her. Oh heavens, who could save her? She remained still, captivated by Yu Wandong's striking visage. Occasionally glancing at his power, Yu Wandong shook his head. Expressing his doubts, he remarked that the opportunity seemed rather bleak, as orcs were scarce and their levels were not particularly high. Moreover, the endeavor of capturing energy beasts could very well prove to be a one-way trip. He advised Xiaofei that if she truly wished to pursue the hunt, she should first consider the size of the energy beast. Additionally, he suggested they construct traps. By predicting the creature's path, they could create a substantial pit near the herde's route. It was crucial to ascertain the dimensions of the energy beast beforehand, and the traps should be equipped with sharp wooden stakes, ensuring that if the beast fell in or stepped onto them, it would sustain injuries. Such injuries would facilitate their hunting efforts, and with a well-executed trap, they might capture it swiftly, thereby enhancing their safety. Upon hearing this, Yu Wandong's eyes sparkled with interest, and he eagerly requested that the shaman impart their wisdom. Xiaofei agreed, suggesting that they gather the others to discuss the matter this afternoon, after which she would provide further guidance. Yu Wandong nodded enthusiastically and prepared to consult with several other orcs regarding the feasibility of this plan. Thus, through their collective efforts, they established several key points. Given that it was the coldest time of the winter season, coinciding with the appearance of energy beasts, numerous herds were expected to pass through. Consequently, they decided to keep a vigilant watch over the area, monitoring the routes taken by the creatures and gathering information on the size and number of energy beasts that might traverse nearby. As they remained attentive, any tremors in the earth would prompt an orc to venture out from the valley to assess the situation. In close proximity to the Orc Valley, they excavated a vast pit, achieving a remarkable depth of 6 meters despite the frigid conditions. The bottom was layered with the material Xiaofei had provided, and large, sharpened stakes were firmly embedded in the pit's floor. It became evident to the orcs that a single pit would not suffice to capture the largest energy beasts. Thus, they resolved to construct multiple traps of this nature. After several observations of the energy beast movements, they concluded it was time to dig additional traps. In total, they managed to create around 7 or 8 traps, confident that at least one would yield results. Following the completion of these traps, they experienced a few instances of beasts wandering too close, resulting in 3 traps being triggered, leading to a significant haul. Yu Wandong's excitement dimmed slightly, and he heard a soft voice suggest that he take a seat. He eagerly complied, positioning himself close to Xiaofei. She mentioned that they could enjoy some rice she had prepared later that evening. Overjoyed, Yu Wandong helped Xiaofei tend to the fire and cook the rice, braised meat, and sauteed cabbage, along with some pickled radishes in the end, apart from the 2 hefty bowls that Xiaofei consumed. He devoured the remainder of the rice. Xiaofei pondered how much this slender figure could possibly eat to feel satisfied, a question she had not considered before. After their meal, Yu Wandong hurried to tidy up, adding ample firewood to the stove and filling a pot with hot water. Over the past few days, Xiaofei had shown remarkable recovery, her complexion radiant and her gaze captivating. Yu Wandong found her irresistibly charming. Unable to find the words to express it, he chose to remain there, while Xiaofei began to feel drowsy. Noticing his reluctance to leave, she paid him no mind, assuming that if he decided to depart, he would secure the entrance to his cave. Yu Wandong returned to his own sleeping quarters, shedding his outer garments and donning a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, as the temperature in his small room was quite warm, reaching around 27 to 28 degrees Celsius. Lying under the covers was a delightful comfort, and Xiaofei lay in her bed, drowsy and half asleep. Yu Wandong was surprised that the shaman had not expelled him. Assuming he was welcome to stay the night, he eagerly removed his outer clothes and washed himself with hot water. He then approached the small room's entrance, pausing to listen to the rhythmic sounds of breathing within. Gently, he opened the door and sat beside the sleeping female, captivated by her sweet visage. His heart raced as he inhaled her delightful scent that he reclined on the bed, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. In her drowsiness, Xiaofei found a comfortable position against him. Yu Wandong, unable to resist, leaned in and kissed her soft, crimson lips. Xiaofei, lost in a dreamlike state, reciprocated passionately, their kisses growing fervent and unrestrained, just as she began to regain consciousness and utter something. Her mouth was silenced again as Yu Wandong embraced her, closing his eyes at that moment. A tremor shook the ground, accompanied by distant roars of beasts. Despite the commotion, Xiaofei did not rouse Yu Wandong. She quickly donned her leather attire, secured the cave entrance, and exited the valley. She noticed several other orcs emerging as well, and they all moved in unison, gradually departing the valley, though the dawn had yet to break. The darkness was profound, yet the orcs possessed exceptional vision, enabling them to see far into the distance as they awaited the first light of day. The sounds of beasts echoed nearby. A shared glance among them indicated their intent to capture the energy beast, which was drawing nearer. Observing the herd, they noted that it included not only large horned beasts, but also smaller creatures, such as mimi beasts and various unknown species. Other prey, likely a mix of herbivorous animals, hastily fled, but trailing behind them was a massive energy beast, roaring ferociously. The orcs felt a surge of excitement, realizing this energy beast was significantly smaller than others they had encountered. Elated at the prospect of capturing it, they exchanged determined glances, strategizing to lead the energy beast toward the traps they had set. The orcs prepared themselves for the pursuit. At all times, they guided their efforts. The energy beast within Wandong's body was brimming with explosive energy. These past few days, he sensed that his level was on the verge of advancement, necessitating an outlet for release. Despite having made it twice, the energy remained remarkably abundant. With his body now rejuvenated, he was filled with exhilaration. The other orcs were similarly charged with anticipation, all waiting for the opportune moment. Thus, they bided their time, enticing the energy beast towards the trap they had previously prepared. Initially, the energy beast was not easily deceived. Its primary focus lay on the more docile herbivores, yet a few were still drawn into their scheme. Successfully inciting the energy beast's fury, they pursued it relentlessly. Biao, Tony, and Leopard Xiao Qi roared in anger behind it. As the trio glanced back during their escape, they managed to lead the energy beast closer to the pit. They had as the energy beast approached the trap, the others leapt forth, breathlessly luring it onward. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the energy beast stumbled in a vast pit, measuring 6 meters deep and 4 meters wide. It let out a series of furious roars. The orcs erupted in jubilant cheers, though they too had sustained injuries. The enraged energy beast lifted its foot and, with a powerful thrust, escaped the pit, continuing its furious pursuit of the orcs, who once again lured it into another trap. After both of its massive feet had plunged into the pit, the creature lay bleeding profusely, racked with both rage and pain. Its roars echoed incessantly as the other beasts ceased their chase. Intent on eliminating these troublesome morsels in the eyes of the energy beast the orcs were merely food. Since the food was disobedient, it sought to deal with the unruly ones first. It could unmistakably sense the energy emanating from the orcs, finding such sustenance irresistibly delectable. Indeed, the energy beast relished consuming orcs, as they often possessed unique abilities, and those lacking such powers were exceedingly rare, thus providing an ample boost to its own strength. Once again, as the furious energy beast was led into yet another trap, it had already bled excessively, teetering on the brink of collapse, its 3 legs injured. The once mighty energy beast was reduced to mere howls, sprawled at the edge of the pit, raising its paw to examine its wounds. The orcs, witnessing the energy beast's incapacitation, dared not provoke it further. After a prolonged wait, sensing its continued respiration, they surged forward, targeting the beast's throat with fierce bites. Transforming into their beast forms, the orcs savagely tore in a massive energy beast. It was a scene of sheer exhilaration. Should Xiaofei have been present, she would undoubtedly have found it astonishing that it is said that beasts deliver a final, lethal strike when nearing death. Yet the orcs were now impatiently gnashing at the throat of the colossal creature. Unbeknownst to them, the energy beast raised its unscathed paw and struck down, injuring leopard Xiaoqi and Wandong. Fortunately, the others managed to evade the worst of it, with Wandong absorbing the brunt of the damage. At that moment, the orcs swiftly sought refuge. After a brief pause, they realized the creature had ceased its movements, confirming that they had severed its throat. Exhausted and panting, the orcs were then faced with the daunting task of transporting the 20-ton energy beast back to the valley. As consuming it outside posed risks, they resolved to bring it back for proper consumption. Some orcs took charge of dismembering the beast. Though 2 were still incapacitated, the group began tending to these 2. By the end of the day, they had managed to fill their space with portions of the beast, with at least 6 to 7 tons remaining. Just then, Wandong stirred awake, instinctively drawing the remaining portions into his space before losing consciousness once more. The others felt reassured and swiftly carried the 2 injured orcs back to the valley. Upon arriving at the cave of the property master, they laid Wandong and leopard Xiaoqi on the large bed, which was notably spacious. Xiaofei, though concerned for her own bed, began utilizing her abilities to tend to the injuries of the 2 orcs. Wandong had sustained internal injuries, with all his ribs fractured, while leopard Xiaoqi was not much better off, having likewise fractured ribs and arms. Xiaofei managed to stabilize their conditions to a degree, and soon they both regained consciousness. Observing their recovery, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, her concern for Wandong evident to the others. They gathered outside the cave, releasing all the energy beast meat, while Wandong and leopard Xiaoqi placed their portions on the table. Transforming into their beast forms, they eagerly descended upon the pile of meat. Xiaofei, realizing the orcs were too preoccupied to notice her, sought a suitable piece for herself. Meanwhile, Biao swiftly carved out a sizable chunk, weighing several hundred pounds for the shaman, followed by a similar portion for Shui Er and the other females in the valley, ensuring they received enough to recuperate. Thus, they feasted ravenously, their bodies expanding with the influx of energy. While their abilities gradually grew in tandem as time passed, and they could consume no more, they closed their eyes, awaiting their bodies to absorb the energy. Xiaofei returned to the cave, contemplating the exquisite taste of the energy beast. Observing the orcs, who appeared emaciated, she pondered the nutritional value of the beast, realizing that it significantly enhanced their abilities. After some reflection, she summoned the others, slicing off over 20 pounds of meat to boil. Once it seemed sufficiently cooked, she eagerly tasted it, finding it truly delectable. Although it resembled beast meat, it was remarkably tender. After consuming nearly 2 pounds, she felt full, her stomach pleasantly warm, with a pure energy swirling within her body. Harmonizing with her own abilities, uncertain of how much time had passed, she eventually opened her eyes to find the meat had cooled slightly. After reheating it, she devoured the remainder. Following this feast, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into her, inflating her body like a balloon at the brink of bursting. Realizing the intensity of the energy within, she meticulously channeled it, absorbing it gradually, leading to a qualitative leap in their levels. Xiaofei, experiencing an extraordinary transformation, found her level elevated from 3 to mid-4. She surmised that if she consumed all the energy within her space, she might very well reach levels 5 or 6 all around. Various abilities began to manifest. Thunderous energy crackled around Wandong, while Tony harnessed Earth, and the others exhibited their respective powers. Xiaofei marveled at the extraordinary display of abilities, drawing parallels to those of humans on Earth. The orcs relied not on external resources for advancement, but on their formidable physiques and the consumption of energy beast meat. The energy beasts were not easily replenished. Many orcs lived their entire lives without ever tasting such flesh. As Wandong and leopard Xiao consumed the energy beast meat, their injuries gradually healed at an astonishing rate. Xiaofei observed the continuous elevation of their levels, marveling at the spectacle unfolding around her. He arrived at the swallow's cave to see what it was doing. The swallow was genuinely frightened. It was too cold, and it had not fared well with the warmth measures alongside Xiaofei. So it dared not venture out of the cave. When he had come with Xiaofei, he had welcomed him with great enthusiasm, as it had been a long time since he had seen Wui, and he missed him dearly. Observing Xiaofei, he noticed how well he was faring, his complexion rosy and evidently thriving in health. The swallow had also consumed energy-rich meat, which further enhanced its vitality. The swallow confided in Xiaofei that it hoped to conceive during this frigid season, regardless of the offspring's identity, as long as it could bear young. Xiaofei reassured him that he would be capable of that. The two then engaged in a delightful conversation about various delicacies. A little over half a day passed in this manner. As they approached a few nearby beastmen, they watched the snow continue to fall, yet it had vanished in their vicinity. These beastmen were guarding a large pile of energy beasts. That day, feeling bored, Xiaofei decided to explore the caves of two female beasts, arriving at Shuer's home, where she was joyfully playing with her young. Shuer had an endless stream of conversation for Xiaofei. Her face glowing with health, her physique noticeably stronger, indicating that she had been well fed. Shuer also shared some energy beast meat with her young, who, being too small, dared not consume much. However, this was far more beneficial for the other beastmen's offspring, as consuming energy-rich meat at such a young age placed them significantly ahead on their developmental journey. Thus, when these little ones grew up, their levels would undoubtedly be impressive. Over the past few days, Xiaofei and the others had gradually consumed the energy-rich meat stored in their space, while the beastmen had finished theirs within 20 days. During this time, the sounds of beasts howling echoed from outside the canyon. The roars of beast herds thundered past the area, so everyone refrained from checking on the previous trap's prey, fearing to venture out in this suspenseful wait. The beastmen finally finished off the mountain of energy beasts. Their levels had risen, and their bodies were robust once again. Wei Wandong, a white tiger beastman with wings, had reached the intermediate 6th tier, marking him as a lion tiger beastman. The others included Kai Shui, a late 5th tier beastman, Tony, a late 5th tier brown bear beastman, and Leopard Chi, a late 5th tier mutated black panther beastman, and Hong Li, a late 5th tier mutated red fox. Everyone was elated at the elevation of their extraordinary abilities. They conspired to capture another energy beast before the herd's departure. So after a good rest, they returned to their respective caves. Wei Wandong hurried to Xiaofei's cave, but Xiaofei said nothing and simply closed the door. Yu Wandong felt extremely awkward, realizing that this was the anger of the great shaman from their last encounter, as he was denied entry. Disheartened, he returned. The beastmen noticed significant improvements in their female's health, especially that of the swallow. That night, the swallow tended to all her males, feeling no issues with her own body, bringing immense joy to everyone. They praised the energy beast for their remarkable benefits. Discussing future plans, even Lei returned to his cave, embracing Shuer without letting go. Previously, Shuer had not been well, and he had refrained from excessive indulgence, merely quenching his thirst. Now, seeing Shuer in perfect health brought him immense joy, as he anticipated the benefits to come. When Yuandong returned to his cave, he was the only one who bore the burden of disappointment. The next day, Xiaofei awoke and prepared his favorite dish, enjoying spicy and sour noodles. After indulging, he refrained from leaving the cave, for the cold outside was unbearable. The heavy snowfall had not ceased, and in recent days, the presence of beast herds had noticeably diminished, with the sounds of their howling also scarce. Just as he thought the traces of winter might gradually fade, the ground trembled violently, the sound distinctly close to them. Eagerly, several beastmen rushed out of the canyon, while a few females waited in the valley. Previously, they had cleared their traps and reaped a good harvest of fresh prey, undamaged despite the bitter cold that would have frozen any bloodied carcasses. They did not disdain the catch, bringing it all back. However, today they were eager to seize the opportunity again, hoping to capture another energy beast using the advantage of their traps. Once outside, they spotted a large, unknown group approaching, mixed with genuine beast roars growing louder. Judging by the sounds, this energy beast was likely an adult and sounded quite ferocious as they patiently awaited its arrival. The beast herd edged near their traps. Just like before, several beastmen ventured forth to lure it into the trap area. United in effort, they finally brought the colossal beast over. The beast was severely injured, blood pouring from its wounds, yet it fought valiantly. They relentlessly attacked, but the energy beast possessed its own defense mechanism, resulting in a fierce clash. As time passed, the energy beast weakened, its blood flowing profusely. Eventually, it collapsed with a furious roar. The onlookers cheered in triumph, relieved that none had been harmed that moment. Through this collective effort, we have once again captured this formidable energy beast. The admiration that everyone holds for the shaman is genuine and unfeigned, devoid of any pretense. Following our prior consumption of the energy beast, our levels have only just begun to rise, and we have yet to fully consolidate these advancements. Thus, it was unanimously decided to wait a while longer. As continuous consumption could disrupt our progress, in the interest of maintaining stability in our levels, we opted to evenly divide the substantial bounty of the energy beast among the 3 females, although each received over 100 pounds of meat. It may appear modest, yet for the females, having a few bites throughout their lives is indeed a delightful rarity, often only a figment of their imagination. Consequently, a few of us deliberated and decided to present an additional 2 tons of energy beast meat to Xiaofei, believing that such a bounty ought to be bestowed upon the esteemed shaman. Thus, Xiaofei graciously accepted this extra 2 tons of energy beast meat and returned to the cave in the following days. The valley remained eerily quiet, save for the occasional discordant sound. The heavy snowfall persisted, and curiously, since that day, no beast herds have traversed this mountainous region. Everyone was aware that no more herds would pass through here. The coldest days gradually came to an end. Xiaofei busied herself in the cave, crafting various culinary delights. With some leisure time on her hands, she took out a considerable quantity of rice to prepare a dish. One afternoon, Yuandong arrived at Xiaofei's cave, reporting that Biao had mentioned that Yanzi had been feeling unwell for the past few days and expressed a wish for the shaman to pay her a visit. Xiaofei inquired why he did not come personally, why Yuandong remained silent, simply gazing at Xiaofei. Fully aware that these beastmen harbored their own thoughts, he suggested that in the future he could directly approach her with any matters. Yuandong did not utter a word, for he was exceedingly envious of the other beastmen who each had their own females to embrace daily. As nearly a month had passed since the last incident, Yuandong's heart burned with anticipation that Xiaofei donned her large beast skin cloak, and Yuandong followed closely behind as they made their way to Biao's cave. Upon entering, they found Yanzi lying pale upon the bed, while several beastmen stood nearby, inquiring after her well-being. Upon seeing Xiaofei, they all bowed respectfully and stepped aside, but Xiaofei placed her hand on Yanzi's wrist and, after a thorough examination of her body, discovered no injuries. In fact, her physical condition was remarkably robust, with clear meridian flow. Utilizing her abilities, she conducted a detailed assessment of each organ, and upon reaching her lower abdomen, a faint smile graced her lips as she withdrew her hand. Announcing that Yanzi was expecting a little one, the beastmen exchanged glances, bewildered and protested, claiming they had not disturbed Yanzi. Xiaofei, however, was quite direct, stating that for the foreseeable future, they were to refrain from mating with Yanzi, as she was with child. The beastmen immediately panicked and rushed to Yanzi's side, offering their apologies. Yanzi shook her head, indicating she bore them no ill will. The beastmen were filled with immense joy, speculating about whose offspring Yanzi carried. Kai approached Xiaofei respectfully, inquiring how long along Yanzi was in her pregnancy. Xiaofei replied that it had been nearly a month. The beastmen, uncertain of the exact duration of a month, contemplated for a moment and estimated it to be around 30 days. They recalled that this coincided with the days following their last feast of energy beast meat, during which they had all advanced. They were all exceedingly pleased, realizing they would have to wait until the day of birth to ascertain the identity of the father. Xiaofei promised to return in a month or two, coinciding with the end of the cold season, to check on the status of the offspring, which was likely to be born in the warm season. She advised them to ensure Yanzi maintained a balanced diet, cautioning against excessive consumption, as overeating could lead to complications during birth, causing her great suffering. She emphasized moderation in meat consumption, recommending they focus more on rice, noodles, fruits, and vegetables. The beastmen exchanged glances, still wishing to provide Yanzi with more meat at each meal. They now understood why many females in various tribes faced difficulties and even death during childbirth, with some losing both their lives and their offspring, while others could only save the young. After some deliberation, the beastmen decided to trade with Xiaofei for fruits and vegetables they lacked, and she willingly obliged. With the arrival of new life, they resolved to cultivate a substantial plot of land in the valley come spring. Planting vegetables favored by their females, Xiaofei produced over 100 large bird eggs from her space, instructing them on their care before returning to her cave, that Wei Wandong followed closely behind. His intense gaze impossible to ignore, the weighty breaths that accompanied Xiaofei stirred feelings within him that he could not suppress. He did not reject Wandong, who gradually drew nearer. When Xiaofei finally awakened, 2 days had already passed. It was evident that her body had become remarkably resilient, bolstered by the sustenance of energy beast meat and the enhancement of her abilities. Wei Wandong, noticing that the young female had awakened, hurried inside. Xiaofei shot him a fierce glare, a look he would remember for a lifetime. He promptly fed her some freshly cooked rice porridge. The valley returned to its usual tranquility, with the beastmen doting on their females, the occasional harmonious sounds echoing through the air. The snow continued to fall, yet the temperature gradually rose, now hovering around -30 degrees. Everyone sensed that the cold season was nearing its end. Yuandong remained steadfast in visiting Xiaofei's cave daily. It had been several days since the last incident. Despite Xiaofei's continued indifference towards him, Yuandong consistently found ways to assert his presence. Time slipped away unnoticed on this particular day. Xiaofei arrived at the entrance of the cave, observing that the snowfall had ceased. Yet, the air remained bitterly cold, though the sun had finally emerged, and the clouds in the sky had thinned considerably. Under the dim, golden sunlight, a veil of mist seemed to envelop the snow, leading Xiaofei to surmise that the thaw was imminent. The snow surrounding the cave had largely remained untouched, a testament to Yu Wandong's unwavering presence over the past few days. After gazing outside for a while, they retreated back into the cave, where the temperature hovered around -10 degrees Celsius. Recently, Yu Wandong had exhibited an unusually proactive demeanor, while Xiaofei persistently ignored him. He could sense her growing agitation, perhaps stemming from unspoken thoughts, yet she remained resolute in her silence. Meanwhile, on Yanzi's side, after her health had improved somewhat, she found herself once again entangled with several beastmen. However, they were all mindful of boundaries, ensuring they did not overwhelm her when they felt their own instincts surging. They sought to soothe their female companions without imposing, fully aware that their beloved was currently with child, still in the early stages of her pregnancy, which would not reach full term for another 2 to 3 months. In the beast world, for most beastmen, the gestation period typically lasted around 5 months. Though some exceptional species deviated from this norm, albeit in rare instances, each beastman cherished their female deeply. When Xiaofei ventured outside the cave once more, she observed that the snow had begun to melt, and the sound of rushing water echoed in the air, an unmistakable indication of the thawing snow. Although the surface still appeared as a vast expanse of white, she understood that the layers beneath were already softening. It was likely that, within 10 to 20 days, the snow would be completely gone. Wei Wandong had become increasingly restless during these days, unable to bear the distance between him and Xiaofei. He crouched down and gently wrapped his arms around her legs, nuzzling his head against her, silence enveloping the moment. Xiaofei recognized that this prolonged period of estrangement had not been beneficial for Yuandong. With a softening heart, she relented, thinking that perhaps this had served as a lesson for him. She then inquired, Do you understand where you went wrong? With his crimson eyes fixed upon the young female, Yu Wandong uttered not a word, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He had instructed Xiaofei to remember, without my permission, you must not act independently, that I can only grant you one opportunity for solace each month. Thus, the two succumbed to a weary slumber. Upon awakening from a bout of hunger, they hastened into the space to resolve their predicament, retrieving some hot water previously stored away for a soothing bath, which left them feeling utterly refreshed. Despite the absurdity of the previous night, fatigue did not encroach upon them. Perhaps it was due to the remarkable recovery of their bodies, nourished by the energy beast meat they had consumed. Over the course of the month, the orcs had gradually devoured the entirety of the last energy beast, indicating a significant enhancement in their physical prowess. When Xiaofei emerged after changing her attire, she found Yu Wandong at the entrance of the cave, who, upon entering, cast a glance at her and greeted, "Good day, esteemed shaman." He nodded in response before proceeding to the stove to prepare a meal. Xiaofei noticed he had not turned his gaze towards her as she busied herself arranging the bedding. She stored the leather mat within the space and retrieved another to lay upon the bed, feeling much improved by the change. However, she was dismayed by the lingering odor that pervaded the cave. To remedy this, she extracted several fragrant wooden pieces from the space, and soon the entire room was suffused with the natural scent of wood. Seated at the dining table, Xiaofei savored the rice porridge prepared by Yu Wandong. She also brought forth some bread and buns from the space, casting a casual glance at Yu Wandong, her eyes catching the marks on his neck and the beast hide he wore, intentionally leaving his chest exposed. In the morning, he had deliberately flaunted this before several other orcs. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she hurriedly filled her belly and donned her outer garment before stepping out of the cave, avoiding any further glance at Yu Wandong. Observing her from across the table, Yu Wandong noted her changing expressions of embarrassment and anger, as if she were lost in thought. Noticing she had not consumed much, he donned his outerwear and exited. He proceeded to clean the dishes, while Xiaofei stepped outside the cave, where she discovered that the snow had nearly melted away, leaving streams of water coursing through the landscape. She mused that once the water subsided, they could commence planting, although it appeared they would need to wait a few more days for the ground to dry, revealing patches of earth adorned with budding greenery. As the verdant shoots emerged from between the rocks, she resolved to organize the seeds for planting in the space, planning to include Shui Air and Yin Zi in this endeavor, striving to clear as much arable land in the valley as possible. This would be the most prudent course of action. As days passed, everyone awaited the arrival of warmth with a sense of comfort. Blood and water receded gradually, and the air grew increasingly temperate, allowing them to shed some layers of clothing. However, the risk of illness remained, particularly as the temperature fluctuated significantly between day and night, a lesson Xiaofei had learned well. During the previous warm season, she had fallen ill due to underdressing, suffering greatly until she was able to recover with the ample cold medicine stored in her space, which posed no risk of dependency. The fire in the cave continued to blaze, its warmth persistent against the chill. Watching the water levels in the valley diminish, she pondered whether the melting snow had seeped into the earth or flowed into underground rivers. The outside world was muddy and treacherous, prompting Xiaofei to decide they would wait for the ground to dry before instructing Yu Wandong to find some stone slabs to create a pathway, ensuring they would not return to a muddy mess. Upon returning to the cave, she requested Yu Wandong to prepare her a bowl of energy beast meat soup. Afterward, she shared her idea of laying stone slabs for a path, to which Yu Wandong nodded thoughtfully. Committing it to memory, he resolved that this task could not be undertaken alone, recognizing the need to lay stone paths leading to both his and Xiaofei's homes, as well as to the vegetable garden. After preparing the soup, Yu Wandong ventured outside to find Biao and Lei, sharing Xiaofei's proposal with them. They unanimously agreed, recognizing the merit of such an endeavor for their own females, and decided to act once the water levels had sufficiently receded. They were not in a rush to hunt, as their space still held plenty of provisions. The prey were undernourished after a long winter, and it would be wise to allow them to recuperate. With the shaman's request being the first of its kind, everyone was notably enthusiastic. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaofei had not intended for everyone to participate. She had only informed Yu Wandong, envisioning a simple task near the cave. However, Yuandong cunningly alerted the other orcs, rallying them to join in the effort. Gradually, the clouds above began to disperse, and the streams in the valley receded. At long last, the sun shone brightly, revealing a clear blue sky. The warm season had finally arrived. Yuandong and the other orcs commenced their search for suitable stones for the path, exerting considerable effort to gather an assortment of slabs, which they promptly began to lay down. Their progress was swift, and Xiaofei observed as they extended their work outward from their central location. After several days of diligent labor, the paths were completed, and Xiaofei delightedly walked upon the newly paved stones, appreciating their neatness and evenness. She then ventured to call out to Yanzi and Shuai, inviting them for a stroll. The two females eagerly emerged, accompanied by 3 cubs. Xiaofei was taken aback at the sight of the cubs, each having grown to an impressive 3 to 4 meters in length. Truly colossal creatures. Surprised? Are you? Shuai remarked in astonishment. In this frigid season, they have replenished their food supply, and I have provided them with energy beast meat, which is why they have grown so immensely to be by the time the warm season arrives. They will likely be able to transform. Shuai proudly declared that her several cubs were thriving remarkably well. During their time in the tribe, many orc families suffered casualties among their young each winter, some frozen, some starved, and others perished from the cold. Only Shuai and Lei, with great pride, managed to ensure that their cubs did not endure hunger or freezing temperatures. Yanzi gazed enviously at the 3 robust cubs. Currently, she was merely 2 months along and was uncertain how many she was carrying. She then took Xiaofei's hand and implored, "Great shaman, could you please see if you can determine how many cubs are in my womb?" Xiaofei placed her hand upon Yanzi's abdomen, sensed the presence of 4 small lives, and informed her, for it is quite remarkable. Overjoyed, Yanzi resolved that once her cubs were born, she would nurture them diligently, hoping to provide them with energy beast meat during the winter holiday, ensuring they grew to be exceptionally strong. Unable to contain her excitement, Yanzi shared the news of her 4 cubs with her beast husbands, to which everyone responded with exuberance, all wishing for their own offspring. Yet, the 4 were acutely aware that one among them would likely remain childless, each harboring a flicker of hope while waiting in anticipation. On that day, Xiaofei retrieved some seed from her spatial pouch, intending to plant some in the valley while others were from Lei, gathered last year. During the winter, both sweet potatoes and Xiaofei had refrained from consuming them, reserving them for planting in the valley. The potato seeds selected were the smallest ones, intended to sprout within the cave. Sweet potatoes were also prepared for planting. Xiaofei then gathered several orcs, including the females, and expressed her desire to cultivate edible plants throughout the valley. The group found her suggestion reasonable and decided to commence preparations in the coming days as the water receded in the valley. The orcs busied themselves, for the weather was warming rapidly. The lush green grass burgeoned, transforming the landscape from day to night. Upon waking, they noticed that areas previously devoid of weeds were now overrun, and what had appeared as small blades of grass had grown tall overnight. Thus, they began the arduous task of land clearing. The orcs were quite adept at this endeavor, leveling the ground, uprooting excess grass, roots, and stones. Within 3 to 5 days, the valley had changed dramatically, and Xiaofei initiated the planting process. With the 2 females observing alongside the orc males, they began to cut the sprouted potatoes into small pieces, thus commencing the planting of potatoes. Once completed, they proceeded to sow corn, followed by eggplants, cucumbers, and beans, effectively planting a wide variety of vegetable seeds. The valley was predominantly filled with potatoes, leaving a vast expanse. Curious about the shaman's intentions, the group watched as Xiaofei produced sweet potatoes that had grown long roots. She detached the roots and encouraged them to plant them in the remaining soil. Zhangge measured the distance with a stick, ensuring proper spacing as the orcs worked swiftly to complete the task. The orcs decided to venture out for a hunt the following day, as there was little else to attend to in the valley. That evening, the orcs returned to their cave, each preoccupied with their own tasks. Yuandong listened to his brothers, aware that this hunting expedition would extend for several days. He understood their reluctance to leave their females after having spent the entire winter by their side. Before dawn, the orcs quietly departed the valley, without bidding farewell to their little females, Their behavior the previous night had served as the most heartfelt goodbye. Anticipating their next reunion, Xiaofei awoke to the brightening sky, realizing that lunchtime was approaching. Exhausted from the previous day's exertions, she strolled to the cave entrance, glancing outside with a hint of drowsiness. After satisfying her hunger, she made her way along the stone path toward her small vegetable garden. Coincidentally, she encountered Schwerer, who had just exited her cave and called out, inviting her to the garden. Schwerer joyfully complied, followed by her 3 large gray wolf cubs, which were now nearly as large as their beast father. Despite their size, they were still far from adulthood, their colossal beast forms not necessarily indicative of their strength upon transformation. Thus, accompanied by Schwerer, they proceeded to the garden. Yanzi called out from her cave, and upon receiving a response, she emerged, her belly prominent. Together, they inspected the garden, marveling at its robust growth, noticing an abundance of weeds. They set about uprooting the larger ones. Yanzi taught Schwerer and Yanzi to recognize which plants were inedible and needed removal to prevent them from absorbing nutrients meant for other plants. The two listened attentively to her guidance, and gradually, they cleared the weeds from their little garden. In the afternoon, feeling somewhat bored, Xiaofei suggested to the two, "Shall we venture out of the canyon to gather some supplies?" As the seasons turned, the air was filled with the presence of fruits, albeit in modest quantities, their sweetness particularly delightful. But a few individuals, brimming with anticipation, hurried back to the cave to retrieve their prepared items. Xiaofei, on the other hand, required no such preparations, as she possessed an expansive space to accommodate her needs. Thus, they arrived at the water pool, where they reinstated the fish baskets that Hanji had set aside. Yanzi, somewhat puzzled, received a brief explanation from Schwerer, leading her to express her desire to partake in such activities. She told Xiaofei that it was remarkably simple, promising to teach her the process when time permitted. Elated, they all departed the valley in high spirits. Their first stop was a location where Xiaofei announced to everyone, "I have consumed all my bird eggs, and I am eager to see if any remain here. If so, let us gather more." Consequently, 3 female companions, accompanied by their 3 young ones, set forth. Upon their arrival, they discovered a limited supply of bird eggs, which, at that time, were not yet ready for hatching. Thus, they were spared from the wrath of the avian guardians. Allowing each individual to collect a substantial number, much of which was stored in Xiaofei's space. Their joy was palpable. They wandered into a thicket where a small orchard awaited, bearing fruits that, though not large, were a vibrant yellow and remarkably sweet, reminiscent of apricots. While these fruits were smaller than apples, they were still sizable enough to be satisfying. Each person gathered an impressive quantity of these delightful morsels. Xiaofei, savoring their flavor, noted their similarity to apricots, and resolved to sun-dry them into fruit preserves. She swiftly began plucking more, contemplating how to store the excess in her space, and suggested they gather some pot lids as well. Everyone enthusiastically agreed and promptly rose to their feet. Given the abundance of these fruits nearby, it was imperative to harvest them before they overripe and spoiled on the branches, which explained the absence of other beastmen in the vicinity. As the sun began its descent, the group hastened back, returning to the canyon. Arriving at the water pool, Xiaofei pulled up the fish basket, revealing a generous catch of large fish and some shrimp. Excitedly, she exclaimed that they would enjoy fresh fish this year. Together with 2 females, they set about cleaning the fish, discarding the entrails back into the water. With their fair share of the catch in hand, they retreated to their cave to prepare dinner. Xiaofei cooked a large pot of rice and decided to make braised fish, preparing another generous pot of the dish. After serving herself, she stored the remainder in her space. The sight of the fresh shrimp brought her joy, prompting her to steam a large platter. After peeling the shrimp, each piece was succulent and delectable, especially when dipped in seafood soy sauce. The thought of spicy flavors crossed her mind, leading her to retrieve some previously prepared chili oil from her space to mix with the soy sauce for dipping, which she found utterly delightful. As she enjoyed her meal, she reflected on the pristine nature of Sushi Continent's offerings, devoid of pollution, allowing her to indulge freely without the fear of hunger. The air here was refreshingly clean, without a trace of unpleasant odors. Grateful, she thought of the 2 shameless individuals who had inadvertently led her to this place. While she had no acquaintances here, the beastmen were refreshingly uncomplicated in their thoughts, devoid of the intricate schemes that often marred human interactions. However, this perception was rooted in Xiaofei's limited understanding. Had she known more, she would realize that the tribe harbored its own shadows, just not within her current experience. Today, the others had embarked on a hunt, and she wondered when they would return, hoping they would have good fortune, especially since the beasts, having endured a long winter, would be particularly fierce. Her thoughts drifted to Yuan Dong and the events of the previous night, a blush creeping to her cheeks. It was odd. She had been with boyfriends before, yet never felt as harmonious as she did with Yuan Dong. Perhaps it was the nature of this body that left her perplexed. One of Xiaofei's greatest strengths was her ability to dismiss thoughts she could not comprehend, allowing them to fade from her mind without further contemplation. Content with her current life, she gazed at the provisions stored in her space. If she continued this practice annually, she would never face hunger again. She mused about making some buns to store for the future, her favorite savory pastries equally delightful, resolving to start the next day. She recalled that there was still plenty of flour in her space. She speculated that Shue'er's home might also contain a good supply of flour. She would inquire if he could assist. Or perhaps they could collaborate. The swallow likely has a modest number of inhabitants at home. Most of his acquaintances had initially taken for themselves, later exchanging for some, yet it is estimated that given their voracious appetites, they have probably consumed most of it. After all, slender individuals are known for their remarkable capacity for food. He intends to inquire about this shortly. Should they not partake, he might distribute some of his bounty to them. He believes that this year's supply of flower fruits will be more abundant. Thus he plans to stockpile a greater amount. Each flower fruit generally contains around 7 to 8 pounds of flour, with some even exceeding 10 pounds, while the smallest still boasts 4 to 5 pounds. Xiaofei holds a particular fondness for these flower fruits, and he contemplates whether he could cultivate such trees in his little valley. When the orcs return from their hunting endeavors, he aims to discuss this matter with Yuan Dong, pondering the possibility of retrieving some saplings for planting. Thus, the next morning dawned with him waking naturally, and he retrieved some flour from his space. After consuming several large bowls, he determined that he could make a vast quantity of steamed dumplings. He began to prepare the filling, taking out some of his preferred meats from his storage: mutton, giant horned beast, and horned buttock beast. Ultimately, he concocted a vegetarian shrimp filling as well that he diligently prepared a substantial amount of each type of meat filling. From his space, he fetched a meat grinder, plugged it in. His storage was equipped with an abundance of charged batteries, and commenced the task of grinding the meats. Before long, he had produced an ample supply of meat filling and began to blend the ingredients. He retrieved some large radishes and a few vegetables, specifically cabbage. He also had some chives stored from last year's harvest, which he typically refrained from consuming since his acquaintances did not appreciate the flavor, except when drinking. Thus, he peeled a multitude of fresh shrimp, feeling it would be a shame not to utilize the abundant catch. Consequently, he prepared a filling combining bird eggs, shrimp, and chives. He spent the entire morning perfecting this mixture, and by noon, he went to inquire after Shuer and the swallow. Upon hearing the news, they eagerly made their way to his cave, and the three of them began the dumpling-making process together. Initially, they were somewhat clumsy, but soon they became remarkably proficient, each contributing excellently to the task. Their speed was impressive, and a friendly competition ensued among them. The fire at the stove blazed fervently, and they managed to finish their task before sunset. Xiaofei also prepared a fishball soup, and the three females, along with 3 young cubs, enjoyed the dumplings accompanied by the fish soup. The cubs exhibited an astonishing appetite, devouring everything in sight. Xiaofei generously retrieved a giant horned beast from his space and tossed it outside the cave. The 3 brothers rushed out eagerly, aware that their consumption differed from that of the females, and thus they never competed with their mother for food. They understood that the matriarch's needs were distinct from their own, and they were always conscientious, merely sampling her meals. Feeling somewhat bashful, Shuer expressed her gratitude to Xiaofei, saying, "Thank you, esteemed shaman." Thus, a day passed, and the orcs had been away from the valley for about 10 to 15 days. It was likely they would soon return. The previous day, Xiaofei had ventured alone outside the canyon, retrieving some woven fish baskets from his space. placing fish entrails within and tossing them into the river outside the canyon. He then set off into the woods, eager to search for mushrooms, particularly those that were large and delectable, that he was confident in his ability to discern between edible and poisonous varieties, thanks to his unique abilities. As he ventured deeper into the forest, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as though he were being watched. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of scarlet eyes were fixated on him, belonging to a fallen orc recently expelled from a hunting dog tribe. Though he had not yet fully succumbed to his predicament, he was nearing a critical point. Noticing Xiaofei's growing tension, he felt compelled to prepare for confrontation, yet he was no match for the orc. Despite his 5th-level abilities not being combat-oriented, Xiaofei scanned his surroundings anxiously. He unexpectedly locked eyes with a menacing crimson gaze, prompting him to flee the forest in terror, avoiding a return to his valley for fear of endangering the 2 females. He ran in the opposite direction, uncertain of where the orcs had gone hunting. Meanwhile, Yuan Dong and his companions had enjoyed hearty meals in recent days and had amassed an impressive haul of game. Despite the upgrade to their space, it felt rather empty, and they were determined to fill it completely, approaching their hunting expedition with resolve. However, Yuan Dong felt an unsettling agitation and declared, "I must return to the valley." Seeing his urgency, the others quickly followed suit. Xiaofei had no idea how far he had run when he heard the orc's voice echoing behind him, taunting, "You cannot escape. Female, submit to me." To his astonishment, even in this desolate land, a female was present. He felt favored by the beast god. Unable to withstand his urges, the orc lunged at Xiaofei, disregarding his protests. The orc tore through Xiaofei's thin leather attire. And in his desperation, Xiaofei cried out for Yuan Dong, if sensing a disturbance. Yuan Dong felt a surge of pain and struggled to breathe. He rapidly took flight, witnessing a scene that filled him with rage. The other orcs lagged behind, hearing Yuan Dong's furious roar and pondering his rapid ascent in power. Just as the fallen orc was about to seize Xiaofei, Yuan Dong swooped down, knocking the assailant to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, Xiaofei hastily retrieved a cloak from his space to wrap himself in, watching as Yuan Dong fiercely engaged the fallen orc in a brutal struggle. The scene was terrifying, as the fallen orc wielded a rare poison ability, compelling Yuan Dong to maintain his distance. Meanwhile, Xiaofei trembled, feeling utterly repulsed by the fallen orc's lingering touch, longing for a cleansing bath, yet too weak to move. He could only wait as he observed the fierce battle. Whenever the fallen orc unleashed its toxins, Yuan Dong would soar into the air, using his wings to disperse the poison that he realized that the toxins had no effect on him. And he remained determined to protect Xiaofei. As the other orcs finally caught up, they witnessed the chaos unfolding before them. Recognizing their shaman, they rushed in with urgency, unleashing their powers to subdue the fallen orc, ultimately burying its remains. With a heavy heart, Yuan Dong cradled Xiaofei in his arms as they made their way back to the valley. I could see that moment. The Swallow and Schwerer were idly chatting in the valley when they spotted a figure rushing back to the shaman's cave, both wondering who it might be. The situation was utterly perplexing. The 3 cubs, upon catching a whiff of a familiar scent mingled with an unfamiliar one, felt an overwhelming sense of unease and emitted low growls. Soon after, they detected the familiar aroma once more, which calmed them. Just as several other beastmen swiftly emerged into the valley, a few of the beastmen hurried back to their mates, with Lei rushing to Schwer, embracing her and exclaiming, "We have returned." He then eagerly added that the shaman might have encountered some trouble, that Yuan Dong instructed that the shaman should be taken back to the cave and that they ought not to disturb her. Biao and Kai, along with their companions, also quickly made their way to their mates. Yanzi, filled with joy, remarked that they had returned quite late after such a long time away, inquiring about the outcome of their hunt. Sensing their demeanor suggested something was amiss. However, Leopard Xiaoqi cheerfully announced that their hunting expedition had been exceptionally successful, filling their space to the brim. Yet before he could finish, he mentioned the shaman had faced danger. Yanzi, with her prominent belly, was about to check on the shaman when she was swiftly halted by Hong Li, who smiled and said, "I believe the shaman needs peace right now. Let us refrain from disturbing her. Yuan Dong will keep her company. The beastmen exchanged knowing glances before returning to their cave with their mates, sharing tales of their longing for one another. Meanwhile, Yu Wandong held He Xiaofei tightly as they returned to the cave. Reluctant to let go, He Xiaofei trembled, her body shaking with the memory of fear that had seized her. After enduring prolonged terror, her nerves had caused her muscles to quiver, a state that would take time to subside. Even though she knew she was safe now, she could not stop shivering, feeling waves of nausea wash over her, accompanied by an overwhelming stench that clung to her. Words eluded her, and she felt on the brink of suffocation. Her breathing labored. Upon noticing He Xiaofei's distress, Yu Wandong shook her shoulders gently, trying to soothe her, repeatedly whispering, "We are safe now. I am here, we are safe." Time passed, and eventually He Xiaofei found her breath steadying, allowing her to utter a simple request. "I want to bathe." Yu Wandong promptly agreed, assuring her he would prepare the bathwater. He set about boiling water, making numerous trips to the river, as He Xiaofei bathed multiple times. Finally settling into the tub, she used copious amounts of shower gel, losing count, until an entire 500 milliliters bottle was depleted. Still, the unpleasant odor lingered, and discomfort plagued her. After washing, she asked Yu Wandong if she still smelled foul. He assured her she did not, yet she remained unconvinced, scrubbing herself repeatedly. Ultimately, she retrieved a toothbrush and toothpaste from her space, brushing incessantly, even washing her hair multiple times, yet the feeling of uncleanliness persisted, driving her to tears. Seeing her in such a state, Yu Wandong recognized the depth of her fright. Though she had made significant progress, many females faced far graver fates when encountering fallen beastmen, often meeting horrific ends, brutally tortured, and in many cases, devoured entirely. Fortunately, He Xiaofei had been rescued just in time, sparing her from unimaginable harm. Unable to bear He Xiaofei's distress any longer, Yu Wandong took her in his arms and brought her to the warm bed. Even though it was the warm season, the cave remained cool, so he wrapped her in a thick blanket, cradling her close and showering her with kisses, using his own means to dispel her inner fears. He whispered comforting words in her ear until, at last, He Xiaofei fell asleep with a satisfied smile that Yu Wandong kept a watchful eye on the sleeping figure, ensuring she remained undisturbed throughout the day and night. He was vigilant, checking for signs of fever. Reassured by her stable condition, He Xiaofei awoke to the delightful aroma of food, feeling her hunger acutely. After a refreshing rest, she rose, feeling clear-headed and ready to change into clean undergarments. Emerging from her space, she found Yu Wandong busily preparing breakfast. He smiled at her, noting her improved state, and said, "I have made breakfast. Please see what you would like to eat." He had prepared rice and braised mutton, which was simply delectable. Starving, He Xiaofei eagerly devoured 2 large bowls of rice and polished off a small basin of meat, before grabbing a few fruits from her space to snack on. Yu Wandong observed her well-being without probing further or bringing up the previous day's events, as if they had all been forgotten. Lost in her thoughts while eating, He Xiaofei finally returned to reality and reassured Yu Wandong. "I am fine now. I merely needed to sleep it off. It was just so overwhelming." She expressed her gratitude for his timely arrival, vowing to avoid venturing out of the valley unless absolutely necessary. Reflecting on her nearly 2 years in this land, she mused it was curious that she had only now encountered such perilous circumstances, despite the abundance of good food and clean air. Danger lurked everywhere, and she resolved to remain vigilant. Perhaps her 2 years of comfortable living had lulled her into a false sense of security, but who could predict what dangers tomorrow might bring? One must never let their guard down. After experiencing such an event, he and Xiaofei seldom ventured out of the valley, and even when they did, he would remain within the confines of the valley. Tending to his fields and weeding, he would observe the young crops and would send a few orcs out of the valley to procure some fruit saplings to plant. Thus, the orcs managed to cultivate every available spot in the valley with a variety of fruits favored by the females, and they even planted several flower-producing trees. These were all modest saplings, and the orcs had traveled considerable distances to obtain them. They convened a meeting to establish a consensus, regardless of where they went to hunt or gather. There must always be 12 orcs remaining in the valley to care for the 3, particularly to safeguard the adept fishermen, ensuring that no incidents like the previous one would repeat. Moreover, the orcs had all attained a high level of skill, which offered them a sense of security, and no matter which two remained behind, their presence provided reassurance. Since that fateful event, Yuan Dong had clung to Xiaofei daily, sharing meals, clothing, and living quarters, and Xiaofei neither shunned nor rejected him. After all, he too derived some enjoyment from this arrangement. He understood that Yuan Dong was apprehensive about him recalling the repugnant incident, which had indeed left him feeling quite nauseated that day. The grotesque dog with its crimson, bulging eye had licked him thoroughly, inside and out, with its foul-smelling breath that made one want to retch. Even now, the memory made him feel unclean. Therefore, Yuan Dong would kiss him all over, leaving no part untouched, and Xiaofei was aware that he was concealing something, not wishing for any other thoughts to cross his mind, assuring him that he was clean and fragrant. Thus, the two of them remained blissfully entangled in each other's company. The other orcs were somewhat aware of the situation, though not entirely informed. They knew that Yuan Dong claimed to be on good terms with Xiaofei, and that the fallen orc had not succeeded in his intentions. And they offered no further commentary, as long as the healer was unharmed. They felt satisfied and reflected on their actions, recognizing the necessity of remaining to protect the healer, which had been their initial purpose. Consequently, they eagerly collaborated in gathering items that the healer desired. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for Yinzi to give birth. The previous day, Xiaofei, Shui, and Yinzi had been in the vegetable garden, harvesting vegetables that would spoil if left unpicked, so they gathered a sufficient amount to store in their space. Xiaofei also informed them which vegetables could be sun-dried, such as eggplants and green beans, suggesting that if they wished to enjoy such dishes, they could take advantage of the fine weather to dry some. Thus, the three busied themselves with their respective tasks. Yinzi was picking tomatoes while munching on one, when suddenly she exclaimed and dropped the tomato to the ground, clutching her belly. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaofei set down his basket and called out to leopard Shao-Chi in the distance. Swiftly, he leaped over, demonstrating the impressive speed of the leopard clan, and carried her back. Xiaofei hurried over to assess the situation, using his abilities to examine her condition, and declared that she was on the verge of giving birth, urging her to prepare herself. Upon returning to their cave, Xiaofei took a bath and retrieved some necessary items from their space, such as alcohol and scissors. As they arrived at their cave, several orcs, including Wenxin, rushed over, aware that Yinzi was about to give birth. Xiaofei instructed them to boil plenty of hot water and prepare some food for Yinzi. The familiar faces promptly set to work. Listening to Yinzi's exclamations of discomfort, Shui also assisted, keeping her company and distracting her. After preparing the disinfectants, Luo Xiaofei advised Yinzi to wait and watch for developments, knowing there were 4 unknowns within her. The 3 female orcs began conversing about the situation, while the male orcs stood by, speechless. They recalled how, in their tribe, during a female's labor, acquaintances would gather at the entrance, anxiously listening to the sounds of her cries. They found it puzzling that these females remained so cheerful while Yinzi was in labor. After a considerable amount of time, without any signs of imminent birth, Xiaofei encouraged Yinzi to move about to expedite the process. And she even consumed some food, including buns and fishball soup, although they were not as delectable as Xiaofei's cooking. Shui continuously praised the food, asking Yinzi if it was good, boasting that it was prepared by Kai and his companions. Suddenly, the amniotic fluid flowed down her belly, and everyone realized that the moment of birth was upon them. Swiftly placing her back on the bed, Xiaofei observed closely, sensing that the time was near, and they anxiously awaited the outcome just outside the cave. Whenever Yinzi felt the urge to cry out, Xiaofei urged her to remain silent and conserve her strength. As Yinzi sweated profusely, she finally summoned the strength to deliver a white egg, slightly larger than the bird eggs they consumed. Xiaofei looked at it, feeling perplexed, realizing it was likely the offspring of a water-type orc. Shui peered at it and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's an egg." The orcs outside the cave heard the conversation, and Kai jumped up, understanding that only their water-type orcs would lay eggs, and he would now have to incubate it. The other orcs gazed at him with envy. After a considerable interval, Yinzi took her time to recover, and after consuming 2 large bird eggs, she gave birth to a second offspring. Xiaofei was left speechless, wondering why she would eat 2 eggs after laying one. Yinzi chuckled and successfully delivered the second, which turned out to be a small brown bear cub. After cleaning the bear cub, Xiaofei wrapped it in hide and placed it beside Yinzi, who stared at the egg on her left and the bear cub on her right. As they waited, Yinzi nearly fell asleep when she felt another wave of pain. She then gave birth to a small fox, which was also red and incredibly adorable. After cleaning it, it was placed next to Yinzi. They then awaited the final offspring. After a short while, she birthed a little leopard which was black and inherited its father's traits. The group exchanged glances, speechless, while the orcs outside grew anxious but dared not inquire for fear of disturbing them. Once the cleaning was completed, Xiaofei emerged with a smile, announcing that Yinzi had given birth and was in good health. She had laid one egg and delivered 3 bear cubs, inviting them to come in and take a look. The orcs hurried inside in a flurry. Layla turned to Schwer and asked if she was tired, suggesting they return. Xiaofei was also pulled back to their cave by Yuandong. Lei and Yuandong were curious to learn the identity of the last cub, and upon returning to their caves, they were astonished to discover that Yinzi had initially mated with Biao, yet there was no sign of him among the offspring as these individuals of the flesh returned to their cavern. Their hearts melted upon witnessing the small female and her offspring resting upon the bed. However, the sight of 4 tiny cubs elicited mixed emotions. Some were filled with immense joy, while others felt a profound sense of loss. Those overjoyed shed tears of happiness, reveling in the continuation of their lineage, whereas the only one feeling despondent was Biao, a single beast man, which was well understood by the others. It was common knowledge that in the forthcoming period, the small female would likely require more attention than others. They all accepted this inevitability. That moment, cradling her eggs, she addressed the beastmen and the little tattooed ones, expressing that she would be unable to leave the cave for approximately 40 days, as she needed to incubate her young. The brethren nodded in understanding and shared in her happiness. After watching her tenderly carry her eggs away, the other 3 turned their attention to their own cubs, transforming into their beast forms to groom them affectionately. The sight was so endearing that it left the onlookers utterly envious, who could only comfort themselves by holding the small female tightly. Time flowed like a swift river, and soon, Kaya's cubs hatched, revealing a male. Once Yinzi had her young, she seldom ventured out of the cave, finding the outside world too sweltering, preferring to stay with her 4 offspring. As the peak of summer approached, she and Xiaofei enjoyed a life of abundance, with beastmen accompanying them during their foraging forays. Most often, it was Yuandong who accompanied her. During the day, they sun-dried numerous vegetables, shrimp, and fish in the valley, even managing to procure a considerable amount of jerky. In the evenings, Yuandong lavished affection upon her, and she found herself increasingly enchanted by his attentions. Upon waking one morning, she felt lightheaded and devoid of energy, yet she had resolved to check on the rice paddy to ascertain if it was ready for harvest. Having discussed this with Yuandong the previous day, she was eager to see if they could gather the rice, as it would suffice for the sustenance of the females. Enjoying a breakfast of bird egg pancakes and delectable fishball soup prepared by Yuandong, she felt nourished and ready. After their meal, he led her outside the valley, transforming into a magnificent tiger, awaiting her to mount his back. Once settled, the tiger swiftly circled the area, creating a breathtaking view from above. They soared through the skies for over half an hour, finally reaching the rice fields. Had Xiaofei ridden a small electric scooter, it would have taken them at least 3 to 4 hours. Upon arrival, Xiaofei eagerly rushed to inspect the crops, finding them in satisfactory condition, estimating that they would be ready in about 3 to 5 days. The 2 then gathered nearby materials and foraged for other edible items. Observing enormous birds soaring in the sky, she inquired of Yuandong whether they could capture them. These birds laid the eggs they frequently consumed, and she yearned for their meat. Why Yuandong assured her this was feasible, leading her to the area where these birds often roost. While Xiaofei seized the opportunity to collect bird eggs, he adeptly caught dozens of these large birds, each one surpassing even an ostrich in size. Truly astonishing. They returned to the valley, and Xiaofei was eager to prepare a braised dish with the fowl, reminiscent of chicken from Earth, although she was uncertain of its taste. Yes, she prepared to boil water for plucking the feathers. Yuandong inquired if she needed assistance. She expressed her intention to remove the feathers, and upon hearing this, he swiftly joined in, expertly stripping the skin and feathers away. Without further ado, he proceeded to gut the birds. And after cleaning the insides, they needed to be chopped into smaller pieces. Holding the knife, she pondered the extraordinary hardness of the bird's bones. She could hardly fathom what lay ahead and asked him how large the pieces should be. Returning to the task at hand, Xiaofei specified her desired size, and Yu Wandong, with remarkable speed, transformed his fingernails into sharp tools that sliced through the fowl with ease. Astonished, she watched as his nails proved swifter than a knife. After they boiled the birds and thoroughly cleaned them of blood, they heated oil and sought ginger and scallions to create a fragrant base. Once the meat was added, it filled the large pot. And after seasoning with various condiments, they prepared a generous pot of rice. As the two pots simmered vigorously, the tantalizing aroma of the bird meat wafted through the cave that it was not merely meat. It distinctly resembled chicken, stirring her appetite after years without it. The scent enticed the two small females and 3 cubs, who were soon beckoned to join in the feast. The cubs sampled the dish, relishing its flavor before refraining from overeating, aware that their mother and the other females needed nourishment. They observed the 3 females voraciously devouring the meal, exclaiming its deliciousness. Xiaofei eagerly explained what type of meat it was and how it was prepared, drawing the attention of the 2 younger females, who listened intently while savoring their meal. They marveled at the fact that these were the very birds that laid eggs, yet the meat was so delectable. Xiaofei resolved that when their males returned, they too should partake in the hunt for such bountiful fare. As the weather grew increasingly warm, Xiaofei stored additional water in her space. Noticing that her companion seemed disinterested in food and lacked energy during these hot days, she initially attributed it to the heat. Meanwhile, she felt the rice was nearing maturity and planned to rise early the next day to harvest. Intending to return before the heat peaked, thus allowing them to rest during the hottest hours, just after dinner, before they could even settle, Xiaofei rushed in, exclaiming that the shaman needed to check on her cubs, as they were now running a fever. Xiaofei sensed the gravity of the situation. How could they fall ill during such hot weather? Was there a problem at hand? Then she followed Xiaofei into the cave. As she gently touched the cubs with Xiaofei, she noticed they felt rather warm and lethargic. Utilizing her extraordinary abilities, she carefully groomed their bodies, sensing a marked difference. At times, their bodies twitched, with a mutual understanding. She turned to Xiaofei and reassured her not to worry, saying, "Do you not know that if the cubs possess exceptional innate talents, they will transform by their first year? Their current state is merely a preparation for their metamorphosis. So there is no need for concern." Tears welled up in Xiaofei's eyes, filled with anxiety, but I comforted her, saying, "Do not fret. I am here with you, and there are also beastmen in the valley. Yu Wandong is present as well. There is no danger. As long as they can endure this phase, they will emerge as remarkable beastmen in the future." Hearing this, Xiaofei felt a surge of joy for her cubs. Realizing that the energy meat they had consumed was indeed effective in the tribe, the innate talent levels of cubs vary, with many only transforming after 3 to 5 years. The fact that her cubs were preparing to metamorphose after just 1 year indicated their extraordinary potential. It is crucial that they are not disturbed during their transformation. Allowing them to sleep peacefully is essential, and a slight increase in body temperature is entirely normal. Thus, after observing with Xiaofei, there was no significant cause for concern. When they exited the cave, they noticed the sky had darkened. Yu Wandong approached to escort Xiaofei home. With a smile, Xiaofei turned to Xiaofei and said, "I am returning now." Xiaofei was deeply worried for her cubs. Having witnessed many cubs in the tribe who, due to insufficient nourishment from a young age, struggled during their transformation, resulting in many incomplete transformations. Some retained their animalistic traits, while others bore mixed features post-transformation, leading to many being deemed failures within the tribe. Indeed, such cubs, upon reaching adulthood, would likely possess lower levels of extraordinary abilities. If they were female, it was somewhat more favorable, as a failed transformation does not hinder their ability to bear offspring. There would still be beastmen in the tribe willing to accept females retaining some animal characteristics. Xiaofei remained anxious, pacing in the cave, occasionally approaching her 3 cubs to touch them. She longed for a mate to be by her side. Feeling somewhat lost, despite the healer's reassurances, her worry persisted. Xiaofei was brought back to the cave by Yuandong. After lowering the grass curtain at the entrance, she eagerly filled the large bathing tub with water, adorned with vibrant flower petals that exuded a delightful fragrance. Upon seeing this, Xiaofei blushed and beamed with joy as Yuandong lifted her into the vast tub. He soon joined her, and they spent a long time bathing until the water cooled. Only then did he lift her from the tub, feeling immensely satisfied as he observed her rosy complexion. The following day, as Xiaofei stretched and awoke, she felt refreshed upon hearing the sounds of cooking from the kitchen. After dressing and attending to her personal hygiene, she approached the stove, where Yuandong had prepared an array of delicious dishes. Tea was quite warm, and her appetite was minimal. However, he had made her fried noodle dishes with cucumber, which she found delightful. She indulged in 2 large bowls. After eating, she expressed her desire to check on the progress of Shuer's cub's transformation that Yuandong agreed, saying he would accompany her shortly. Swiftly, she departed for Shuer's cave. Calling out, "Shuer, I have arrived," Shuer joyfully responded, "Healer, come in. The cubs have successfully transformed." Upon entering the cave, Xiaofei was surprised not to find 3 large wolves, but rather 3 small children resembling 6 or 7-year-olds. They wore vests and skirts crafted from beast hides. The 3 little ones struggled to speak and walk with coordination, as Shuer guided them along the edge of the bed. Xiaofei found the sight amusing. Reassuring Shuer, "They will be fine. They have simply changed forms. The adjustment period may take some time." Shuer understood this as well. The 3 cubs stared blankly, not uttering a word. In their beast form, they had been playful. But now, they seemed at a loss for words that it was not their fault. They were still adjusting to their new vocalizations. After a brief moment, Xiaofei informed Shuer that the rice was ready for harvest and expressed her intention to accompany Yuandong to check on it. Observing the sky, she concluded that they would wait until the afternoon when the sun lowered before venturing out. As Xiaofei was escorted to the cave entrance, she spotted Yuandong waiting outside. They exchanged knowing nods, and he turned to her with affectionate eyes, saying, "Shall we return?" Upon entering their cave, Xiaofei was struck by the enchanting scent that pervaded the space. Tea was not the fragrance of flowers, but rather the aroma of the wood. Furthermore, there were no insects within their cave. Earlier, when she had visited Shuer, the presence of cubs had attracted numerous insects, leaving her with several itchy welts. Yuandong noticed her scratching her arm and realized she had been bitten. He extended his tongue to soothe her itchy spots, causing her muscles to tense in surprise. Yuandong, amused by her reaction, knew intimately how to elicit certain expressions from her, as he was well acquainted with every part of her body. Lying on their large wooden bed, Xiaofei rolled about, appreciating the comfort of their cave, free from troublesome insects. Yuandong watched her playful movements, captivated by the sight of her long, delicate legs beneath her beast hide skirt. He swallowed hard, struggling to avert his gaze, aware that if he acted upon his desires during the day, he would be left feeling frustrated. Just then, Xiaofei reminded him that before sunset, they needed to check the rice, and, if possible, begin harvesting. Yuandong agreed. That moment, she requested, "I would like to rest a bit longer. Come hold me." Without hesitation, he climbed onto the bed, wrapping his arms around her as she nestled comfortably into his embrace. They soon drifted off to sleep, exhausted from the previous night's activities. When they awoke once more, it felt as though they had slept for an eternity. Peering outside the cave, they noticed the sun had shifted westward. Xiaofei's stomach growled, reminding her that they had slept too long. She retrieved some buns, pancakes, and fish soup from their supplies, enjoying a hearty meal. Yuandong watched her as she busied herself as they prepared to leave. Xiaofei donned long-sleeved clothing and snug pants to protect herself from insects and sun exposure, completing her outfit with marten boots. Upon reaching the valley, Yuandong transformed into his beast form, soaring high above the ground with Xiaofei as they ventured to their destination. Upon arrival, they eagerly began harvesting as the daylight began to fade. They gathered an impressive amount of rice, feeling exhilarated at their bounty. As they made their way back home, they encountered several beastmen returning from their own ventures. Evidently pleased with their own successful hunts, they shared a portion of their catch with Yuandong and Xiaofei, celebrating the prospect of fresh meat for the evening meal. Shuer hurried over to Yuandong, joyfully announcing, "Our cubs have successfully transformed." Hearing this, he was filled with excitement and rushed back into the cave to see his 3 cubs. His heart racing with pride, he immediately gathered them up to show the others in the valley. Kai and Tony looked on enviously, knowing that their own cubs had yet to transform, and hurried home to check on their own young ones. As the evening fell, Xiaofei and Yuandong collected their belongings, preparing for bed. Suddenly, they heard the low growls of beastmen outside the cave. Xiaofei recognized this as another night raid. When she awoke the next morning, the sun blazed brightly. She quickly rose, feeling a sharp ache in her lower back, realizing there was still much rice to be harvested. Hearing no noise from outside, she quietly made her way to Shuer's cave. Upon arriving, she called out, but only one small cub appeared at the entrance. Explaining that their mother was exhausted from the previous night and sleeping in, Xiaofei understood and decided to check on Yinzi's cave, gently knocking on the door. Inside, Biao emerged with a smile, greeting her. "Good day, healer." Xiaofei nodded in response, inquiring about Yuandong's whereabouts that morning. Did not mention that Yuandong took Lei and the others to the valley to harvest rice, leaving me alone with the bear beastmen today. They all went out to collect rice, and Xiaofei nodded slightly upon hearing it. Making her way back to her cave, as she needed rest, she felt that she had been overexerting herself lately. Thus, while patrolling the valley with Xiaofei, they arrived at the entrance of Swallow's cave. Observing the scene, it was heartwarming to see Biao accompanying Swallow and their cubs. The weather was exceedingly hot, with temperatures set to rise even further, leaving Xiaofei little choice but to enter the cave. Feeling the oppressive heat, she craved something appetizing. Today, she planned to prepare some cold noodles, for the flour in this beastly realm was truly delightful, fragrant and sweet, with a refreshing hint of fruit. Once in her mouth, the noodles were chewy and pleasing. She made a substantial amount, utilizing the readily available pasta machine in her space, which made the task incredibly convenient. After preparing a large batch, they quickly transformed into dry noodles once left outside. She realized that having them stored for future meals would be exceedingly convenient. As dusk descended, all the beastmen who had gone out returned, their expressions grave. Yuandong approached the entrance of Xiaofei's cave, calling out loudly for the shaman. Xiaofei found it strange, as Yuandong rarely spoke this way, under the gaze of many. Such a manner of speech suggested something significant was afoot. She stepped out of the cave to see the crowd, noticing Tony carrying a beastman on his back. This beastman was in his beast form, sporting wings, with a large bird-like head drooping low. Xiaofei observed that his wings were sparsely feathered and stained with blood, indicating he was gravely injured. Yuandong explained that they had encountered a friend from the Golden Eagle tribe, who was now severely wounded. Hence they brought him back. He reassured her that the beastman would not disclose their whereabouts, but he was a very noble soul. He implored Xiaofei to save him and arrange for him to stay in her cave. She glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Tony, eager, carried the injured beastman into Yuandong's cave, placing him on a large wooden bed. Xiaofei followed closely, instructing them to boil some hot water while she examined the injuries. After cleaning off the blood, she was struck by the brutality of the plucked feathers. It was a cruel sight. Even if one wished to end his suffering swiftly, the act of tearing out his feathers had been excessively violent. What kind of enmity must have driven this? Xiaofei placed her hand on his wounds, gradually channeling her abilities, watching as some injuries healed rapidly. There were far too many wounds on his body, and this drained a significant amount of her energy, nearly exhausting her reserves. Seeing her fatigue, someone stepped forward to support her. As she sat down, he spoke to Yuandong, stating that the smaller wounds had mostly healed, and the bleeding ones were no longer an issue. But the blood on the surface was difficult to clean. It was best to clean him up immediately to prevent secondary infections. Thus, they carefully assisted in cleaning the wounds of the Golden Eagle tribe beastman. At this moment, Yuandong revealed that he was the former young chief of the Golden Eagle tribe, named Ingjiu, a hybrid of eagle and human. They had not known each other well initially, but once acquainted, they found their personalities remarkably compatible. He was puzzled as to why Ingjiu had sustained such severe injuries and wandered into their territory. To be truthful, Yuandong had little knowledge of the Golden Eagle tribe. They seldom ventured to the plains, typically residing near towering cliffs and hunting in the Rocky Mountains, far from the gentle hills of their realm. Given his grave injuries, it was clear that he was fleeing from something. By now, Xiaofei had recovered sufficiently and approached the bed to examine the enormous, featherless eagle. She addressed the other beastmen, stating that he needed time to recuperate. His internal organs had sustained some damage. But it was not severe. The main concern was the extensive external injuries, with most of his feathers stripped away, leaving him nearly bare. They should provide him with ample energy to hasten his recovery. The others exchanged glances, realizing that their supplies of energy and beast meat were nearly depleted. If there were any left, it was only in the shaman's space, so no one spoke of it, hoping that Ingjiu could recover at his own pace. Thus, Xiaofei returned to her cave, while Yu Wandong remained outside, discussing matters with familiar faces. From her space, Xiaofei retrieved a piece of energy beast meat weighing 3 to 4 pounds and prepared a hearty broth, filling the cave with a tantalizing aroma. The other beastmen, upon catching the scent, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. She made a large pot of meat soup and asked Yu Wandong to deliver it to Ingjiu. Curiously, after Ingjiu consumed the energy beast meat soup, he awakened in the middle of the night, seeing familiar beastmen around him, stirring a mix of emotions within him. He recognized these beastmen, all of whom shared similar temperaments. And most were hybrids, including himself. Yu Wandong noted that Ingjiu appeared to be recovering well, and Ingjiu felt the immense energy within him gradually mending his injuries, that he wished to say something but remained silent. Already envisioning the kind of beast meat that could yield such remarkable effects, he heard Yu Wandong inform him that the shaman had prepared the energy beast meat soup to aid in his recovery. Ingjiu looked up in disbelief, inquiring, "Shaman? Where is this place? Which tribe does the shaman belong to?" The others exchanged glances in response to his questions. "This is a valley, the territory of the shaman. We all reside here, having been saved by the shaman, and we stay in the vicinity of Wui de Run to protect the shaman. We have not formed a tribe. We simply decided to settle here." Ingjiu found it hard to comprehend. Yu Wandong added, "When I first met the shaman, he was alone in this valley. The notion seemed utterly absurd. What kind of tribe could allow a solitary wanderer to guard it?" No one pursued the topic further. Yu Wandong advised Ingjiu to focus on healing and restoring his internal injuries gradually. As dawn approached, Ingjiu remarked, "I am terribly hungry, brothers. Could someone spare me some food?" The others eagerly retrieved provisions from their spaces, watching as Ingjiu devoured the substantial portions of beast meat. Soon, he transformed back into his human form, sitting on the bed, feeling his body recovering. Albeit still in a pitiful state without feathers as a beastman, he could only maintain his human form until his feathers grew back fully to revert to his beast form at this point. Ingjiu began to survey his surroundings, marveling at the unfamiliar decorations of the cave. He realized he was not lying on a damp bed or a pile of grass, but on a large wooden structure, covered with neat animal skins, despite the bloodstains he had left behind. Observing his expression, Yu Wandong explained, "This is my cave, excavated in accordance with the shaman's design, that if you wish to settle in this valley, I suggest you construct a cave for yourself as well." Ingjiu inquired, "Is that permissible? Can I stay here?" Yu Wandong replied with a teasing tone, "Why would a young chief like you be interested in our little valley? You have hundreds of kin in the Golden Eagle tribe. Are you truly willing to leave them behind?" As Yu Wandong jested, he noticed Ingjiu's expression darken, prompting him to refrain from further commentary. He suspected that Ingjiu's injuries might be related to his tribe, and if he was unwilling to share, they would not press him. With a heavy heart, Ingjiu murmured, "All of this is due to my beast father." The other beastmen were taken aback, especially leopard Shao Qi, who exclaimed, "But weren't you and your beast father very close? You were always his pride. Why would he treat you this way? What on earth happened?" Once a prominent member of his tribe, Ingjiu, though esteemed as the young patriarch, found his life fraught with discontent. Despite being the son of the tribal leader, his father's gaze seemed to lack the reverence others often spoke of. Instead, Ingjiu perceived a hint of disdain in his father's eyes, leading him to question whether he was merely misinterpreting the situation. Within the tribe, he harbored affection for a young female, Lin Na, and they had mutually agreed to become mates upon her reaching maturity. However, this seemingly innocent arrangement was thwarted by his father's unexpected intervention, when Ing Jiu broached the subject of courting Lin Na. His father vehemently opposed the idea. Confounded by the rejection, he reflected on the years spent safeguarding Lin Na as she grew, a fact well known among the tribe. Numerous single males had pursued Lin Na. Yet she had chosen Ing Jiu as her first mate. This Lin Na blossomed with each passing day. The tribal leader occasionally patrolled the area, visiting Lin Na's dwelling and engaging in conversations with her father about matters unbeknownst to Ing Jiu. Whispers circulated within the tribe, suggesting that the leader had eyes for Lin Na and wished for her to become his mate. Rumors that reached Ing Jiu's ears, though he dismissed them as the frivolous gossip of idle males. On occasion, he would confront them, resulting in physical altercations, a testament to his pride and confidence, as few could match his prowess in combat. During their clandestine meetings, Ing Jiu often sensed Lin Na's distracted demeanor and her propensity for melancholy. Yet she remained reticent about the reasons behind her sorrow. Lin Na's beast companion had suffered an injury during a hunt, leaving her with a broken wing, and the tribe lacked a shaman to mend it. Consequently, she was rendered incapable of flight, contributing to her burdensome existence within the tribe. While other males supported the household, the tribal leader frequently visited, engaging in trivial conversations with Lin Na's father, seemingly seeking to exert influence over their lives. Despite the familial pressure to align with the tribal leader, both Ing Jiu and Lin Na grappled with their feelings. As Lin Na's beauty flourished, she garnered attention from the leader, who increasingly sought her company. Exacerbating her distress, before they could solidify their bond, an unexpected moment of intimacy led to a passionate entanglement between the two young beast folk, ending their clandestine affair in secrecy. During one of the leader's inspections of the tribe, he detected the scent of a male on Lin Na, realizing she had mated with another, and his fury was directed at Ing Jiu, whom he considered an unwelcome rival. In a fit of rage, the leader attempted to force himself upon Lin Na, who vehemently resisted. Just then, Ing Jiu returned from a hunt, witnessing the deplorable act unfolding before him, igniting a fierce confrontation with his father in a contest of strength between two males vying for the same female. Chaos ensued, with both engaged in a brutal struggle. The tribal leader, intent on eliminating Ing Jiu, underestimated the bond between father and son, which restrained Ing Jiu from unleashing his full fury. Thus, Ing Jiu found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately sustaining grievous injuries and escaping the Golden Eagle tribe in a weakened state. During his flight, he encountered numerous vagrant beast folk eager to take advantage of his perilous situation, as defeating a high-ranking beast could elevate their own status. Fortunately, he was rescued by familiar faces, Yuan Dong and his companions, who learned of Ing Jiu's plight and the tragic circumstances surrounding it. As they exchanged stories, it became evident that Ing Jiu's predicament was one steeped in sorrow. Yuan Dong remarked on the tragedy of both father and son being enamored with the same female. However, he reassured Ing Jiu that Lin Na held deep affection for him, particularly as the aging leader's strength waned. Despite his formidable presence, he could not match the vitality and potential that Ing Jiu possessed, who still had many years of glory ahead. The older leader was known for his brutality, and Ing Jiu recounted the harrowing tale of his mother's demise at his father's hands, masked as a mere illness to the outside world. This revelation left his companions in disbelief, challenging their notions of male loyalty and care for their mates. Yuan Dong explained that many males possessed a penchant for cruelty, and the Golden Eagle tribe was notorious for frequently changing partners, particularly among purebred males. The elder leader had already taken 3 mates, producing 2 hybrid offspring, and of them, only Ing Jiu was recognized for his exceptional abilities. Often referred to as the young patriarch, yet never acknowledged by the leader himself. Thus, Ing Jiu's position within the tribe was fraught with awkwardness. The elder leader's intention to compel Lin Na to bear him purebred offspring further underscored her status as a prized member of the tribe. Now, Ing Jiu's greatest concern lay with Lin Na, fearing that in his absence, she would fall victim to the elder leader's ruthless desires. The thought filled him with anguish and resentment, leaving him in a state of profound desolation. Upon learning of Ing Jiu's plight, his companion, Xiaofei, confided in Yuan Dong, questioning why he remained trapped in such sorrowful musings. It would be wiser to tend to one's own wounds and then return to the tribe with renewed vigor. Should one find themselves unable to overcome the elder chief, they might stealthily infiltrate the tribe, absconding with their personal belongings, and it is difficult to believe he would ever discover their absence. Upon hearing this, Yuandong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Convinced that this plan was indeed feasible, he then passionately kissed Xiaofei. His spirits lifted and hurried off to discuss the possibility with Ingjiu. Ingjiu, upon hearing this notion, was equally elated, acknowledging the wisdom in the shaman's words. He understood that Lina held a deep affection for him and was reluctant to remain within the tribe. He, too, wished to avoid having multiple beastly partners. However, as a purebred golden eagle within the tribe, the females were expected to contribute to the tribe's propagation. Yet, he had no desire to mate with those male orcs whom he found displeasing, each one more arrogant and tempestuous than the last. His fondness for Ingjiu stemmed from the latter's gentle disposition and a unique charm that set him apart from other golden eagles. Ingjiu spoke to him with heartfelt tenderness, never imposing upon him anything he was unwilling to do. Thus, Lina remained in the tribe, anxiously awaiting news from Ingjiu. When the elder chief clashed with Ingjiu, her heart ached, for she knew that Ingjiu held great respect for his beast father. During the elder chief's recuperation in the tribe, he had not found the opportunity to visit Lina's cave. However, Lina was not entirely free within the tribe, being kept under the watchful eye of her beast father. Thus Lina anxiously awaited, and as Ingjiu's injuries gradually healed, time slipped by quietly. Throughout Ingjiu's days of recovery, the orcs in the canyon remained busy with their daily tasks, diligently harvesting everything that could be sun-dried. After gathering the rice, the orcs shared it evenly, with Xiaofei receiving a considerable portion, sufficient to last a year. Even if uneaten, the other two households also received their share, having excavated a vast cave to serve as a storage room. Xiaofei continued his routine of collecting edible items from the surrounding areas without fail. The large stone slabs scattered throughout the valley were intentionally placed by the orcs for the females, adorned with an array of dried fish, shrimp, and prawns. This year, the swallows were particularly industrious, more so than Shuer. Ever since they had been taught to craft fish baskets, these two had taken to catching over 20 baskets of fish and shrimp daily. Xiaofei did not compete with them, having stored plenty from the previous year in his space, and he preferred fresh food. Thus, he dried only a small amount, not wishing to vie for resources, as the river beyond the canyon was teeming with fish and shrimp. The lack of suitable territories nearby allowed for rapid growth and abundance. Day by day, Ingjiu's condition improved, yet his heart grew increasingly restless on the 13th day of Ingjiu's stay in the canyon. He could no longer endure the wait and approached Yuandong to bid farewell. Yuandong, uneasy about his departure, urged him to stay a little longer, at least until his feathers had regained some strength. But Ingjiu was resolute in his decision, compelled by circumstances beyond his control. With no other recourse, Yuandong sought Xiaofei's assistance, hoping he could evaluate Ingjiu's injuries. Upon visiting Ingjiu's cave, Xiaofei found that his recovery was progressing well and, after using his abilities to assess the area around Ingjiu, confirmed that he was fit to depart. However, for any intense battles, it would be advisable for Ingjiu to rest for another 7 to 8 days. Upon hearing this, Ingjiu's eyes sparkled with gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks to the shaman, vowing that should he return alive, he would repay the favor generously, and if he were not to return, he would consider their conversation as never having occurred. Unbeknownst to everyone, Ingjiu quietly left the canyon, his departure causing no disturbance among the other orcs. They were aware of their principles as wandering orcs and would not linger in one place for too long, especially since Ingjiu's affairs were beyond the reach of their concerns. In the following days, several orcs ventured far afield, discovering a new area. They planned to set out the next day, hoping to return within a few days, and unanimously decided to embark on a journey to gather fruits from distant lands for the females in the valley. Thus, they agreed to depart the next day. However, that night, the entire valley was filled with fervor. In Xiaofei's cave, Yuandong tenderly lifted his beloved female, carrying her to bed, unable to contain his eagerness as he pressed his lips against hers. Longing fulfilled. After a night of sweet dreams, when Xiaofei awoke the next day, it was nearly noon, and he felt a pang of hunger. Not hearing the sounds of the orcs, he surmised they had likely departed the valley. He prepared a meal for himself, pondering what to eat in the warm weather. After some thought, he retrieved noodles from his space and made a refreshing cold noodle dish. Once satiated, he decided to take a leisurely stroll and found himself at the swallow's home. Where the playful young ones were a delight to behold, he noticed the swallow still sound asleep, while the cubs appeared well fed. Observing the absence of other orcs in the cave, he found it peculiar and peeked outside. Just as Kai approached, greeting him, "Good day, shaman," Xiaofei nodded in acknowledgement and asked if he would remain in the valley today. Kai smiled and confirmed he would eat tea that moment. The swallow stirred, awakened by their conversation, and groggily rubbed her waist, her gait unusually awkward. Approaching Xiaofei, she inquired why he was up so early, teasingly suggesting that Yuan Dong might be lacking in stamina. Their camaraderie had grown close, allowing for playful banter. Xiaofei shot her a disapproving look, while the swallow, unperturbed, marveled at Xiaofei's incredulity, thinking it strange that he felt any embarrassment. Xiaofei, unable to fathom such a scenario, voiced his thoughts aloud. The swallow paused, momentarily stunned, then suggested he might seek out a few more orcs to gain insight. Xiaofei chose not to respond, departing from their cave while internally muttering about the absurdity of being unable to speak freely once something had been done, deeming it rather petty. Unbeknownst to Xiaofei, many females in the tribe engaged in polyandry, with most choosing their partners for mating. Some females, in fact, are accompanied by multiple orcs. Wandering leisurely through the valley alongside Xiaofei, they arrived at the edge of a pond, gazing into the crystal-clear water. Subsequently, they collected some of the water to store in their space, which appeared to descend about 3 to 4 meters deep and would soon return to its original state. This pond is exceptionally favorable. As long as the water level drops for just one night, it will rise again. Therefore, during dry seasons, they never fret over water scarcity, recalling the moment Ingio departed from the valley. She cast a deep glance back at this small valley, hoping for success upon her return. Once outside the canyon, she transformed into her beast form, observing the newly grown feathers on her body. Filled with resentment, she vowed to repay 1,000-fold. Her bindings were those of a ruthless golden eagle, hinting at an inherent brutality within her, yet she possessed a greater measure of reason at this moment. The cruel impulse within her surged, propelling her vast wings towards the horizon, heading to her battlefield, intent on reclaiming her little female companion. Within the canyon, the three females spent their days chatting and laughing, showcasing their fishing rods alongside Xiaofei. Daily, they ventured into the garden to harvest fresh, vibrant vegetables, storing them in their space. The space brimmed with an abundance of cilantro, small celery, and plenty of chives. They preserved these for the winter season. Intending to make dumplings, all ripe tomatoes were gathered and placed in the space, promised to be shared with Shuer and Yanzi later. These provisions were stored in Xiaofei's space, to be distributed among them when winter arrived, as agreed upon by all. Moreover, Xiaofei imparted knowledge on various preservation methods, such as drying celery, eggplants, and beans, accumulating a hefty stock. Together with Xiaofei, they retrieved numerous large radishes and last year's harvested cabbages from the space, preparing to make kimchi, which they entrusted to the two of them. The little food enthusiasts relished these dishes, quickly developing a fondness for them, especially Yanzi, who adored the kimchi and savored every meal. Indeed, the females often took some rice from the storage room, husked it, and cooked it, whether as porridge or rice, finding it exceedingly delicious in this serene valley. As the orcs returned, they brought back a considerable amount of rice along with unfamiliar fruits of various sizes. Totaling dozens of varieties, they suspected the shaman knew more and could identify them for Xiaofei. Curiosity piqued, Xiaofei examined each fruit, not merely tasting them, but meticulously inspecting and sniffing them to ensure their safety before opening them for a closer look. Thus, Yuan Dong accompanied her in this exploration. Meanwhile, the other orcs finished distributing the rice and returned to their respective little females to share warmth and affection that on the 13th day since Ingzhou's departure. He stealthily returned near the Golden Eagle tribe, biding his time. Aware of the unreliability of the tribe's orcs, he refrained from making contact. The atmosphere within the tribe had shifted. Everyone was aware that the chieftain had brazenly usurped Shao's authority. Initially, he visited Lin Na's cave daily, feigning concern, Yet Lin Na remained indifferent, even resistant to his advances. The chieftain, undeterred by Lin Na's rejection, persisted in his attentiveness, bringing her favorite lean meats and the sweetest fruits. However, this behavior terrified Lin Na, who remained steadfastly resistant, causing the chieftain's patience to wane. It had been a long time since the chieftain had mated with a female, leading to an increasingly volatile temperament. His visits became more frequent, each time laden with an intense gaze that seemed to devour her, instilling fear in Lin Na. Yet, Lin Na bore the scent of Ingjiu, and the chieftain's wrathful glare was filled with malice. Laced with ambiguous emotions. On this day, the chieftain approached Lin Na, disregarding her will, seizing her waist and drawing closer to her enticing lips. Caressing her alluring form, he yearned to witness her struggle beneath him as his brutish instincts surfaced. With force, he tore apart her beast skin attire, and the anguished cries of Lin Na echoed from the chieftain's cave, drawing the attention of many orcs. Some half-breeds could not bear to listen and distanced themselves, while others, particularly the golden eagle orcs, eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Lin Na's piercing screams reverberated through the night, only to cease with the dawn. The envious chieftain departed from the cave, soaring into the distance, seeking sustenance after many days without such indulgence. Unbeknownst to him, if anyone were to enter the cave, they would find Lin Na resembling a rag doll, her body marred with gruesome scars and bloodied wounds. Lin Na's eyes were vacant, her lips muttering soundlessly. If a familiar face could decipher her silent words, they would hear her whispering the name Ingjiu. In recent days, Ingjiu felt particularly restless outside the tribe, stealthily observing. Suddenly, she spotted a colossal golden eagle soaring through the sky, recognizing it as her beast father. Concealing herself, she watched as he departed the tribe. Quietly, she infiltrated the area, making her way to Lin Na's cave, only to discover it empty. As he contemplated searching the surroundings, he suddenly overheard a conversation among two orcs. One of them lamented, "Alas, poor Lina! It is truly heart-wrenching to see her treated so cruelly by the clan leader." The other orc retorted, "Oh, come now. In our Golden Eagle tribe, who does not know that any female within our ranks is destined to be nothing more than a mere breeding female? The clan leader's treatment of her is quite lenient, considering she was foolish enough to pursue a mixed breed. Now that the clan leader has dealt with that abomination, we must wait for her to bear a purebred golden eagle offspring." Their hushed voices, though not loud, reached Ingjiu's ears, igniting a surge of anger within him as he clenched his fists. Listening to their retreating figures, he swiftly made his way back to his confined lair, discovering that there were no familiar faces inside. Upon entering, he was confronted with a sight that nearly shattered his heart. His beloved female, tears streaming down his face as he called out, "Lina! Lina! Lina!" believing she was experiencing a hallucination, fought through her anguish to turn her eyes toward Ingjiu. Realizing this was no illusion, she struggled to utter a single phrase, "Run! Get away from here. He will return soon." Ingjiu understood that if the young female did not receive treatment, she might soon meet the beast god. He cradled her tenderly in his arms, unfurling his massive wings to soar away from the lair, flying in the opposite direction. That morning, many of the lean orcs were still asleep, some just awakening, and when they glimpsed the enormous figure soaring from the leader's lair, they thought their eyes were deceiving them. Upon a second glance, they saw it disappear into the distance. Many of the orcs who witnessed this dismissed it, returning to their own pursuits. After Ingjiu carried her away from the tribe, he made a wide detour before heading towards another location, leaving numerous traces behind as he circled. His intention was to bring Lina to the valley where Yuan Dong and the others resided. Fearing that his father would pose a threat if they discovered his departure, he continued to fly in circles. Finally, after a month had passed, he returned to the valley. During this time, Lina had come perilously close to succumbing to the embrace of the beast god on several occasions. Upon reaching the valley, he knelt before Xiaofei, exclaiming, "Great healer, please, I implore you to save my beloved female. I would gladly trade my life for hers." Xiaofei was taken aback, noticing the foul stench emanating from the female in Ingjiu's arms. "Quickly, fetch hot water," he shouted, and several orcs eagerly rushed to comply. Xiaofei then asked where they should place her, and the orcs exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, Yuan Dong suggested, "Let her rest in my cave for now. I will keep watch over her until we decide." Grateful, Ingzio glanced at Yuan Dong as he carried Lina into his cave and gently laid her upon the bed. Xiaofei shooed the other orcs away. But Ingzio did not leave. Upon unwrapping the furs that encased Lina, he was horrified to find that her body bore no unblemished skin. Numerous deep wounds emitted a foul odor, indicating severe infection, and some flesh had begun to rot. The sight made Xiaofei gag, prompting him to retrieve a medical mask from his supplies and secure it over his mouth. When the hot water arrived, he began to cleanse her wounds meticulously. Afterward, he produced some alcohol from his supplies, treating the various injuries with utmost care. Heartbroken, Ingzio clenched his fists, biting his lip as he observed Lina's feverish state. Xiaofei hurriedly administered anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medication. Enveloping her in his healing energy, he meticulously cleaned and excised the necrotic tissue, followed by another layer of healing energy to promote recovery. After ensuring that her external injuries had healed, Xiaofei retrieved a set of leather garments he was not particularly fond of and dressed Lina before placing her back on the bed. He instructed Ingzio, once she awakens, prepare her some light food. He cast a lingering glance at Lina before departing. After tending to her numerous wounds and channeling his energy into her, he ensured that all recoverable injuries healed while removing the dead tissue and suturing the rest. The sight of her ghastly wounds was utterly unfathomable. The most egregious injury was to her most intimate area, a tear so severe that she was still managing to breathe, a miracle in itself. Indicating her resilience, the claw marks adorning her chest and back were unmistakably inflicted by a beast, with scratches on her ribs revealing bone beneath, a testament to the brutality she had endured. Even more distressing was the fact that 2 patches of flesh were missing from her inner thigh, an unbearable thought for Xiaofei. If she were to bear offspring in the future, where would they find nourishment? The sheer cruelty of it all incensed Xiaofei, who seethed with rage, yearning to uncover the identity of her tormentor and exact revenge. This was Xiaofei's first confrontation with the savagery of the world and the vulnerability of females. Even the previous encounter with a fallen orc had not ignited such fury within her. Having exhausted all her healing energy, Xiaofei retreated to her own cave, lost in contemplation. Lina, aware that her time was limited, found solace in the thought of seeing her beloved male one last time before her demise, feeling that death would not be in vain. Her dreams were plagued by horrific memories, replaying the merciless treatment she had suffered at the hands of her clan leader. She longed to escape the tribe, to no longer be a female of the Golden Eagle clan, yet every time she attempted to flee, the clan leader would appear before her, dragging her back into her lair for yet another round of torment. Uncertain of how many times she had run, she recognized her hopelessness. That moment, her entire body ached, and she could hear a familiar voice calling her name. Straining to listen, it seemed distant, and she fell into a haze. Losing consciousness once more in her final thoughts, she mused that perhaps it was better to meet the beast god and share her grievances. Ingzio, watching the anguish etched on Lina's face, was drenched in sweat. Knowing she was likely trapped in a terrifying nightmare, he clutched her hand tightly, kissing the back of it while calling her name. Feeling powerless, he placed his hopes on the healer, fully aware that upon witnessing Lina's condition, he feared for her life. Yet, he held on to a glimmer of hope that the healer could indeed save her. However, seeing her in such agony brought tears to his eyes, filling him with frustration at his own helplessness and weakness. As he could not avenge her suffering, a fierce resolve ignited within him. One day, he would eradicate every last member of the Golden Eagle tribe. He knew that his mother had met a tragic end at the hands of his father, who had savagely abused her. She was the most beautiful female in the Eagle tribe, brutally mistreated by his father. He was acutely aware that many females from other tribes had suffered similar fates at the hands of the Golden Eagle tribe. And the cruelty of the orcs was notorious, with each orc typically possessing several deceased females. As the Golden Eagles dominated the skies in the region, many tribes dared not confront them, fully aware of their malevolence, yet unwilling to provoke them. Thus, Ingzio seethed with rage, vowing to seize an opportunity for vengeance. While lost in thought about his future, he felt movement in his fingers and noticed Linna's hand trembling in his palm. He immediately focused on her eyes, which slowly blinked open. "Ingzio," Linna exclaimed, disbelief flooding her expression as she met his gaze. "Is it really you? To see you before my demise would render my death without regret. You must live well from now on. Not seek vengeance for me." Ingzio cradled his head, saying, "Lin-Na, you will not perish. I have found a formidable shaman who will save you. Feel yourself. You will survive." Lin-Na paused, pondering his words, then gently assessed the pain coursing through her body. Realizing the truth, she had indeed survived, and it felt utterly surreal. Observing the spacious and bright cave adorned with unfamiliar furnishings, she felt an unusual comfort lying upon the bed. The sight of Ingzio's joyous expression as he held her filled her with overwhelming emotion, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a spring. Memories of her inhumane torment flooded her mind, causing her to gasp for breath. Ingzio, sensing her distress, urgently called out, "Lin-Na, Lin-Na, it is all in the past now. You are safe. I am Ingzio. Look at me, please." Through his fervent reassurances, Lin-Na gradually regained her composure. He murmured softly, "Do not dwell on those dark memories any longer, all right? You are safe now, and those horrors will not return. We have left the Golden Eagle tribe behind." Lin-Na heard his words, but fixated on the phrase about leaving the Golden Eagle tribe, her eyes sparkling with hope. Have we truly departed from the Golden Eagle tribe? How were we allowed to leave? Ingzio explained, "I infiltrated stealthily. I saw him exit the tribe, and I snuck in, carrying you out wrapped in animal skins. Before flying away, is this place safe? Where are we?" Lin-Na anxiously inquired. "Will they find us here?" Ingzio reassured her, "No, do not worry. This place is very secure and well hidden." He then provided a brief overview of their surroundings, mentioning 3 females and several male orcs, who were his brothers, one of whom was a remarkably skilled shaman. Lin-Na's heart swelled with joy upon realizing that this powerful shaman was her savior. Just as they were sharing their feelings of longing, Yanzi brought in a large bowl of thin porridge and a small bowl of pickles. Yanzi remarked that the shaman had anticipated Lin-Na's awakening and insisted she should eat, as she could only consume light foods to ensure her wounds healed swiftly. After placing the food down, Yanzi introduced herself, saying, "I am Yanzi, the female of Biao, Kai, and Bao Shao Qi, as well as Tony Hong Li." Ingzio promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I will repay you handsomely in a few days." Yanzi replied, "In this valley, we all assist one another. Just take good care of your female." With that, she exited the cave. Eagerly, Ingzio took the porridge and began to feed Lin-Na, who had never encountered this new dish. Yet, as Ingzio had tasted it before, he knew how to serve it. Bit by bit, he lovingly fed his cherished female. Upon tasting the first spoonful, Lin-Na found it extraordinarily delicious, relishing the QQ bouncy texture and fragrant aroma. Unaware that it was a rice-flavored, tea simply enchanted her, and she found herself enjoying the occasional bite of the pickled radish, which was both refreshing and delightful. Sipping the porridge was exquisite, and before she knew it, she had nearly finished the bowl, driven by hunger after days of minimal sustenance. Afterwards, exhaustion overcame her, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Ingzio observed her peaceful rest, cleaned the utensils, and set them on the table, contemplating returning them one day. However, he felt no desire to leave Lin-Na's side. He wished to protect her at all times. During Lin-Na's recovery, other orcs gradually returned, showing unspoken solidarity by visiting Ingzio and bringing him game. Without uttering a word, they understood the gravity of his situation and allowed him to spend quality time with his female. Recognizing the challenges he faced, Ingzio silently appreciated his brother's kindness. The orcs were aware of Lin-Na's injuries, and their collective outrage against the Golden Eagle tribe's tyranny, brutality, and savagery grew. When Yuan Dong learned about the severity of Lin-Na's wounds, he was incredulous, realizing that such treatment of females was unheard of in other orc tribes. Generally, it was the degenerate orcs who perpetrated such heinous acts against females, and he was shocked by the cruelty of the Golden Eagle tribe. Thus, the orcs convened a meeting to decide that every time they left the valley, they would conduct patrols in the vicinity to ensure safety, remaining vigilant daily to avoid detection by the Golden Eagle tribe. From that day forward, the orcs maintained a heightened sense of awareness, ensuring their exits were discreet and lingering nearby before returning to the valley. Fortunately, their vigilance helped them evade a search by the Golden Eagle tribe. During one gathering expedition, Yuan Dong encountered orcs from other tribes who spoke of the Golden Eagle tribe's recent frenzy, searching madly for a female. Many tribes suffered as a result, and any tribe they visited would lose 12 females, rendering them powerless to retaliate. A.S. Yuan Dong and Xiaofei channeled healing abilities into Lin Na daily. Her wounds visibly healed at an impressive rate, primarily due to Xiaofei's advanced level of 6 in abilities. Currently, Lin Na needed to recover the nourishment her body had been deprived of. The flesh on her thighs had been forcibly consumed, and the sight of her chest, marred by scars, brought tears to Xiaofei's eyes. Lin Na Yuan Dong pondered for a moment before saying, "I am currently at the pinnacle of level 6, and I shall soon ascend to level 7 at present. Ying Jiao is at the pinnacle of level 4. His Beast Father's level is quite comparable to mine, though the specifics remain somewhat unclear. Once I inquire with Ying Jiao, I shall know for certain if he is not of a higher level than I. Then I believe I should be able to manage that. I am not entirely certain, for the Golden Eagle possesses remarkable speed. They predominantly harness wind-based abilities, and as their levels increase, their swiftness escalates as well. With their skills manifesting as blades of wind, the two conversed. Yuan Dong's hands began to wander restlessly, gently caressing the small female nestled in his embrace. Observing her demeanor, he couldn't help but smile knowingly as he lifted her onto the bed. Yuan Dong was unwilling to witness his little female troubled by other matters. At that moment, his focus was solely on her. He gazed at her serene, slumbering visage, filled with contentment, and thought to himself that it would be best if he never encountered the leader of the Golden Eagle tribe again. If he did, it would surely spell disaster. Anyone capable of inciting such ferocity in his female must meet a dire fate. That why Yuan Dong was undeniably domineering, his thoughts and gaze consumed by his little female. He was determined to eradicate any sources of her unhappiness at their inception. That day, it was Yuan Dong's turn to venture into the valley with Xiaofei to tend to Lin Na. After administering treatment once more, he informed her of his intention to gather supplies and leave the valley, promising to bring back some provisions to ease her recovery. Lin Na was overjoyed to hear this, eagerly wishing for her wounds to heal swiftly so she could accompany the esteemed healer on her gathering expeditions. She perceived this healer as exceptionally kind, gentle, and considerate. Xiaofei, too, assured her that once she recuperated, she would definitely take her along. Thus, with light hearts, Xiaofei and Lin Na joyfully departed the valley with Yuan Dong. Lin Na planned to first collect some bird eggs and then scout for any delectable fruits nearby. As the rainy season was fast approaching, prompting her to gather as much food as possible, Lin Na and Xiaofei happily foraged for their preferred fruits. Yuan Dong surveyed the area for any potential threats. After ensuring the vicinity was safe, he bid farewell to Xiaofei, expressing his intention to check the territory of the rabbit-horned beast and bring back some unicorns. Xiaofei cheerfully agreed, assuring him that she would be fine on her own. Knowing the meat of the rabbit-horned beast was quite delectable, yet its fat was primarily used for refining lamp oil, she hoped Yuan Dong would manage to catch a good number. However, shortly after Yuan Dong's departure, Xiaofei encountered a grave predicament. Indeed, as one might imagine, she was discovered by the leader of the Golden Eagle tribe at that moment. The leader noticed a small female foraging for fruit. Intrigued by her unfamiliar yet impeccably clean and beautiful attire, he leapt down from the tree, approaching her. When Xiaofei sensed danger closing in, every hair on her body stood on end. She realized she was being closely watched by a fearsome beastman. Quickly, she scanned her surroundings and spotted a towering beastman behind her, his gaunt face and piercing gaze fixated upon her. In that instant, Xiaofei steeled herself, swiftly rummaging through her belongings and retrieving an electric baton, concealing it behind her. With a strained smile, she addressed the beastman. "Hello, are you merely passing through here?" The beastman replied, "Greetings, little female. I am the leader of the Golden Eagle tribe, and I wish to inquire about something." Stunned, she responded, "Please, go ahead. If there is anything I can assist you with, I will certainly do so." The leader, grinning broadly, instructed, "You may call me Jing." Xiaofei nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Very well." The beastman inched closer, and Xiaofei remained on high alert. "Which tribe do you belong to, little female?" "You are remarkably beautiful," he queried at the tea that moment. Xiaofei sought to buy time, fervently praying for Yu Wandong's swift return. She wondered if the electric baton, set to its maximum charge, would be sufficient to incapacitate this beastman. "That I am not affiliated with any tribe. Really, I have lived in this vicinity all my life. I came out to gather today, but I became separated from my companions," she stammered. The beastman, reveling in her fear, felt a twisted satisfaction. His brutal instincts simmered beneath the surface as he noted the absence of other beastmen nearby, fueling his desire to discover her home or dwelling. A means to vent his pent-up rage. Since experiencing release through Lin Na, he had become fixated on the notion of her bearing him purebred golden eagle offspring, tirelessly searching for days. Now, upon seeing Xiaofei, his suppressed desires surged forth. He gazed at her porcelain complexion and delicate crimson lips, his cravings threatening to overwhelm him. In a moment of urgency, he reached out to seize her AR-MT that critical juncture. Xiaofei activated the baton to its fullest power, delivering a jolt to his armpit, causing him to convulse and lose consciousness. As he fell, Xiaofei maintained contact with the baton, fearing he might awaken too soon. She understood that beastmen were vastly different from humans, possessing robust physiques and formidable abilities that were beyond her comprehension. After a moment, she cautiously withdrew the baton, observing that he remained unconscious yet twitching. In her frantic search for Yu Wandong, she kicked him, but he showed no response. Rummaging through her supplies, she retrieved various knives and axes, contemplating their effectiveness. Ultimately, she produced a chainsaw, recalling its efficiency during her woodcutting endeavors. Eagerly, she retrieved a fully charged chainsaw and aimed it at his AR. As the limb fell away, the beastman stirred, awakening with a piercing scream. Startled, Xiaofei quickly brandished the electric baton again, shocking him into unconsciousness once more. Terrified and trembling, she nearly faltered. Had he unleashed his powers on her, she might not have survived. Watching the beastman succumb once again, she hastily directed the chainsaw toward his other arm. Thus, the leader of the Golden Eagle tribe found both arms severed. Bleeding profusely, yet he remained oblivious to the world around him, moaning in pain without regaining consciousness. Xiaofei, undeterred, proceeded to saw off one of his legs. Finally, amidst the relentless agony, the beastman awoke, his eyes filled with rage as he beheld the small female before him. Wielding a strange contraption against his leg, he attempted to rise, yet both of his arms were lost, and one leg was gone as well. Moreover, he could soon witness the imminent loss of his remaining leg, helplessly observing as both legs detached from his body. Subsequently, the golden eagle orc fainted, rolling his eyes that Xiaofei was drenched in sweat while eating, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration as he stored all the weapons and chainsaws in his spatial pocket. From a distance, he gazed at a familiar figure. Noticing the massive snow emanating from him, he remained unconcerned, simply watching. When Yu Wandong returned, the pungent scent of blood and the unwelcome aroma of male orcs wafted towards him. He hurried to Xiaofei's side. Observing her trembling form, he looked towards the distance. He spotted the orc without limbs lying there. Yu Wandong was taken aback and embraced Xiaofei, reassuring her that everything was fine. Lamenting his tardiness, regretting that he had frightened her so greatly, wishing he had either not gone or returned sooner. Xiaofei's trembling was not from fear, but rather from excitement. She babbled incoherently. "He is the chieftain. He belongs to the Golden Eagle tribe. His name is Jean Lina. I avenged Lina. Quickly, go finding Jiao and see if this orc is the one." At that moment, in the distance, Yu Wandong saw orcs running, recognizing them as belonging to his valley. And he did not leave, continuing to hold Xiaofei as they waited. Soon, Bao Xiaoqi and others dashed over, with Biao exclaiming, "I heard many orcs saying they spotted a golden eagle orc lingering nearby. That's why we returned particularly early today." They too caught the strong scent of blood. Upon glancing towards that direction, they saw a familiar figure lying there, bloodied and lifeless, staring at the severed limbs in the distance. They found it hard to believe and turned to Yuan Dong, suggesting he might be the chieftain of the Golden Eagle clan, who will return to the valley to check and notify Ingjiu. Several orcs exchanged glances. "That I'll go," said Bao Xiao. "My speed is swift, and with my abilities, even faster." Not long after, Ingjiu descended from the sky, having flown over, upon seeing the limbless orc lying in the distance. His expression hardened. Xiaofei excitedly exclaimed, "Is it him? Is it him?" Ingjiu, showing respect, nodded in disbelief. Ingjiu asked, "What happened? How did you capture him?" Yuan Dong replied, "I do not know. I'm not entirely clear," and recounted the events. Xiaofei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "It's me. It's me. I took advantage of his inattention to knock him out." She refrained from disclosing the use of the electric baton, wanting to retain an air of mystery for self-preservation. The orcs exchanged glances upon hearing Xiaofei's words, then turned to Ingjiu, asking, "What will you do?" Ingjiu harbored a deep resentment towards his beastly father, yet shared the same bloodline. Clenching his fists, he approached the ORCT that moment. Jing opened his eyes. The pain contorted his face as he met the furious gaze of Ingjiu. Wasn't he this the bastard son he thought had perished? He spat, "Bastard." Ingjiu, filled with rage, retorted, "I am a bastard, but it was your actions that brought this about. If you did not desire bastards, why did you plunder females from other tribes? I feel your blood coursing through my veins." "The greatest shame of a beast is its filth," Ingjiu furiously asked. "Can the shaman allow me to bury him?" Xiaofei eagerly replied, "Yes." Jing, eyes wide in disbelief, muttered, "He is actually the shaman." Without a word, Ingjiu swiftly found a spot and began to dig a pit. Once the pit was ready, he cast Jing's severed limbs into it, then hoisted his head and stuffed the body into the grave, covering it with earth, leaving only the head exposed. That moment, Jing, having lost too much blood, felt weak and delirious, intermittently pleading, "Shaman, please save me. If you can heal my wounds, our tribe will wholeheartedly worship you." Xiaofei found this repulsive, recalling his earlier intentions towards her, and deemed him utterly unforgivable. At this juncture, Yuan Dong signaled to Xiaofei and the others that it was time to leave, and they returned to the valley. Xiaofei did not inquire further about what transpired afterward, but later heard from Yuan Dong that Ingjiu had shaved all the flesh from Jing's head before departing, leaving no chance for Jing to survive. After bringing Xiaofei away, Yuan Dong noticed something amiss with her. As if she lacked strength, he swiftly carried her back to the cave, settling her onto the bed. Observing her pallor, he embraced her gently, softly patting her back. He watched as Xiaofei gradually closed her eyes, and the two remained entwined in silence. Not long after, Yuan Dong felt her rhythmic breathing, realizing she had fallen asleep. Fearing she bore any burdens in her heart, he did not set her down, holding her tightly instead. Why Yuan Dong was engulfed in dread, unable to fathom the consequences of losing his beloved female. He was consumed with guilt, unforgiving of himself, having sworn once before to prevent such occurrences. Yet here he was again, nearly losing the female in his arms, tightening his grip around her. Eventually, he too succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Ingjiu, witnessing Jing's agonizing demise, felt a profound sense of relief in his heart, fulfilling his duty to his mother beast and avenging his beloved female. After the orcs cleared all traces from the scene, they returned to the valley. Upon entering the cave, Ingjiu found Lina lying on the bed, her gaze fixed towards the cave entrance. In her eyes, he saw only tenderness. Rushing forward, he embraced Lina, whispering in her ear, "He is dead. He is dead." Lina, taken aback, trembled and fixed her eyes on Ingjiu, asking, "Is it him?" Eagle 9 nodded heavily, affirming, "Yes, indeed. I just personally resolved the matter." Lin Na's eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting a mix of grievance, relief, and resentment. It is good that he is dead. Subsequently, Eagle 9 recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Na, who learned that it was the esteemed shaman who had assisted her in capturing Jing. Although the specifics of the process remained somewhat unclear, however, it was evident that the shaman had risked his own safety to achieve this success. Lin Na wept freely, embracing Eagle 9, her heart breaking as she lamented the suffering she had endured in recent days. and the sorrow of being a female of the Golden Eagle tribe. Observing the little female in her arms gradually cease her crying, appearing utterly exhausted, he poured her some water and gently urged her to rest. As he watched Lin Na lie on the bed, eyes closed and body trembling slightly, he held her hand in a gesture of comfort. He remained quietly by her side, and as Lin Na drifted into a steadfast slumber, a serene smile graced her features that he understood that she had long harbored a knot in her heart, a mental block. Despite their recent jovial companionship, he had noticed her occasional moments of distraction, indicative of her internal struggle. Now, witnessing her peaceful countenance brought him immense relief that he stepped outside the cave, where he found several other orcs waiting for him. Not spotting Yuandong, they decided not to wait any longer and proceeded. Inside Kai's cave, they engaged in discussions about recent and forthcoming matters, holding an informal meeting. The orcs exchanged some of their hunted prey with Eagle 9, preparing to offer the shaman a portion, as was customary. It was a tradition for the orcs to present a share of their gathered resources or hunted game to the shaman upon their return. Eagle 9 felt at ease among his companions. Although he had met Lei here, he appreciated Lei's character, and their camaraderie was harmonious, devoid of any conflict over interests. Thus, he shared his intention to settle in this valley with them, and they collectively agreed that henceforth, all matters in this valley would be guided by the shaman's wisdom, ensuring his protection and committing to offer a portion of their bounty to him, with the understanding that they should harbor no ulterior motives. They also agreed to maintain the confidentiality of this valley, emphasizing that orcs of poor character must be strictly prohibited from entering. That it was evident to all that a shaman represented significant value, and they recognized that Eagle 9 was acutely aware of this fact. Eagle 9 expressed his desire to bond with his little female once she recovered, and everyone rejoiced for him, delighted that he had found his beloved. They then discussed patrolling the vicinity. Currently, only Eagle 9 and Yu Wandong were capable of flight, while the other orcs could only patrol on land. The only one who could navigate the waters was Kai, making aquatic patrol unnecessary, as the local rivers and streams were shallow and slow-moving, posing little danger. They concluded with a consensus to stockpile food as the windy season approached. The orcs exchanged ideas regarding food storage, introducing Eagle 9 to various unfamiliar items he should prepare for. While he was adept at hunting, he lacked knowledge of vegetables, rice, flour, and fruits, so they showcased everything they could spare. They also explained how to prepare the food. And Eagle 9 expressed his gratitude towards these good brothers, that he learned that the names and recipes for these dishes were all designated by the shaman, who had discovered them himself. This revelation left Eagle 9 in awe. He realized that a tribe with a shaman would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable one, but the variety of food available was unmatched by other tribes, and even the other orcs confirmed they had never encountered such items or knew how to consume them. The orcs swiftly concluded their meeting and returned to their caves to reunite with their females, for they had been apart for several days, longing for one another. When Xiaofei awoke, she found herself nestled in Yu Wandong's embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. Sensing the little female stir, Yu Wandong also awakened, cherishing the moment as he held his beloved close, finding her irresistibly adorable. Xiaofei glanced at him and attempted to stretch. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hesitated to move further. That moment, Yu Wandong gently lifted her chin, gazing at her luscious lips, and could no longer contain himself as he leaned in for a kiss. When Xiaofei awoke again, it was already the following morning. After stretching and discovering Yu Wandong's absence from the cave, she tended to her personal hygiene and noticed a breakfast laid out on the table, porridge and buns. Eagerly, she consumed the porridge and buns, her hunger finally alleviated. Stepping outside the cave, she felt the familiar warmth and made her way to Lin Na's cave to check on her recovery. Upon arriving at the entrance, she saw Eagle 9 emerging, who bowed deeply to Xiaofei, expressing profound gratitude to the shaman. Indeed, everything I did for Lin Na leaves me a loss for how to convey my thanks. Understanding his sentiment, she replied, "In the future, if you happen to hunt something rare, a single specimen will suffice as a gift, or if you come across unfamiliar fruits while foraging, feel free to bring some back for me to see." Eagle 9 readily agreed to this not-so-implicit request. Xiaofei then mentioned her visit to assess Lin Na's condition and see how well she was recovering. Upon hearing the shaman's voice at the entrance, Lin Na eagerly awaited his arrival, knowing that the majority of her injuries had healed, with only the severe wound on her leg requiring time to mend before she could walk again. Xiaofei approached Lin Na's bedside, examining her body, which was healing remarkably well. The orc's resilience was impressive. She mused that had this been Earth, such injuries would likely be fatal. Placing her hands on the two affected areas, she noted significant flesh loss on the inner thighs. Both legs bore severe wounds. Despite the healing efforts of her abilities over the past few days, witnessing the child's pain was heart-wrenching. Thus, healing such flesh wounds would necessitate time for regeneration. As Xiaofei summoned her powers, Lin Na felt warmth envelop her, accompanied by a tingling sensation at the wound sites. Once the healing concluded, Xiaofei observed that Lin Na's condition had improved significantly. The injuries on her thighs were healing well, and she estimated that a few more sessions would suffice. Meanwhile, Eagle 9 was in the kitchen, diligently figuring out how to prepare rice porridge. Xiaofei found his clumsy efforts endearing. After leaving Eagle 9 and Lin Na, she returned to her own cave, recalling the unfamiliar fruits the other orcs had brought back recently. Eager to explore them further, she placed them into her space. Relishing the comfort it provided, the ambient temperature, neither too hot nor too cold, was exceedingly pleasant. Although the cave maintained a coolness of its own, it could not compare to the comfort of the open space. He retrieved a brown fruit, approximately 20 centimeters in size, its surface hard and unyielding, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. As it bore no discernible scent, he then produced some tools from the space, noticing a small grinding wheel among them, and began to carefully slice around the circumference of the fruit. After about 10 minutes of meticulous effort, he managed to pry it open that moment. A viscous liquid oozed from within, resembling something that prompted him to dip a finger in and bring it to his nose. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted up, reminiscent of tea leaves. Unsure of its safety, he utilized his extraordinary ability to sense toxins. Finding none, he concluded it was edible. That he poured the liquid into a basin, estimating its quantity to be around 2 to 3 jin. The tea-like aroma, coupled with its oily consistency, raised an intriguing question. Could this be tea oil? Observing a dozen or so of such fruits, he set them aside and proceeded to open a red fruit of similar dimensions. Upon grinding it open, he discovered a dark liquid inside. Was this substance toxic? He cautiously employed his powers again, this time refraining from direct contact. Instead, he used a cotton swab to sample the scent, which unmistakably carried a soy sauce aroma. The similarity was striking. Unable to resist, he tasted it and found it indeed reminiscent of soy sauce. Could this be the soy sauce of the continent of beasts, with a vibrant exterior yet dark interior? With another dozen of these fruits set aside, he continued to extract the liquids, then turned his attention to a pale green fruit, its shell equally firm. He carefully sliced its edges, revealing an unfamiliar interior filled with fine particles. Testing for toxins once more, he found none, and again employed a cotton swab to sample the scent, which was devoid of any notable fragrance. Curiosity piqued, he placed a small piece in his mouth, and, at that moment, he was utterly astonished. The taste transported him back to the continent of beasts, solving a conundrum in an instant. When he and Xiaofei tasted the powder from the fruit, their astonishment was palpable. Indeed, it was salty. She recognized it as a type of salt often referred to by the beastmen as salt. Having gathered a similar number of fruits, they noted their findings and placed them in a basin. They continued to explore the colorful array of fruits, some of which were yellow and emitted a foul odor upon opening, nearly causing Xiaofei to retch. Although devoid of toxins, the repugnant scent was undoubtedly inedible. The most delightful discovery came when they opened a white fruit that yielded vinegar. As the sharp scent of acetic acid filled the air, Xiaofei knew they had successfully sourced the seasonings of the continent of beasts. Determined not to waste any of these treasures, they stored the extracted liquids on the table. Ate tea that moment. Yuandong returned to the cave, observing the array of large fruits on the table, along with an assortment of unfamiliar contents in a basin, all permeated by a robust vinegar aroma. Xiaofei eagerly pulled Yuandong to the table, introducing him to the various findings. The tea-scented oil was named tea oil, the salty substance was dubbed yanghua, and the white fruit was identified as vinegar pot. They even discovered soy sauce within the red fruit. Excitedly, Xiaofei conveyed the uses of these ingredients to Yuandong, urging him to remember to collect them during future foraging excursions, particularly the green fruit, which surprisingly contained nuts. Yuandong diligently gathered the 4 fruits and set off to find the other beastmen. Thus, Xiaofei remained in the cave, utilizing the tea-flavored oil to prepare a meal. She stir-fried vegetables and cooked a dish of mutton, finding it exceptionally delicious. The salt proved to be quite palatable as well, and after sampling a few bites, she decided to save the remainder for Yuandong. Though it was indeed delectable. 3 or 4 days later, the beastmen set out once more to gather fruits, their main objective to uncover more of these treasures. That evening, Xiaofei found herself utterly exhausted. Upon waking the next morning, she was irritable and muttering to herself. After attending to her personal hygiene and having breakfast, she was met by Xiaofei, who rushed in, calling out for the healer. Emerging from her quarters, Xiaofei learned that Lina was feeling quite unwell that morning and was requested to examine her. Nodding, she accompanied Xiaofei to the cave, where they found Lina pale and hunched over the bedside, continuing to vomit. After waiting a while and seeing that she had stopped, Xiaofei quickly tidied up, disposing of the vomit outside and cleaning Lina with water. At this point, Xiaofei began her examination. Observing that Lina's injuries had nearly healed, that a final treatment that day should pose no issues. Noticing Lina's ongoing nausea, she inquired about her condition. Xiaofei revealed that he had intended to prepare a spiny beast soup for her that morning. Xiaofei immediately recognized that the fish broth might not suit her palate, causing her to react adversely. Has she never eaten it before? Xiaofei questioned. Xiaofei explained that Lina had only tasted it a few days prior. Yet today it seemed unpalatable to her, leading to her vomiting. Could it be poisoning? He pondered, recalling how she had only ever experienced sickness after consuming toxic food. Xiaofei approached Lina, channeling her powers to scan her body for toxins. Finding none as she examined each organ, she sensed a life force emanating from her abdomen. After assessing the situation, she withdrew her powers and informed Xiaofei that Lina was perfectly fine. Her current state was simply due to pregnancy. Both Xiaofei and Lina stared in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. However, Lina's body stiffened, unable to meet Xiaofei's gaze, her eyes fixated on her abdomen. Trembling, she reached out to touch her belly. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Xiaofei sensed that something was amiss. Their expressions did not convey joy, but rather distress and conflict. What does this mean? She wondered. Lina then beseeched Xiaofei, asking if there was any way to terminate the pregnancy. The healer understood the implication of her words. Lina wished to abort, but such a procedure and its corresponding medicine were unheard of in the continent of beasts. Shaking her head, Xiaofei inquired, "What troubles you? Do you not want the child you carry?" Lina bit her lip, summoning great resolve as she confessed, "I do not know whose child this is." Xiaofei remained silent, and Lina continued, "Although my first time was with Xiaofei. 4 days after he left, I found myself in this predicament." Understanding her distress, Xiaofei interjected, "You are uncertain of the child's father, are you not?" Lina nodded, tears welling in her eyes as she lamented, "I was with Xiaofei only once. The chances are exceedingly slim. I truly do not wish to keep this child." Xiaofei offered her comfort, "But what if this child is indeed Xiaofei's? If they belong to Xiao and you forsake them? How regretful it would be for you in this lifetime." At that moment, Xiao made a resolute decision that he approached Lin Na, embraced her, and said, "Lin Na, this little one shall remain with us, regardless of whether it is mine or his. I shall be the father of this child." Xiaofei thought to herself that having someone eager to take on the role of a caretaker is not a bad thing. In the beast world, such occurrences are quite common. Moreover, in a household with only one female, if that female bears children for other male beastmen, those males are also responsible for their upbringing. She advised, "Do not be so pessimistic. I believe this child is likely to be Xiao's." Lin Na joyfully exclaimed, "What a wise healer." Xiaofei remained silent, thinking that as long as this notion existed, it was sufficient. Indeed, it must belong to Xiao. Observing Lin Na's emotional stability, Xiaofei cautioned them about a few matters. During the pregnancy, she should avoid strenuous activities and consume more sweet and sour fruits. During this time, Yuan Dong learned a great deal about cooking from Xiaofei, adopting new methods to prepare meals for Lin Na daily. Once Lin Na was able to move about, Ying Zhou ventured out to hunt and gather provisions. During this period, Lin Na also learned to dry spiny beasts, essentially making fish jerky as well as dried shrimp. She even mastered the art of making meat jerky. Thus, the few beastmen busied themselves in the valley, significantly reducing the time Lin Na spent worrying. Observing her health improve day by day, her body gaining some weight, she felt immensely grateful to the wise healer. Ying Zhou and Lin Na settled in the valley, preparing for the child within her. They did not wish to remain in Yuan Dong's cave indefinitely. They desired to construct one of their own. They had previously resided in nests high upon steep cliffs, but this place was quite satisfactory. Consequently, Ying Zhou surveyed the valley and selected a location next to the Lei family. After obtaining permission, he eagerly began to construct his cave there, modeling it after Yuan Dong's for convenience. Whenever he encountered uncertainties, he sought guidance from acquaintances, and soon, his cave was completed. He also fashioned some furniture to his liking. Meanwhile, everyone was aware that the windy season was approaching, and they busily prepared to gather food. They knew what the wise healer needed to store, so they set about harvesting edible crops. The days were filled with relentless activity, collecting potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages, even bringing back peanuts to dry in the valley. After gathering these provisions, they divided them equally among their households. Their storage rooms were filled to the brim, filling their hearts with joy if those few beastmen were to rely solely on their resources to support a female. It would be utterly impossible, especially for Lei, who was profoundly grateful to Xiaofei in the tribe. A single male could not sustain a female, let alone with 3 children in tow. Presently, their food supplies remained undiscovered by any tribe, and no one was aware of their abundance. The beastmen shared a tacit understanding, maintaining silence and revealing nothing to others. In the following days, they ventured far from the valley to hunt and check on the flower fruit. Ying Zhou was exceedingly busy, losing considerable weight. As most of his knowledge was shared among his brothers, he assisted them in gathering food, even though he did not fully comprehend it. Meanwhile, Xiaofei and the other females spent their days in the valley happily preparing various dishes or experimenting with their own recipes. With most of the nearby food collected, they felt less urgency in the valley and planned to venture out. Each cave resonated with sounds that made one blush and pulse with excitement. The long nights brought great pleasure to the beastmen's nocturnal lives, which was why every male beastman cherished the night after finding a companion like a tea that moment. Ying Zhou heard sounds emanating from the neighboring Lei household, stirring his desires. However, he refrained, for Lin Na was carrying their child. Since rescuing her, he had constantly restrained himself, but the blood coursing through him cried out each night. The last time he found relief was with Lin Na's assistance. Though it alleviated his urges somewhat, the suppressed desires within him nearly Lin Na readily admitted that she initially found it rather peculiar. Yet once she tasted it, she discovered it to be exceptionally delicious. He was fundamentally different from us. What was so strange about that? Subsequently, as everyone prepared to leave the valley, Leopard Xiaoqi instructed the 3 larger cubs to watch over the smaller ones once they had settled. Accompanying the females, they ventured outside the valley to gather bird eggs. As they journeyed, they eagerly collected numerous eggs, while Xiaofei did not gather too many, considering her space was already plentiful. She allowed the others to share the bounty, storing the eggs in her space, with each person collecting around 3 baskets, each containing approximately over 100 eggs, leading to a fruitful harvest. They then arrived at the fruit grove and harvested a great many fruits. Xiaofei intended to return and teach them how to dry the fruits for consumption during the windy season. Consequently, everyone unanimously agreed to gather more fruits, as they were abundant and delectable. With an array of varieties that Xiaofei struggled to name, each fruit boasted a unique texture and flavor, and at that moment, they were refreshingly sweet and juicy. Everyone picked their preferred fruits with gratitude toward Xiaofei, acknowledging her kindness and vast knowledge. Having never encountered such delicacies in their tribe, they had only consumed fruits, and during winter, they had very little to eat, especially with Hanji around, as several female beastmen picked fruit while frolicking. They noticed the sun beginning to set and prepared to return to the valley. They each returned the bird eggs they had collected, although the valley had many fruit trees planted this year. They would not bear fruit until next year, and even then, not in great quantities. Upon returning, they gathered by the pond, washing the fruits and laying them out in the sun to dry, using a slicer from Xiaofei's space. They cut each fruit into thumb-thick slices. Before long, exhaustion from the previous night set in, and they simply had a light meal before quietly retreating to their respective caves for rest. Leopard Xiaofei returned to the cave with the 4 cubs, soothing them to sleep, yet he held on to Yanzi, reluctant to let go. Aware of his intention to remain, he refrained from mating the previous night, observing how fatigued his female was. Yanzi, being an exceptionally good female, treated all her mates with fairness. Although she longed for rest, she still aimed to satisfy her male's needs, stretching her hand towards Leopard Xiaofei. The sunlight heralded the dawn of a new day. The females busied themselves, drying their fruits on the large stone slabs. Within 2 to 3 days, the fruits would transform into dried snacks, which they would then store. Thus, Leopard Xiaofei frequently traversed back and forth to the pond, bringing back their spiny beasts and shrimp, which the younger females laid out to dry. This was a task they had to undertake themselves. Leopard Xiaofei, not wanting to worry, took on the running errands himself, allowing the females to focus on laying them out. Consequently, each female had numerous spiny beasts and shrimp drying in front of their cave entrances. Leopard Xiaofei did not allow his females to toil. He took joy in the drying process, knowing Yanzi had exerted herself the night before. Yanzi, in turn, delighted in watching his diligent efforts. These trivial tasks posed no challenge for Leopard Xiaofei, who was naturally energetic and incredibly swift. If others observed the affectionate interactions between Leopard Xiaofei and Yanzi, they would be bewildered by how Yanzi treated each of her mates so equally, indicating her exceptional skill in maintaining harmony. Thus, their family boasted many mates, all of whom shared a close bond, and she never showed favoritism. Currently, Yanzi's greatest regret was her inability to bear a cub for Biaohui, prompting them to strive towards that goal. Xiaofei visited the valley, inspecting her vegetable garden and harvesting some produce to store in her space. She hoped to gather all she could before the windy season arrived. For once it did, little would remain. Feeling a bit bored, she pondered how to store the dried fruits in a ventilated and dry location. She sought Leopard Xiaofei to describe the appearance of slender vines. After approximately 2 hours, Leopard Xiaofei returned, waving his hand to reveal a mound of vines, instructing Xiaofei on how to construct frames, particularly those with lids. Thus, several females gathered around the pile of vines, along with the 3 larger cubs and Leopard Xiaofei, as they attentively learned from Xiaofei. Nightfall. Each female had successfully learned to weave, albeit their creations were not particularly aesthetically pleasing, but functional nonetheless, leaving them with a sense of accomplishment. After observing the completed weavings, Xiaofei decided to teach them how to craft mats and curtains from grass for future utility. Thus, the females busied themselves with their tasks in the valley, feeling fulfilled each day. These efforts would contribute to their future sustenance. Each evening, as the sun set, they would gather the dried fish and shrimp from the valley, their hearts brimming with joy at the sight of the assorted dried fruits, all gifts from their wise healer. The beastmen had been away from the valley for 4 to 5 days, and the females were anxious about their harvest. During this time, Leopard Xiaofei had been exceptionally industrious, hardly taking a moment to rest, always wearing a cheerful expression. Speaking of beastmen, they had discovered a new plant they had never encountered before, thanks to Tony, who had spotted it while searching for honey in the jungle. He had seen a patch of fluffy white blooms, stunningly beautiful, and collected some to show the others. They looked at it curiously, as it seemed unfamiliar, and since they had not paid much attention to it before. The beastmen decided to gather some to take back for their healer to identify. They then continued their search, excitedly collecting various fruits. The orcs sought after tea fruit, salt fruit, sauce fruit, and vinegar fruit. In this manner, a small group of orcs embarked on their quest for these treasures. Should they encounter a herd of creatures, they would also engage in hunting. During their journey, they spotted towering trees laden with enormous fruits. the edibility of which was uncertain, as they had never tasted nor seen such things before. Without a second thought, the orcs swiftly climbed the trees, gathering as much as they could carry into their spatial storage. As they looked upon their nearly full inventory, they resolved to feast heartily that evening and set off for the valley the following morning, when they stumbled upon a herd of antelopes. The orcs quickly prepared an ambush. After the herd fled, they found dozens of carcasses left behind. Eagerly, they began to feast, for the orcs had a strong preference for consuming their prey raw, while they occasionally indulged in cooked fare. Nothing quite compared to the thrill of fresh meat. Each orc devoured several animals, storing the remainder before seeking a quiet spot to rest until the break of dawn. The orcs could hardly contain their excitement as they returned home, anxious about their little females. After 2 days of travel, they arrived back at the canyon, greeted warmly by their kin. They gathered in a clearing and laid out their spoils for all to see, distributing the bounty evenly among themselves. Once the division was complete, they brought forth cotton and unfamiliar fruits, piling them in the open space. Xiaofei immediately noticed the fluffy cotton and approached it, exclaiming in delight, "Wow, how soft and white." Some seeds were still attached. He then inquired, "Where did you find this cotton?" The orcs were intrigued by the term, listening intently as Xiaofei explained its many uses. Their spirits lifted at the thought that with this cotton, the young and females would be spared from frostbite during the cold season, and even the elder orcs would be protected from the harsh elements. Xiaofei asked if the cotton was in this state when they harvested it, and upon receiving confirmation, expressed hope that they would gather even more next time. Several females, upon learning this, eagerly requested Xiaofei to teach them how to make quilts and cotton garments, to which he graciously agreed, promising that they could begin learning the next day. Though everyone was eager to start immediately, they understood that today was a day for celebrating the return of their kin. Thus, they decided to hold a grand feast, especially since their harvest had been abundant. Xiaofei distributed the various seasoning fruits among the households, averaging 400 to 500 for each. Xiaofei stored the items in his spatial inventory, while the other orcs took their share back to their respective storage caves. This time, they made a special effort to care for Ingjiu, whose level was not as high as theirs, resulting in a less substantial inventory. Aware of his hard work and the need to support his female, as well as the young ones on the way, Ingjiu felt a bit embarrassed but accepted the help offered by the others. Touched by their sincere expressions, that evening, a towering bonfire was kindled in the clearing, signaling the gathering for the feast. The orcs prepared their catches, each female crafting dishes to their liking, eagerly awaiting the communal meal. The roasted meat, a technique taught by Xiaofei, was prepared with great care. The orcs had developed a harmonious understanding, allowing the males to handle the grilling. That Xiaofei had shown Tony how to use honey to enhance the flavor of the meat, a skill he treasured and practiced diligently during his foraging trips. From that day on, Tony made it a point to gather extra honey, knowing how much Xiaofei appreciated it. Each orc was filled with gratitude toward him. The night was filled with joy as they feasted, their young ones scampering about, their faces alight with happiness. This carefree existence was something the orcs had never imagined, a stark contrast to their lives in the tribe, where thoughts of such ease had never crossed their minds. They had always lived on the edge of survival, hunting tirelessly to fill their bellies and bring sustenance back to their community. In the tribe, the question was not how much game one could bring home, but rather how little each family would receive. They often had to stealthily consume their portions, fearful of punishment if discovered. In this new reality, where the distribution was based on the females of the household, the males kept their portions for themselves, leading to a fairer system overall. The females were aware of their food requirements, ensuring that the young were well cared for. This was a stark contrast to the tribe, and the orcs felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. As the roasted venison was finally ready, the orcs shared it among the females and young, watching with delight as they devoured their portions, their faces smeared with grease, radiating bliss. Their hearts swelled with contentment as they collectively resolved to protect this newfound happiness. The feast continued late into the night, and eventually, the females were carried back to their caves by their respective males. The valley was suffused with joy, and as dawn broke, each orc awoke with relaxed and cheerful expressions. They busied themselves with the tasks left unfinished by the females. Some ventured to the watering hole, to catch spiny creatures, while others set off to forage for fruits, intent on drying them for preservation, knowing that the females would likely remain in slumber that morning. When Xiaofei finally roused, he felt the familiar aches in his body and took a moment to stretch before gathering the courage to move. After a while, he attended to his personal hygiene, and upon finishing, joined the others for a meal. Unsure if it was breakfast or lunch, he ate and then noticed the time. It was nearly noon. He felt that his hair had grown quite long during this period. So he tied it up in the cave, fashioning numerous small braids and securing them atop his head in a bun to keep it neat and cool. Afterward, he selected a lovely headpiece from his spatial storage and donned a light leather vest and an old animal skin skirt. Slipping on sandals before stepping outside to survey the surroundings, the absence of familiar voices echoed in the valley, suggesting that they were not present. In that moment, a swallow caught sight of them and, astonished, exclaimed, "My goodness, you are truly exquisite. I wish to be like you." Xiaofei comprehended. The reference was to herde. In her memories, the females of the tribe, whether human or beast, wore their hair loosely, unkempt, and in various shades, without a hint of concern. Subsequently, Xiaofei retrieved a comb and a mirror from her space, along with some clips and hair ties. She gestured to the swallow, who eagerly approached and sat down beside her. Once settled, Xiaofei set to work, braiding the swallow's hair into 2 fishbone braids. The swallow's hair was quite pleasant, neither too blonde nor too dark, but rather a shade of flaxen. Upon completion, Xiaofei invited the swallow to admire her new hairstyle. The swallow beamed with delight, her smile wide enough to make her cheeks ache, already yearning for her beast husband to see her. Since arriving in the valley, the swallow's skin had lightened considerably. Rarely venturing out to gather, and often donning a large straw hat provided by Xiaofei, she felt content, especially as her own male beast had lavished her with affection, transforming her from the girl she once was upon entering the tribe. At that moment, Xue and Lin Na arrived, their eyes filled with envy as they beheld the swallow's new hairstyle. Their gaze implored Xiaofei, who, unable to resist their pleading looks, acquiesced. "All right, come here." Xue, unable to contain her excitement, hurried over. With hair slightly longer but lacking in volume and texture, Xiaofei suggested trimming it, to which Xue readily agreed. Thus, Xiaofei retrieved scissors from her space and, with a few snips, sheared off half of the unruly locks. Afterward, she fashioned 2 playful pigtails, which were just the right length, fresh and delightful, accentuating Xue's charming features. Xue gazed into the mirror, utterly captivated by her beauty, appreciating how the new style was not only aesthetic but also comfortable and cool. When it was Lin Na's turn, her hair was a lovely golden hue, adorned with natural waves. Xiaofei styled it into a bun, receiving praises from Xue. They attentively absorbed Xiaofei's teachings on various hairstyling techniques. Though they felt they had learned, they noticed they lacked combs. Xiaofei, aware of the abundance of such items in her space, distributed combs to each of them, who treasured them dearly. The beasts admired their new hairstyles, eager to style each other's hair. Xiaofei proposed that they could supervise one another daily in their hairstyling endeavors, which was met with unanimous agreement. They decided to swap hairstyles the following day, adorned in the skin skirts they each deemed beautiful. Upon returning to the valley, the beasts were struck by the transformed appearance of their little females. Their faces now unveiled, free from the tresses that once obscured them. The sight was refreshing and delightful, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at their females, who, with a sense of pride, cast flirtatious glances their way, almost ensnaring the hearts of the male beasts. The males distributed their gathered goods among the females, later convening in their caves to discuss plans for the next day, intent on collecting as much cotton as possible and hunting plentiful prey, especially after seeing the dried meats the females had laid out. This plan garnered unanimous support, with Lei and Yuan Dong, as well as Tony, expressing keen enthusiasm. They all agreed to set out again the following day. As night fell, their caves resonated with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, Yuan Dong held Xiaofei close, whispering sweet nothings. She longed to push him away, for his words made her cheeks flush and her heart race. However, the fatigue from the previous night's exertions left her yearning for some distance, Yuan Dong noticed her subtle resistance and realized that her weariness stemmed from sitting too long the previous day. Gently, he placed a hand on her waist, caressing her softly in hopes of alleviating her discomfort. Xiaofei found immense comfort in his touch and gradually succumbed to slumber. Yuan Dong, noticing that his little female had drifted off, remained silent. The beasts possessed exceptionally keen hearing. Even though their caves were distant from one another, their sensitive ears picked up the faintest sounds as if they were nearby. Unable to bear it any longer, he quietly rose, washed his face with cool water, gathered his composure, and returned to the cave, wrapping his arms around his sleeping female. As for Ingjiu, he displayed remarkable understanding toward his little female that night. Having engaged in vigorous activity not long ago, and with his female expecting, he was aware that his own needs had not yet reached a fevered pitch. Consequently, he exercised restraint, observing Lin Na as comfort. He did not press her further, gently embracing her as he expressed his longing over the past few days. Lin Na reciprocated with tales of her experiences in the valley and the lessons she had learned from her interactions with the other females. Eagle 9 expressed with deep emotion, "I never contemplated such matters during my time in the tribe, nor did I ever imagine residing in such a warm and inviting place." Lina nodded in agreement and added, "It is truly wonderful to have a shaman of such expertise among us." The orcs set forth on their journey, their primary task being the gathering of cotton, while also aiming to hunt more meat, as they had discovered that the females of their tribe greatly enjoyed sun-dried beast jerky. Since the discovery of salt fruit, Xiaofei had instructed the orcs to cure some salted meat and prepare dried meat for storage, necessitating a substantial amount of game, thus compelling the orcs to hunt far and wide. Consequently, Xiaofei busied herself teaching several females in the valley how to pickle vegetables and prepare various preserved foods. Knowing these were staples for the females, while the males seldom consumed them, in recent days, they had collected a plethora of bird eggs of varying sizes, particularly favoring those resembling duck eggs from Earth. Though the species of bird remained unknown to them, the weather was sweltering, with some areas lacking water, leaving the land parched. However, the valley remained a veritable oasis, with a pond whose water levels neither diminished nor increased, proving quite advantageous. The orcs were in need of suitable containers, prompting Xiaofei to teach them how to craft vessels from stone, resulting in numerous stone jars and small pots for pickling vegetables and preserving salted eggs. Each day, the young females busily engaged in their tasks, with Lina especially relishing the shrimp, particularly the dried variety, which she enjoyed snacking on. She remarked that during her time in the Golden Eagle tribe, she had never encountered such delicacies and was astonished at their availability in water. She also had never considered how delectable the meat of the spiny beast could be. After learning from Lina, the young females became fervently experimental with their culinary endeavors. Xiaofei leisurely wandered through the valley each day, exploring innovative recipes, occasionally preparing dishes unfamiliar to everyone, teaching them before moving on to other matters. They would often discuss what might be easy to prepare, leading to days filled with fulfillment. Among those remaining in the valley was Hong Li, who diligently assisted each young female whenever they required help. Besides caring for his own female, he particularly enjoyed following Xiaofei, recognizing the significance of the shaman's every undertaking. Meanwhile, Yuan Dong and several orcs enthusiastically approached their destination, swiftly gathering cotton. It took nearly 3 days to harvest all the cotton visible to their eyes, consuming the entirety of 3 orc space. The other orcs cleared space, preparing for the hunt. Thus, through collaborative effort, they successfully captured several herds. Just as they were about to feast in high spirits, distant sounds of hurried footsteps reached their ears. The group exchanged glances and coordinated their response. Several orcs quickly stowed their prey away, and all stood vigilant. Eagle 9 soared high into the sky, while Yuan Dong too kept watch from above. Eagle 9 then reported, "It seems there is an orc in our southwestern direction, dragging an injured companion, being pursued by others. The situation is unclear, but they are drawing near. Should we take cover?" The others suggested they assess the situation while remaining prepared for confrontation. Shortly thereafter, they spotted a massive black bear carrying a white rabbit on its back, trailed by over 20 members of the hunting dog tribe. The enormous bear seemed to ignore them, veering off to continue its escape, as if to avoid involving them. However, The 20 hunting dogs quickly encircled the group of 7 or 8 orcs, demanding they surrender all their spoils. Amusement spread among the orcs at the audacity of the hunting dogs, who, upon noticing the orcs' indifference, laughed derisively. With a wave of his hand, the leader of the hunting dogs commanded his brethren to attack. Though others feared the hunting dog for their pack mentality, their small stature belied their ferocity. Their bite was devastatingly powerful, and once latched on, they would not relent. Their greatest asset was their fearlessness, bolstered by their sheer numbers. The hunting dogs often produced numerous offspring, with females capable of birthing 6 or 7 pups in a single litter. And even the smallest litters yielded 4 or 5 to. Thus, they were a notably prolific and resilient race, and the offspring of hunting dog females and males from other tribes still belonged to the hunting dog tribe. In truth, the hunting dogs were a mixed breed birth from various tribes, and it was curious that all their progeny remained hunting dogs. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon. The hunting dogs, though not particularly high in rank, often peaked at levels 4 or 5, while the orcs before them boasted levels approaching 6 or even 7, especially Yuandong. The orc group, leveraging their superior levels over the hunting dogs' numbers, soon became evident to the hunting dog leader, who, realizing they could not gain the upper hand, signaled his pack to retreat. At that moment, Tony exclaimed in disbelief, "Are they truly running away? Is that an acknowledgement of defeat?" In this land, warriors do not concede. Those who surrender are looked down upon. The orcs, known for their valor and combative spirit, contrasted sharply with the hunting dogs, who possessed little in the way of pride. They merely sought survival, vowing to return for retribution. Meanwhile, Eagle 9 gazed into the distance, observing the massive black bear watching them intently. At this juncture, Leopard 7 remarked, "That great black bear seems familiar. Any of you recognize him?" Eagle 9 replied, "Isn't he the Leo that we've heard discussed among the wandering orcs?" Leopard 7 confirmed, "Indeed, that is he. Leo was often found within the tribe, yet surprisingly, they did not recognize him. Yuandong, however, was well acquainted with him, as Leo was quite renowned among the wandering orcs, having escaped from a tribe. Curiosity piqued as they learned of his name, so similar to that of another. Leopard 7 felt a sense of kinship with Leo, admiring his loyalty, especially noting his striking black appearance, which was reminiscent of his WT that moment. Leopard 7 called out, "Leo, is that you? Come over here." Upon hearing someone recognize him, Leo slowly approached, dragging the white rabbit behind him. As he neared, he transformed into his human form, the large rabbit collapsing beside him. Unconscious, Leo stood as a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with bronze skin and a rugged face, adorned with a thick beard that obscured his features. It was a rarity in the beastly world for orcs to conceal their faces with facial hair. Upon reaching their vicinity, he inquired, "You know me?" The group responded affirmatively, acknowledging that they had heard tales of him. Leo was aware that his story was a popular topic among the wandering orcs, yet he remained unfazed, observing the sorrowful expression on his face as he tended to the large rabbit. Leopard 7 asked, "Is your companion all right? You must convey that I can only accompany her until the end now. She is gravely injured at this moment." At this juncture, Yuandong remarked that he had been unwell for several days. Leo interjected, stating that it had already been over 10 days for him as well. He could only consume a little water, and not a morsel of meat could pass his lips, had it not been for the visible rise and fall of his chest. One might have presumed this rabbit was lifeless. Curiously, this rabbit was immaculate in its pristine whiteness. Everyone was exceedingly intrigued by this creature. At this point, Yuandong felt quite conflicted. He was not alone in his turmoil, as several others were equally troubled that a decision was proving difficult to reach. They contemplated bringing the rabbit back to the valley for Aunt Wu to examine, yet fear lingered in their minds. They would not settle in the valley, and there was the risk of revealing its location to other wandering beastmen, thus endangering the esteemed shaman. Consequently, uncertainty clouded their choices. The group gazed at Leo with profound sadness. He then expressed his sincerest apologies, stating how deeply sorry he was. "If it were not for my despicable pack of hunting dogs, there would have been no conflict with you." The others gestured for him not to dwell on it, asserting that had they not crossed paths, a duel would have ensued regardless. I could see this moment. Bao Xiaoqi circled the large white rabbit several times, yet Leo remained ever vigilant, ensuring Bao Xiaoqi did not approach the rabbit even slightly. The other beastmen huddled together, exchanging glances that seemed to question whether they should take the rabbit back to the valley. Thus, everyone was filled with trepidation as they voiced their opinions. Kai remarked that if they brought the rabbit back, it would not settle in the valley, risking exposure of their location and potentially threatening Master Wu. Why I doubt I could see this point. Kai insisted they should not overthink matters, and instead focus on filling their stomachs first. After eating, they could devise a plan. Without uttering a word, Wang Xiaoqi swiftly returned, and everyone hurriedly feasted on their catch. Leo observed them gathering for a meal, licking his lips in hunger. He had been on the move for days, running tirelessly without proper rest or sustenance, and now his stomach growled audibly. The other beastmen heard it, exchanging looks. Bao Xiaoqi approached him, waving his hand and dropping 7 or 8 large catches, each nearly half a ton. Comprised of some bleeding beasts, he graciously expressed his gratitude. Among the wandering beastmen, camaraderie flourished, leading them to form bonds of friendship, each willing to lend a hand when needed. Should Bao Xiaoqi encounter troubles with other wandering beastmen, they would surely offer assistance as long as he maintained a good reputation within their circle. A poor reputation would render one friendless. They quickly consumed their meals, occasionally glancing at the large rabbit beside Leo, who held a piece of the tenderest meat to the rabbit's mouth. Yet the creature refused to open its jaws. Leo, drenched in sweat and with red-rimmed eyes, appeared anxious at that moment. Bao Xiaoqi walked beside him, inquiring how long it had been since he last ate. Leo replied, "Perhaps over 10 days, though I cannot recall precisely. I've been on the run, relentlessly pursued by those cursed hunting dogs, had I not encountered you. I cannot fathom how long it would have been before I could escape their clutches." Bao Xiaoqi did not question why he was being pursued by the hunting dogs. Instead, after a moment of hesitation, he swiftly retrieved a bowl from his space, filled with fragrant rice porridge. Leo was unfamiliar with this dish. Bao Xiaoqi suggested he try feeding some to the rabbit. If the rabbit refused to eat it as well, they would be at an impasse. Demonstrating how to do so, Bao Xiaoqi scooped some of the thin porridge and carefully offered it to the rabbit. To Leo's delight, the rabbit began to swallow the food. Overjoyed, he eagerly fed the rabbit nearly 7 to 8 pounds of porridge from the small bowl. This was intended for Bao Xiaoqi's little female, but since she could not finish it, he decided to store it in his space for later, to feed his own young ones. However, the little ones preferred meat, so the excess porridge was fortuitously utilized now. Leo was ecstatic. He had finally witnessed the rabbit swallow the unknown food. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he hesitated before addressing Bao Xiaoqi, urging him to speak freely about anything on his mind. Leo asked if he could share what he had just fed the rabbit and how it was prepared. Bao Xiaoqi explained the rice porridge to him, yet Leo still struggled to comprehend. That moment, a voice interrupted, suggesting they should all leave together. If he wished for the rabbit to survive, he must follow. Thus, the group prepared to depart. Leo yearned to inquire about their destination and its significance. However, no one spoke of it. He still clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing that the gentle creature, Tao, nestled in his embrace, would accompany him through the entirety of his life. Transforming into a formidable black bear, he delicately placed the white rabbit upon his back and continued to run alongside the other beastmen ahead. He was oblivious to their destination, yet he followed with unwavering faith, for he recognized the notable figure leading the group of wandering beastmen. Known for his loyalty and sense of responsibility, Leo belonged to the black bear tribe. During a hunting expedition, he encountered the magnificent white rabbit, Tao, whose appearance astonished him beyond measure. A male beastman, so strikingly handsome, with fair skin and large, bright eyes, appeared to be a delicate creature, currently harassed by several other wandering beastmen. Captivated by those enchanting eyes, Leo drove away the tormentors. From that moment on, their lives intertwined, and they often found themselves in each other as company. Leo would secretly leave his tribe to seek out the white rabbit, and every time he found him, Tao was battered and bruised. As their friendship blossomed, Leo learned that the rabbit's name was Tao, who had journeyed from the distant roads of the West. The white rabbit tribe was also feeble, and Tao had wandered here alone, enduring numerous trials along the way. Yet he had survived. He could only recall being alone on the road since a tender age, often teetering on the brink of death. Yet he persevered at the age of 7 or 8. He was cast out by his tribe, deemed different from the other beastmen, that he was one who had not fully developed. He bore neither the traits of a female nor the complete characteristics of a male. It was peculiar. Born in beast form, he was rejected by his tribe, labeled as a monster that would bring calamity. Thus, he wandered alone, surviving until this day, all the while concealing his secret from others. Fearing discovery by the other beastmen, that he refrained from engaging deeply with familiar faces, merely observing from a distance whenever he arrived at a new tribe or a gathering of beastmen, that it was not until he met Leo that he began to forge a meaningful connection. Over time, their bond deepened into an intimate friendship. As they spent more time together, Leo discovered that Tao was an exceptionally attentive friend, possessing an exquisite beauty, especially his large, clear eyes that could melt one's heart. Tao's gentle demeanor stood in stark contrast to the roughness typically exhibited by other beastmen. He spoke in soft tones, devoid of the usual barbarity. Leo found himself captivated by Tao in all his endeavors. One fateful day, while both were in beast form bathing, Leo inadvertently uncovered Tao's secret, prompting Tao to retreat and vanish from sight. Leo, frantic with worry, searched for him tirelessly. Upon finally locating him and witnessing Tao being mercilessly bullied by other wandering beastmen, Leo lost control and avenged him, fiercely attacking those who had tormented his friend. Cradling Tao in his arms, he wept uncontrollably. In that moment, Leo realized his feelings for Tao transcended mere friendship. He had developed a profound affection for him. Irrespective of gender, he had always perceived Tao as a male, albeit a slender one, and never harbored any discriminatory thoughts. Their companionship flourished harmoniously until Leo confessed his feelings, which left Tao in turmoil. Despite his inner conflict, Tao ultimately rejected Leo, believing their connection was wrong and that he was an ill omen. Yet Leo remained undeterred. The issue sparked disputes that lasted over 6 months, during which Tao intentionally avoided Leo, even exchanging hurtful words. Leo, however, refused to relent. He was aware of his brother's position as the tribe's leader and that he would eventually be expected to choose a female partner. Tao, knowing he was an ill-fated wandering beast man, wished to spare Leo from the consequences of such a union, leading him to evade Leo. Thus, they meandered through this emotional turmoil for 3 to 4 years. Leo, despite his brother's inquiries about his lack of interest in females, confided in him about his feelings for a male beast man. The news spread through the tribe, leading to ridicule and disdain from his peers, who vehemently opposed such inclinations and even forced females upon him. This treatment infuriated Leo, culminating in a fierce confrontation with his brother. Subsequently, he departed from the tribe, declaring his intention to live as a wandering beast man and never return. Under the cover of night, he left without the tribe's knowledge. Upon learning of Leo's departure, his brother led a search party, eventually finding Tao. A group of beastmen assaulted Tao, nearly killing him and breaking his legs that moment. Leo arrived, furious, and retaliated against the beastmen, further severing his ties with the tribe. He took Tao and continued their journey together. Aware of Leo's sacrifices for him, Tao felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. How could he not be moved by such selflessness? After all, who among them was not made of flesh and blood? Thus, he tacitly accepted that Leo and he were akin to brothers, silently accompanying one another. Consequently, Leo's circumstances became widely known within many orc circles, where it was evident that the bond between the two was particularly strong. However, some nefarious orcs whispered behind their backs, criticizing their companionship. In the eyes of some, the notion of two males being together was a profound affront to the essence of Orcish existence, deemed a grievous sin unworthy of life in this Orcish realm. Hence, the two wandered together, wherever fate led them. Leo possessed formidable martial prowess, with his ability nearing the 5th tier, while his rank remained at a steady 3rd tier, neither too high nor too low, just right. Thus, they lived quite well together. The frequent bullying of Tao stemmed largely from her extraordinary beauty in her beast form. She transformed into a large white rabbit. In her human guise, she donned a white fur coat, complemented by cascading white hair. Her strikingly beautiful large eyes and that crimson little mouth attracted the attention of many unscrupulous orcs who sought to take advantage of her. Particularly, those grotesquely ugly wandering orcs found pleasure in tormenting the weak and the beautiful. Since joining forces with Leo, she had largely evaded harm. This time, however, it was at the hands of the dog-hunting clan that she suffered. Leo retaliated fiercely, eliminating her assailant, which led to them being hunted by the clan. During their escape, Tao sustained severe injuries, culminating in the scene that unfolded today. Many orcs, including wanderers, have become aware of the relationship between Leo and Tao. Their crossing of the final boundary had occurred under rather serendipitous circumstances. During one hunting expedition, the white rabbit fell victim to a snake's venom. Ironically, while the poison was not lethally toxic, it was of a lascivious nature, inciting a powerful arousal in any orc who encountered it. Upon realizing that Tao had been bitten, Leo instinctively reacted, believing it to be deadly poison, and attempted to suck the venom from her wound. In doing so, he inadvertently became infected as well, leading them both to transcend their final boundary. Though the experience was less than idyllic, both accepted it with grace. From that moment, their relationship blossomed into something profoundly warm and affectionate. However, this idyllic existence was soon shattered by the vile dog-hunting clan. After a frenzied dash, they finally returned to the valley after 2 days. Leo observed as they traversed a lengthy passage, arriving at a broad expanse that revealed a canyon, spacious and inviting. The sounds of jubilant orc cheers and the cries of younglings filled the air. Leopard Xiaofei led Leo to the cave of Xiaofei, shouting for the shaman. Leo's jaw dropped in disbelief at the mention of the shaman, an utterly astonishing revelation. He grappled with his astonishment. Leopard Xiaofei called out again. That moment, a graceful little female emerged from the cave, adorned in exquisite attire that Leo had never encountered before. Xiaofei soon joined them outside, and as they gathered in the open space, the villagers swiftly distributed the gathered prey and cotton before returning to the cave previously occupied by Yuan Dong, now transformed into a temporary haven. Yuan Dong briefly recounted the events surrounding Leo's arrival, and Leo gently placed the large rabbit on the bed. Xiaofei promptly examined its condition, noting several superficial scrapes. Nothing serious, but the internal injuries were grave, with vital organs displaced. Its survival was nothing short of miraculous, indicating a robust vitality. When Xiaofei mentioned the need for vengeance, Leo suggested procuring 50 giant horned beasts. Xiaofei nodded in agreement, uttering no further words, and began channeling her abilities into the large rabbit. Before long, the external injuries visibly healed, even the scars on its face fading away, an extraordinary transformation. After completing the infusion of energy, Xiaofei advised that the rabbit should rest for at least 10 days before it could walk again. This news thrilled Leo, who expressed his gratitude to Xiaofei profusely, sharing his fears that Tao might leave him. Leaving him without hope, to his astonishment, he found himself in the presence of a shaman, for which he was immensely grateful to the beast god and the shaman. Noticing Leo's excitement, Xiaofei instructed him to care for the rabbit diligently, ensuring it remained immobile and fed with light meals. She reassured him that despite its current beast form, this was a natural protective response to injury, and once healed, it would revert to its human form. Leo, filled with enthusiasm, acknowledged her instructions repeatedly. Xiaofei, at a loss for words, then directed Yuan Dong to prepare some rice porridge, adding finely minced meat to it. Thus, Leo learned to prepare porridge, even requesting some rice in exchange for his efforts. In a generous gesture, Xiaofei gifted him with 1,000 jin of unprocessed rice, advising him that he could peel it and cook it whenever he wished. They bid farewell. Leo felt a sense of relief and hope. Day by day, he cared for Tao, growing increasingly familiar with the valley's dynamics. He noted that the gazes directed at him were far more accepting than before, devoid of the disdain he had previously encountered. His reputation had spread among the wandering orcs, and many regarded him with curiosity or jest, though none were privy to the secret of Tao's body. Such intimacy was not easily discerned. After resting for 2 days in the valley, they aided the females in preparing and drying animal hides, even assisting in the drying of some lean jerky. Once they felt sufficiently recuperated, they prepared for their next expedition. Just before their departure, Biao approached Leo to discuss the hunting plans. Leo expressed his desire to join, yet he was apprehensive about leaving Tao alone. Recognizing his predicament, the group suggested that one of their trusted orcs remain behind to ensure the safety of the females in the valley, especially with Tao still unconscious and unresponsive. Thus, Kai was chosen to stay. With consensus reached, they resolved to set off early the following morning. After dinner the previous night, Xiaofei returned to check on the large rabbit's condition. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he conducted a thorough examination of his body and found that, fortunately, his internal organs had recovered remarkably well. The primary reason for his current state of unconsciousness was sheer exhaustion. It is estimated that he will awaken either tonight or early tomorrow. The main issue at hand is a lack of nourishment. He should be provided with ample food. Upon hearing this news, Leo felt a profound sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by an unprecedented respect and gratitude towards the shaman. After parting ways with Xiaofei and the others, Leo swiftly grasped Tao's hand and kissed his cheek, declaring that this was the beast goddess blessing, ensuring that he would not leave his side. He then proceeded to prepare some congee on the stove, awaiting his beloved's awakening later that evening. As dusk fell, the caves of the various beastmen were once again filled with a vibrant sense of spring. Biao returned to his cave, cradling his petite female companion, and paid no heed to the other beastmen. The others, accustomed to this behavior, quickly sought out their own young, beginning to groom their fur with tender affection. Several beastmen gazed at their little cubs, feeling both soft-hearted and deeply fulfilled. For these beastmen, their offspring were all that mattered. While Yinzi endured the struggle of her relentless efforts, yet results remained elusive. Nevertheless, she understood that some matters must unfold naturally. Upon returning to her cave, she was greeted by her 3 little cubs, all seated in a row, eagerly awaiting their evening meal together with their mother, filling her heart with immense satisfaction. Observing her little female, an unprecedented happiness enveloped her, overflowing within her heart. She vowed to protect this hard-won family with all her might. After everyone had dined and needed rest, they returned to the storage cave to assess the provisions. Everything appeared satisfactory. The supplies at home were sufficient for their needs, and there was no further need to gather more, as there was enough for both his female and their offspring. However, Leo understood that no one truly desires to have an excess of food. This is his ability, the confidence to sustain himself and his progeny. Eagle 9 entered the cave, watching his little female prepare dinner. Eagerly, he approached and took the pot from her hands, saying, "You sit and rest. I shall handle this." With that, Lena obediently took her place at the table. Her heart warmed as she watched Eagle 9 busily prepare their meal. When he observed Lena enjoying the dinner he had prepared, a sense of joy surged within him. Each cave was filled with happiness and hopeful expectations for the future. However, in the deep of night, just as the shaman had foretold, Leo's bonded brother, the great white rabbit, awakened. Leo grasped his hand, tears of joy streaming down his face. Tao, as if emerging from a dream, awoke under the dim glow of the cave's oil lamp, feeling as though it were all surreal. Upon seeing Leo in tears beside him, his heart ached, and he grasped Leo's hand, saying, "Do not cry, my dear. Your tears sadden me." The great rabbit shifted slightly, feeling relatively well, though his internal organs were somewhat uncomfortable, and he was ravenously hungry. Upon hearing his voice, which was slightly hoarse, Leo hastily fetched a wooden bowl filled with water and squatted beside him. Tao drank a large bowl of water, feeling his throat ease considerably. Sensing that he might be famished, Leo eagerly brought forth a substantial bowl of congee, using a wooden spoon to begin feeding him. Tao, starved, looked at the glistening congee, which contained bits of meat, and eagerly consumed it all within 5 minutes, yet still felt he could eat more. Leo gently cautioned him, "You have just awakened. It is unwise to consume too much. This will suffice for now. I shall provide you with more in the morning, if that pleases you," adopting a soothing tone reminiscent of a caregiver. Tao nodded in agreement and turned his gaze around the cave, marveling at the astonishing transformation of his understanding of such spaces. Everything was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. The cave was meticulously excavated, and they lay upon a wooden bed, not like the heaps of grass or animal skins common in other caves. Instead, this bed was fashioned from immense timber and adorned with soft animal pelts. Offering exceptional comfort, he surveyed the decorations around the cave, particularly the long dining table and the stove, noting a wall that appeared to be a recent construction. Its purpose unclear. It seemed as though this place was filled with countless wonders he had never seen before, especially the bowl and spoon used for his meal, items he had never encountered until now. Just then, Leo approached him, taking his hand and explaining that on his journey of escape, he had encountered several wandering beastmen who brought him here and mentioned the presence of a powerful shaman who had inadvertently rescued him. Tao was astounded, exclaiming, "Is there truly a shaman? Aren't they often found in the larger tribes? Moreover, weren't many tribes searching for shamans just 2 years ago?" Leo, equally astonished, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I encountered these wandering beastmen, all of high rank. One bore such an imposing presence that I could not dare to meet his gaze. He must be a high-tier beastman." He then informed Tao that they might venture out for a hunt the following day, leaving him behind in the valley with 3 females, one of whom was the shaman, while another beastman would remain to guard the valley. He reassured Tao, "You need not worry. I am perfectly capable of staying here as long as I avoid strenuous activity." Leo embraced Tao, admonishing him not to recklessly endanger himself in the future, stating, "We must take care of ourselves from now on." Tao, touched by the sacrifice Leo was willing to make for him, responded, "Let us not delay. We should rest, for you mentioned you would accompany them on the hunt tomorrow. It is precisely at this moment that everyone comes to understand one another and harmonizes. However, you must also pay attention to your own safety." Leo nodded gravely, indicating agreement, and urged, "Now, rest well." Thus the 2 of them lay side by side on the bed, hand in hand. The fatigue accumulated from days of running dissipated suddenly, and they fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Leo was roused by the sounds of conversation outside. Having been utterly exhausted in recent days, he finally felt secure and slept soundly, awakening with a sense of regret for having momentarily lowered his guard. He reminded himself that he must always remain vigilant. His astonishment, he found such relaxation possible in this place. Glancing at Tao, who lay beside him, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. He gently touched Tao's forehead, finding it cool to the touch, and felt reassured. Releasing his hand, he rose to prepare porridge for him. Afterward, he stepped outside the cave to greet the others. The rest were busily attending to their tasks, primarily assisting the females with the day's chores, hoping to alleviate their burdens. As everyone prepared to set off, Leo took out the porridge and placed it in a bowl, believing that once it cooled, Tao would awaken. That moment, all the beastmen gathered together, with only Kai remaining in the valley, their intentions mutually understood. Thus, they departed the valley in an orderly manner. In the following days, the group grew closer, finding great satisfaction in one another's company. Their hunting skills proved exceptionally effective, and they exhibited remarkable unity and cooperation. Most notably, it became apparent that while the majority looked to Biao for leadership, any significant matters were deliberated with Yu Wandoing. It was only later that Leo learned Yu Wandong was the highest-ranking individual in their midst and the guardian of the esteemed shaman. This revelation clarified much for him. He sensed that Yu Wandong was a high-ranking beastman, one who chose to serve the shaman. The implications of this realization were profound. It meant that Leo would likely never have his own offspring, nor would he have any other females. He found himself admiring such male beastmen, akin to his admiration for himself, as he too would never seek out females or bear young. His heart remained steadfastly devoted to himself. In recent days, the hunting had been bountiful, filling their respective spaces to near capacity. Everyone's appetite had been hearty, and they felt thoroughly satiated, with each beastman storing their energy to the brim. Leo found it remarkable that even during his previous hunts with his tribe, he had never experienced such abundance. The success was extraordinary, with scarcely any injuries among the beastmen. No minor wounds, let alone major ones. Truly astonishing. He also observed that these beastmen would gather unfamiliar fruits, storing them in their spaces, and even some known ones were collected for preservation. Though he did not initially understand their purpose, he followed suit, eventually learning the reasons behind their actions. Upon reaching the flower fruit grove, they discovered that the flower fruits were not yet ripe. Consequently, they decided to return after the windy season for better harvesting conditions. Thus, they resumed their search for huntable beast herds, preparing traps for the upcoming hunt. With their spaces nearly filled, they concluded their expedition and returned. During these days, Xiaofei frequently visited the large white rabbit, gathering information about the circumstances of wandering beastmen. Other females joined him, eager to hear tales of the outside world, leaving several of them too preoccupied to attend to their usual tasks. This left Kai in a frenzy, assisting his females with drying lean meat while also caring for their young ones. Fortunately, 3 older cubs were available to help look after the youngest. The cubs from the Leo family were remarkably well-behaved. Kai's youngest cub was somewhat reticent, preferring to perch atop his father's head rather than engaging in playful antics with the others. Initially, he felt nervous when approached by the females, but as he became more accustomed to their presence, he realized they were very friendly. When Xiaofei first beheld Tao in his human form, it was utterly astonishing, as if he had stepped out of an anime, a vision of pure cuteness and innocence. With those large, untainted eyes that evoked no ill thoughts, that it was incomprehensible how any beastman could wish to harm someone so delightful. He inspired an overwhelming desire to protect. The other females, upon seeing him, were similarly overtaken by maternal instincts, speaking to him in tones befitting a young cub. Tao was particularly anxious around the shaman, unsure how to address him. But as he grew familiar, he found himself more at ease. He perceived the shaman as entirely different from his expectations. There was none of the lofty disdain he had anticipated, but rather a gentle gaze that seemed to embrace all. Tao yearned to comprehend the state of his own body, as he had long been aware of the physiological structures of other beastmen. Yet his own remained a mystery. He desired answers about his nature, wanting to understand his identity. Upon realizing that this petite female was the shaman, he felt a surge of trepidation, uncertain whether to reveal his situation. In recent days, Tao observed the females in the valley as they dried lean meat and prepared various delicacies, especially fascinated by Xiaofei's methods of capturing numerous fish and other aquatic creatures. He had never tasted such fare before, nor had he heard of its edibility. The first time Tao savored the shaman's handcrafted fishball soup, he was rendered speechless, and the red-braised spiny meat left him in a state of bliss. The shrimp dumplings were particularly delightful, leaving him entranced by their exquisite flavor. He relished the bird egg pancakes, fried rice, and even the rib soup, all of which suited his palate much better than the raw meat he had previously consumed. Now, he found the cooked dishes to be far more appealing, as he had never been fond of the bloody meals favored by other beastmen. Yet he understood that conforming to their preferences was essential for acceptance. In the valley, he learned to weave baskets and fish traps, enabling him to catch fish and shrimp to dry for later consumption. His space, though not vast, sufficed for storing his cooked meal as he busied himself with these tasks. Xiaofei took great joy in showing him the various crops he had planted, explaining how to prepare each one. That Tao attentively absorbed this knowledge, finding an unprecedented sense of tranquility and belonging in this place, which felt like home. That he resolved that once Leo returned, he would share his intentions to remain here, confident that Leo would support his decision, knowing how deeply Leo cared for him. When the hunters returned to the valley, it marked yet another bountiful harvest. After sharing their spoils equally, everyone returned to their respective duties. Leo sought out Tao, brimming with happiness. Upon returning to the cave, they shared their experiences. Tao expressed his desire to stay, declaring that this place gave him a sense of home, safety, and the absence of judgmental gazes that had once made him feel uncomfortable. Leo rejoiced for him, recognizing that they had finally found a place to settle. As Leo listened to Tao recount all he had learned and experienced in the valley, including his effusive praises for the shaman, he felt an unprecedented joy at Tao's enthusiasm. "Let us remain here and live among our newfound family," Leo declared. "I will discuss with them where we might establish a cave." When Leo approached the shaman, he found Xiaofei and Yuandong present. He respectfully greeted them, stating, "Shaman, Tao, and I have decided to remain in this valley." "May we?" Xiaofei responded with delight. "We warmly welcome your presence. You may choose any spot you like to build your cave." Leo was pleasantly surprised by the shaman's amiability. he expressed his gratitude for their acceptance. With excitement, he and Tao eagerly sought out a suitable location, eventually selecting a spot adjacent to another cave. They wasted no time in beginning to excavate, modeling their new home after the existing caves. Xiaofei happily took Yu Wandong's hand, exclaiming, "How wonderful! Our valley is becoming increasingly lively, with more and more beastmen joining us. Yu Wandong, observing the small female's joy, scooped him up and returned to their cave. Longing for their reunion after several days apart, he could hardly contain himself as he kissed the lips he had missed so dearly. After a passionate encounter, Yu Wandong gazed at the slumbering female in his arms. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, he fetched a basin of warm water to cleanse the small female, who was now contentedly asleep. Afterward, he cleaned himself off, reflecting on the importance of gratitude. As he looked outside at the dark night, he could hear the distant sounds of other caves filled with similar warmth and intimacy. Having spent 6 or 7 hours laboring, Yu Wandong finally finished, while the other beastmen were just beginning their night. He turned his attention to the sleeping female beside him, her flushed cheeks a tempting sight. He quickly climbed into bed, holding her close and finding a comfortable position as he closed his eyes. As dawn broke, the sun's rays illuminated the land, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of unknown birds and the joyful sounds of young ones in the valley. Xiaofei awoke to this lively atmosphere. As he rose to attend to his personal hygiene, he found himself exasperated. Muttering a curse at the beast, he noticed the table was set with porridge and some pancakes, realizing that Yu Wandong had prepared breakfast for him. It was quite tasty. After eating, he stepped outside the cave and observed the bustling activity of the beastmen, discovering that several had helped Leo and the others excavate their cave. The work progressed swiftly, and he saw 2 beastmen constructing furniture, crafting beds and tables. Noticing the absence of several females, Xiaofei speculated that they had all enjoyed substantial pleasures the previous day and chose not to seek them out. Observing the drying stones, he noted that an abundance of spiny meat and shrimp had been laid out, a testament to the beastman's industriousness. That morning, as the temperature began to rise, he hurried to his small garden to see what he could harvest. After gathering a sizable collection of vegetables, he returned to his cave as the heat intensified. Disinterested in heavier meals, he decided to prepare cold noodles. He kneaded the dough, boiled it, and rinsed it in cold water before placing it in a large bowl. He added shredded cucumber, minced garlic, cilantro, and scallions, seasoning it with vinegar, sugar, and salt. Finally, he poured in some chilled water, preparing 2 generous bowls. When Yu Wandong returned to the cave, he was greeted by the sight of the small female placing the bowls on the table. The sweet and sour aroma wafting through the air, refreshing in the heat. Xiaofei had acquired several ice blocks from Hong Li, who was puzzled as to why the shaman would require ice. Though many beastmen envied him for his ice abilities during the summer months, Xiaofei resolved to gather more ice during the cold season, ensuring they would have enough for the next summer, a decision that brought him satisfaction. Once Leo and Tao's home was completed, everyone rejoiced for them, thrilled that they had finally found a place to call home. They gathered for another communal feast. And when the time came to embark on another hunting expedition, enthusiasm was palpable. Leo returned with all the prey collected in his space, which, though modest, still held ample provisions. As the hunting party departed, those remaining were eager to set out and dry their catch. The recent winds had heralded the approaching windy season, and Xiaofei once again invited everyone to gather bird eggs. This time, only leopard Xiaoqi remained in the valley. Upon their arrival, they all collected a considerable number of eggs. Noting leopard Xiaoqi's boredom, Xiaofei suggested he hunt some birds for dinner. Thus, leopard Xiaoqi finally had a task to undertake. Not far from them, various birds squawked loudly. When they next saw leopard Xiaoqi, he was surrounded by an assortment of large birds, some even larger than ostriches, with brilliantly colored feathers. The females gleefully rushed over to pluck the beautiful feathers for decoration. And together they returned to the valley. Leopard Xiaoqi skillfully skinned and cleaned the birds, discarding the innards into a fish basket to use as bait later. Following Xiaofei's instructions, each person took a large bird and set up a cooking station beneath the shade of a tree, with one female guiding another on how to prepare the birds. The meticulously prepared stewed chicken was crafted step by step, as the delectable aroma of the large fowl wafted from the pot. It was evident that everyone was salivating, fully aware that heeding the shaman-esque guidance would lead to a culinary delight. Even Tao adhered to the instructions, resulting in an exquisite dish. When these ravenous individuals finally tasted the dish, the flavor was overwhelmingly delightful. The female members expressed their joy, exclaiming how delicious this bird was, as previously many had dismissed it as lacking meat and unpalatable, leading to a realization of the many delectable opportunities they had overlooked. Consequently, the crowd excitedly declared their intentions to hunt and feast again in the future. While the orcs generally shunned such meager fare, it was the females who relished it, highlighting the orcs' dedication to satisfying their female counterparts. Such birds were plentiful across the Beast World continent, a nuisance to some. Had they known of its exquisite taste earlier, extinction might have been a possibility that in the valley, these females joyfully embraced each day. Filled with purpose and meaning, unlike those in the tribe who drifted aimlessly. Here they understood their roles, finding value and hope in their endeavors. Conversely, the male orcs in the distant jungle faced greater challenges. They encountered a blockade of dozens from the hunting dog tribe, initially mistaking it for a previous altercation. However, it became clear that these orcs intended to rob them. Unfortunately, having recently emerged with scant prey, they were merely able to satiate their hunger without truly fulfilling their needs, leading to an imminent clash. Their primary objective was to capture game and gather timber, hence their foray into the forest, where towering dead trees abounded. The forest resonated with the true roars of beasts, the sounds of combat, and the awakening of various powers. Despite their abilities, the sheer number of adversaries rendered them outmatched. An injury soon followed as the hunting dog tribe pursued them relentlessly. The gravity of this battle was unmistakable. When the dust settled, the forest lay strewn with the corpses of the hunting dog tribe, 40 to 50 in total. The brutality of the encounter was evident, with only 20 or so managing to escape, albeit severely wounded. Tony lay on the ground, uncertain of his fate, as did Hong Li Kai, however, appeared relatively unscathed. Breathing heavily, he observed the scene. Liu and Ing Jiao had sustained injuries, with Ing Jiao's wing hanging limply, likely broken, and his plumage sparse. Their ranks had suffered considerably. At this moment, Tony slowly sat up, bewildered by the relentless pursuit of these feral adversaries. Hong Li urged them to hasten, admonishing against any lingering delays that might allow their foes to strike back unexpectedly. Observing the situation, it became evident that a return to the valley was necessary, where Wui could assess their condition. Hong Li, sluggish and transfixed by his own injuries, gazed down at his leg, which was gruesomely stained with blood. In contrast, Tony was beset by numerous wounds, yet they were not his own. Rather, he was simply fatigued and drained of energy. His massive claws, covered in thick fur, struck an imposing figure, while the scent of blood clung to him, a testament to the many hapless hunting dogs he had dispatched. Yuan Dong was equally exhausted, though fortunate that their powers had significantly amplified during the winter months. Without the formidable pressure exerted by the advanced beastmen, it was likely that they would have sustained grave injuries. After a brief respite, they returned to the valley, escorting the severely wounded beastmen. Upon leaving the forest, a great flock of unknown birds descended from afar, notorious for their consumption of carrion. Their sharp beaks swiftly tore into the hides of the beastmen, and within moments, the ground was littered with white bones. When Yuan Dong and his companions re-entered the valley, the sight of the blood-soaked figures startled several females, who were filled with concern about why Yuan Dong guided the injured to the cave where he had previously resided, converting it into a makeshift medical facility. Xiaofei arrived to examine each injury, addressing external wounds without needing direction, while prioritizing the most severe cases. Hong Li's leg was reattached, stabilized with some of their abilities, and swiftly transported back to his cave by leopard Xiao Qi. Next came Liu and Ing Jiao. Tao, witnessing Liu's grave condition, was filled with sorrow, tears cascading down his cheeks. Lina, seeing Ing Jiao's injuries compounded by her pregnancy, was exceedingly anxious. Schwerer grasped his hand, supporting him as she urged him to endure, assuring him that he would be fine with the presence of their esteemed healer. Lina, steady in her resolve, reassured Schwerer that she would remain strong. Liu had sustained injuries to his leg and arm. Despite being of the bear clan, he belonged to the black bear lineage, and his relatively low rank had rendered him vulnerable to the hunting dog's onslaught. The sight of his torn flesh on his arm and thigh was agonizing, the bloodied wounds requiring care. After Xiaofei assisted in cleaning and stitching the wounds, their abilities facilitated the healing process, thankfully sparing his tendons and bones from harm. The group then transported him to his cave. Jiu's injuries were similarly severe. His wings were tattered, and Xiaofei painstakingly began to mend them, channeling her abilities to stabilize his condition. The wings were immobilized, resembling a mummy, and he was returned to his own abode. Xiaofei reassured them that there was no immediate danger to life, but emphasized the need for daily treatment over the coming days. Confident in their swift recovery, with the wind season approaching, efforts to store food persisted, leaving a few injured behind in the valley while the others ventured out to hunt. The atmosphere in the valley was somewhat oppressive. As each companion worried for their injured partners, Xiaofei instructed them in the preparation of bird and beast soup for their loved ones. After 3 or 4 days, the beastmen emerged from the caves. Their wounds nearly healed, save for Hongli, whose fractured bones would take longer to mend. Jiu fared better, receiving care from Lina and assistance from other beastmen. This hunting party had 3 injured members who did not participate, resulting in a smaller catch than usual. Upon their return, the spoils were evenly distributed, ensuring that even the injured received their share, though they felt a sense of urgency to recover swiftly. The winds grew increasingly fierce, prompting a decision to embark on one final hunt before retreating for an extended period. After a night's rest, the beastmen eagerly set out once more. Xiaofei gathered what could be salvaged, noting the diminishing supply of vegetables and fruits in their storage, sufficient to last until the next year, alongside some dried fish and shrimp. Unbeknownst to others, the storage was brimming with lean meat, nearly the size of a football field in the valley. Only potatoes and sweet potatoes remained, to be harvested after the wind season, perfectly timed. Observing the landscape, it became evident that drying additional items was no longer feasible due to the risk of being swept away by the gusts. The howling winds filled the valley, and Xiaofei had kept the cave entrance closed, for the dust swirled inside, creating a filthy environment. The sky turned gray, leaves scattered chaotically. After a few more days, the beastmen finally returned. Once all the prey had been evenly distributed, they retreated to their respective caves to seek out their partners, marking the onset of the wind season. Throughout this tempestuous period, the beastmen remained in their caves. Accompanying their females, Biao and his companions had already interconnected their caves for convenience, allowing for frequent gatherings. Injured beastmen found this season beneficial for healing without the need for haste, although they could not venture outside during the wind season. They enjoyed a comfortable existence within their caves, surrounded by their partners and feasting on delectable dishes. Despite the ferocity of the winds, each cave entrance was sealed tightly, resulting in dim lighting within. Thus, all relied on the oil lamps invented by Xiaofei to navigate through this season, as every beastman clung to their female during mating. Outside, the gales howled terrifyingly, rendering escape impossible, forcing them to vent their frustrations upon their partners, leading to sounds that would cause one's cheeks to flush. Lei and Schwerer engaged in intimate activities within their cave, longing to welcome more offspring, particularly Schwerer, who yearned for a female cub. Meanwhile, in Leo's cave, 2 male beastmen sought solace in one another, with Tao tenderly caring for Leo, who was still nursing his injuries. Throughout the month of the wind season, Xiaofei remained largely bedridden, pampered by Yuandong, who ensured she was well fed and her strength replenished. Apologies for the extensive alterations made to this chapter. I hope readers can find it in their hearts to forgive the changes. It appears that time has stretched on considerably. Yuandong continued to elicit a flicker of resistance from her. Sweat trickled down his cheek, cascading down her back along her spine until it vanished within her hair. Each beastman's cave was a world unto itself. Outside, the winds raged ferociously, and days passed in a blur. Xiaofei felt the swift passage of time acutely, as each day was filled with Yu Wandong's presence, whether engaged in intimate activities or preparing delectable meals, most of which were stored away. Unable to endure such a monotonous existence, Xiaofei devised opportunities for Yu Wandong to expend some energy, presenting him with an abundance of peanuts and rice to shell. Consequently, in the following days, Yu Wandong found himself with fewer chances to encounter Xiaofei, dutifully completing the tasks she assigned. Meanwhile, Xiaofei busied herself rendering the fatter cuts of meat and animal fats into oil, filling their cave with tantalizing aromas of various delicacies. She prepared dumplings, stuffed buns, and pastries, all stored in their space, resulting in the beastmen growing plump during the season, with the female beasts gaining considerable weight as well, an unimaginable transformation. In the second month of the wind season, as the winds reached a staggering intensity of 17 or 18 levels, Ingju struggled to reach Xiaofei's cave, knocking desperately on the door. Should it be opened? The gales would wreak havoc within. Yu Wandong approached the entrance, inquiring about the commotion, straining to understand. It was imperative for the healer to attend to a matter of urgency. Left with no choice, Yu Wandong secured Xiaofei to himself and, with remarkable speed, opened and closed the door in one fluid motion. Thus, Yu Wandong and Ingju faced the arduous task of escorting Xiaofei to their cave. Upon arrival, they found Lina in a precarious state. As Xiaofei examined Lina's condition, it became apparent that immediate intervention was necessary to alleviate her pain. Despite channeling her abilities, the urgency of the situation had escalated. Xiaofei instructed Ingju to boil ample hot water, remaining by Lina's side until the first egg was laid, followed by the joyous arrival of 3 more. Each egg bore a golden hue adorned with azure patterns. When Ingju beheld the eggs, tears welled in his eyes, knowing these were his progeny. Unlike his father, a purebred golden eagle, and Lina, also of the same lineage, their union had produced these uniquely patterned eggs. Overcome with excitement, Ingju kissed each egg tenderly. Once Xiaofei had ensured Lina was stable, she utilized her abilities to examine her thoroughly. Confirming there were no further complications, she congratulated Lina, who, upon seeing the egg's delicate patterns, wept tears of joy. Xiaofei recognized the immense pressure Ingju had endured over the past months, and witnessing the patterned eggs dissolved all his worries, allowing him to bid farewell to the burdens of the past. Xiaofei advised Lina to refrain from strenuous activities for the next fortnight, allowing her body to recuperate. Ingju pledged to care for his female diligently, ensuring her comfort. Subsequently, Xiaofei imparted wisdom within their cave, teaching Lina and Ingju various skills beneficial to her recovery. Ingju attentively absorbed the knowledge, delighting Lina with his efforts. Upon returning to the cave with Yu Wandong and the healer, Ingju dedicated himself to nurturing Lina and their eggs, which required incubation for over 40 days. Thus, they spent their days in the cave, anticipating the hatching of their offspring at the wind season's conclusion. Ingju cradled the 4 sizable eggs, each approximately the size of an olive, their shells soft at birth, but hardening upon exposure to air. He constructed a large nest, lining it with soft grasses, and transformed into a magnificent eagle to protect his precious eggs, diligently awaiting the day they would hatch. Days passed blissfully as he tended to his future young, his heart brimming with gratitude toward Xiaofei. In every cave, life unfolded in its unique rhythm, easing into the wind season's conclusion. The winds had diminished day by day, allowing the beastmen to venture outside once more, standing at the cave entrance. Xiaofei observed the tumultuous winds, which had reached levels of 7 or 8, sending leaves swirling through the air and uprooting small trees. The garden, once flourishing, was left barren, while the potatoes and sweet potatoes remained unscathed, their roots anchored firmly in the soil. The beastmen understood that if they could endure a few more days, the winds would subside, as their food supplies were nearly depleted, and they had begun consuming the females' provisions. Thus, they adopted humanoid forms to conserve energy and minimize their intake. After a week, the winds finally calmed to a mere 2 or 3 levels, prompting the beastmen to clean the valley, which had become cluttered with fallen branches and debris. They even discovered the remains of a beastman, deceased beyond revival, and buried him respectfully. In the following days, they restored order to the valley. Xiaofei began visiting each cave, first arriving at Lina's, eager to see her young ones, who were on the verge of hatching. Lina appeared to have recovered well, her face rounder and healthier than before, having spent months without sunlight. Upon seeing Shui, Xiaofei was taken aback by her significant weight gain. Estimating an increase of at least 40 to 50 pounds, she inquired, "What have you been eating these past few months?" Having indulged to such an extent, Shui proudly proclaimed, "This is a testament to how well Lei has nurtured me, rendering me quite robust in the beast world. If a female can grow plump and white, it signifies that her mate possesses considerable prowess." Upon encountering Yin Zi, who appeared somewhat more corpulent and fatigued, he and Xiaofei immediately surmised the cause. Too many beast husbands is hardly a blessing. The valley, meticulously organized by the beastmen, looked splendid. Subsequently, they convened a brief meeting to decide on a hunting expedition. As their respective supplies were nearly depleted in recent days, Ingzhou had declined to join the hunt, as his offspring were at a critical hatching stage. Thus, several beastmen set off on a journey to hunt, venturing far afield due to the scarcity of authorized territories nearby. Meanwhile, he and Xiaofei found the past few months excessively tedious. Once outside the valley, they stretched their limbs and gazed at the gently flowing waters of the small river at the harbor. They sought out treasures, hoping to find something of interest. Riding his little electric scooter, he set off alone towards the cabbage field, unaccompanied by any other beastmen. Upon reaching the cabbage patch, he discovered a bounty of produce and thoughtfully selected his favorites. Noticing some long-eared beasts, he seized the opportunity to capture a few. He then ventured to the avian egg site, where he was pleasantly surprised to find that the birds had returned, despite the relentless winds that had blown for months, leaving him to ponder their whereabouts during that time. Though the nearby bird eggs were few, he managed to collect 200 to 300 sizable ones, much to his delight. After storing them, he gathered fallen branches from the trees, which had been naturally dried by the winds, thus eliminating the need for future searches. He meticulously collected wood from areas where it had accumulated, continuing his journey as noon approached, taking a moment to savor some steamed dumplings from his storage. He consumed 7 or 8 large ones. Feeling quite satiated, he resumed his collection of timber, aware that delaying would render future efforts futile, especially with the cold season approaching. Thus, he and Xiaofei hurried back, gathering as much as possible along the way, primarily substantial logs from the roadside. The wind had dried the fallen wood, making it convenient for future use. Upon returning to the valley, he found his accumulated wood sufficient for the upcoming cold season. One could only imagine how much more he might have encountered along the way. He resolved to wait a few days until the cold season fully arrived, planning to gather grasses for weaving, which would prove invaluable for crafting mats and curtains, ensuring warmth in their cave. He envisioned covering the cave floor with these woven grasses, creating a comfortable environment for walking barefoot. He returned to the cave. He observed several young ones frolicking in the valley, while he approached the water pool, noting the water level remained unchanged. Determined to gather fresh fish and shrimp from the waters, he intended to store them for consumption, as the supplies of dried fish and shrimp were excessive. Spotting Tao drying fish in the valley, he greeted him, knowing the healer would not look down upon their kind, and Tao reciprocated the greeting with joy, showing great respect for the esteemed healer. When he beheld the deep crimson lips of Leo, marked by the evidence of passionate affection, he could not help but smile, recognizing the telltale strawberry marks on Leo's neck. This sight brought a blush to Tao's cheeks. Each day, he ventured beyond the valley, collecting items of potential utility. The fruits of the trees that survived the windy season were precious and scarce. Yet remarkably delicious, he discovered low-growing mineral woods and unknown plants bearing delightful fruits, which he eagerly collected. In contrast, the other females in the valley were busy drying spiky beasts and shrimp, lacking the autonomy to gather and store provisions as he did. They could only carry a single basket, thus prioritizing other food sources, such as fruits, which were deemed less critical during the cold season. Meanwhile, the hunting party encountered grave troubles. They stumbled upon a massive herd of giant horned beasts, intent on feasting upon them. However, during the hunt, they were surrounded by a notorious pack of hunting dogs. With over 100 beastmen present, a fierce struggle ensued, but the hunting dogs seized the opportunity to strike. The aftermath was devastating, with severe injuries all around. Yuan Dong, the highest ranked among them, sustained a broken leg, while Biao suffered multiple rib fractures. Tragically, Bao Xiaoqi and Hong Li met a grim fate, fatally ambushed by the hunting dogs amidst the chaos. Tony, too, was grievously injured, both forelimbs broken. Biao and Kai fared slightly better, their robust physiques allowing them to wield their powerful tails like whips, felling many-horned beasts and hunting dogs alike. Though they narrowly escaped, they could not recover the bodies of Bao Xiaoqi and Hong Li, also injured with a broken leg, lamented the dire turn of events after a few days of regrouping. The remaining beastmen convened, their spirits heavy with sorrow. Tony, now frail, could only manage to walk on his legs, his arms hanging limply, bearing ghastly wounds. Yuan Dong limped over, sharing the collective despair. Kai and Biao were relatively unscathed, their injuries minor, yet the group ventured cautiously into the battlefield, hoping to locate the remains of their fallen comrades. Regrettably, their search yielded no results. Lei, dragging his leg, mournfully questioned how it had come to this. They must seek vengeance for their fallen brethren, those accursed Hound clan. Leo, too, bears grievous wounds, his injuries concentrated upon his arm. The group unanimously agrees that this is not a moment for sorrow. Rather, they must hasten back to the valley, where Lord Wuyu can tend to their ailments. Their thoughts are consumed with retribution for their deceased companions. Thus, several orcs stealthily navigate their way back, fearful of another ambush from the Hound clan. Their journey is fraught with difficulty as they must tend to their own injuries while remaining concealed. Meanwhile, the valley remains unchanged, with the females busily engaged in their daily tasks, happily weaving mats from grass. Hao and Xiaofei, separated by a distance, diligently craft their desired grass mats. When fatigue sets in, they take moments to rest, occasionally indulging in culinary delights or visiting Tao for some amusement. On this particular day, Hao and Xiaofei ventured beyond the valley, deep into the forest. There, they discovered an abundance of mushrooms, eagerly gathering them, and even searching for ginseng, recalling that he had stored a considerable amount of ginseng in his spatial realm 2 years prior. He was keen to seek out more familiar finds. As he traversed the forest, he collected numerous non-toxic mushrooms. Admittedly, much of the botanical knowledge in this beastly world eluded him. Many plants were unfamiliar. However, based on his unique abilities, he determined that anything without toxins was safe for consumption. Thus, he employed his powers to assess the mushrooms he did not recognize, confirming their safety and even discovering some with medicinal properties. Elated, he gathered them all and stored them within his spatial realm. That he also noticed some appealing fruits in the forest. Vibrantly colored, delicious, and with delightful textures, he collected them all, his mind still preoccupied with his past desires. Seeking fragrant woods as he meandered through the woods. Whenever he encountered such trees, he would gather them. If not, he would collect other treasures. Additionally, he thought of Ingjiu, whose egg was nearing hatching. He pondered with curiosity what the newborn offspring would be like. She was utterly oblivious. Meanwhile, several orcs were desperately making their way back, treading cautiously to conceal their presence. Their vigilance was indeed prudent, for they had detected the hunting dogs tribe in the vicinity, evidently lying in wait for them. Thus, the orcs felt immensely relieved by their decision to proceed with caution. As Yuan Dong and his fellow orcs trudged back, their injuries began to worsen. Particularly, Tony's arms emitted a foul stench, and he struggled to move forward. The heat from his wounds suggesting a grave deterioration. Encouraged by one another, they persevered on their arduous journey home. Finally, on the 4th day, they returned to the vicinity of the valley, only to have several orcs faint simultaneously. Coincidentally, Xiaofei was outside and stumbled upon them, startling her half to death. In a flurry, she rode back to the valley on her electric vehicle, summoning the orcs within to assist. Tao and Ingjiu promptly emerged, helping each orc back to the valley. Xiaofei tirelessly tended to their wounds, while several females wept inconsolably. The absence of Yanzi, Bao Xiaoqi, and Hongli was palpable, leaving them to shed silent tears. With a few restless cubs whimpering and nudging nearby, as Xiaofei pondered whom to attend to first, she opted to assess their injuries. Ignoring those with minor wounds, she began with Tony, whose arms displayed gruesome fractures. Swiftly, Xiaofei began to cleanse his wounds, disinfecting and removing necrotic tissue, then utilizing her abilities to bandage and stabilize him. From her space, she retrieved a large ginseng root, slicing it into pieces and instructing the female orcs to seek the giant birds they had hunted previously. When they returned empty-handed, Xiaofei had no choice but to summon 2 enormous birds from her space for them to prepare, chopping them into smaller pieces to brew with the ginseng for the injured male orcs. Their movements were remarkably swift, and after tending to Tony, she turned her attention to the next orc. Leo, whose leg had been previously injured, had sustained further harm, prompting Xiaofei to restabilize and treat him. Skillfully excising the necrotic flesh, some injuries required suturing, and once completed, they returned to their respective caves. Leo's injuries were severe, affecting his arm, and Xiaofei diligently removed any decayed tissue and stitched up the necessary areas. With increasing speed, they managed to treat the others. Yu Wandong's leg had also been broken, and after correcting it, Xiaofei ensured he remained still, resting on his bed. Once all the orcs with broken limbs had received treatment, they focused on those with fractured ribs, administering abilities to heal their internal injuries as well. They all rested in their caves, enveloped in silence and sorrow, having lost 2 orcs with whom they shared a deep bond. Yanzi, in particular, wept bitterly in Biao's embrace, while the 2 young cubs remained oblivious to the tragedy, anxiously sniffing around for their father. They could sense something was amiss, understanding that their father might have encountered a misfortune. Observing the grave injuries, Ingju busily attended to their needs, and upon hearing the news from other orcs, his fists clenched in fury, cursing the hunting dogs that did not deserve to exist. Tao, equally incensed due to his own vendetta against the hunting dog tribe, joined the unspoken pact of silence among the orcs, all nursing their wounds in the valley. Bao Xiaoqi's cub and Ihongli's cub huddled together, choosing not to seek out other cubs. Appearing quite desolate, everyone hoped they would eventually emerge from their sorrow. Throughout these days, Yanzi had been particularly attentive to the 2 cubs, caring for them closely. The orcs resolved to nurture them until they reached maturity and could hunt independently. Xiaofei also pledged to provide a portion of his food to sustain the 2 piglets, recognizing the scarcity of orcs in the valley, where every loss was a significant blow in these past days. Xiaofei had been exceedingly busy, collapsing into bed each night, utterly drained of energy from continuously channeling abilities to the wounded orcs, hoping to facilitate their recovery and restore their vitality for a better quality of life. Though he expended his energy rapidly, he awoke each morning rejuvenated, ready to replenish his abilities anew, understanding that this was essential for the benefit of all. Days passed, and Biao's ribs healed remarkably well, while Kai's wounds also showed significant improvement. Only the others with severed limbs required ongoing, uninterrupted energy transfer. One afternoon, Ingzhou rushed into Xiaofei's cave, urgently calling for the shaman. Xiaofei sensed that the cubs in Ingzhou's cave were likely about to hatch, and without a word, he followed him promptly. There, 3 orcs gathered around the 4 eggs, watching as they trembled and emitted sounds reminiscent of chiseling. Shortly, a